up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We thank you for tuning in this Friday morning, July 24th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Johnny Cakes Allville.
Good morning. Happy Friday to all.
Good morning. And Eric Pickle.
Good morning.
What is the hat there?
I don't know what I'm wearing.
G4
Oh, yeah, it's just a golf company.
Golf company.
Doesn't matter.
I figured it was either a golf company or some sort of internet
No.
company.
No, it's like light blue, kind of matching my sweater. So
Very nice.
I just threw it on.
There you have
I don't know.
it. You're matching. You're accessorizing.
I'm tired. I took a nap yesterday before we did the whole Bay Sox thing. I know we're going to talk about that later. But, here we are 30 years later, 20 of them plus doing mornings. And naps just ruin my sleep. They ruin my sleep.
Just makes you get into a bad cycle.
I just tossed and turned all night, and I just feel tired. Just tired and a little bit
I feel
ornery.
pretty good, man. I got a glorious, I think, almost 2-hour nap because I needed it after the sad boy emotional Noah Khan show where I got like 3.5 hours
you
of sleep
definitely needed
the prior night. So I feel pretty good.
So
I've been in a terrible sleeping rut. And here's the funny thing about us talking about sleep at the beginning of the show. When we first became a morning show in 2002, the first month or so, we were so pummeled by lack of sleep because we had been a nighttime show.
Right.
I mean, there was even a period of time during the nighttime show where we were doing the show until 1 a.m. When we were doing that special hour for WFAN in New York.
Yeah.
So we were used to staying up late, sleeping in late. This is kind of before kids. And it hit us so hard when we had to do the mornings that after a couple weeks, we're like, we got to stop talking about waking up. People don't want to hear us just bitch about not sleeping. And here we are 30 years into the show, and we're still doing it.
It pervades every corner of your life, JP. I mean, when you think about it, when you pull back the curtain, it's one of your tent pole things as far as like your life. Like,
if you don't get good sleep, you're good.
Diet, exercise. I mean, I don't know what else to really throw in there. Those are like 3 pretty big basic tenets.
No, if you don't have good sleep,
life.
you're going to have terrible health and you're going to have a short life.
I'm failing on 2 of those 3.
Sure.
Diet, definitely failing on. I had a Hershey bar last night at 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I am a late night snacker. I always tell my wife, don't bring crack to the crack house because the crackhead, that's me, will find it. And there were Hershey bars kind of hidden by our plates and bowls. And I saw them and I just couldn't not have one.
Well, I've lost
at 11 o'clock. That's terrible.
It is terrible, and I used to do that, and I've lost a lot of weight, and I'm proud of it. And people literally are calling me Ozempic, whatever.
Ozempic, is that?
I mean, they're doing? Lots of people, and it's fine. I guess it's a compliment. But the number one thing, I think there's 2 things. The number one thing, though, has been the intermittent fast, which is stop eating like at 6 o'clock. 6:30. If I'm on vacation or something, I might go a little later. But by and large, if you stop eating, you'll lose so much weight, JP. Just stop the late night eating.
I've done it before.
Just
I know.
Stop it.
It
takes one day.
It's the late night eating helps do it. It's really just total calories because you can do the
stops
same
the total calories.
Right. You can do the same thing by eating throughout the day.
I'm not saying it's the only way. I'm just telling you, stop eating
I know
at
that
6. You'll
it's
lose
hard.
15 pounds.
I often don't get home until 8:30, 9 o'clock. You know that life. And so I'm eating late just because. Now, if I could be better prepared.
Yeah, eat before.
But I'm thinking Thursday night, I got home or Wednesday night, I think I got home at 8:45, and I hadn't eaten dinner.
Well, that's what you should have eaten at 6, even if it was McDonald's.
Yeah.
It would have been better.
Well, I was stuck out and about. Dylan and I went to Andy's Pizza at 9:15 on Wednesday night.
Excellent. That sounds like
it's so fun.
Great late night run.
It's so fun, but you just can't lose weight that way. I mean, you're just going to get chunky.
Yeah.
I felt like I had an elite warm up. It wasn't a meal. I stopped in to see my brother who works at a restaurant close to where the Bay Sox play.
Right.
And I was dialed in on having a cup of Maryland cream of crab soup.
Yeah.
And then he's like, why don't you do the hybrid, the
Yeah.
half Maryland,
Yeah, it's
half
great.
cream? And I was like, you know what? I will try it. It was delicious. And then he said, how about a few wings? And I said, I do love wings, but I'm wearing like a light shirt. So I was terrified. And we're going to an appearance. We're like going to be out and about. And I was like, well, I'm terrified of getting like buffalo wing sauce on the shirt. And he looks at me, he goes, stop being a fill in the
Right.
He's like, have a few wings. I was like, you know what? You're right. I am being a bit of a P word here. Had a few wings, and then I made my way over to the stadium.
Did your brother
I also stopped at Rips and bought a 6-pack of beer for just old time's sake.
Nice.
Because I hadn't been there in probably 20 years.
Did your brother have the big beard going?
He does have a rather large beard, yes.
Yeah, the last time I saw him, I mean, you have a solid beard.
Yeah.
But
He
the last time I
beard
saw
changed me.
him, he had a thick beard.
Yeah, the Allvilles, we're beard guys. We're
Yeah, your pops was a beard guy.
Yeah.
You were a clean shaven guy for a long time.
Yeah, and then I realized that I see a clean shaven picture of myself, and I hate those pictures.
Oh, really?
I just don't. I'm not a fan.
So your wedding pictures you don't like.
My wedding pictures are fine. I particularly hate one of my wedding pictures that's still hanging in my in-laws'
You're not doing
house.
the tuck in the chin bit, are you?
No, but it's a shot of me kind of in the background, and Amy is in the foreground, and I'm holding her chin with my.
Oh,
It's like my two fingers.
they made you do the awkward thing.
It's like a cheesy prom
I
picture.
mean, it's the most cringeworthy picture. Like whenever I go upstairs in my in-laws' house, I see it. I'm automatically drawn to it, and I look at it, and I say to myself, I hate this picture. Why haven't I just taken it off the walls and smashed it into a billion pieces? But I
Right.
just haven't.
Because it's not your house.
It's not my house, but I feel
You
like
think you could tell them to take it down?
Well, I think I would just do it and nobody would notice. Like
Take it with you.
like nobody would notice. Like if I just moved it and substituted a picture or just moved some things around, no one would be any the wiser.
What haunts you more, that picture
Yeah.
or the caricature at the Palm?
Probably the one at the Palm because more people are going to see that horrendous picture of me with the horseshoe bald spot.
Well, it's not a picture, it's a caricature.
Oh, a caricature, just like the guy from the Lakers Summer League who was draining 3-pointers, who had the world's biggest bald spot. Yeah, it's probably the one at the Palm because way more people are going to see that than are going to be in my in-laws'
But
house.
nobody really cares.
I know. I care. I know that nobody that sees it cares. This guy cares. I care
Yeah, of course.
in a rational
Well,
amount.
yesterday I was wearing my silly new Surfside T-shirt. I was excited. I was like, this is a good opportunity to wear it because I just haven't worn it yet. And it's one of those T-shirts. It's great. But as soon as I got outside, I noticed it's one of those that shows sweat.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I was like, man, this is going to be bad.
And yesterday was a nice day. Like, it wasn't super hot, but I mean, it's
hot
still
enough.
summer.
And then you come out of a shower.
Yeah.
You put it on. It starts. Sweat was starting to cake on. I was this close. You know me. I don't like to do this. I put my AC all the way on the lowest, cranked it on the lowest so I could
Love
be cool.
that. Love it.
In the car. I considered taking my shirt off and driving the Beltway the whole way to Bowie. Shirtless.
You can't
so
do
I
that.
wouldn't sweat through the shirt because I thought it would look ridiculous.
I mean, I see people driving with no shirt on, and I think just the trashiest of the white
I
trash.
agree. I
What about
agree.
runners
I
with
almost
no
did it.
shirt. I kind of am baffled by the people that just run with no shirt.
But you
Well,
still want it-
to me, the people that run with no shirt,
Especially the guys that have man boobs.
usually it's a guy that's ripped, and I see a guy that's wearing no shirt, and I'm thinking top level narcissist. Like, I mean, just wear an Under Armour
Well, here's-
shirt. Why are you trying to
I will
body
say
shame
this
the
in their
rest of us?
defense. Like there are some golf shirts I have that the way they hold the water, and it's like wearing a heavy blanket.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Some shirts they're fine. Others, it's just like adding 10 pounds. And
Yeah.
I could understand if you're a runner, you wouldn't want that weight on you.
Speaking of adding 10 pounds, it wasn't 10 pounds, but I stuffed myself at Jerry's yesterday. So Jason and Eric were there before me. I got there around 4:45. Jason apparently had an odyssey to Jerry's. He said it took him over 2 hours.
He did stop at Tyson's, but yes. I mean,
It's the Virginia side traffic.
Well, they also he veered, he panicked, and so he ended
He
up
cut
taking
through the
him
city.
the GW Parkway to the city. Then he went around the other side of the. I mean,
Right,
just,
BW Parkway to 50.
he went. He was an odyssey. What he was doing.
Yeah.
I mean,
But thank you to Phil and everybody over there at Jerry's Seafood. We had the crab bomb.
I mean, the crab bomb.
baked
It's ridiculous
potato.
how big the crab bomb is. It's like the size of Cake's head. I mean, it's
a
an
big one.
enormous. I don't know what you call it. Crab bomb.
Yeah.
Crab cake. Just
All killer,
enormous.
no filler, back fin.
Yeah.
Crab
It's really,
meat.
really
And
good.
JP wondered. I wonder if if they need to save a seat. Oh no, they need to save you a seat there. There are. I mean, they're just packed. They're packed.
They have a
Even
solid
though,
happy hour.
dude, every day.
Yeah.
They're
Good.
just packed.
That's great.
You get a great business.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, they're doing very, very well. Phil's thrilled with that store.
So it's great to be back in Bowie. We'll give you some insight into our first pitches and the wacky races that Cakes and I were involved in later in the program. If you want to check out any of the video, it's up on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Twitter is, I get confused because we don't have the same domain for any of them.
Thought it was Junks
At Junks Radio on
Yeah.
Twitter, Sports Junkies Radio on Instagram, and on Facebook, I believe it's facebook.com/thejunks. So you can check out all the videos there. On the program today, we've got Grant Paulson. He's going to join us coming up at 8 o'clock. We will talk about the trade deadline. I know that Grant and Danny were talking about our interview with Paul Taboni and what that means and what we can expect, whether Foster or Griffin's going to be traded, whether Luis Garcia is going to be traded, whether the Nationals are buyers. So we'll get into that with Grant Paulson at 8. And you know what? Training camp kind of starts today. The rookies are reporting.
No, basically, football season starts today.
We're going to talk
Thomas.
Commanders
It's
with
crazy.
Scott Abraham at 9 o'clock from ABC 7. That's all right here on the Junkies.
Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see on the horizon? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe you've been putting off, or buying season tickets so you never miss a game. Maybe it's spoiling the grandkids every chance you get. Whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain. No two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline. And here's the best part. Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the distracting daily headlines. Because markets shift, laws change. Inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get that plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
think one thing that we've talked about for 30 years that we believe is a waste of time is petitions.
Oh, yeah. 1,000%.
We've been pretty consistent for 30 years saying petitions are a waste of time. I just saw there is a battle of the petitions fallout from the World Cup.
Okay.
I don't even understand why these people are petitioning, but there are 60,000 signatures from Argentines
I think that's correct.
because they believe that the World Cup should be played again, that Argentina was hosed.
Hold on. That the final should be played again?
Yes.
Okay.
But because
You think
the
they're gonna
guy
play the final
guy that got
again?
the red card, is that why?
Probably the red card, maybe some other things. To me, that's just sour grapes.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the other side of it, people hate Argentina now
There's
because
a lot of Argentina hate out there.
You could probably get
Apparently-
a billion signatures against
apparently
Argentina.
Yeah.
there are 23 million signatures
Right.
from other countries around the world to kick Argentina out.
I mean, this is just kind of random, but a dude that I met playing poker in Aruba
Yeah.
from England years ago, like, I don't keep in contact with him much, but every once in a while there's like a DM on Twitter. So I DM'd him, good luck to England today on July 15th. And he responded yesterday, like, I guess he doesn't check Twitter a lot. He said, okay, just saw this. Shame we lost, but was happy that Argentina didn't win the cup. And that's just one British fan. And I'm sure that there's a lot of that sentiment going
yeah.
around. Like, if England isn't going to win, at least Argentina didn't win. Like, that's a real thing.
That's the one thing that I noticed from it is, not following these guys, like in all of their Manchester United and
Yeah.
Premier League stuff or whatever. But people do hate Messi. They love him, and then they hate him.
He's very polarizing.
Very polarizing.
Yeah.
And there seemed to be a Ronaldo camp and a Messi camp,
Mm-hmm.
even though, these guys are up there in years. I was stunned at the amount of Argentina hate.
Yeah, I was a little bit taken aback by it, too. I did not realize that it was that big.
Yeah.
But it's clearly, there's clearly a sentiment. Like, people, unless you're pulling for Argentina, people hate Argentina.
They hate
They do not
Argentina.
want them to win.
Yeah, they definitely didn't want him to
I
go
don't
back
know a
to
lot
back.
about soccer. Soccer Cakes does not know a lot about soccer,
That you
but I
know.
do know that people hate Argentina.
Well, I didn't know if it was Messi related. I know that the people that are dug in as Cristiano Ronaldo fans don't like him. Mm-hmm. I thought it was kind of just the team in general.
Well, they think they get calls and
Right.
they get hooked.
Yes.
All of that.
There's
that the
a lot.
referee is the 12th man.
Yeah.
Their
But
fans
skills
are
like-
also notoriously troublemakers.
Right.
They say a lot of
Heard also
nonsense.
like
They're
they're notoriously
hooligans?
racist.
racist. Is
Yeah,
what I'm
it's
saying.
like-
that what it
Notoriously
is?
it's like
racist.
yeah,
That's
what
why the
they've
rest of
been
the world
branded.
yeah, doesn't like them. Like,
Right.
And then in the game itself, they were the team, it appeared to me, committing fouls and trying to be physical because they kind of knew that was what they had to do.
Right. That was their pathway to a win.
So,
Yeah.
speaking of soccer, I tweeted this yesterday. I had missed it. It had come out earlier. It was a 15-hour-old clip, but it was from the MLS from a couple days ago, where this is Messi's team, the Miami team,
Yeah.
where they're in their defensive zone, and the fullback just kicks it back to the goalie, and he whiffs. Like,
Yeah, it was an own goal.
it's one of the worst looks. Like on the heels of the World Cup. And listen, I get it. Our goalie played terrible in the World Cup. Like, terrible. There were some embarrassing plays from our goalie in the World Cup. But, here we are. We got all this momentum from the World Cup. Like, the country embraced soccer so much. And I know the MLS is a second tier, third tier league. I understand it. I'm not stupid. I used to go to a lot of
But it's gotten
MLS
better.
games. It has gotten some better, and there are guys that play in the MLS that play in the World Cup. That is such an embarrassing look for the league.
I don't think it would have happened on our co-ed
I mean,
team.
it's almost
EB.
so
I
bad.
mean, it's one of the worst
like,
things I've ever seen.
You showed it to me yesterday before, like, we did the
Yeah.
Bay Sox.
I was just
appearance,
sitting there stunned.
and I looked at it and I was like, it almost looks like it's AI.
I know.
Like, it's so bad and it's so rudimentary. Like,
I mean, it's
it's just a horrible look.
it's unbelievable. It's not original that goalies aren't great with their feet. I get it. I'm very aware of where the MLS stands in the world. It's still shocking.
You don't need to be great; just be competent.
It's just
Like,
shocking.
the level of incompetence.
the problem
is,
it was the first match
yeah,
since the World Cup when the MLS tweeted, "Thanks, world. We'll take it from here."
man, that's brutal.
Oh, I can think of it. I was like, that's Messi's goalkeeper.
I mean, yeah, and and that's going to get shared around the world. You think that clip isn't getting viewed a billion times?
How can the league ever be taken seriously? And by the way, the league's been around for like 30 years now.
I know, it's a rough look.
It's been around for 30 years. We're supposed to be at this, pretty good level.
Well, that's why we got that Freeze Donk as our starting goalie.
And
We
was an
we got guys like this
embarrassment.
playing MLS.
Yeah, I guess that's why he was there. He's better than
Wow,
that.
that is just bad. Bad all the way around.
I just can't believe it.
Happens. Although I'm telling you,
I know
mean,
it
think about
happens.
how many games we played on a super low level on weekends.
That never
even.
happened.
We played hundreds of games together, and I don't think our goalie ever just whiffed
No.
on a pass back.
Believe me, in my later years, I graduated to goalie. I never did that.
No.
Come on.
No, who knows? Who knows how that happens? Because you're saying, yeah, you get it that goalies aren't the best with their feet.
Of course.
They actually are pretty good on a professional level.
Well, I mean, they're usually reasonably competent.
Yeah, usually those guys can juggle hundreds at a time.
I mean,
and
those guys
they have skill.
They're making passes to their fullbacks with guys like 2 feet away from them.
Well,
I mean,
it looks dicey often.
I played the lowest level goalie of all time. If the ball came anywhere near me and I had to kick it instead of pick it up,
Right.
I wasn't trying to pass it to my, make a 12-yard pass. I was trying to boot that thing to midfield.
I mean,
I treated that thing like it was a nuclear football. Like
you
it was
gotta
a
check
dirty
it out.
bomb.
I don't know where the original clip came from. It looks like maybe Chicago Fire put it out. Who knows?
I'll retweet
But I
yours at
retweeted
Junks
it.
Radio. Let me see. I got to go to EB Junkies.
It's the most inept professionalism. Like, I just think you'll be hard pressed to find in any sport, football. I mean, maybe like a butt fumble. Some people were saying,
Yeah.
any sport, find a more incompetent clip from a professional. It'd be hard to find.
I mean, it would be on the same level of, like, say, Jaden Daniels, like, bootlegged on the 3-yard line and had just the easiest lollipop pass to Zach Ertz, who's uncovered in the end zone, and he just drops the ball. Like,
I guess.
From 4 yards
I think it's
away.
even worse than
It might
that.
be worse than that.
I think
but
it's even worse than that.
It's probably akin to that. It's just
kind of
so bad.
It actually kind of reminds me of when Bryce Harper was walking through DC like his rookie or second year.
Softball bit.
There was a softball game and he jumped in there and they were literally throwing underhand softballs and he was swinging and missing.
Yeah, that's a pretty bad look for.
I thought
for
that was
a professional baseball player.
I thought that was a pretty bad look. I get it's different.
I mean, he can. Yeah,
Not that different.
His argument can be, look, I'm used to seeing balls come in at 90 plus miles per hour. This eephus pitch that you're throwing to me in a softball game on the mall, not really my thing. Not really what I'm good at.
Yeah, I don't know what else. Maybe like a pro golfer just like swinging and missing.
Yeah.
Occasionally you will see guys, if they have a bad lie or something, they'll top something.
Yeah.
Might even top a tee shot. Mm-hmm. If they get a little out of sync. And maybe it's somewhat equivalent to that. But anyway.
One of our loyal listeners, since we were talking about running without a shirt, is this guy, Kyle, who often will send us his runs.
Okay.
Like he's a guy who's done like ultra marathons.
Yeah. He's an accomplished
and
runner.
ridiculous runs. And he tweeted, "To you, Cakes, why don't you come run with me, Money Metal Cakes? I run without a shirt every day."
Really?
And then he sends a picture, 15 miles in
Well,
an hour
I mean,
53,
if I-
727 pace.
Maybe if I had 3% body fat, I'm just guessing
Right.
what he has, then maybe I would consider running without a shirt. But that's never really been the case for
If
me.
you wouldn't run without a shirt. Let's say you were at the beach. It's hot and you want to go for a run. You're not going to go for a run on the beach, but you're going to go.
Yeah.
It's a beach town. So you're going to throw in some kicks.
Yeah.
And you would always wear
I mean,
a shirt.
I've done this, like I've run at Kiowa before.
Right.
And every time I run, I put on
Even if it's
shorts,
100 degrees.
Even if it's 100 degrees. But
Yeah.
generally, I would go out and run when it's like 7 in the morning before
Yeah.
the heat really kicks in.
Right, which is
And
smart.
there's shorts, there are shoes, and I always have a tarp on. I'm not a tarps off guy. I'm a
Right.
tarps on
Are they
guy.
still doing the tarps off
I
bit?
think they're still doing the tarps off bit at Nats Park. Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing has.
But it's not just Nats Park. It's kind of like across the country,
Yeah,
right?
and Nats Park, they weren't the originators. I think it might have started in St. Louis,
Right,
and then it's just kind of spread.
right.
I do think
Yeah,
the
I'm a
only
tarps on guy,
exception,
EB.
Yeah,
the
okay.
only time I do tarps off
Tarps off
runs,
when I go number 2.
That's the
That's
only
my big exception.
the only
Always
time
tarps off.
I would do a tarps off run would be on the beach without shoes, just a little quickie on the sand.
Yeah.
I think that's acceptable. But if I'm running on the street, the sidewalk, any sort of combination, I always have a shirt on.
Yeah. Okay.
I love being at the beach. I hate running on the actual like sand and beach. Not a thing that I like.
It's not
Turns
great.
out you don't like going in the ocean very much either. When you went to Outer Banks, what is the deepest you got?
I'll show you.
Did water hit your belly button?
Nope.
Nope.
Right here.
Ankle
That's
deep.
it.
Dude, it was cold.
Yeah.
It was really cold water in the Outer Banks. There were not a ton of people in the water. There were a few. There were a few psychotic
You
people.
just got to go in and get. You just got to go in fast, and then you get used to it.
Look, my chair's sinking slowly. It's going down slowly. Yeah, my wife and I both like to our ankles, maybe mid shin. That was about it. We went in the pool. We went in the laziest river I've ever been a part of.
But
But
did you have the lazy river? your
at the
home?
hotel.
Oh, because that's right, because you stayed at a hotel.
Holiday Inn.
No, the Rodney Hampton Inn and Suites.
Hampton Inn.
Oceanfront. Corolla.
Most people, when they go to the Outer Banks, they rent a house. That's kind of just generally.
I
that's
was
what most
there
people
for
do.
2
I was
days.
about to do that, but
Yeah.
then Amy suggested, let's at least look at hotels.
Yeah.
It was substantially cheaper.
Yeah.
Way
okay,
cheaper,
good.
of course.
Way cheaper.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Way
a
cheaper.
house is for 15 people.
Yeah, it was just the two of us, so a hotel was perfect.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just don't think of I don't think of hotels when I think of the Outer Banks.
Yeah.
Dude, I might consider now. They've got a lazy river. Might go down there for a
I
weekend.
mean, it was
the world's
Who's
smallest.
the laziest person that I've ever encountered? I'm trying to think.
Me.
Yeah, he might be 3 feet away from you.
Maybe it was the EB of lazy rivers. Like there was very little current in this lazy
Well,
river.
it probably also was very small.
It was relatively small.
Right.
It was
So how long would it take to go around to do a lap?
like a minute. Like it was small.
Oh, it was very, very small.
it was small. It was like basically a little bit bigger than the pool that was
Oh,
50 feet away from it.
and that was just a typical rectangle pool.
A little bit bigger than that.
It didn't
it
have
was
any,
big enough.
Didn't have any curves. It didn't have any architectural
It wasn't like
touches to
Gilbert
it.
Arenas' pool in Great Falls and his elaborate pool setup.
I mean, it's a Hampton Inn.
Yeah, it was fine. Yeah. It was good.
Hey, I mentioned a couple things that are universal on the show, and one is we're not into petitions.
Right, very
The other
much
thing
not into
is
that.
I know Cakes' reaction before we even play the clip.
Yes.
But you're very anti Paul Brothers, right? Doesn't
Well,
matter which Paul brother it is.
They just their existence. They have their niche and people that follow them, but whatever they do, I'm not into. I'm not into their Pokemon collecting and their WWE and getting into fake fights with Tom Brady. Like it's just not.
That's
something that I consume.
right. Now Jake Paul is the one that's the boxer.
Okay, I'll never keep this straight, but it doesn't matter.
Right. Even
It's
though
fine.
Logan Paul did box and fought Floyd Mayweather.
Logan Paul's actually a pretty darn good wrestler.
Jake Paul is the one that has boxed for several years. He most recently got his face completely
I think his
pummeled and
boxing
his
career's
jaw
over.
pummeled by Anthony Joshua, who is
Yeah,
a real heavyweight champion.
yeah.
But literally ended his career.
But Jake Paul now is talking about another venture. Here's what he's saying.
Can you talk us through your plan to get to the NFL more?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Just like when I started boxing, it's funny to see the tweet and deleters out there, the non-believers, the naysayers. Shout out to Drake. I think there's a lot of super mediocrity in the NFL, a lot of not good athletes, a lot of people dropping passes on a consistent basis. I have better hands than them. I'm faster than them. I'm stronger than them. I work harder than them. Really, all it's going to take is just me after boxing, practicing some routes. I have a couple teams and coaches that I've already talked to that are interested in bringing me on to the team. It's really going to be quite easy.
Do you have a dream team you'd like to play for?
I mean, I'd love to go to the Cleveland Browns. Been a Browns fan my whole entire life. My mom is a diehard Browns fan, and I think they could use some good receivers over there. Number 17, Browns reserve the jersey now. Thank you.
I'm trying to think if I could gather up my entire 401k and bet against the guy.
I mean, you probably could.
That makes me hate him. I mean, I'm aware of this, but just when you hear him and he just thinks it's going to be so easy.
Yeah.
And he's 29 years old with basically no football experience. We're talking about Brandon Ayuk struggling, having not played in a year and a half, and we think this guy's going to just.
I mean, his
what kind
his
of-
audacity and just brazen disrespect of guys who've been playing since they're 5 years old to try to make it to the NFL.
How dare he say there are some not good athletes in the NFL? Are you insane?
I mean, this is a perfect encapsulation of why I don't follow the exploits of Jake and/or Logan Paul. I mean, they're just the worst of the worst.
Well, he's also
infuriating to
lying.
hear that.
Do you really think any NFL coach? Now he didn't say NFL. He said coaches have contacted him, or he's been in contact about him joining their teams. That hasn't happened. There's no way.
Only
And
maybe.
then he's talking about catching passes, so he's going to be a tight end. There's no way he's a wide receiver, right? So tight end.
Well, I don't even know how tall is he.
He's 6'1", 200 when he's fighting. Chigakonkwo, who we're talking about, 6'3", 240.
Yeah, I mean,
Think somebody that weighs 200 is going to line up as an NFL tight end?
no.
No, is he trying to talk about playing like wide out, like wide receiver, or tight end?
He just said catch balls. I'm assuming tight end.
Well, I mean, he's way too small to be a tight end.
I think
in
he
the
thinks
NFL.
he could be a slot receiver. That's what I think. I think he thinks he could be a slot receiver.
Do you know how covered he would be by like Amik Robertson?
Well,
Like Amik Robertson would just bitch him right off the line of scrimmage, and he's not even that big.
remember
He
when,
wouldn't be able to beat that guy to make a catch.
remember
in the
when
league.
Tim Tebow tried to make the transition eventually from quarterback? And Tim Tebow is a phenomenal athlete. Just didn't work out at that level. He tried to make the switch to tight end, at the very end there, and just got cut, and was kind of embarrassing. He'd be 100 times worse.
I actually was thinking of Tim
100 times
Tebow
worse.
in another way. And I respect the hustle. Like, if he wants to try, go ahead.
Yeah.
But when Tim Tebow transitioned to baseball,
Yeah.
and he gave it a go,
Yeah.
and he chased his dream, and it just didn't work out. It's just not that easy to all of a sudden, hey, I'm going to do this. Ask, who was the guy that was here? Sammy Reyes, who was sculpted like a god.
Yeah.
Guy looked amazing. And he had much better numbers. Was it Sammy? I forget his first
it's a
name.
different name, but I know
You know who I'm talking about. He was like a Latino guy.
He was like a Brazilian, maybe a Brazilian
I thought
guy.
it was Sammy Reyes, no?
Is
Yeah,
it?
it was like SAMMIS.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Sammy Reyes.
Sammy Reyes.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
right. Yeah,
I think you were right.
Whatever.
One of
We
the-
all know who we're
one of
talking
the rare
about.
times you were right.
We talked about him for like 2 years about how he was developing and it was going to be great. And then it just didn't work out.
I mean, even a guy who's like a fifth or a sixth receiver, like who's going to be on the bubble for getting cut in a training camp for any NFL team, is 1,000 times better at NFL football than Jake Paul would ever be.
I mean, it's
Just think of
preposterous to even think
Van
about it.
Jefferson or Traylon Burks. Like, think about how much more advanced they are at playing NFL football than Jake Paul could ever be.
He literally thinks he's just going to run a few routes, catch a few balls,
Right.
like with his brother throwing it to him.
Yeah.
And then he's going to make the NFL.
No, he's actually an insane person.
well, he also may just have a metagame that his deal is he's made millions off of YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And so if he starts training in football and posting videos, people consume it and he'll make money. Look,
For a
I
short
respect
time.
his hustle that for
For a short
years he
time.
trained in boxing and, he got decent, but he also compiled victories against Nate Robinson, basketball player, washed up MMA guys.
No, as somebody said, he's an entertainer. He wasn't really a boxer. He's an entertainer.
Yeah.
That's fine. If you want to consume that. But this idea that he's just going to step in and even get a look from the NFL
Hey, can
is
we
insane.
can we band together and just never consume his content? Will you join me, EB? Please? I don't know if I can get JP because JP seems like he's a Paul Mark.
No,
I'm
not
not
really.
sure
He's a Logan Paul Mark.
Well, no,
He loves his backflips.
I would say this: neither one of them do I think I've ever particularly sought them out. But when I see Logan Paul wrestle, I'm blown away at his ability.
I mean, when Jake Paul fought Mike Tyson, right? We all watched that.
Regrettably, yes.
It was horrendous.
Horrendous.
I
Yeah.
want however long that was of my life back. When I'm on my deathbed, when the death rattle is coming, I'm going to think to myself, I wasted 40 minutes of my life watching one of the Paul brothers fight Mike
The only
Tyson,
thing I'll say
Who
is
was almost 60.
which was just a farce.
the only thing I'll say is I do respect their marketing abilities, like their abilities to create something out of nothing, and what they've done. From a marketing perspective, just creating this persona and this
I mean,
career
I
out
kind
of
of
nothing.
respect that, but I have 3 words for the Paul brothers. Not for
Yeah.
me. I can't make it any more simple.
Football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Coming up next, we'll fill you in on what went down yesterday in Bowie at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game. We're the Junkies. Coming right back.
Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. So it was a big day for the Junks yesterday. We returned to our roots. It was Sports Junkies night, along with like 3 or 4 other promotions at Prince George's County Stadium.
I never got a margarita.
For the
What
Bay
happened
Sox
to the margaritas? I didn't see it.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm
missed
not
that
sure.
whole part.
Although in the suite, you had left to go to the bathroom. There was a waitress that came by, and she's like, "I can get you anything you want."
Yeah.
She's like, they sell 6-packs of beer.
Okay.
She's like, but you can mix and match.
Okay, nice.
And we had just come from Jerry's.
Yeah.
So Jason and I
It
were
was
in there.
so
I think you
full.
were outside. You were on your phone.
Well, I wanted to be
And-
outside because it was a little hotter. I don't like
Yeah.
being in cold ass air conditioning.
Okay. Jason and I were inside.
I
and-
love cold ass air
and she
conditioning
came in, but we
personally.
had just gotten back from Jerry's. I mean, it was like in the first 5 minutes that we were in that suite.
Yeah.
And Jason and I were like, no, we don't need anything. And
Do you know how full I am off a crab bomb? Again, thank you to Jerry's and Phil. I mean, the crab bombs are unbelievably filling.
Sure. It's more than a meal.
Yeah.
But thank you to everybody who came out, first and foremost.
I was stunned by the number of people that stopped by to say hello, to get a picture, sign JP's book.
Yeah.
They had a rack of pictures there that the Bay Sox had printed out that people were coming by and we were signing for.
And they literally had 900 pictures.
Yeah.
And there were so many.
I gave it the promotions. I say use this for other gigs.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
Why
we're not
not?
going to use them all,
Right.
But I know that when JP posted the videos of like us throwing out the first pitch, that there's nobody in the stands. I mean, that's right. It's
It's a Thursday night AA minor league game.
Yeah, I think there maybe were, when all told, maybe 800,000 people at the game.
Yeah.
But when we were throwing out the first pitch, maybe there were a couple hundred people in the stands.
Because people are still filtering in.
Yeah,
We're
people
throwing
are
out the
still
first pitch at
filtering
like
in.
6:15, and
When
the game doesn't start till 6:35.
Right. So it's 20 minutes before game time.
Yeah.
Obviously there's almost no one there. But by the time after we throw out the first pitch or whatever, and then we come out and they take us behind the stands. And they had a little table set up. I actually thought it was going to be like one of our old like Sleep Number appearances where we're like in a mall and no one comes by.
I had the same fear.
That's literally what I was like. I was like, guys, you don't understand. No one's going to come. I mean, literally no one's going to come. And so many nice people came by. It
was very
There was
nice.
a line of people there.
Yep.
I really felt good about it.
And it was good to see some old friends. Horsey's parents came by.
Yeah, John and Nancy were
Hadn't
there.
seen them in a while.
I mean, Coach Lonergan came out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Coach
Mike Lonergan was there.
Good to see him.
And some, longtime listeners, some listeners that came out to Dewey. Our guy Brian came from Pennsylvania.
Very nice of him to do
People
come
came
out
that.
and
from
see
all
us.
over. I met a couple that I don't know where they live. I think they live just right there in Bowie now. The one girl, I think she said she grew up in Camp Springs.
Okay.
The other guy, maybe she went to Surrattsville High School. And I asked them how many kids they have. No kid. 6 cats, though, Cakes. 6 cats.
That's a lot of cats.
I think when you have 6, you're definitely qualified as cat people.
Yeah.
You gotta be.
That's too many.
That's
I think 2 or less normal.
yeah.
Over 2. Like if you
4
told me you
more?
had 3,
Yeah.
I'd raise my eyebrows. But 4 more.
That's a lot.
That's
One of Lonergan's boys, I can't remember his name. He was in charge of the auxiliary field at FedEx Field. He's the reason why he came with Mike last night. He's the reason why we played at the auxiliary field at FedEx for our
Okay.
Divas game.
Nice.
And he's the one that called in when he heard we were going to have the game. He said, hey, come by here. I run this thing. We got a brand new field here. You should use it. He did it without basically any permission from the county or anything.
Went
was it
rogue.
He was
PG
worried
Sport
he
and
was going
Learn?
to get fired. And here's one thing, though, that was interesting. He takes pride in. And he ultimately, he got credit from, Mark Curry and these other, people in local politics or whatever that, we gave them all that attention for that field. To this day, we hold the record attendance
Look at that.
for any event they've had at
Junks
the auxiliary
record
field.
holders.
There's
Nice.
been no DeMatha St. John's game, anything you can think of. None of them. They're all second to the Junkies Divas game.
You know what we do? We put butts in seats.
We put butts in seats.
That's
With the
just
all-
what we
at least
do.
at the Turkey Bowl.
That is true.
At least at the Turkey
Hey,
Bowl.
we put some butts in the seats at Prince George's County
We put
Stadium
some.
last night.
We put some.
I mean, we're not going to claim it was a sellout, but what are you going to do?
So the first pitch, I threw a nubby first pitch.
Yeah, you hopped
Well,
yours
you
in.
also had said, you're like, This is a classic JP, just kind of like not really preparing at all. You hadn't even tossed the ball 1 inch, like anywhere. Like at least play catch for a second.
I didn't have time because I was doing videos of you guys.
I feel like my 2 pitches to Drab in the hallway here earlier yesterday.
That's all you needed.
Is all I needed. It gave me like a boost of confidence.
No, I actually.
And I was good.
I had to feel a baseball. I dragged my daughter out front. I said, "Go grab a glove. Let me throw you a couple balls.
Okay.
I want to make sure." Because it feels like a golf ball in your hand, a little baseball, if you haven't thrown one in years.
I don't even think that was the legit ball, right?
I mean, it's like a souvenir
It was
ball.
all plasticky.
I don't know, some sort of souvenir ball.
Yeah. It was fine. I think the Bay Sox were awesome. I'm wearing my Bay Sox hat.
I'm wearing mine
You know what?
as well.
I haven't been a hat guy in a long time. For some reason, I like this Bay Sox hat.
I like this hat, but I'm not generally a flat brim guy, and this one's hard to kind of bend the brim.
Looks good on you.
I'm just gonna rock it.
It looks
what
good
are you gonna do?
But
Chesapeake Bay
right
Sox.
right before JP throws his pitch, he goes, I haven't thrown a ball in years. and then he went up there and he did, I think, that classic mistake. You tried to kind of fire it in.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, it's fine.
The pro move. I
tried to do. I also did a little mini leg kick. Like you guys just kind of grabbed it and threw it.
Yeah.
I did a little leg kick. So we did the first pitch.
So does that mean we get breakfast?
Sure.
I'm not supposed to eat till 10, but
That's fine.
I might make an
I'll
exception.
buy breakfast. Then Cakes and I agreed to do their wacky bits.
Yes.
Jason was there. He wasn't going to do it. Eric didn't express any interest.
No interest.
And
I will never
And
do
we
it
knew
anymore.
it was coming,
I've
Cakes.
been there, done
Because
it.
Drab told us there were 2 possibilities. One was we were going to like get in those big balls and slam into each other.
Sure.
And then there was some sort of bungee thing,
That
which we
would have
didn't
probably
understand.
been the least embarrassing
Yeah,
of all of
maybe.
the options.
But they gave us the dizzy bat race.
That's got to be a minor league staple.
Oh, it has
because
to be.
we did that at Prince William County Stadium 20 years ago.
Every
the
minor
Fred
league
Nats,
game
yeah,
that's ever happened has had that promotion.
I don't think I did that in Frederick.
I will tell you that when Eric and I did this thing years ago, we didn't spin as long as Cakes and I were spinning.
Yeah.
Cakes and I were spinning.
Well,
I was spinning
Our
fast.
guy, I believe his name was Evan, who was the MC, who was like he was doing the count up or count down.
He's also a former Pointer Ridge Elementary alum.
Very nice. So he started at 1, went to 10. And his 1 through 7 was pretty quick. But 8, 9, and 10, he was taking a sweet time because he was trying to milk it. He wanted us to keep going and get dizzier and dizzier.
Yeah.
And then
And this is what I misunderstood.
Yeah.
EB, it's a race, right? And they told us, they said, okay, you're going to run from home plate to third base. There'll be a finish line.
Yeah.
You have to do 10 spins. So I thought doing your 10 spins was part of the race. I was going super fast. I know our guy from Ref the Districts, he apparently broke down the film.
Yeah.
He said, I did 11 and a half spins. Cakes did 8.
Yeah, I was pacing myself because I was like, first of all, I had crab soup in the tum tum, and I had a third of a pretty hoppy beer already in the gullet.
I would have
and I
puked.
was like, if I go super fast, I'm not only going to lose the race, I'm going to vomit on the field, and that's going to be a horrible look.
Yeah.
And we'll never get invited back.
But so we do the spins, and maybe I did more spins than him. And then the guy goes, go.
Yeah.
And then I just pretty much peel off to the left.
that was-
Cakes peels off to the right.
I went off to the right because when you're doing that dizzy bat, when you drop the bat, you're disoriented.
Of course,
So
you're
I
dizzy.
dropped the bat and you're dizzy, and I was leaning towards the third baseline. What I didn't realize was they had the freaking the tape stretched out.
You ran right past it.
I ran right past it.
You
and
would
then-
have beat him.
And then to my left, I see the tape stretched out. I was, I botched it. I didn't run to the tape. I ran to third base
missed
like a
the
big
tape.
stupid, and I missed it. And I
You
lost.
actually
I
would've
can't
beat
believe
them.
you gave JP that victory.
I
You
lost
had
on-
it. You were
you had
smoking
it.
him.
I lost on a technicality.
Well, not a technicality. You ran off course.
Literally didn't even see.
Well, to be fair, I ran off course too, and a guy threw
Yeah,
me
you got
back
pushed
in.
back in.
But I think
Got
they
so
said
off.
that Cakes probably got thrown back in.
No, I got gently steered
Yeah,
away
that's-
from the white line because they didn't want you stepping on the white line. That was made clear to us.
Cakes look like one of those little T-ball kids who like runs to third base first after he gets a
Yeah.
hit. Like he had
Instead
no
of running
idea.
to first?
Yeah, he had no idea what
But
was going
Trav, I'm
on.
telling you, literally, I didn't even see the tape until it was too late.
What did you
I
see?
also saw.
see
All I saw
anything?
was third base.
I did-
Literally, that's all I
Cakes,
saw.
I
And the
didn't-
outfield.
I didn't notice, but some people tweeted or hit us up on Instagram. All
Yeah.
the videos are up. Facebook.com/thejunks. If you go to Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio, on Twitter, @Junks Radio. Some people alleged you ran palms up.
I mean, maybe.
Did you
I
run
felt like
palms up?
I felt like I was running as fast as Usain Bolt while I was doing it, but then I saw the video and I was moving like a glacier.
Well-
but apparently JP was moving slower because I was smoking him. I just didn't get to the
Well, I
finish
think you
line.
got out. I think you got out of the bat. Like you got
Yeah,
off the bat faster.
Yeah, my release was quicker.
And then I actually saw the finish line.
Yeah.
So you were already ahead of me before I started running. And then I just, look, we got dizzy.
Yeah, and it's
All
mean,
I know
the
is
whole
that
point.
you had another event, and thank God, Drab knows that, like Jason and I, I'm just not doing that at this stage of my life. I'm just not going to do it.
Cakes, I don't care.
They did this bit where you guys are hooked up to bungee cords,
Yeah.
and you
Yeah.
and I sent the picture to Drab, and I said, "Thank God,
And we had
I'm
hard,
not doing
we had
this."
horses on, okay? And we're basically playing mano a mano tug of war, is
Yeah.
what it was. And they're like, you got to stay low. Low man wins. And I'm down there and I'm low, and we're fighting
You
each
guys
other.
are on all fours, both
We're
of
on-
you.
we're
We're fighting
battling.
inch
You're
for
bear
inch.
crawling.
We
They're
were
bear
battling.
crawling.
And I
Yes.
was like, my right knee is a little bit wonky. I was putting a lot of pressure on it. I was like, I'm gonna blow my knee out doing this wackadoo promotion at the Bay Sox game.
God, there'd be nothing greater than an ambulance coming onto the field for the minor league game
But
because he
look-
blew
look,
out his
for like-
ACL.
For like 25 seconds, it was close to a stalemate, but then JP eventually wore me down, and then
And then you just gave up. You
then
just gave up.
And then once I got yanked like 10 feet, all of a sudden I was like, now it's just over.
It's over.
It's over. I'm not going to recover from this.
You can
Yeah, so
check
I had
it
a
all
terrible
out.
first pitch, but I did win a straw hat and a wiffle ball bat.
Yes, you did.
For 2 dubs over Cakes.
Got a lot of swag.
You can check all that out. It's on I don't know, social media for Junks Radio,
Yeah.
etc.
It was a fun night.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gotta
so thank
everybody.
you to the Chesapeake Bay Sox. You know what? They'll always be the Bowie Bay Sox to me, Cakes.
That's
Yeah,
a lot
the
of
Bowie
guys.
Bay
He's like,
Sox
"Oh, it's
stuff.
the Bowie
And
Bay
they were
Sox
the,
to me."
what are the Congrejos last night?
Yes. Congrejos Fantasmos,
Yes.
I believe.
Ghost Crabs.
Ghost Crabs. Yeah. it
Ghost
was a
Crabs.
Fun promotion. It was
So it was a good time. Remember, later in the show, Grant Paulson's going to join us. We will get into the Nationals and what to expect coming up here at the trade deadline. Scott Abraham from ABC 7 as the rookies report today in Ashburn. Yes, training camp is underway.
All right, guys. The Junkies are brought to you by FanDuel. Baseball fans, the MLB season is in full swing, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action's easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Maybe James Wood will hit a bomb for you. CJ Abrams will go yard. Are you ready to play your game? All you have to do is head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. Play ball and swing for the fences on FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 21 and over. Present Virginia. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Ravens waived rookie quarterback Diego Pavia to make room for veteran center Ethan Posick, who officially signed his free agent contract. The Ravens signed Pavia as an undrafted free agent in April after he became the first Heisman Trophy finalist in 12 years to go undrafted, and now he's a free agent. More news as training camps get underway here. Giants wide receiver Malik Nabers will not start training camp on the PUP list, which is a good indicator that he'll be ready to play in the Giants season opener. He tore his ACL in a game back on September 28th. And we got our first look at the Cardinals rookies Jeremiah Love and Carson Beck, who were both at camp yesterday. But in addition to those two at camp, some positive news for Cardinals fans. Quarterback Jacoby Brissett was participating in practice amid his contract dispute. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined today by Eric Bickle and Johnny Cakes Auville. I'm heading to Puerto Rico on Sunday.
Nice. Very
I've
nice.
never planned a trip later in the ball game than this one.
Nice.
Flights were booked on Sunday, hotels booked on Monday. Going to hit 2 different spots. My uncle was texting me this morning. He's going to pick me up at the airport. That's
Nice.
strong.
Love that.
I think we're going to do, I've always rented a car when I'm there because we do bounce around. I have 2 uncles, one that lives in the center of the island, and then my Uncle Carlos. And this time I think we're just going to try and Uber it. Maybe the math is going to whore me.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I think once we're staying at the Grand Hyatt Regency, I think
Okay.
for 4 or 5 days. It's a resort. Most of the time there will probably be
You just walk
on the
around.
resort.
Yeah.
We might go into town once or twice, but you know, when you end up going to a resort, generally you don't leave that much.
Yeah.
We
You wanna
might do an
take advantage of the
excursion. I
resort.
think Kelsey wants to rent a boat for a day or something. So we'll. The question is, do I go snorkeling?
Ooh, hold on.
Are you guys pro or anti snorkelers?
I think the last time I went snorkeling was
Well,
on my
hold on.
honeymoon. I mean,
Okay.
I'm not averse to it, but I just haven't done it a lot.
That mean you have to get on a big ass boat and they take you way
Usually
out.
do a catamaran.
Yeah.
You go out there and then
I got sick
I
got sick on the
you
boat.
actually got sick.
on the boat. Yeah.
When I did it on my honeymoon, I think Jess hated it because they threw the bread in the water
Okay.
and then the fish attack and the
Okay.
fish like just completely surrounded her, which I think is kind of the point.
Well, yeah, that's the
but she
point.
just got kind of freaked out. Like she liked the swimming / snorkeling part, but when they were all on top of her, she didn't
Here's
like
the
it.
thing with snorkeling. I don't know. It's a mental block for me. I could never submerge myself.
You couldn't go down
Like
and
use
blow
the
out.
snorkel
Yeah.
correctly.
Yeah.
I would only hover around the top and blow air.
right.
Yeah.
I never quite
Couldn't
figured
deep
out
dive.
how you would dive deep and then come up, blow the air out or whatever, and then
You're just
go-
blowing
without-
out constantly while you're underwater.
I just didn't know how to
Like
do
you
it.
can't like
or you
I've-
just hold your breath.
you can, but I think from what I remember from the one time I've done it in my life, they told you once you submerge,
Yeah.
you're just blowing out constantly.
Yeah, but you can't.
Keep the obviously the water from coming into your mouth while
Right.
you're 10 feet or 15 feet
But you
underwater.
can't be down there very long.
Oh, no.
Then you got to come up.
Then you got to come back up.
But I would always come up, put my head out. You know what I mean? I just never knew. I don't know how to use a snorkel.
I don't know. I'm probably going to do one
stupid.
like usually when we go to Puerto Rico. I mean, for years my family had an apartment in Isla Verde. Now that's sold, so we do different things and go to different areas. And I actually was just looking at these excursions with my 9-year-old, and she was actually intrigued by scuba diving. I'm not doing. I told her we're not doing. I told her we're not doing
Definitely
scuba
not
diving
doing
because
that.
Well,
you have to take a class. Get it's a whole thing. It's a heavy tank.
Definitely not doing that.
I said we might do snorkeling, but they also have zip lining in the rainforest.
Well, I would not do
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
you
I've
guys-
done zip lining before, but I think that's one where I'm gonna been there, done that,
Nope.
and
Not doing that.
I've taken that risk, and I don't need to do it again.
I think it's a bit where it's like zip lining in the rainforest. They might have some sort of like water slide.
Yeah. It seems like too exotic.
I don't
for
know.
me.
They struggle enough
Do
to
something
get
different.
power.
Again-
I don't think I would do it.
I've got no plans.
The most daring thing that I do at this point, and this challenge, I haven't accomplished it in a few years, is you're gonna laugh, is swimming from one end of the pool to the other underwater, no breath.
Well, how big is the pool? 25
It's
meters?
at Norbeck, like from one end to the other. It's
That
you know,
seems like
it's
a pretty
standard
good sized pool.
It's
Is
a
it-
standard sized
It's
pool.
probably
That's-
it's not
it's
50
difficult.
I don't
meters,
think I could do
25
that.
meter,
I
right?
mean, I've done it before when I was younger, and I
Your lung capacity isn't what it is anymore.
I attempted it. I think it was like 2 weeks ago, and I made it about 80% of the way.
Oh,
and
dagger.
So you're close.
I was distraught when I had to come up from underneath the water because I saw how close I was. I was like, you couldn't hold your breath for 8 or 10 more seconds, but literally I couldn't. I didn't feel like I was able to.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna try to conquer that thing at some point before the end of the summer. It's just a weird, dumb thing I do with my daughter. Like we challenge each other.
Could she do it?
She's done it before, but neither we're 0 for
You're 0
this
Who
summer.
went further? Because I'm guessing
most
you guys
recent-
do it at the same time,
No, we
right?
do it like one will do it,
Oh.
and then see if the other person
who won the last
can
time?
surpass. I think I beat her by like 5 or 10 feet, but it
Nice.
wasn't a lot.
Right.
I'm gonna make it to the other side though at some point. The cigarettes I've smoked with Mike Marr this summer is probably not helping. They're not helping in that pursuit and in
Right.
that matter.
All right. I think that once training camp starts, his name is not going to come up
Kind
as
of officially
often.
starting today.
But
Rookies reporting.
we have to bring up the latest with Brandon Ayuk.
Yes.
He's bought a house. Is it in Ashburn?
It just says Loudoun,
in Loudoun County.
He
It's not-
misspelled Loudon,
Yeah.
but it's
Right.
Loudoun County.
It's not only a house; it's a
If it's-
house with a $10 million price tag.
So you know what my guess is? He probably bought an ex-Redskins house. I wish
mean-
Jason was here because
I mean,
Jason knows all the real estate agents.
Okay, we need to update Landon Brandon. Let's bring it down. I don't know.
Hold on,
that-
where's that? I mean, it's like
It's
at
like below
0% right
zero.
now, right?
Here, hold up. I'll get it.
All right, you can update the Landon Brandon
Here's
meter.
the thing: the audacity to come out here and buy a $10 million estate. He's kind of flexing that he's got that kind of financial freedom that he could do that. Is there any chance that he still knows something that the rest of us don't?
Well, I'm not
Is
sure
there
about
any
that.
chance?
But I would push back a little bit on the fact that he has the financial freedom to buy a $10 million house. If I were one of his advisors, I would say, "What are you doing buying a $10 million home? You should be putting that money in the market because these NFL paychecks are not going to last you forever."
yeah,
All right, EB,
I don't care if he goes broke.
You had this at one point at like 12.5%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we bumped it down to 1.
Yeah.
Does this latest move make him go back? Is there any way he can get back into the yellow area, which is 25 to 50%?
I just don't know.
Maybe he knows something that we don't know.
Maybe he knows something. He did reference "Thank you, Momager." Did you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
So
but
does
who-
that?
So
is
that's
that
Jaden's mom, right?
Some people
I
think
don't know.
that is alluding to Jaden's mom.
that's the insinuation.
Now, Drab gave us some information that I wasn't aware of. He says that Ayuk's family lives in Virginia.
Okay.
Maybe as a sister or something. He said, "Yeah, I don't
well,
know."
because we've always debated like what is he's putting Virginia on his tags.
Yeah.
And I think he has some family that lives out here. I think his sister lives here
Okay.
somewhere. Maybe out in Loudoun County. But I'll also say this. People are joning on him. It's not like he lit $10 million on fire. He could probably resell that house for $12 million in 2 years.
possible.
I mean, we don't know
It's
that.
possible.
Well, okay,
that's-
but it's not
Well,
going
the
to
market
zero.
has
It's
been
not
going
like-
down, actually.
It's an investment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's not like he bought. A car is going to obviously
Right.
lose its value.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, where are you putting this?
I don't
Landon
know.
Brandon.
I mean,
meter.
Cake's had it at less than 0,
I mean,
so it would be like that.
I'm going to put it at 1%. That 1% chance that he just quietly knows that they're still going to give him a look-see whenever he's available.
And look, maybe he's buying the house as an investment, and maybe his sister is going to live there with him, or it's something for his family for down the road. I don't know.
I'm not sure it's very well thought out, Cakes. Doesn't appear to be very well thought out.
I'm sure it's not meticulously planned by Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. But it does make you wonder, is it possible that we're all just completely missing the boat here, that he does have an assurance from someone?
But he still hasn't been reinstated, right?
He's not been
Correct.
reinstated and hasn't appeared
And by
to
the
do
way,
anything to make that happen.
For anybody that's around him in his inner circle, again, he has carte blanche. He has a red carpet to appear on this program anytime he wants. He's welcome to call in. If he wants to swing in and sit in JP's seat and hang out and air his dirty laundry about the 49ers, he's welcome to do that.
Totally.
Please, somebody get that message to Brandon Ayuk.
Totally
to
welcome.
BA.
Welcome at any time he come in here.
That would be gold if he called into the show. Wouldn't understand
invitation.
anything he would say
Not really.
because I don't understand what he says in half of his videos.
Now, unlike most people, I don't have anger towards the guy. I really don't.
I don't either.
It's just kind of funny to me, the whole thing. I did think it was a serious possibility before all the hijinks that they would sign him. I took the beat reporters at their word that they assumed that eventually he would gain his release and Washington would give him a look. It does seem like an improbable thing now, but I'm not angry at the guy. He hasn't done anything that's made me angry.
What if he showed up? This would be kind of a Terrell Owens move, when Terrell Owens did a workout in his front lawn and he's doing sit-ups. But what if he showed up to Commander's Park with his cleats?
Well, you just can't do that. They would have to escort him out.
They would say, you're a member of the 49ers. You can't be here.
They'd probably call the police.
what are you doing?
They'd probably have to call the police.
Yeah, they would have to have him removed from Commander's Park or whatever it's called.
I mean, if he shows up with cleats under contract to the Niners, then you got to put him in a mental institution.
Yeah, you need to send a straight
then
jacket his way.
It's 100% factual
Yeah.
that he's lost his mind.
Or he just doesn't know how the business side of the league works, where he has to get, first of all, reinstated back and then released by the Niners so that he can become a free agent.
He seems like he's so angry with the Niners. If I'm reading what he's saying correctly, he's going to spite himself. He's not even going to go there to take the steps to get released because he doesn't want to go there.
Maybe he's made enough in his career that he's never going to work again.
Oh, I don't.
If he was a normal human, he has.
Yeah. With the way he appears to spend money, I don't think that he doesn't have an endless source of income. Despite
How
all the
much has he
numbers-
made in his career? He's made enough that we would be able to retire.
Yeah, but we're not
and live
we're not
fantastic.
Yeah, but
on
we're
it.
not flying private and like buying $10 million homes and probably being reckless with our money. I'm just gonna guess Brandon Ayuk not very good with his finances. I'm just gonna go out on that limb.
I don't know if he's ever going to catch another ball in the NFL.
What if he's bought 10 Starbucks? You don't even know about it, and he's got guys running them. And he's got.
I doubt that he's done that, but if he's done that, good for him.
Yeah,
he might be like you, and every time he goes to the bathroom, because this is Cakes when he goes to the bathroom, he's looking at his stocks. Every time Cakes goes to the bathroom, he's looking down.
Every time.
Right. So maybe Brandon Ayuk is checking in on his financial advisor,
I'm just gonna
and his
guess.
financial advisor is saying, "Hey, you made $50 million. It's now $60 million, and it's growing."
This is strictly a guess on my part. I'm going to guess that he's not the next Magic Johnson with his finances
but
and
you know
his
this,
investments.
even if he does nothing, the more money you have, the more it compounds.
Understood.
He's got a lot more than us, so it's probably growing faster.
Yeah, but he also spends a lot more than we
I don't
spend.
know. I don't know what he
From the
spends.
looks of it, I'm just assuming his spending is probably out of control.
Well, I don't think him buying the house in Loudoun County.
You don't think that's an indication that he knows
I
something?
don't think it's an indicator that he's going to be in training camp. Because he'd have to be in training camp, by the way, next week.
I know.
All right,
Valdez,
the rookies
will you
report
chime in,
today.
please? I
think there's a little.
There's a 1%.
There's a little smoke.
There's a 1%. I mean, the guy went out and bought a freaking $10 million house. No, listen, maybe he put $1 million down, and that's not that much to him, and he got some huge mortgage payment.
It's a nice area. Maybe he's always wanted to move out here.
And if he has, it could be for the family too.
I mean, honestly, how many $10 million plus homes are there in
I don't know.
Loudoun County?
That's why I'm wondering.
I mean, I'm sure there are a decent amount because it's an affluent area, but I mean, $10 million. That's quite a threshold.
I agree. Maybe he bought like Trent Williams' house or something. I wish Jason was here because Jason knows all the real estate agents out there.
We got it. We're working on it.
I'm looking at it, but I'm trying to confirm 100% that this is the house.
Right.
It looks like he bought a house in the Creighton Farms area.
Okay.
Right.
Which is where a lot of guys buy homes.
And I don't think it's completed yet. I think it's a $10 million build.
It's gonna be
Okay, so it's being built at
That's what it
this
looks
point.
like.
Okay.
Dude, he's manifesting, EB, right? You always hear people talking about he's manifesting the Commanders.
Yeah, but it didn't. From the outside looking in, it doesn't look like it's going to work.
I don't
but
think
he
it
is
is.
manifesting.
He's definitely manifesting.
This is the strongest public manifesting I've ever seen.
He likes to wear burgundy. He likes to say,
He's telling
"Go
you to buy
Commanders."
tickets.
Yeah.
He's wearing the gear. He bought a freaking house.
Little Monkey Wrench said he trashed the quarterback a little bit. It was his supposed
maybe
boy.
they patched
And
it
his
up.
mom.
Yeah, maybe they patched it up.
Yeah.
He said thanks to the momager. Maybe she gave him the reference.
He's just joning. Everyone's saying he's trash. He's just joning like we do.
Right. They might have that relationship.
Yeah.
My one theory that's always been is that the reason why it might still be in play is they've always known he's crazy.
Yeah.
And this is nothing new.
Yeah.
Yep.
EB calls me fat doesn't mean he hates me.
I mean, I'm looking at just like a $7 million home in Leesburg. I mean, do you really need $3 million worth more of home than that? If you're
Nobody
Brandon
needs any of
Ayuk,
that.
this is insane.
Yeah.
This is an insane home, and his home is $3 million more than this one that I'm looking at. That's, by the way, 10,700 square feet. It's a $7 million home.
It's huge.
How
All right,
big
why don't
is
we
a
do this?
$10 million
We got
home?
people that want to chime in. Let's come back. Take some calls from if anybody. Do you think he's got some insight? Does it lend any credence to all of his, tweets and or posts and Commanders buy tickets?
Right.
and-
Should our Landon Brandon meter be higher than 1%, which is what Eric has it at now? Now, Cakes would have it as less than 0.
I give him a 1%.
Is it
He
1%?
might know
Should it be
something.
higher?
Does Brandon Ayuk know something we don't know? 800-636-1067. Bang out your calls. Don't go anywhere.
talking to Mike Marr about this during the break, and it dawned on me. I mean, it's dawned on me before, but it's something that should be fixed if somebody out there knows how to fix this.
Okay.
Our 3 main social media accounts. Now, the station has a TikTok, but the Junkies do not have a TikTok.
Maybe
And we don't
should.
have a Snapchat.
Maybe we should.
The station may have a Snapchat. I'm not sure. Yeah. But the 3 things which I mostly operate is we have a Twitter account, which is @JunksRadio.
Yeah.
We have an Instagram account.
Right.
If you want to check out the videos from our Bay Sox game, whether it's the first pitch, our Dizzy Bat race, all that sort of stuff, you can go to Instagram. That's Sports Junkies Radio. And then Facebook, which was maybe established before all of them, is facebook.com/thejunks.
Okay.
How do you retroactively get them all to have the same handle?
I don't know.
Not sure how that works.
You know what I mean? Like if you, and I'll tell you what happened with Instagram. At some point, my kids kept saying, why do you guys not have an Instagram account? The Junkies don't have an Instagram account. So I started it, and I couldn't get Junks Radio. Of course, I wanted it to be the same as Twitter. Couldn't get it. Got Sports Junkies Radio. But is there a way to go back and get it?
I don't know.
Tweet us if you know, or send a DM on Instagram.
I think you could change your name like once or twice in your tenure. They allow you to change it like once.
See, I think, back in the day, I don't think anybody's doing it now, but back in the day, people tried to get your handle so that you would pay them for it.
Yeah, they're cyber squatters. They're terrible people.
I don't think anybody is cyber squatting Junks Radio on Instagram.
And they might be. You don't know.
But I do know this. If they are, we're not paying.
No, we're not paying
We'll
anything.
stay at Sports Junkies Radio.
We're not paying jack.
All I'm saying is, isn't it ideal to have one name?
Yes. Of course it is. You don't want to
'Cause
muddy
I
the
forget
waters.
sometimes.
I know, but I think it just might be too late. Unless you want to change it to something totally different.
Cat's out of the bag.
Yeah. I wouldn't stress it too much. I don't think it's that big a deal.
All right, so I put the Ayuk meter, the Landon Brandon Ayuk meter back up there. EB's got it at 1% that it happens. But maybe buying a house means something. Does it mean something to you that he's in Loudoun County? He's very close to a Commander's Park. He could almost run to Commander's Park from that house.
There are these stories every once in a while where you hear like a free agent receiver who's like holding a sign outside like Ashburn, hey, let me in, give me a tryout. You know what I mean? Like you'll see a case like that. This is even beyond that.
Those aren't guys who've signed like $120 million deals. Yeah. Like with the 49ers.
They're not former Pro Bowlers.
This is honestly the weirdest thing I've seen. And I think this is right up there with the weirdest thing I've seen. Weirdest situation in professional football.
It's a bizarre saga that's unfolding.
It's the weirdest thing I've seen.
It would be hilarious if the next video that you got was him running routes with Terry McLaurin.
I mean, that would be crazy.
Well, I mean,
that's a 0%
He has to get reinstated and released first.
Well, you can work out with whoever you want.
I think he's right. But
like during the offseason, I guess you could do
that.
that,
You see guys cross teams working out together.
Here's why I don't think he's that serious, because Jaden was just in California with a bunch of Commanders skill position players throwing the football like at an off-season, training event.
Well, I'm sure he wasn't invited.
Brandon Ayuk wasn't there.
Well, they didn't invite him.
Well, I mean, if he's really boys with Jaden, don't you think he'd call him up and say, "Hey, man, you're in Cali. Let me come down and catch the passes from you." Like if they're really tight, Jaden would probably say, "Okay, you can go after Diami and after Ben Sinnott and after Van Jefferson."
I think we're all questioning how tight they really are at this point.
I'm sure, as we should be.
800-636-1067. Does Brandon Ayuk know something the rest of us don't? Let's go to Scott in Silver Spring. Scott, what's up?
What's up, guys? I just hope somehow he gets y'all's message and he calls in or comes, because that would be some of the best, because he'd be unfiltered and he would just. But just think if somehow he lands here and it works out, how less crazy is he going to look after that if that happens? With the low percentage that it does happen, but if that happens, he's going to look like a genius.
It would be one of the most improbable things in the history of professional sports at this point.
Where would you be personally on our Landon Brandon meter?
I always say anything's possible, so I'm going to say less than 5%. But
it's
for him to be doing all this and I don't know. Jaden doesn't say much, so you can't get a read on him because, most people that came out said, hey, I have nothing to do with the dude. I don't know what he's talking about. So I don't know, but if he came here and was as productive as he once was, I'd be happy.
Right.
Well, of course.
Yeah, everybody would be happy.
Yeah,
that was the hope.
That's my only thing. Yeah. But
listen, it just doesn't happen like this. It just doesn't work out like this. I mean, it's almost as improbable as Jake Paul showing up and helping the receiving corps. I mean, right?
I would welcome Brandon Ayuk before Jake Paul, obviously.
Well, which one do you think? Don't you think they're about on the same likelihood at this point?
I mean, I would put Brandon Ayuk's chances of landing here much higher than Jake Paul because I don't think he's landing on any NFL roster ever.
Hey, he said coaches have been in contact with him.
Okay,
Cakes.
I'm so sure.
800-636-1067. Let's go to Edward in Rockville. Edward, what's up? What do you think? Does Ayuk know something?
The only thing Ayuk knows is that he's not coming to Washington. Okay? My Landon Brandon is at 0%. I don't want that man anywhere near Ashburn. I really don't want him anywhere near the DMV. But every time I think about Brandon Ayuk, I think about Antonio Brown running off the field shirtless, which is one of the things you guys just talked about people in general. I don't want him. If you look at what he's doing on social media, we don't need that attention, period. Like, that attention is something that we've gotten rid of. We don't need it back here in D.C., man. We don't need it.
But
he's got weird energy.
He does. But he feels wronged.
Yeah, and I don't want it. He's like that one guy sitting at the table that didn't bring enough money to pay for his daggone meal, but he's looking for you to pay for it. But before I get off the phone, hey, be careful throwing those baseballs next time, especially EB. I don't need you, throwing out needing Tommy John surgery, and then you can't swing the golf. The golf.
Trust us.
Wasn't in jeopardy.
Thank you for the concern, but that was a one-off. It's not like we're going to be throwing our arms out at this point.
I mean, we were just lobbing it in there.
Yeah.
God, now he distracted me, made me lose my train of thought.
Your Ayuk thought?
With Ayuk.
So Ayuk buys a home right by Commander's Park. I don't think it means anything. I think he's unhinged.
It's just a troll job by him. Like I find it hard to believe that he's just going to plunk down a bunch of money, and who knows what he's paying, but to buy a house that's close to the team that he's angling to play for.
But the other thing is, usually you can back out of buying a home.
Okay.
Within.
You think he knows
you
think he knows?
I don't know, but I think when you go to closing, you can actually close on a home, and then you maybe have 48 hours to back out.
I don't know.
I'm making that up. Somebody's probably going to kill me, but I believe I've done a closing, and that there's something to that.
I always thought there was some sort of loophole.
I think there's a window.
Yeah, there's like a window.
There's like an escape clause.
Yeah. Like if some ordinary circumstance
change
happens,
your mind.
I feel like you were onto something though, where he's mostly just trying to manifest this. He's just trying to. This is his weird way of making it happen.
I'm just not going to take him seriously until he reinstates himself, so he can be released from the 49ers. Once he does that, then it's on. Because right now he's just floating around in like a state of limbo. Like he can't do anything. He can't sign with anybody.
Look, I mostly agree with Cakes on the money. None of us have any idea whether he has a responsible financial advisor.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who's investing his money and actually the money's growing.
I hope that's
let's
the
just
case.
say if that is, let's work off of that possibility, which you seem to think is unlikely. But let's just say he has that. He's made $50 million or whatever he's made in his career, and he knows it's growing. Maybe it is just a massive troll job, and he doesn't care to even be back in the NFL, EB. So when he did that bit in the closet that one time where he basically was going into his Louis Vuitton bag or whatever fancy bag
and
that was,
the money,
and then he just started throwing money. Maybe this is just a massive, hey, you guys think that I need to be back in the NFL? I don't even need to be back in the NFL. F you.
Yeah, but why go the extra step, though, and tell everybody to buy tickets?
Yeah, I don't know.
Wear Commander's gear.
That's a good point.
Wear burgundy and everything. Buy a friggin' house outside the facility. I mean, it's interesting. I'll tell you that.
You know, I love to tout Occam's razor. Simple answer is usually the answer. He's unhinged. He's a man without a plan, so he just does stuff.
The number I'm getting for him, according to Spot Track, is the cash that he's made so far in the NFL through 6 years. His cumulative cash is right around $60 million.
That is so much money. Cakes.
Okay, it's a lot of money, but my Twitter algorithm is overrun right now by NBA and NFL athletes talking about how $100 million and $150 million isn't a lot of money.
Yeah,
it is first and foremost, but that 60 is immediately cut in half because of taxes for the most part. Then he's got to pay his agents, his managers. He's got to pay.
He fired his agent.
Okay, well that's fine, but it's still you're working at a baseline of $30 million, and he doesn't strike me as the most responsible guy.
But that's
with
his
money.
cash. Maybe. You don't know this. Maybe he's been living off endorsement money.
Possible, but I highly doubt it. How
I just don't know.
attractive is he to companies?
Well,
to
got
endorse
money.
products?
You got money, you're attractive.
On Instagram, isn't one of his 4 follows some sort of brand?
I don't know.
I think it's his own brand where you can't even buy it.
He created a brand.
He created his own brand where you can't even buy it.
Right.
Well, that's a horrible business plan.
Like I
if
said,
that's the
I
case.
tend to agree with Cakes. I'm just throwing out that possibility.
Yeah.
I'm almost rooting for it at this point too. Like if it was all
perversely, too.
work.
I kind of am
If it was
too.
all a work, and then on the first day of training camp, all of a sudden you see a picture, and he's got his arm around Jaden.
Right.
And they're like, gotcha.
Here's the one thing I would say about him being unhinged. He does appear to be unhinged. But prior to all of this, I don't think he was ever a pain in the ass for the team, was he?
You didn't
No, he
hear
just
a
had
lot
the
about
one
him.
speeding incident, and that was kind of during this, right?
Yeah, that was during this. Prior to all of this, was he ever a problem in San Francisco in his 5-6 years?
Not that we're aware of,
my
but
knowledge-
I told
He
you
just have a
that.
break from reality.
I told you that.
That doesn't mean he wasn't a pain in the ass behind the scenes, like in the locker room. That
I know,
we
but
don't know
nobody
about.
ever
But I don't know
insinuated
that.
it. Nobody ever
No.
alluded to it.
No, but Kevin.
Other than Herman Edwards.
Right. Kevin Sheehan had Herm Edwards on the show, and Herm Edwards basically said he was a wild card. Paraphrasing, but basically said you didn't know what you were going to get one day to the next.
That's the only thing we've heard prior to all this. Yeah.
And his teammates, they're not like his teammates in San Francisco. They're not exactly jumping up defending him that much.
Not anymore.
They're not crestfallen
anymore.
that he's not going to be on the field for them in 2026
Yep.
and beyond. I think they're relieved.
1-800-636-1067 coming up at 8 o'clock. We will talk Washington Nationals with our pal Grant Paulson. Scott Abraham joins us at 9 to talk Commanders as the rookies report today in Ashburn.
All right, guys. EB here for Golfdom. Their legacy began in 1982. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf has been your trusted golf shop for generations. From the early days to the present, they've been serving local golfers with excellent service and expertise. Their goal is to empower your journey with the best gear and advice in golf, all backed by their legendary 90-day guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf is here to help you get there.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. Our breakfast order is out there.
Yeah.
But
let's
here's the
go.
dagger.
Oh, no. There's trouble?
Well, I went to check my phone and Trav put the order on my phone.
All right, good.
The first order, for whatever reason, was canceled. So he had to put it in again at a different location. I think it's coming from Roslyn.
Okay,
Where's
it's a
Roslyn?
long way to bring some Mickey
Where is that?
D's.
Crystal City.
It's over there by the
Arlington.
All right.
I mean, the food's staying hot.
I hate it's gonna be butt cold.
By the way,
Trifling.
cold sloppy eggs.
I would be massively tilted if now this is an irrational thought, but I think about these things. If I worked in Roslyn at those high rises, that's the path where basically a bunch of jets come to land in at Reagan National. They come pretty close to those buildings in Roslyn. They come pretty close to that skyline. I'd be a little bit worried if I worked in some of those buildings. If somebody got it just a little bit off the flight path, I'd be concerned. But again, that's me being a worry.
They basically had one major. Well, they've had two major incidents. They had the one just recently with the military helicopter,
Right.
And then they had the one on the 14th Street Bridge.
Yeah, I mean those are spaced out by a lot, but
Yeah.
still,
I think you're probably all right, Cakes.
just something to think about.
I know that
Something
you
I
would think about it. You focus
Something I
on
think
fear.
about. Yes, I do. I deal in fear.
Right.
And you quit going to that
my
airport,
currency.
right?
Yeah, I won't use the DC airport. I'm out on that. I just talked to my buddy. He flies a major airline. He says he's not concerned. I mean, he does it every day, but he does say, yeah, there is no other airport in the country
Yeah.
where the military run exercises that close to a major
It's
airport.
my 3 seed, clearly.
Yeah.
And there's
So-
a big
Just
gap
unnecessary.
between 2 and 3.
Even if it was $1,000 difference, you will forego going to that airport.
Now,
It's just not. I don't put it in the search.
$1,000's a lot of money.
That might
Usually it's not.
change things, but I
Well,
mean,
not
it's
per
usually-
ticket, but let's say your family. Like,
Yeah.
I've got a family of 5 going to Puerto Rico. There's a reason I'm flying on Frontier Airlines.
Oh, man.
Okay, because I'm paying for 5 plane tickets.
Yeah.
By the way, one of the plane tickets starts in California.
Oh, that's true.
Okay,
That's a good
so
point.
I
Yeah.
got Kelsey coming from LA, and then 2 hotel rooms at each of the spots. It's pricey.
That sounds kind of pricey.
Yeah, it is pricey.
Yeah.
So if I can save a few bucks,
It's going to be a big bill.
I always hit when you go to those sites which congregate everything. I always, is that even the right word? Whatever.
Aggregate. Yeah. You're close.
I always just go wash. So that includes Dulles,
Yeah.
BWI, and Reagan.
Yeah.
And then whichever one comes up, that's what I'm going to go to. If it's the most reasonable
I
price.
searched for BWI and Dulles.
Yeah. And I have come to the
That's what I do.
realization that against my, I just wanted to defend Dulles forever, but BDY is just much easier.
I
It's just
agree.
much easier. The problem is that the United, where I get most of my miles, they don't fly out of there. So
That's a problem.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
I have to go to Dulles.
I have to make a decision because we're doing BWI, and I usually do take my car and I drop off the family, and then I'll take my car and I go to not the satellite that's really far away, but the daily parking,
go
which is a
mid-
garage.
Yeah.
And then you have to wait for the bus, or do I just take an Uber? See, I've never been an Uber guy, but it might be more reasonable because a week at the daily rate,
I mean, that's
it's
gonna
going to cost
be
like
about the
$180 or
Yeah, it's
something
going
like
to be
that.
pricey.
Yeah.
An Uber to and from Gaithersburg all the way to BWI,
It's
though.
going to be about the same.
It's right about
It's
the
honestly
same.
going to be
Yeah, but
pretty
it's easier.
similar.
So it's worth the cost, even if it's the same. It's easier for them to just drop you off.
It's
Not
true.
have to
You do
park.
get curb to curb service.
Yeah, I mean,
you get dropped off right at the
huge,
terminal.
especially if you have a lot of bags. It's a pain in the ass. Got a bunch of people. It is easier.
For some reason, that bus ride from the garage to the terminal, it just seems like it's never ending. They're always cramming more people in and more suitcases, and it just takes forever.
It's usually gone smooth for me because, like I said, I usually will drop off the family
Yeah.
and then I'll roll over there, and then they kind of sweat, is he actually going to make it? Because sometimes it does take 20 minutes or so, and they're like,
It's dicey.
I'll get that text. Where are you? We're at the security line.
All right, what's this story that I see? It's in the New York Post that Drabby put in here about guys wearing shorts to work. This is a real thing.
I
Guys
guess,
are doing
I mean,
this?
I'm currently wearing shorts.
Wearing shorts.
Yeah, but
currently
this is
wearing
not a real
shorts.
work.
Right. We're not businessmen.
Yeah.
We're not
This is not a real
executives.
work- yeah.
We're not finance bros.
This is not a serious workplace.
No, this is like we're losers.
In serious workplaces, executive finance bros,
Yeah.
businessmen, whatever you want to call them, are more than ever wearing shorts
like
to
on
work.
Fridays.
We're just
I don't even think
every
it's
day?
saying Fridays.
It says, according to the story, it says, from the Big Apple to Great Britain and beyond, men on the clock are dressing with shorts, sidestepping long-standing white-collar uniform codes as temperatures surge to sweltering highs.
Got to deal with the heat in the
Gotta ask-
marketplace.
I think in
That's
general,
my daughter,
though,
if she notices this. I don't think it's a thing.
I think in general, people dress far more informally at work than even 20 years ago. In my little
I'm sure
professional
that's the
life,
case.
I worked for a mortgage company for 2 years, and I had to buy 3 or 4 suits.
Yeah.
And like, I think on, as EB would mention, on Fridays, it was casual. You didn't have to wear a tie, but I don't know that many people wear ties anymore and go that
Every
hard.
day to work. I mean, I guess it depends on what your gig is and how upscale you dress. Like if you're like a high-powered lawyer, I'm going to guess you're wearing a tie and you're in court all the time. You're probably going to wear a tie. You got to look professional.
We need to hear from people who have real jobs. We
Yeah.
can't relate. 1-800-636-1067. If you work in a professional environment, are you seeing people wear shorts to work? I never saw that when I worked for BF Saul Mortgage Company, okay? I worked for a mortgage
Dude, that
company
was 30
for a
years
year
ago.
and a
You
half.
can't even. It's not relevant.
The only time I ever feel sheepish about wearing shorts here is sometimes I'll see people like in the garage underneath the building, like dressed in like real work clothes, and then I'm walking in with like athletic shorts and a hoodie and a beanie. I know they look at me like, well, what is this guy doing?
Yeah.
What is this guy? They're dressed like a hobo.
Radio
coming to
stations
work.
don't count. That's literally just for weirdos. But like real offices, like there's no chance if you work at a law firm you're wearing shorts. It's just not a thing. I just refuse to believe it. It can't be.
Well,
And
if you were if
it
you were looking for a new lawyer for whatever reason, you're going through something, you have a lawsuit that you're considering, and you showed up to their office and the guy was wearing shorts, would you hire that lawyer?
It'd be hard. It'd be hard to do it. I don't think even in like these big consulting firms, like where Meg works, there's no chance.
No.
All right. Well, we
There's
still
just
have a
no
business
chance.
side in this radio station.
Right.
Like the NLRB.
If Sam Weiner is wearing shorts, that's a show.
Yeah, you're not going to take him
I just-
seriously.
yeah,
Like,
no.
I
just don't think that's
home
true.
And go work from home or
Right.
something.
Yeah, I just don't think that happens.
My hottest take out of all this is I don't think guys should ever wear shorts, really.
Ever?
Unless you're doing active wear.
Right.
I think guys, when they wear shorts like JP's wearing, like Docker shorts,
Yeah.
for the most part, most of the time, you look like a donk.
Really?
I just don't think it's a sharp look.
Okay.
Guys look so much more streamlined when they're wearing jeans and like a t-shirt than your hairy legs and your bow-legged, your wide hips.
How did you rate our fits yesterday when we threw out the? I actually think I was wearing those new Johnny O shorts. I actually thought that I looked silly.
Maybe on a golf course. Maybe on a.
But I think even on a golf course in general, pants look better.
but
it's hard
I've
to pull
always
off.
said that.
You got to be super fit.
Like in a Bay Sox game, we're supposed to wear pants to throw out the first pitch. I know the pitchers
Yeah.
wear pants. I understand that.
Yes. I think
Really?
so. For the most part.
I never would consider wearing pants.
I want you to notice something. Go look at pictures of guys in shorts now
Yeah.
that I've told you this, and you'd be
Right.
like, this guy looks like a dog.
Okay.
When they're wearing their Docker shorts.
Well, I think when good guys look like a donk is when they're wearing them for the 20-year-old shorts.
Like wearing like cargo shorts.
They're
with a
wearing
million
like cargo
pockets.
shorts, or they're wearing like cotton shorts down to their knees.
Yeah.
Well, I
They're
just
like-
posted the picture of the four of us. We're all wearing shorts.
Yeah. I mean,
I actually feel like my shorts were spectacular.
that was a short pants
They
event
were,
last
they were,
night.
mine were Johnny O. They were spectacular.
I would have liked
They
the
fit
Johnny
great.
O. They sent me thirst.
Yeah, those were 36s too. I thought they were a little snug for me, to be honest with you. I think it might have fit. It might have fit you because I have some 34s.
Oh, I didn't
bought.
even consider them.
No, give them to me.
I gave them to Mike Marr or somebody.
Oh, okay. I'll take them because But I think guys. Yeah, I don't know what shorts are you wearing, JP? They're too long. They're too
Under
long.
Armour.
Yeah, I think mine perfect. Some of those donks that were also there throwing out first pitches, too long. Don't look cakes.
Those are just regular, like, Vuori
I mean,
athletic
mine's
shorts.
above the
regular.
knee.
A little wide.
It's a little close.
Yeah,
It's above the knee.
Jason's too long. Jason's short game's terrible. All right, we can
Jason's
pick up
is
some calls.
below the knee.
800-636.
Cakes is at the knee.
1067. We got Grant Paulson coming up. Maybe we get back to it. You keep him on hold. 10 days away from the Nats trade deadline. We'll get his thoughts. Also, rookies reporting to camp today with the Commanders. I'm sure that Grant has an opinion on that too. Don't go anywhere.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? We are finally going to have real football to talk about again. Rookies are set to arrive in Ashburn today for the starter training camp ahead of veterans arriving on Tuesday, July 28th, and the first practice for your Washington Commanders, July 29th. For other teams, they've already begun practice, like the Arizona Cardinals. Quarterback Jacoby Brissett participated in the team's first practice at training camp yesterday as he continues to wait for a reworked contract for the season. First-year head coach Mike LaFleur said the talks with the quarterback are still ongoing. And the reigning NFC South champion Carolina Panthers opened up training camp yesterday as well, but their excitement was quickly halted when an expected starter suffered a pretty serious injury. Pass rusher Nick Scorton suffered a torn ACL and will miss the entire 2026 season per ESPN. He went down with a knee injury during team drills and was carted off the field. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Cakes, EB, and JP today, and joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. It's our pal Grant Paulson, who, of course, you can listen to every day right here on 106.7 The Fan with our pal Funny Danny Rouillet. What's up, GP?
First pitches were a success yesterday, gentlemen. Looked like we did a good job in Bowie.
Thank
I
you.
think pretty solid overall.
Mine was kind of nubby.
You could pitch for the Nats, it looks like.
Yeah, we might be better arms in the bullpen.
Seventh inning tonight, I think, for you, JP. I'll put Cakes in the eighth, and EB, you can close it out.
All right. I don't like the pressure.
I'll throw a 50-mile-an-hour meatball right down the middle. It would get eaten alive.
So obviously this team is way over, achieved beyond our expectations, but it is what it is now. I mean, this is kind of who they are, right? Like a great hitting team. They score a bunch of runs and they can't close out games. Do you think that they're going to do anything meaningful here when the deadline hits, or are they just going to kind of play around the edges?
I think they'll thread the needle, and I think Paul Taboni, when he was on with you guys on Wednesday, used that phrase, so I've taken it from him, but it's my way of saying I think they're going to do some adding and some selling. My guess is like the biggest name coming or going will actually end up being going, whether that's Foster Griffin, Luis Garcia, or both. But I also do think they're going to add bullpen help to try to solve what is their biggest dilemma, or at least make that a better area of the ball club the rest of the way. It'll be somebody who's controllable into next season. But yeah, it would be silly for them not to do something to benefit this clubhouse if they don't fall off between now and August 3rd. They have the most home runs in Major League Baseball as a team. They have hit 150 home runs, 3 more than anybody else. If you look at runs scored, guys, they have scored 567 runs. That's 24 more than any other team. In July, where we all kind of thought as the year went on they'd cool off, they're hitting 290 with an OPS over 900 as a team. I mean, it's just getting more and more ridiculous what they're doing. So I would be disappointed if they are either in the wild card or, a few games over 500, if they play really well in this, their biggest series of the year that starts tonight against the Diamondbacks, and eventually they sell. But as Taboni told you guys, there's still over a week, and I think how they perform is going to inform what he does.
Grant, when you talk about the hitting and they're number one in home runs, last I checked they were number one in stolen bases, who do you give the credit to? Does it go to Taboni? Does it go to a hitting coach? Does it who gets the credit for kind of igniting some of these players who've never put up these offensive numbers before?
Well, I think to break it down from a power standpoint, the regime gets the credit. So this is a lifestyle in a sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I covered the Redskins back in the day with Mike Shanahan, I remember asking him one time, like, he was known as being the architect of one of the great run schemes in NFL history. And I remember asking him, like, what's the difference between the teams that run the ball well and don't? And he's like, well, some people run the ball, like I would run the ball, to be honest with you, like to get to their next pass play. You know, he's like, you just use it to slow down the defense and you just kind of mix it in. He's like, but for us, running the football is a lifestyle. We talk about it on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, and it's what we want to do. It is the meat and potatoes. And I think of power in that same kind of way, in a sense. Like, the Nationals start from a hitting philosophy of saying, we're going to pull the ball in the air and hit as many home runs as possible. And that is Taboni's vision as an analytical guy, but he surrounds himself with similar thinkers, I'm sure, in the front office, and they built the staff that way. So I guess I would give the majority, the biggest piece of the pie, to the hitting staff and just the staff that they put together. But the point is, it is a paradigm, right? And it's not just the big league level where you've got Jacob Young, who had 4 home runs ever coming into this year with 9, and he'll hit close to 15, or Wood or Abrams or Meade or Ruiz. Like, all of these guys are going to have career highs in home runs. This has happened throughout all of the minor leagues, guys. I mean, I could rattle off 9 names, a lot of which people don't know, but all the way down to, like, Caden Wallace and Caleb Lomavita and, Trey Lipscomb's having a monster year. This is at every single level. They're crushing their home run total. They're about to surpass, if they haven't already this week, the amount of home runs they hit all of last season in the minor leagues. So it's a philosophy, and it's something they can coach. I asked Taboni about this recently, and they really believe this. They just took a kid in the draft named Chris Akopian, who hasn't hit a ton of in-game home runs, like power-wise, but he makes great swing decisions. He hits the ball really hard with exit velocities. He's got legitimate, like, BP power, and they are confident. They know we'll coach him into power. That's not something they did around here before this year.
Hey, Grant, if I had a crystal ball back in March and I told you that at this point in the season, 103 games, the Nats would be 1 game above 500, and they'd be welcoming in the D-backs for the biggest series of the year to try to catch them in the wild card race, you probably would have thought I was borderline insane, right?
Oh, I would have thought you're a goose, but also yeah. I would have learned how to do some kind of jig, and just done it down Half Street.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a blast. Nobody thought this was going to happen, including, by the way, Taboni and Ani Kalambi and that staff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they just couldn't have. And frankly, Taboni's actually in a really tough spot, if I'm going to be honest. I bet you, he would never admit to this, but privately, he'd probably prefer that they lost 8 in a row and they could just sell, right? Because I don't think he views this, correctly by the way, as if they're some legitimate contender. When 3/5 of your rotation is made up by guys that you'd like to replace tomorrow if you had the option to, in terms of just, Michaelis, who's been inconsistent, Littell, who's been inconsistent, and Andrew Alvarez. That's not a winning formula when you add that to one of the worst bullpens in the sport over the last few years. But the offense didn't get the memo. And so you've kind of got this 105-win offense with basically a 62-win bullpen and a 72-win rotation. And the mean has become this 80 or so win team. So it'd be easier for Taboni if they got hot and just forced him into making a couple moves positively, or frankly got really cold and did the inverse of that. But he's kind of between a rock and a hard place now where fans are engaged, they're excited. The team has a plus 26 run differential, which is third best among the wild card hopefuls, and 3 teams get in. And this is the other part that I think is so interesting, guys. The teams around them, the Cubs and the Phillies have the top 2 wild cards. Those are definitively better teams, in my opinion, on paper than the rest of the clubs competing. But the teams on the outside looking in with Washington, the Pirates, the Cardinals, the Marlins, even the Diamondbacks, who are the last team in that are coming to D.C. right now. They've won 3 in a row and 8 of 10. None of those teams are really better than the Nats. They're kind of middling 500-ish type teams. And that's the thing. One of these executives is going to make a trade or two to get that team into the playoffs. But you can't tell me with a straight face that any of those teams are a lot better than the Nationals. They're right there. It's crazy.
So, Grant, let me fast forward. So it's August 1st, and they are tied for the wild card spot. If the Nationals do not acquire 2 or 3 relievers, is that malpractice?
I think 3 is really hard, right? You're talking about like half of your bullpen, essentially, at that point. But I would say if they do not add a major league relief pitcher to go into a leverage situation here, 7th through the 9th inning, and they're tied for the wild card, yeah, that would be a really bad look. And forget me, saying something negative about it on the radio or beating them up. Like, in the clubhouse, James Woods earned that. C.J. Abrams has earned that, right? But I will say this, too. What I believe is I'm very confident they're going to add a relief pitcher. Taboni actually told you guys as much, that they've been trying to do this.
Sure.
Which was the first time he'd said that anywhere. And I interviewed him on SiriusXM over the weekend, and we didn't get that out of him. So that was a really big nugget, I thought, that they were close on some relievers already that they didn't land. And it tells you that that's something they're trying to do. But we haven't gotten into this yet. I actually think they will trade Foster Griffin. I think there's a really good chance that they trade Luis Garcia. So could they add relief pitching, and it's got to be controllable pieces, not just for now but the future, but also try to recoup assets with Foster Griffin or Garcia? I think they will. And in the net, people would still feel, I think, discouraged by that and feel like it's a sell, understandably. But I think that's how they could couch it and kind of say, oh, we still think we can win. We fixed our fatal flaw. We can replace Garcia with Abimelec Ortiz or whatever they do at first in a platoon. The one that's going to be really hard to sell people on, I think, is Foster Griffin, who just made the All-Star team.
So a couple weeks ago when we had Taboni on, we asked him if James Wood and C.J. Abrams were untouchable. And he kind of gave us an answer with the non-answer, because he talked about James Wood and he talked about the report that came out and how he made a special trip to talk to James Wood and said that there was nothing to it. But he didn't mention C.J. Abrams. Do you think there's a likelihood that he moves or stays? What's kind of your stance on C.J. Abrams, who has 24 home runs, 16 stolen bases, is having a great year?
Yeah, so James Wood's not going anywhere. He is off the table, whatever phrase we want to use. In fact, if James Wood gets traded, I'll come into the studio and you guys can dump that spaghetti sauce on me that you dunked on cakes that time.
It was so cold.
I bet it
I
was.
slept on how cold it was. Grant.
Yeah, I mean, he is very much off the table. Now, he's not going to answer because C.J. Abrams is not technically. And the reason for that is that we're at a point now of control with C.J. Abrams in terms of number of years he has left, where if you were to get an unbelievable offer, I think you would take it. Because if you ask me what is most likely, Abrams getting traded this offseason is still, I think, the most likely outcome of the next calendar year, even after this breakout. But Wood is off the table. Abrams, I would say the chance of him being dealt is 5%, something like that. It would just take a team to give you quite literally an offer that you can't refuse that would be somewhat ridiculous, where you'd say, we can't in good faith turn this down. But here's what they should do with Abrams. And this is kind of where I'm at as a guy that is, setting aside my Grant Taboni hat, where I like to try to play GM and think about everything for the next 3 years. My taking my kid to the game every Saturday at 4:05 hat, where I'm going to be at 65 home games this year at Nats Park.
Unbelievable.
Here's where I'm at on this, okay? You have to try to sign Foster Griffin. That's malpractice if you don't. That's ridiculous.
I think so.
So they need to put an offer in front of him, EB, where it's I don't care if it's 2 years and 30 or 3 and 45. They need to put a real offer in front of him. And if his agent, Casey Close, and he decide, I'm not going to sign that because I'm this close to free agency, perfectly fine. Then you trade him because you don't want to risk him walking for nothing. Same with C.J. Abrams, by the way. I would go to C.J., and I would try to make him the highest-paid second baseman in baseball. So I'm going to offer him an 8-year deal based on his age at $26 million a year, which is $208 million. And I would say, look, CJ, we're moving you to second next year, and you're going to be the highest paid player at the position. And if he's not interested in that as a starting point or a negotiation where he's going to do an extension, then trading him is not anymore infuriating or ridiculous. Fans will be annoyed just like they were with Soto. But Soto was never re-signing ahead of free agency, so they did the right thing. And it would be the right thing probably with C.J. Abrams, and it'd be the right thing to some extent with Foster Griffin. This is how it works. But you have to. There is such a big difference between not trying to sign a player first and moving on to recoup assets and doing your part of the it takes two to tango before you trade them.
The
And
assumption
that's what I
is-
hope they're doing.
The assumption is they don't necessarily have the free reign to do that from ownership. You're assuming they do?
Well, I'm not assuming that necessarily. I'm just saying if their ownership group is not giving them that ability to, or they don't have that free reign, then the whole thing's broken and nothing matters, right? With Soto as an example, they offered him $440 million, which was actually a reasonable offer. I would say it was like the lowest amount you could have offered him that was not ridiculous. But Boris at the time knew we just got to wait this thing out at 3 years, and we're going to get a couple $100 million more than that. And they ended up getting over $700 million. So it tells you they had no business taking the 440, but it was still a record offer at the time. And while it was, not something he should have accepted, it wasn't crazy. So they did their due diligence in that regard, I'd say. That's all I'm asking for. Do I think that they're going to try to sign Foster Griffin? I do, because that one doesn't break the bank.
Right.
Do I think they're going to offer C.J. Abrams over $200 million? I don't.
Right.
Especially, with a pending work stoppage, and the recent track record of this ownership group is that I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt of spending big money on one of their stars.
Talking to Grant Paulson. Of course, you can listen to him every day at 2 o'clock on this station. Switching gears, you're a Virginia guy. Would you invite Brandon Ayuk over for a house party?
No.
He
Are
should
my
invite
kids around?
He should invite you over to his $10 million pad that he just apparently bought.
I don't know that there's anyone, maybe Jake Paul, honestly, would be the other one, that I would less like to spend time with.
I'm totally with you, Jeeps, on this. Jake, if I never hear Jake Paul's name ever again, it's just a great thing.
Let me ask you this, Grant. So the rookies report today, vets in a few days. Obviously, the whole thing hinges around Jaden. It does for most teams, but really with this team, it really does. Beyond Jaden, though, give me the other storyline that you're most intrigued by.
Good question. I am, first off, I don't know if you guys have heard this or not, but I'm kind of crazily excited about the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think their defense, which was horrific last year, could actually be pretty damn good. So my question would be, it would revolve around like Durante Jones's usage of the linebackers specifically, and also how much are they going to look like Minnesota schematically?
Mm-hmm.
Because in the spring, they didn't really run any of the Vikings stuff. I think that's probably a not wanting anyone to see anything thing.
Yeah.
But they weren't like mugging linebackers in the A-gap and doing all the stuff that made Brian Flores the most talked about coordinator in the league and the reason they hired Durante Jones. So that's my interest is, like, I have wanted something like this Minnesota defense that shut Washington out last year, by the way, for an extended period of time. And the idea that they've gone from having the slowest linebacking core in the league to the most athletic in recent years is so exciting to me. With Sonny Styles, Leo Chanel was one of the most athletic linebackers ever drafted when he came out via RAS score. And then Frankie Louvu in space coming downhill, blitzing, that's a strength. Like, he's an asset in that way. How did they get all three of those guys on the field? They're going to have two linebackers in their base look most of the time in a 34, right? So that's what I want to know. It's a lot of stuff around the defense, because Danny and I have argued about this a lot. He's kind of annoyed they didn't do more to help Jaden in terms of wide receivers or these direct ways with skill position. Where I think, they've got a pretty solid offensive line. They made tight end a priority. They drafted a wide receiver in the top 75. They didn't go out and get a beast. They tried to overpay a speed threat from Indianapolis, and it didn't work out. They tried to sign Romeo Doubs, and it didn't work out. But I think one of the great things you could do for a young quarterback is build up a strong defense, and they did that. So I'm actually really excited about that. That's kind of what I'll be watching.
All right, Grant, good stuff. Everybody check out Grand Danny at 2 o'clock right here on 106.7 The Fan.
Thanks,
Tom.
buddy.
Thanks, Jeeps.
Thank you, fellas. Be good.
Yep, you too, buddy.
Coming up next, we'll get a prominent national media member's opinion on where the Commanders stack. That's next here on The Junkies. Rookies report today. Training camp will be underway next week. We'll start getting some reports on how great the receivers look. That's going to be the number one thing that people are going to talk about. Antonio Williams looks great. Chig looks great.
Well, I hope.
It's usually what you hear in training camp. The receivers are looking really, really good.
I'm hoping there's a lot of Chig highlights during training camp.
Huh?
I want a lot of Chig highlights during training camp.
I keep telling you.
Heavily invested in him.
And you poo-pooing Antonio Williams. So listen, I'm not expecting him to do more than 35 catches or something.
I mean, that's reasonable.
I see something special in his route running and his wiggle, the way he moves. Do you not see that? Or do you just see him look like any other
It's hard for me to
receiver?
tell I'm not an NFL scout. Yeah, to me, it looks like if I pulled up Concepcion or one of these other guys that got drafted high, I don't know that I'd be able to really tell the difference
way he moves
between
his
those
hips
two.
and the way he gets other guys to, like when he sees them turn their hips and then he goes the opposite way. It's like a very similar to a lacrosse move that I see.
But I think you could find that in all the receivers.
Maybe. I don't see it necessarily. I don't know. It jumps out to me with him.
Maybe he's the best
I
one.
like that he's versatile.
He
can
was
play
what,
in the slot and outside.
Was
I
he
like-
the 10th receiver drafted?
I don't know the exact number. He was picked in the top 75.
We have this huge draft guide out there called The Beast from The Athletic. And I was about to throw it away, and I was like, maybe I'll keep it around. Because
Of course you
Trav
gotta
and I
throw
try
it
and
away.
clean up.
Yeah.
Well, nobody ever looks at it or picks it up. You might not even be aware that it's out there.
I know. I think I picked it up and looked at it. I gave it a cursory glance maybe once.
Right. So just 2 days ago, I picked it up, and I looked. They had Williams as their 11th ranked receiver. So I think 35 catches is maybe reasonable.
I think his college numbers, I think they were better than DeAndre Hopkins, both from the same.
Just because a guy was picked in the third round, I'm not going to automatically discount him.
Right.
Okay, this is an outlier, but Amon-Ra St. Brown was
knew you were
passed
gonna
over
bring him
by a
up.
lot of teams.
I understand.
Terry McLaurin is passed over by a lot of teams
course.
before he was picked.
I know JP's
You
kind
can
of down
find
on him just
talent
on
there.
generalizations.
yeah.
I literally think I see something different in his route
Okay, so
running.
you predict he's going to be a Pro Bowler?
I predict he's going to be a starter, like a legit 2 or 3 receiver, maybe even a 1 someday, like a legit starting receiver in this league.
I hope you're
beyond
right.
a Luke McCaffrey,
I'm not-
beyond a Jalen Lane.
I'm not ruling that out. I mean, they drafted him in the third round for a reason. He should be a starter. You don't want to draft guys in the third round that are going to be backups. It's the NFL.
There's something specific in the way he runs his routes, and I guess I can't articulate it. That jumped out.
No, you
at
think
me.
he's shifty, and
There's something shifty.
You think he can get
There's
open.
a shifty way to him.
You think he can get open?
Yeah,
I feel like I want to bet on a catch number for him, but with odds. Like I'm going to go with a high number, and I'm going to figure out the odds that people are going to give me.
I'll give you 2-1 if the number is 45. I'll take the under.
Give me 3-1, and the number is 49.5, and I'll go over.
3-1.
I'll just go with 50 catches.
3-1. Sure.
3-1.
$10.
Sold.
Wow.
I'm bullish.
50 catches?
I'm just bullish on Antonio.
If he gives
Williams.
you 50 catches, that's fantastic.
It's a great year. It's a fantastic year.
Hey, it helps you that the Brandon Ayuk meter, it's at 1%.
You know what? I need Brandon's loan to fall through for his home. I need whatever loan he's getting, whatever jumbo loan he's getting.
It'd be
for that
better
$10
if they
million
signed
home.
Stephon Diggs next week.
I mean, if that happens, then I probably made a bad bet.
Yeah.
But it won't be the first time, and it won't be the last.
Well, let's hear what Rich Eisen has to say about this year's Washington Commanders to kind of get a little national perspective. Are people hyping up the Commanders,
Yeah.
or are they talking bad about the Commanders?
Rich was doing his 4 downs.
Okay.
He was talking about, how much of an impact Sonny Styles is going to have right away. So these are kind of the questions that the national media are asking about the Commanders for the upcoming season.
Okay.
The question is, which year does year 3 look like for Jaden Daniels? Year 1 or year 2? That's it. Year 1, is he the revelation at the position?
Year 1.
Is he the revelation at the position that we saw in his rookie season? Or is he a guy who is slight of body, who will get knocked around, who will take unnecessary shots potentially, and then doesn't answer the bell because he's hurt? No fault of his own, but is that what it is? Or is he the man? And we're going to say, and then the whole idea of who's the best playmaker on the team and where's the playmaking going to come from becomes that much more stupid. I don't know. And then, of course, all of it plays into Dan Quinn's future viability, which is, I did not choose to make a down. But you take a look at, at their defense. They added Odafe Owe, who is a really good football player. Leo Chanel from the Chiefs, that's a really good football player as well. Mikey Sanders still is a dynamite back-end guy and a leader of the team. Obviously I'm biased when it comes to him. But can they put together enough wins to get back in the mix? Or was that just a rocket ship season one for Jaden Daniels and Dan Quinn together that they're not going to be able to get back?
Yeah.
And those are my 4 downs for the Washington Commanders.
Now, he mentions Mikey Sanders still, who clearly took a step back in 2025. His PFF grade was 96th among 114 qualified cornerbacks. So I know he likes Mikey because he's a Michigan guy and Rich Eisen went to Michigan. But that's a guy, if this defense is going to improve, has to play better. He has to be better is this year 3 for Mikey? I think it's year 3. He's got to be better. He's got to be a better component of this defense in what I think is kind of a thin secondary.
For sure, but I think the secondary is going to benefit, obviously, from the improved pass rush, which I kind of agree with Grant. I don't want to go crazy and have these insane expectations for the defense, but I think the pass rush is going to be markedly better. I think Durante Jones is going to move the guys around a lot. You're going to get pressure from different spots, and it's going to make the secondary better. So I think Sanders will have an improved year. Mm-hmm. His overall question, though, is it going to be year 1, year 2? I think the money is on somewhere in between, right? I doubt we're going to be able to replicate exactly what we did, that rocket ship in year 1, especially when they really got going through that Lions game, right? Whatever that 7 or 8 game stretch was. And I also doubt that we're going to be as awful as we were last year. I think it's going to be somewhere in between. But I'm praying that Jaden is healthy throughout most of it. If we do get into a situation where he's just missing, he's playing every 3rd or 4th game, we got a real problem.
He played less than half the games last season.
It's an issue going forward.
If there's any kind of duplicate situation there with his health, we got to reevaluate the entire future of the team.
Yeah, because then if you're Adam Peters and the personnel staff, you're like, can we give this guy a massive contract if he's going to miss 7, 8, 10 games in a season? Like, if he's not reliable health-wise,
no, you cannot.
You can't build your franchise around
If he plays less than half the games, you cannot. Right. And it's premature, I think, to worry about extension. I know people start projecting it out. I mean, he's under their control for 5 years. This is year 3.
We're heading into year 3. It's sooner than you think.
I get it, but
before
play year 3 first.
Understood, but
then really start getting into year 4.
Okay, but I'm guaranteeing you that Adam Peters and his staff, they've already had discussions about frameworks for contracts, when it's going to be offered to Jaden Daniels. Like, they're already thinking ahead on that because they have to.
That's their job.
They have to do that.
They should do that. However, I'm telling you, I would not even think about an extension until you complete this year and then you see some year 4. What I'd say about Jaden in particular, I agree with the EB. It's probably somewhere in the middle, but it better be over 3/4 of the game. He better play in 75% or more of the games. Last year, he played in less than 50%. You can do the math. Now, in year 1, he started in every game. Now, he did have an injury, right? He hurt his ribs.
In the Panthers game.
And he came back to play, and it was very nebulous as to what happened.
He needs to start.
I don't even know that they've fully acknowledged that he actually broke his rib. Maybe he said he broke his rib.
Did.
The team didn't really say anything.
He needs to start at least 12 games. But it's the minimum. That's the lower. That's the lowest.
I think you feel pretty good if he starts 15.
15's great.
If he starts 13, you'll feel okay. It's enough, but you don't feel great about it.
No. If he starts 15, I would say it's almost great. I think 12 is the absolute minimum to hold out hope that we can keep this guy upright year in and year out. If it's below that, if he plays like 7 or 8 or 9 or something, it's just it's an utter disaster. Total disaster. We'll be playing the Titanic. If he has some sort of catastrophic injury in one of the first couple of weeks and he's going to be out 5, 6, 7, 8 weeks or whatever or more, play the Titanic. we got a real problem.
Right, like if he has not an ACL injury, but let's say he does his MCL. Some of
Or
those
even
things.
Even if the ankle dislocates again
Yeah.
or something crazy, or something pops out and he has to miss for, like, we just can't keep him together.
It's a disaster.
It's a disaster.
I think the other thing that could be a minor disaster, and as we heard Rich Eisen go through it, they gave a lot of money to Owe, right? Owe, I believe, last year finished with 7.5 sacks. On this show, we've speculated, is he going to get double-digit sacks? Is he going to get as high as 13 or 14? If he's a dud, a free agent dud, and every year there are free agent duds.
Yeah. He's a free agent dud. That's a disaster.
Oh, if he's a 5 or 6 sack guy and he's not wreaking havoc, that's a nightmare for Adam.
But I said this yesterday. The
And
other,
Deontay Jones.
the one which I think is even bigger, is Sonny Styles.
Yeah.
You don't get high draft picks that often. They did when they drafted Jaden Daniels because they were coming off a horrific season, and the new regime had an opportunity to have a number 2 pick. Sonny Styles was drafted high, and I know he's going to get better. He can't be a complete development guy. He can't. He can't come in like Jamin Davis.
I'm pretty bullish on him.
I'm worried that he might be. I'll be honest with you.
I'm not
a little bit worried.
I'm not getting Jamin Davis-esque vibes with some.
I'm not saying Jamin Davis, but just development.
But
just
Jamin Davis had
development.
some of the physical traits that this guy has.
Okay.
He was not drafted as high, was not thought of as high as Sonny Styles.
I don't think he was as big.
But some of the physical traits were similar.
Let me just remind people. I would put our first 3 games up against anybody in the league. I find anybody who has a harder opening 3 games. We could easily play well and lose the first 3 games.
Possible.
At Philly, at Dallas, hosting Seattle.
Then you have to
I put those 3 games up against anyone in the league.
Then you have to go to London next week.
We could be playing solid. Like, Jaden's back doing his thing, but it's just, we're playing good teams. I'm telling you, this schedule scares the poop out of me more than any I can remember in recent times.
If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Be right back. It was already bad enough that I had the worst first pitch.
Yeah.
And I bought breakfast.
You bounced it like
but
5
then-
feet short of the
It wasn't
the catcher.
5 feet, but that's
Whatever.
fine. it was right at his glove. He
By the
caught
way,
it.
speaking
He
of that,
scooped it. Right, it was right
the
at his
guy
glove.
that was catching was a pitcher for the Bay Sox.
Yeah.
Jason couldn't have been more enamored with him.
Jason always gets man crushes.
Jason was drawn to him with the quickness. Jason was so drawn to the pitcher who was acting as the catcher for our first pitches at Prince George's Stadium.
Somebody said he's silly.
I have
Like
no
he's a
idea.
really good prospect.
I don't have
Probably
any
is, from
idea
Michigan
about
State.
him.
Yeah.
He seemed like a nice guy.
But that's
nice
how
kid.
Jason is. You know how he rolls. He
Oh,
always
was
gets crushes
he was
on
so
guys.
cozying up to that guy. It was
Yeah.
just kind of funny to watch it in person.
But this is the double humiliation. Okay, bad first pitch.
Yeah.
So I buy breakfast. I get pancakes and there's no syrup.
I can't think.
This is why I don't do Uber Eats except for this dumb show.
I can't think of a bigger blank tease than getting pancakes with no syrup.
I mean, they're edible without syrup, but syrup certainly enhances them.
Are you kidding? I mean, it's almost.
They're not edible without syrup.
I mean, you can
syrup
eat a pancake,
makes it-
but the syrup is a critical component.
critical.
Okay,
But
well,
I mean, it's still a delicious breakfast product, even without the syrup.
Okay, I'm like Bickle. I'm
Yeah.
a sweet tooth. I pour so much syrup on my pancakes.
By the way, there has to be a spare syrup package in the break room.
We just, I mean,
You went through
scoured
you
it.
went through
I mean,
every
I'll
drawer?
double check, but both refrigerators.
There's got to be. There has to be. There has to be one leftover syrup package in one of those. There's 100 drawers in that break room.
Cakes. I don't know that I've ever called you my hero, but
Yeah.
if you can pull that off, I will call you my hero.
I mean, if I left
I
right
need a
now,
hero.
I could probably get it before the end of the segment.
Didn't this happen last time and he found some in the fridge?
I mean, I'm telling
Yes.
you. I might,
But
I
we
might
couldn't-
be
we just
syrup whisperer.
couldn't find anything today.
I'll find it during the
You
next
know what
break.
you need to do? Buy some and leave it with.
Just put it in my
Drab. Just
put it in
leave
my locker room.
You could do that. Just leave it in
Yeah.
Drab's office.
It's
Yeah,
shelf
always have
stable.
syrup. Why?
I'm tired of my office being the dumping ground around here. Valdez does it. You do it. Everyone
I don't
does
have
it.
anything
I've never
in
done it.
there.
I just put it in my locker.
We're not leaving syrup in Drab's office.
I'll
I'm
just
putting
put
my
it-
foot down on that.
Yeah.
I'll
Hey,
put
don't,
it in-
don't
Next
you have
thing
a
you have
locker?
in
You
your
can put it in the
office,
locker.
I'll put it in my locker.
Put it right in here.
Yeah, there are no tchotchkes in
Right
here.
next to the Wheaties box.
You should have seen Evie's reaction when I told him that my pancakes didn't have syrup.
Well, I mean, it's,
You might as well just throw them
that's
away.
literally like being on a hot date. With with no clothes on, and nothing's gonna happen. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Hey, I have a hot take that I don't think JP will appreciate,
All
but
right.
it's just my 2 cents.
Yeah.
You're getting the wrong meal if the entire order depends on a sauce.
Yeah, I kind of agree. If it hinges that, if it's that important,
It's,
Well,
it's a very fair. It's a fair argument.
Okay.
Like,
Man,
like
I
you
guess.
can't.
You can
like,
make that
but it
argument,
just
but
makes
I,
it so
I heard
tasty.
him. I heard you during a break talking about going to some place where you get waffles. Do you get waffles with no sauce?
No, of course you get syrup, but it shouldn't.
Okay, that's the
it
point.
shouldn't depend on it though. Like, You
Right.
should be able to eat it without it.
He's
Okay,
talk-
I can, but it's just not going to be satisfying. Would you eat your waffle next time you go to whatever place you were talking about? You guys were talking about some place in Arlington. or
Some
something.
diner, yeah.
Right, you're talking about some diner. Next time you were like, no, I get waffles. Next time, get your waffles and put nothing on
Yeah,
it.
yeah. But hold on. But he's talking about like he can remedy that situation
Yeah.
by asking the waitress for syrup.
Right.
You can't remedy the situation.
Yeah, I'm saying if you're DoorDashing,
Yeah, you're
Uber
door
eating
dashing or
whatever.
delivering, not like going to a
by the
diner
way, critical
or going to a
mistake
restaurant.
by the person who packed the
you
bags
can't. Yeah,
at
you
McDonald's.
can't fix it, JP.
Critical
I know.
mistake. Like you cannot pack a breakfast order that includes hotcakes and not put at least one package of syrup in
Dee
there.
texted me that she was at Safeway. You want me to tell her to get some syrup?
She's not going to help him here.
No, just so we can have it in the
I
future.
mean, I can get some
Yeah,
myself.
we're gonna D-dash it here to the studio.
No. I'm just saying for the future.
And it's fine.
Yes. Tell her to bring
Sure.
some.
I mean, I can also buy syrup. I have syrup at my house. I'm going to put it in my locker. I've
I
never
think you
had a
should.
lock in my locker.
Now, my whatever's in my
It was
locker is
37
not
minutes ago.
lock worthy.
Right.
Oh, here's a John Wall bobblehead. There's the
Why are you
world's-
keeping the bobblehead here?
I don't know. Because it's still in the box. Just haven't taken it home. The world's worst commander's hat is in my locker. There's nothing worth locking up.
Yeah. Hey, make sure D gets that expensive vest too. None of that log cabin crap.
Yeah, it needs to be like organic maple syrup, the good stuff.
It's got to be in a glass bottle.
Glass jar, 100%. Totally with you.
Oh, I don't mind a nice Aunt Jemima that you can heat up in the microwave.
Well, you act like you can't heat up maple syrup from
Yeah,
like,
but there's
Vermont?
some that are just easier.
Okay.
They come in like the little plastic and
Yeah.
just boom, 15 seconds. Perfect.
JP, I think next time maybe you take a page out of my book and just double up on my order.
What do you get?
I got a steak, egg, and cheese bagel.
Bagel.
The only person who's ever called it a bagel. I kind of like it.
It was a Grease Denise, but it was really good.
Kids speaking language.
I don't mind.
understand
I don't
there.
mind a steak, egg, and cheese bagel. Anyway,
That's a
bad beat.
I'm going to
A
find
double humiliation.
You. Yeah, I mean, you're.
Although I did win a straw hat and a wiffle ball bat in two contests
you did
yesterday.
poll me in both of the wacky physical challenges, so you do have that to lean on.
So I actually asked Grok who has the toughest first 3 weeks in the NFL.
I thought you were going to ask Grok about syrup.
No, and in 2026, and it took like a minute to come up with the answer. I went through, and I think it gave me a very good read. It has us with the fourth toughest first 3 weeks. Okay, and the reason, and they based it on last year's winning percentage. Kind of fairly basic, but we'll go with that. I think that's good.
Well, 2 road division games is not an easy way to start your
For sure.
your
And
schedule.
I feel like the Cowboys underachieved a little bit last year, so that's kind of weighing it down. So the Cowboys' winning percentage last year was 4.
They had a losing record.
Yeah. So we open with the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Seahawks. That's fourth. The Patriots open with Seattle, Pittsburgh, Jacksonville. Now, I kind of disrespect Jacksonville, but I guess
All winning records,
they're all winning
playoff
records.
teams.
They're all
They were a
on the
playoff
rise.
team last year.
Right behind them, like we we're talking about, within hundreds of points, is the Cardinals. They open with the Chargers, Seattle, and San Francisco. Everybody's got Seattle in there, right?
Poor Arizona. They're just going to get boat raced all season long.
And then Jacksonville, I kind of quibble with this, but they've got Cleveland, Denver, and New England. That's 10, I guess 10 100.
Well, it's heavily weighted
tougher.
towards Denver, New England.
Yeah. So they've got they're 647 win percentage. Their opponents were at 637. So we're right up there with the toughest opening three games. I maintain this. If we want to be a playoff team, at a bare minimum, we got to go 1-2. We got to find a way, some way,
Can't start 0-3.
to be 1-2.
0-3 is
That's
basically
my
death sentence.
Opening bar. If we start out 0-3, it's going to be a disaster. We'll be playing Titanic in week 3.
If you get to 2-1,
2-1, then it's on.
then it's on.
Yeah.
Then you got something.
Then we have some excitement.
Of course, the rookies
We're playing
report
this
today.
a
We're
lot.
going to be talking more Commanders training camp each and every show. Joining us next to give us a little insight into what's going on in Ashburn, our pal Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7 here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. EB here for Golfdom. Their legacy began in 1982. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Love them. Has been your trusted golf shop for generations. From the early days to the present, they've been serving local golfers with excellent service and expertise. Their goal is to empower your journey with the best gear and advice in golf, all backed by their legendary 90-day guarantee, people. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf is here to help you get there.
The NCAA Division I Board of Directors doubled down on the new age-based eligibility rule that has prompted some athletes to go to court in hopes of extending their college careers. The board statement indicates that it will not budge from its stance as it did when, in response to former Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia's 2024 court win, it granted an additional year to athletes who had competed at non-NCAA schools for at least one season and were set to complete their eligibility. Speaking of Diego Pavia, his stay with the Baltimore Ravens didn't last very long. After signing the 2025 Heisman Trophy runner-up as an undrafted free agent out of Vanderbilt on May 1st, the Ravens waived him 83 days later, just one day before rookies were set to report to Baltimore for training camp. Pavia was in the mix to compete for the third spot on Baltimore's quarterback depth chart behind two-time NFL MVP Lamar Jackson and former Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley. From the Prop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Cakes, EB, and JP. Later this hour, your chance to win tickets to go see OAR in concert. We have tickets to go see Soja. But joining us right now on the Rude Guest Hotline, Rude's most reliable heating and air conditioning products in DMV, it's our pal Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7. What's up, Scott?
Morning, boys. Happy Friday. How are you?
Happy Friday.
Can you eat pancakes without syrup?
No, I have to have syrup.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you just have to. How they can deliver it without syrup is mind-boggling.
Unconscionable.
Should I get money back?
You should be fined.
Probably
They
should get a refund.
We should fine them. Yeah,
Gotta have syrup.
Yeah. So
Yo, JP, what's up with your pitch, buddy?
Yeah, it wasn't the best.
Calling you out.
You know what it is? It's classic JP. He doesn't sweat anything. He doesn't really stress about anything, and he didn't warm his arm up, didn't throw any balls in the last week or anything, and just went out there and thought he would fire one in like he was 18.
He dirted it. Dirted it.
Hey, hey, Scott, that pitch looked like someone who loves stats.
I had to razz him a little bit.
So
it
all
wasn't the worst.
It was fine. It all begins. Now, Scott, are you one of those guys that's out there every day, or do you just kind of go out there a couple times a week?
Yeah, I'm generally out there Monday through Friday practices. Saturdays, I generally don't go out there, but I'm out there. You know, when they're rocking and rolling Monday through Friday.
Wow. So it begins.
So,
I assume.
Yep.
Are you out there today? You will be.
No, there's nothing going on today. It's closed the media. It's just rookies
reporting.
Rookies report.
Okay.
Monday is going to be when all of us TV people, ABC, NBC, CBS, we have our own respective tents, so we can move all our gear in on Monday. Tuesday will be, I think, AP and Dan Quinn joint press conference. Time's not been released. And then on Wednesday is the first training camp practice.
All right, so I assume of the rookies, Sonny Styles is the one that everyone's going to be locked in on. Give me somebody else, though, that's you're kind of excited about and you can't wait to see how they develop.
Like EB, I'm curious of Antonio Williams, their third-round pick, the wide receiver. Obviously, I think a lot of people believe he's going to be the slot guy. You know, he did the slot in Clemson, but I'm curious if he may be playing a little bit more outside than people expect. I know AP, you know, has mentioned a couple of times that they see him as both an outside guy, a slot guy. And you look at the roster, you have a Luke McCaffrey, you have a Jalen Lane. They're typically slot guys. So I'll be interested and excited to see how they utilize Antonio Williams and his skill set. And I think we'll be seeing him a little bit more on the outside.
Scott, do you love or hate my bet? I bet JP that Antonio
3-1.
Williams would have over 49.5 catches. I'm getting 3-1 on a $10 bet. Do you like that, or do you think he's not going to be used quite that much as a rookie?
That's a lot. That's a lot of catches.
I know, but that's why I'm getting odds.
50 catches for year one.
Mm-hmm.
I would go the under. Again, proof is in the pudding. I don't know what it's going to look like when he's out there on the field. Certainly, if they don't bring anybody into that wide receiver room and go as is, I think there's a confidence and an excitement level from AP, the coaching staff, that Antonio Williams can be that dude. So the jury's still out. So right now I go under. But talk to me maybe come September 1.
I'm just betting on there being basically a void at the number 2 wideout spot, and I just feel like
you're basically banking on that they're not going to be bringing anybody in, and the confidence level in terms of a Traylon Burke, Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, you're not there.
I mean, I think those guys are fine pieces as like 4th through 6th wideouts on teams, but I find it hard to believe that Traylon Burks is going to play in 15 games and catch 60 balls. He's never done that in his career.
Yep.
So that's what I'm banking on.
When will we know, Scott, like what we have at running back? Because when they're just out there running around and whatever, you can't really tell. Is it until they get into the exhibitions or the controlled scrimmages with other guys, with other teams?
Yeah, EB, I think like the joint practices, like the preseason games, just seeing how they treat these joint practices is almost like another scrimmage per se, and who's getting the reps, who's getting the carries, at certain formations. I'm excited about Rachaad White, guys. I think, a lot of people believe it could be a split backfield, and I tend to agree maybe to start. And I won't be surprised if Rachaad overtakes Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt in terms of most carries, just because of his receiving ability, and he's proven that he can run too. He can run the rock. He did that in Tampa Bay, and he kind of got sent packing a little bit with the rival Bucky Irving. So I think there's a chip and a confidence in Rachaad White that I think there's a part of him he feels like he has something to prove because he was cast off in Tampa Bay, reunited with his buddy Jaden Daniels. So I'm curious to that as well, of how this running back room shakes out, because they got a lot of depth there. There's a lot of running backs with Kaytron Allen and Jeremy McNichols. How that's all going to divvy out.
Yeah, how do you think Kaytron Allen specifically fits in? I mean, he kind of fits the mold for Adam Peters, a guy he's going to select late in the NFL draft. He's not using high draft capital. He did the same thing with Bill in the last draft before this one. So how do you see Kaytron Allen carving out a piece for himself?
Yeah, he's a physical between the tackles type of guy. He could be that type of closer type in the fourth quarter when you need a grinder and that defense is tired. Kaytron can kind of seal the deal. You need a 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1. Kaytron can get those tough yards, goal line work. You need a 4th and 1, a 3rd and 1, 3rd and goal. I think Kaytron has a knack for getting those tough yards, and he'll be that type of running back that he's not necessarily going to be the one cut and see you later type dude. He's going to be the guy that gets those muddied, tough, gritty yards. I think he'll find a role and find a way to get some carries for Kaytron, because he certainly showed a lot of talent at Penn State when he had the opportunity.
All right, it doesn't mean much, but they did, little training camps along the way before the official training camp starts. What was the buzz about Jaden's play and how he looked?
He seems Jaden like there's nothing that scares me about Jaden Daniels in terms of there's a drop off. It's going to be the same type of deal that he had last year. He looked good to me last year in training camp. He looked good to me in mini camp and OTAs last year. It's just that the injuries just derailed the whole thing. And I think, again, you go back to having something to prove. I want to see Jaden Daniels take the bull by the horns and prove to everybody he's not a one-hit wonder, and he's a top 10 quarterback in the National Football League, and he has all the tools to be one of the greats in this league, and he's shown it in year 1. Year 2 was incomplete because of the injuries. In year 3, watching him in OTAs and mini camp, he has a focus, he has a hunger. He knows that this offense and this team runs on his shoulders per se, and he's the big piece of this whole entire puzzle. So he looks good to me. I'm excited to see how he's going to operate under center a little bit more. It's not going to be foreign to him. He did that, in high school and in college a little bit. So I think people that are scared, he's been primarily shotgun. He's a pro. He gets in the playbook. He practices. There's nobody that practices harder at that position than Jayden Daniels in terms of VR training, getting the facility early. I mean, you looked at that quarterback Netflix series, Peeling Behind the Curtain. It just shows you his commitment level and another peek behind the curtain.
Talking to Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7. You've never been bashful to ask questions. You're an investigative reporter of sorts. Will you look into where Brandon Ayuk has bought a home and knock on the door?
Yeah, you got to stake that out.
Oh God, no! I'm over that dude.
Has anybody seen him out and about?
If I see him out and about in public, I would probably approach him. He certainly has every right to decline, but if I saw him out and about and in public, I would definitely ask if he had a few minutes. But his antics, his hijinks, whatever you want to say, the posting that he bought a house on social media and Instagram is the latest layer to all this. I was listening to you guys earlier. Does he know something that we don't know? I don't buy it. I can't see AP and this franchise taking the risk on a guy that maybe has shown some flaws in character and some flaws of maybe there's other things outside of football that he's dealing with. I know AP knows his obviously backstory in San Francisco. He has that relationship with Jayden Daniels.
Maybe he just knows he's always been like this. He's always been a little wacky.
It seems to me, when an organization preaches brotherhood and culture, I just can't see them taking a risk and bringing a guy in that hasn't played football in a couple of years because of injuries and now this whole contract thing. I can't see it. I'd say, maybe a 1% chance. There's always a chance, but I have it really, really low, guys.
We're joined by Scott Abraham, sports director for ABC7 on the Rude Guest Hotline. Sonny Styles. Easy question. Instant impact player or guy that takes a few weeks or months to flash in this defense?
No, I think he's going to be a dude. I think he's going to be a guy that can do it all. He was a safety in high school, converted to linebacker. He has that ranginess that he can play the pass, and then when you need to unleash him, he'll be able to hit the hole, put the quarterback pressure on, hit the running back in the hole, have great field coverage, great vision. They're hoping to be that Bobby Wagner for a decade plus here in Washington. Everybody raves about him. I've talked to him a couple of times. Great young man, son of a coach, and I think he's just going to be an instant impact player coupled with a Leo Chanel and a Frankie Louvu. I think that linebacker room is going to be fun to watch in terms of, we talked about younger, faster, and I think that's going to be one of the most glaring things when you watch this team on Sundays of how much more quicker and violent they are, especially on the defensive side of the football.
Scott, you watched this team as we did, of course, every single play last year. They were the second worst in turnover differential last season. Only the Jets were worse. How do Quinn and Durante Jones turn that thing around where they're a plus in turnover differential in 2026 instead of a minus 13?
Yeah, that's a big reason why they lost football games, right? I mean, they lose the turnover margin, and we asked that question to Quinn, and a lot of times the DC last year. I'm already blanking on the name. Who was the defensive coordinator last year? I'm already blanking. Joe Witt. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I mean it's a mindset. It's about taking the approach of knocking the ball out when you have the opportunity and having that aggressive mindset of trying to force a turnover. And I'll be curious to see how this defensive back room shakes out, especially at the cornerback position, because they got a lot of new pieces in there. And I'll be curious to see where everybody goes, right? Where's Sanders still? How healthy is Trey Amos? Where does Rasul Douglas and Amik Robertson, where do they go? I think that's one of the big camp storylines in terms of the DB room. Where does everybody go? How does Durante Jones employ this secondary? But you're right. I think that's a big thing of creating turnovers, creating havoc. And the defensive backs work hand in hand with the D-line. So when the D-line gets pressure and forces the quarterback to be uncomfortable, that obviously helps the DBs make some impact plays, and vice versa, of coverage sacks, of DBs locking up, allowing the defensive front to get home. So they added on the defensive line, too, Dafe Owe, Caleb Chason, guys that can get to the quarterback. So they're hoping these new pieces, guys that have been there, done that have been able to get sacks, been able to get interceptions, can bring that here to Washington. And that's why they did that in terms of free agency, getting a lot of new pieces on the defensive side of the ball because it needed a lot of work.
All right, Scott, good stuff. Enjoy the weekend and get rested up for training camp because it's on.
All right, boys. We'll talk to you soon. Have a good weekend.
Right, thank you, Scott. Appreciate it, bud.
See you guys.
Scott Abraham from ABC 7. I
He's
put up
showing it right off the bat.
That's good.
Right off the bat. Your
Deserved.
Yeah.
I put up the Junkies poll of the day brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. It's something that we talked a little bit about yesterday, but which Commanders newcomer are you most excited to see? 4 choices. Sonny Styles, Odafe Owe, Antonio Williams, Katron Allen. Cakes might be an Antonio Williams guy.
So all my support is behind one.
I didn't put
Antonio
Chig. I probably
Williams.
should have put Chig in there, but I put Katron Allen just since we've been talking about him. You can vote at Junks Radio. By the way, our pal Zach Kruger sent a message. I think I retweeted it. It was about receivers as rookies.
I saw it.
Getting 50 catches or more. And I guess since 2016, by my math, that's 10 years.
That
since
is
it
10 years.
2026, only 8 receivers taken in the 3rd round or later have caught 50 balls in their rookie year. So 8 of them have done it.
The
It's almost
odds are
one a
getting-
year.
well, that's why I'm getting odds.
It's almost one a year.
Yeah.
Terry McLaurin did it.
Mm-hmm.
Puka did it. Amon-Ra St. Brown did it. So there are guys who've done it. It's just a high bar. But yes, that's why you're getting odds.
Are you going to be nervous if Antonio Williams has like 7 or 8 catches in week 1 against Philly? You might get nervous.
Seems hard to believe.
I don't think I'd get nervous then.
Oh, I think I would be.
But I think if he gets to 40 by week 14, then I'll be nervous.
Yeah, you'll be sweating it.
And if we hear rave reviews that he's going to be the number 2 receiver, then I'll get nervous because their number 2 receiver last year, now partly because Terry was out for a significant portion of the season, caught 72 balls. That was Deebo Samuel.
Very nice.
Yeah, you can't really compare. The best comparison is like Jahan, I think. So when Jahan was there, I think in his second year, he caught 49 balls. The first year was like 35, but he had like 7 touchdowns.
Right.
Remember that first
He
year?
was
He
a
had bunch of
first-round pick.
touchdowns. He had 35 catches.
He was
and
a
like,
bad first-round pick, but he's a first-round pick.
They gave up on him, and didn't the
2
Eagles
years.
already give up on him?
I think
He's
beyond
on the
his
Falcons
15,
now, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on the
Because he
Falcons
had
roster.
19 catches and 18 catches for Philly, and he played every game.
Yeah,
They just
it's
didn't
hard to
target
get
him.
catches when A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Dallas Goedert are out there.
Yeah.
Oh, and Saquon Barkley, who catches balls too.
Yeah.
Not enough balls to go around.
The interesting thing to see when it comes to the receivers is, and I think a lot of people expect this, will Treylon Burks emerge as a reliable number 2 receiver?
I don't think so.
It's
I don't-
hard for me to
who
think
would-
that's
who
going to
could
happen.
imagine that. I think what you could see him as potentially is a red zone guy.
Well,
Red
my
zone
point
guy.
about reliable is when he was healthy, Noah Brown was the number 2 receiver to Terry McLaurin in 2024. So I can see them envisioning Treylon Burks filling that Noah Brown role.
I think
Guys are going to be hurt all the time.
I think more
that kind
than-
of checks the boxes for Treylon Burks.
Coming up next, we'll open up EB's entertainment page here on the Junkies. Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980. Going to give you a chance to win some tickets to go see OAR in concert shortly, as well as tickets to go see Soja. Stay tuned for that. But right now, we open up the entertainment page driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right. BMW of Fairfax is DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She'll take care of you. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, this is an interesting story here. It's sports related, but we'll throw it in the EP because it's a little off the beaten path.
All right.
Green Bay Packers superstar pass rusher Micah Parsons has recently admitted something, Cakes.
Okay.
He has a foot fetish, and he loves toes.
Like he's like Rex Ryan.
That's quite an admission.
So when you say you have a foot fetish, does that immediately cross over into sexual?
Yes.
I mean, as soon as I hear it, I think
so.
I think it's.
So does that mean that
overtly
you're
sexual?
I think
it means sucking. It should be flat out, right?
Or does it mean you finish your race around there?
That's next level perversion.
I mean,
why?
I mean,
foot fetish.
if that's your thing, I don't think it's that far fetched.
I mean, that's kind of what I thought of.
For you to go through the tape like JP did, and I was unable to do at the Bay Sox game yesterday.
Fetish, I'm running through the tape by the feet.
Yeah, you're probably
If I had a foot fetish,
right?
All right,
isn't that what Evan? I mean, come on. We've all watched them stumbled, inadvertently into some adult content.
Right.
It
may have happened.
How did this get here?
Yeah.
I guess I have to watch
on
it.
that rare
I've
occasion.
seen some wild feet video before.
Right. So on that wild occasion, you stumble onto something, and
not my- it's
some
not my-
feet are in the air.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea,
my thing.
but I've seen it.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen women use the arches.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about,
Yes.
kids.
That's
Yeah,
a whole
you know what I'm
different
talking
thing.
about.
Yes.
I may have stumbled
Yeah,
upon some of this
you've
content.
seen that.
You've seen that before.
You've seen the arches.
And then, but
The non-golden arches.
They hang the feet out there like serving.
The feet are being put to good use.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
not just there for window dressing.
Yeah,
Right,
you
but after they do that, then they kind of lay them out there. And
Yeah,
then you run
put
through
your
the tape.
you put your 2 feet together. Those arches make like a gap.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about, kids.
I know
Look
what
at
you're
you.
talking
Oh,
about.
you're slaying me, Valdez.
But then afterwards,
The
they kind
second most famous arches.
Yes. But I
too
think,
good.
again,
Yeah.
I think when you're done with that part, then they lay them out there, and then you run through the tape.
Did he just offer this up, or was he asked
I
by
don't know
somebody?
how it
What was
came
the
up.
context?
I don't know how it came up. It's on some terrible site on Twitter, some terrible account.
No. He was in an interview, and actually, Micah retweeted the thing, and he confirmed it.
Yeah.
Micah confirmed the foot fetish.
Interesting.
So JP thinks it involves sucking toes.
I mean, I'm sure that's part of it.
I guess that could be.
That was my initial thought. You went to the race. My initial thought was
And Valdez went to
And Cakes went to the arch.
I mean, I've seen some things that I can't unsee.
You
have too.
Yeah. Don't act like you've never seen it.
You haven't seen things.
No, I've seen things. I'm just
Sure.
wondering what I think I know Cakes' fetish. Choking. You have a little bit of a choking fetish.
Light simulated choking. you have to be particular
but
with
a
it.
little pressure on the neck.
Little pressure never hurt either party.
You like that too?
I mean, I'm not saying it's.
Hold on, is Amy a dominatrix? or
No,
something?
not by any means.
Did she stomp on you?
No, I mean, I've
Putting
never
cigarettes out on
I've
him.
never been stomped on.
he
Does
has
she ever
always
burn
been
a candle on
intrigued.
you or anything?
You have always been intrigued by the guy from In Excess who died.
I
Yeah,
am
but that's
weirdly
different.
intrigued by autoerotic asphyxiation.
He's always been
Now, I've
intrigued
never
by that.
Choking. It's all
participated,
in the
but-
choking.
I've never participated, but I just my big question is, can it feel that much sillier when you're
I don't know. I don't
you're
want to find out.
You're choking yourself off with a belt.
I don't wanna find out.
It's just weird.
Hey, hold on. How is Does just Amy go for it, or do you request
No,
it?
no. I don't request. Sometimes things unfold. You never know what's going to happen.
She just goes for
it. Are you like a sub? Like, is she like?
No, I'm not going to get into any
might
graphic
be.
detail.
That was a slip up by Cakes, and he's trying to backtrack.
And
Does that happen?
Trust me, it's much more one-sided than
the other.
But
Can you imagine?
Sounds like Amy's the man of the house.
Can you imagine? Cakes is doing his business just in the most basic of positions.
Hey, have you
and
ever
she takes
tried
the
this?
two
Hey,
hands.
give me this pen. Give me this pen.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried this then?
All right, write it down.
I gotta see that. I gotta see this.
Let's see what
Are
you're
you
writing.
into this?
I'm terrified of what you're writing down.
I know what he's probably writing.
No, that's never been introduced.
No one's ever worn that?
No.
Okay.
Oh.
Just asking.
I mean, if you're going,
I'm
if
just
you're going
asking.
I see what you. I mean, you're going down that highway,
I'm
but
gonna give
that,
you light-
that exit's farther down the highway.
That's a way different
Cakes,
exit.
Yeah, Cakes just
That's actually-
just pulled off.
That actually would be like an entrance, not an. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's not supposed to be, but yeah.
Right.
Right.
But if what you wrote down was,
I'm just asking.
yeah.
Can you?
If you'd like to be choked,
That's
maybe
a solid. It's a
maybe you
solid.
like to
no.
be
It's actually, it's tilting me right now because you think of Amy as the quiet, demure lady with her hands wrapped around Cakes'
Now,
neck.
again, it's not like it wouldn't be akin to like a horror movie when somebody's like choking life out of somebody. You know what I'm saying?
No wonder you two like DTF St. Louis.
Well,
It's got that weird stuff, doesn't it?
I was
Got all
probably
that.
the ringleader on DTF St. Louis. She was probably more along for the ride, but we watched it together.
Right. I got to think about all the different possibilities that are going on over there.
Hey, what happens behind closed doors?
Amy's choking
Sometimes comes out on the air. I guess.
Could you imagine?
Did she use like a belt to choke you?
I think she used the belt.
Have you ever been handcuffed?
Have I? No, I've never been handcuffed.
Okay, I'm just checking.
That's a legit question.
Have you ever been whipped?
Why am I getting the Spanish?
Because you
Inquisition
opened the
here?
door.
You said Amy choked you during buns.
You said it might go both
I've
ways.
said enough. I've said enough.
I think you said it might go both ways.
I mean, I did put that out there.
Dude, we're hitting something. We're on to something.
Who hasn't been chained to a bedpost?
Me?
Hey, do you think that's why Cakes keeps his beards to hide all the marks that Amy leaves on his neck?
That's the reason.
We have to examine the neck beard from now on.
It's possible. All right, this is a wild story. Oprah has, I guess she's mentioned this before, but it's getting a little traction now today too. Maybe she mentioned this on a show like in 2015 or something, or maybe even earlier than that. But do you know that Oprah's real name isn't in fact Oprah?
Had no clue.
Even though like her production company's called Harpo, which is Oprah spelled backwards, etc.
Yep.
You know what her real name actually is?
I don't.
Orpah.
Oprah's greater than Orpah.
Orpah.
She was dyslexic?
They switched the P and the R on the birth certificate. So if you go to Oprah Winfrey's birth certificate, it actually says Orpah Winfrey, and people just looked at it quick or whatever, just called her Oprah. It just kind of somehow got switched to Oprah, and she just started calling herself Oprah when she was a young kid.
Okay. Oprah definitely sounds better than Orpah.
Apparently Orpah, I didn't know this, has some biblical reference in the Bible.
Well, I
Maybe
definitely
there's
don't
There's
know
an
it then.
Orpah character. But isn't that the weirdest thing ever? Oprah
Little bit.
Winfrey would not be Oprah Winfrey if her name was I can't even say
Orpah.
it. Orpah. I couldn't even say it. There's no chance she'd be famous. Can't be famous as Orpah.
It's not like
It sounds like a
It's not like
whale.
Oprah's a great name either. It's better than Orpah.
Oprah owns Orpah.
Yeah, but neither one is great.
You might be right.
That's my opinion.
Yeah. Eminem's ex-wife, Kim Scott, she's been in the news recently. She's constantly getting into, disturbances. She apparently attempted suicide just like within the last couple days. And, she survived. I guess they called the police and said she had cut her wrists or whatever. The police come in there to try to help her, and then she starts cursing out the police.
She's a mess.
Yeah, she is a mess. And they have if you go to like TMZ, I'm sure you can find it on X. You could see photos and some videos of the police taking her out of the house that she's in. You remember, she was known as Kim Mathers, which she was married to Marshall Mathers. She's now known as Kim Scott. I assume that's her.
She's trying to fly under the radar.
Her original name. So I don't know. Sad story there, obviously. There's photos of Johnny Depp, or after he made an appearance at Comic-Con in San Diego, Cakes. And I don't know, dude. This guy was once the sexiest man alive.
True.
I mean, I guess age just happens to all of us.
It does.
I mean
he's
there's no
aging
getting around it.
Doesn't he drink like gallons upon gallons of wine? That can't be good for you either.
Is he going to play Ebenezer Scrooge?
Yes, I guess he's dressed up as Ebenezer Scrooge.
Okay, well, you're supposed to look old.
He's supposed to look like he's 80.
Okay, he does.
I mean, would you dress up as, here's a Pablo Francisco reference, Mr. Magoo, and look young?
I guess there's no way around it, yeah, when you're dressed up like that.
He's promoted. They dropped the trailer yesterday or this morning for
So that's why he was
Ebenezer,
there.
yeah.
Diddy was involved in a fight in prison, and they threw him in solitary, Cakes. They say that he's in Fort Dix, New Jersey. Somebody walked by. He kind of dissed him somehow, and Puffy didn't like it.
Does Amy use baby oil?
I don't know, but they say that Diddy held his own before it was broken up, and they threw him in the hole. So I guess they have to figure out who's at fault there. He may or may not still be in solitary confinement.
Should be in solitary for his bad music.
And last but not least, speaking of music, Valdez, I hope you have the new Morgan Wallen song. It was just released. Valdez was raving that he heard about it first because they played it on Friday night, I think. Was it Friday night when you were at the Ravens Stadium? And Mike Marr, I think you approve, right?
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
It's called Bend By Now. Say, why are you playing this? Well, every Morgan Wallen song released, seemingly, is a hit. He wrote it with Charlie Handsome, one of his go-to collaborators.
Hold on, his name's Charlie Handsome?
I mean, I'm sure it's a stage name, but that's his name, yeah. Let me hear the hook.
Boring?
This sucks.
Kind of boring, right?
I want to hear it. I think it'll be a smash. I think it'll be a smash. Like they all are. You guys probably got 40, 50, 60 songs all been in like Hot 100 or whatever.
If we were meant to be, we'd have been right now.
We've been by now.
I guess.
I guess it means, yeah, I think it's about a relationship that started out okay and then it flames out. I guess. I don't know.
Real original take there.
Well, nothing in country
Yeah,
music.
song,
Nothing in country music is particularly original.
That song can't move you at all.
No.
Zero.
I don't know. It'll be catchy.
It wasn't.
I think by the third time I remember when Morgan released his triple album, wherever the hell it was, we were trashing it, and it had just chock full of hits. I can listen from start to finish. So, I don't know. Am I the only one?
Well, in this room, you're the only one.
Yeah.
Coming up next, going to give you a chance to win tickets to go see OAR, and we also have tickets to see Soja in concert. Call in now, 1-800-636-1067 for the morning matchup here on the Junkies. JP here. You know what I love? When good news turns into even better news. That's 0% for 60 months offer that I told you about. Well, my team over at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg and Radley Chevrolet in Fredericksburg, they've extended it. That's right. 0% APR for 5 years on new Silverado trucks, plus no payments for 90 days. And this month only, buy any new vehicle from Michelle Radley Chevrolet, and they're going to throw in a set of all-weather mats absolutely free. Take it from me, Michelle Radley Automotive Group, delivering memorable driving experiences. 1-800-636-1067 if you want to partake in the morning matchup, giving away some concert tickets. We're going to play Commanders Missing Link shortly. So 1-800-636-1067 if you want to get in. I just wanted to thank the people that came out last night to the Bowie Bay Sox Stadium. We had a good time. There's a bunch of video on all of our social media platforms, at Junks Radio, Sports Junkies Radio on Instagram.
Yeah.
I also want to thank Jeff Walker. He is my hero today. Cakes struck out, could not find any syrup in the building. You even went to the sales area.
I went to the sales pit. I went through all of the file cabinets where people stash like headphones and just random tchotchkes. Couldn't find one syrup packet.
So Jeff bought me syrup from CVS.
Very nice of him.
I have never heard of this brand.
What is the brand? Let me see. Let me see
It
this.
just
Let me
looks
see
like
this
a
bottle.
normal. He went to
Let me see
CVS.
this.
Have you ever heard of that brand?
Pearl Milling Company. Oh, here's the thing.
Because it can't say Aunt Jemima anymore, right?
In small writing, right underneath,
Yeah.
formerly Aunt Jemima.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This
Good.
is the artist formerly known as Aunt Jemima.
It's so ridiculous.
I mean, it was a
How come you
long time
can't say
brand.
Aunt Jemima anymore. I mean,
It got canceled. I mean,
so
Pearl
ridiculous.
Milling?
that's a terrible replacement.
Yeah.
You know what that is? That's the Commanders of syrup that you're having. You're having the Commanders brand rename of syrup.
All right, so we're going to do Commander's Missing Link. Cakes is good at this game, so this is where you connect
Yeah.
two names or two things
Yes.
with the missing link. So EB, this is Commander's Missing Link.
Are you asking me?
It's for you.
Yes, this is a gimme, but just to
All right.
to demonstrate the game. Chris blank Bunyan.
There's only one answer that I know of. You look at me like,
Bunyan?
yeah, Bunyan.
Have you,
Chris Foot Bunyan.
All right, here's
Chris
it's
Come on.
Bank.
not like Bunyan on your foot.
Yeah.
A different
Bunyan as in a last name.
but hold on. Is the Bunyan an ex-commander?
No,
Right, that's what I'm not understanding. I
You
thought
just
said
have to
it was
connect the
Commanders.
two things.
Okay.
Yes, it's a Commander's player that will connect
One
you
of them is.
to Bunyan.
And the
Yes.
Chris is a...
Well, I wouldn't even worry about the Chris. I would just focus on the Bunyan. How many Bunyans do you know?
Paul.
Right. There, you have it. You
There's
got
a
it.
commander named Chris Paul.
You got
correct?
it.
all right,
You're-
all right.
You know what? You're good at the game. Just took you a second.
No, I was thinking about a foot bunion. I was just
Yeah,
obsessed
you got-
with a
you
foot
got thrown
bunion.
All right,
by
okay,
that
here's
sort of
another one.
Bunyan.
This is
Go
just to
ahead.
demonstrate the game for EB.
All right.
And this is, we used to call this lurch level.
Mm-hmm.
Rashad blank house.
White.
Correct.
Thank you. I'm good.
That's
at the,
how you
I'm good
play
at
the
lurch
game.
level.
Yeah.
I thought Chris Paul Bunyan was lurch level.
Apparently not.
All right,
It's
let's punch
good.
up our first contestant. That is how you play Missing Link. We're playing Commander's Missing Link.
All right, let's go to Joe in Manassas. Hey, Joe.
What's up, Junks? Love the show, boys.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Joe.
buddy.
All right,
Appreciate
Joe,
that.
we're going to hook you with the prize. If you can figure out the Commander's Missing Link, we'll actually hook you up with tickets to go see OAR tonight. Meriwether Post.
Sweet. Let's go.
Break those plans if you have them.
Nick blank country.
Nick, wait, country, Nick. Back.
What did he guess?
Zach? Is that what you said?
Nick back.
Nick Back?
I don't know who Nick Back.
Number one, there's no player named
Yeah.
Nick Back on the Commanders.
Not that I know
And
of.
I mean, I guess you could say back country.
Yeah, but that player's not on the roster.
No.
To my knowledge.
Let's go to Jeremy in Herndon. Jeremy.
Same question.
Sure. Nick blank country. Can you give me the missing link?
Oh, God. Wild.
There's not a Nick Wild on the team. I guess this guy's got a low Q rating. He's a former DeMatha Stag. I'll give you the answer.
Oh, now
Nick
I get
Cross
it. I was
country.
I was spacing on it. I couldn't place. That's a good one though.
He's the new safety.
Yeah.
All right, let's punch up our next
So
contestant.
far, it's really hard.
That one was challenging.
Let's go to Alex. Alex, what's up?
Hey, guys.
What's up, Alex?
All right. It's a Commander's missing link. Van blank Starship.
Jefferson.
Well, that
Winner.
That was an easy. That one was easier.
Congratulations. You've won 2 tickets to see OAR 3 Decades Tour tonight, Friday, July 24th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, Visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. Yes, that was easy.
Yeah.
Do we have more?
Yes, we have one more prize, tickets to go see Soja.
All right, it's good. Chris, Upper Marlboro. Chris, what's up?
Hey, what's up, boys? I'm going to be terrible at this. Hey, JP, take your daughters to do snuba instead of scuba
What
when
is
you go
that?
to Puerto Rico.
What is
It's
that?
basically where the tank is up on the water and you have a long line that goes down into the water, so you can just go down a little bit.
So you don't go
have
down
to get
too deep.
Snuba.
You don't have to get certified. And
this is new to me.
snuba or hookah. Because the hookahs basically have a compressor up on top that take a couple lines down for the guide and you.
Still sounds kind of
see.
scary, though.
I mean, I looked at the excursions. I think I'm just going to go old-fashioned snorkeling. If we do that.
Yeah.
All right. Commander's missing link. Tim blank down.
First.
I like your answer, but it's incorrect. Tim
where
first down.
does Tim first play?
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
All right,
Solid
thank
guess.
you. All right, let's go to Mike. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Mike. Same one for you.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, Mike.
Tim blank down.
I don't know the answer, but I do have one request. I called yesterday about who was going to make it over the baseball field with baseball. I need to know who made it and who didn't make it. I've been thinking about this all night.
What does he mean? Who made it over the baseball
I don't
field?
I think he meant like who made it
whose
over the
pitches
plate.
were- yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Just go to our Twitter, go to our Facebook, go to our.
You'll see all of
it's,
them.
it's everywhere.
All right, we'll do one more just to give a guy a chance to win these tickets to go see Soja. Who's up?
Will. Hey, Will.
Too late to turn on the
Good morning. Good morning.
Good luck.
Turn down your radio. I'm going to stick with the same one. Tim blank down. I didn't know it was that hard.
Peters?
Tim Peters down. Incorrect.
You ever heard of Tim Settle?
Tim Settle.
Tim Settle down. All right. Caller number 10 will win the prize instead. 1-800-636-1067. We're going to hook you up with a pair of tickets to Soja with special guest Pigeons playing ping pong. That is Saturday, August 1st at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. EB, I did have one more.
All right, give it to me.
John blank motel.
John.
It's Commander's missing link.
You know?
Of course I know it.
This is a clue, EB. This is an audio clue.
This is an audio clue.
John
For a movie you've never
blank
seen.
motel.
John Bates.
Got
There
it.
you go.
I needed all the clues. I mean, who thinks about John Bates?
What was the
I mean,
Bates-
nobody. If you think about Commanders, he's like number 47.
What was the Bates from Psycho's first name?
Norman?
Norman, look at you.
I mean, that's just I don't.
Somewhere
I don't
in
know
the
anything.
deep
I don't know.
recesses.
I don't know. I don't know anything.
You pulled it.
Who directed it?
Kubrick.
Hitchcock.
Not a bad guess. Hitchcock.
All right, we got to get out of here. Everybody have a great weekend. B. Mitch and Finley coming up next here on The Fan.
training camp, teams want their rosters and depth charts mostly figured out. That's the dream, but it doesn't always happen. And there's plenty left to be settled around the NFL as training camps begin to open up. One of the biggest questions is what happens with Brandon Ayuk. He is currently sitting on the reserve left squad list, and he's technically still on the 49ers despite an offseason of absolutely melting down. And there was a time where people thought maybe he'd come to the Commanders, but he absolutely torched that plan when he ripped Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels. Next question, is Daniel Jones fully healthy? Jones was cleared for training camp, which is a great sign, but the question remains if he'll be able to bounce right back to last season's level. And of course, there are still some names out there that may or may not get signed. So will someone sign Stephon Diggs or Tyreek Hill? Time will tell. Commanders rookies report to camp today. From the Crop Medcast Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP once again today.
The money-making JP.
Yeah, apparently. Happy Friday to you, B. Mitch.
Same to you, brother.
It's a good day. We got some actual football stuff to talk about.
We have football stuff to talk about or foosball stuff to talk about?
Well, we'll get to some
It's the fool we're going to talk about, too,
We'll get to some foosball stuff, but
yeah.
The rookies reporting to training camp today. What was your first training camp like?
Wild. I got here. Well, actually, when I was drafted, I reported up here in April. I didn't go home until like June, July. I stayed the whole time. Went because I just got all the teachers let me know what I had to do, my professors, and did my work, and then stayed up here. Hung out with Raven Caldwell and Kelvin Bryant, and it was very interesting. You had to grow up rather quickly. And so training camp, but it was fun. Like I think the guys, they all say they knew early that I was a little different because I talk a lot of trash. I grew up with older brothers, and it like, dude, you never act like a rookie. I'm like, I came here to be a football player, not to be a rookie. You know, why be scared? I was confident, but I was respectful. But I wasn't taking on ish off of nobody.
Yeah.
You know? And but hanging around Raven and KB, I kind of picked up a lot of stuff of what you can let slide, what you can't let slide, because you know how people are. If they see they could do certain things, they're going to keep doing it.
Of course.
You know, so I watched that, and it helped me out, but nervous as hell. You know, when you just running around, okay, now we got one-on-one blocking assignments. And I mentioned Raven, who's 6'4", about 250, 260 when he was playing. Mm-hmm. And Monty Coleman, who's my hero, 6'3" or so, 6'4", about 251. And then you look at Wilbur Marshall, I got to block these dudes one-on-one. You know, then you start thinking like, okay, stuff just got real, bro.
Yeah.
You know, but it was then you keep going, and then when preseason started, first preseason game of the rookie season, first game was that Thursday night we played in Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Return a touchdown.
There you go.
And the whole way people treated me changed, but I had a special teams coach who was like, you ain't do ish yet. You better do this. And he just kept that on me. And I kind of, it reminded me of my daddy. Like, once you accomplish something, don't be satisfied. Go accomplish something else. But that year was fun. It was fun. It was tough because this is the era of practicing twice a day in full gear. You know, and you were hitting.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was different.
Yeah, no, it's funny because you look at the calendar, and it just dawned on me a couple of years ago how crazy that final year of college is, and then going in through all of the process to get drafted, and then going from the draft and getting ready for your rookie season.
Uh-huh.
I mean, think about the schedule that you go through. I mean, you're showing up and getting ready for your final college football season, late July, August, same time frame you would for NFL training camp. You go through your season. If you play now and you get far into the playoff, you're playing into early to mid-January, and then you're getting ready for the combine at the end of February, and then you're getting ready to have the draft, and you're going through all the meetings and different stuff leading up into the end of April, and then not long after that's rookie minicamp.
But you know what, though? That's how it's supposed to be anyway.
Yeah.
Like, the problem with a lot of athletes, when they get close to the season starting, they really start to work. They go throughout the season, and when the season's over, boom, they die out. Darryl Green, Art Monk, two guys I highly respect. I remember after my rookie season, because I left here probably about 203, I came back out 230. You know, I went on a cruise, and I ate breakfast, I ate lunch, I ate the snack, I ate the dinner, I ate the midnight snack, every day.
Yeah.
I had and I gained a lot of weight. So I asked them, I say, I don't know if they even remember. I was like, look, man, how do you all deal with the off season? They say, I take about a week or two off, and then I get back to doing something. So in essence, you're doing something all the time. And they never get out of shape, per se. Like Sean B. Mitchell, my cousin, a boxer, he was always the same weight. So he didn't have to lose weight when a fight came around. And so I just look at that whole deal as, instead of dieting, instead of, I got to ramp up for this, just make your whole life a lifestyle change. You know, yes, it's going to be more intense during football season, but if you never let yourself get too far, like I'm saying, 203 pounds to 230. Then
change.
I would lead, and I got to the point where I played from 216 to about 221. If I came back, if I was overweight, it may be a pound. So it was quick to get it back. So I never let myself get really out of shape. And I think if most people just do it that way, like that last year of college is in essence what your pro career is going to be like.
Yeah. Well, and I think, sometimes you discount the importance of some of that veteran leadership. And I mean, you're talking about how important it is, not just to teach you the ins and outs of playing the game, because obviously your coaches help you, but learning from someone that you're standing next to on the football field obviously adds that extra element.
See,
but it's
gotta,
teaching you the routines and stuff as well.
I know people say biting is a bad thing, but you got to bite. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got to bite off of the guys. Like, you sit beside them and you watch what they do, and then you take a little bit of that and put it into your arsenal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then all of a sudden you realize 14 years later, by biting, you stayed around. A lot of guys come in and try to reinvent the wheel. You're not reinventing no wheel, not in this league. So you look at the guys who've been successful for a long period of time. Look at what I did, like I did when my mom and dad talked about certain brothers and sisters, they had a smile or a glow about them. Talk about the others, they were like, So as a young kid, I'm the youngest of 7, I knew I better act like that one, not that one.
Yeah.
So when you get to the NFL, who the coaches glow when they talk about? So I watch them, and then after practice, they're on the field practice. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to go on the other field. I don't want to bother them. I'm going to go on the other field. And Coach Gibbs noticed that. He was like, look, man, I see. They're going to invite you over one day. I'm not a stupid dude, but I knew exactly the people he was always praising, I'm going to do exactly what they're doing. All the rookies, you know what everybody wanted to do? As soon as practice was over, let's go to D.C. They put on their little silver medallion, and Jeff, I'm sure you see these people out there, silver medallion, run out to D.C. all the time. I didn't. I hung out on that football field. And then Ernest Biner was like, yo, man, come over by my house. I want to talk to you about something. And I've been at his house all the time. He never talked to me about nothing. And he finally told me he was keeping me away from a certain person who they knew was going to get cut. So they didn't want me hanging around him.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So people notice when you're trying to do the right thing. And if you just come out here and you just pay attention, instead of trying to think you, like a lot of rookies today, a lot of rookies come along, they come in, they think they know it all, they going to lead it. No, bro. You coming into a new arena right now. Figure it out first, then go do the thing.
So we're going to dive into some of the rookies and go through the draft class, talk about some of our expectations for the rookie class. But speaking of people you want to avoid, B-Mitch, we got to start with someone who supposedly bought a new house here in Loudoun County. Supposedly.
You mean me? I'm going to go buy a new house.
Supposedly, Brandon Ayuk bought a $10 million house in Loudoun County.
All right, man. This is why that's not a big story to me. So I was playing golf at the area where they say he supposedly bought the house yesterday. And as I think I was listening to something, looking at something on social media. And they were discussing the situation he's in and the position he's in right now. The position he's in, and he stated to all the people that's listening to him, he say, I am not going to file those papers. Well, if you don't file those papers, you never get off of that list. And if you never get off of that list, you can live where the hell you want to live. You're going to be having a nice-ass house, and you're going to be sitting in it 24/7 because you won't be practicing with nobody. So until he follows reinstatement papers, he is on the left team's list.
Yep.
And you know what that means for the 49ers? They don't have to do a damn thing. They can sit on their hands because he doesn't count against their cap. That is the big whammy on this thing that I think a lot of people who are in support of him and who don't understand what's going on. If he's not reinstated and don't file it, they don't have to do a thing. Everybody was like, oh, they're going to just release him. Why would I release someone who basically handled me wrong when I don't get docked for it?
Yeah.
They're not getting punished by having him on the list. So I could be, let's say you $50 million on my list, on my salary cap, but you're off of it because you're on the left team squad.
Yeah.
I don't have to do a damn thing. So he could buy a new house. He can get some he could get some data centers in this damn place. Ain't doing him no good on that football front.
Yeah. Well, what's the point of the NFL, right? To beat the other 31 teams.
Yes.
To get to that Lombardi trophy. If you don't have to pay the guy, but if I cut him, someone else is going to sign him, why the heck would I help somebody else?
True.
I'm not just going to go out of my way to help out another team.
And they can say, "You listen, is it being petty? Yes. It's being petty as hell. But the other person is not doing the things to force your hand. So if you're not, if I'm a team that wants you and you don't go and force their hand, I am taking you off of my want list.
Yes.
Because you're basically telling me you don't give a damn. Like, when you go to college and you have a degree, there are the prerequisites. You got to take those classes before you can really get into your studies. But if you never take those, guess what you do? You never get into the degree. You never can start taking classes to get a degree, right? So he is refusing to take his prerequisites. He's not taking Algebra 101, Math 101, whatever it's called at your school.
Yeah.
He's not taking that, but he wants to get into the calculus class. They ain't letting him in the calculus class because he never took the pre-stuff. So right now, if you're supporting him, how about you, instead of just egging him on, how about you go on this list and everybody, if it's 100,000, a million of y'all, everybody go get those reinstatement papers signed. Then something will start moving for him.
100%. So I want to hear from George Kittle. So he was talking about this Ayuk situation, kind of hinted that maybe there's a little more to it than is being led on about. Maybe he knows a little bit more, but didn't want to get into it. But here was George Kittle talking a little bit about what's going on with Brandon Ayuk.
I feel like I know basically everything that's happened and what's gone on, and I can't share all of that because it's not my business to share or tell.
Yeah.
But I just want to let you know that I feel like the Niners have done a very good job throughout the entire process and have tried. Kyle has tried. John has tried.
Yes.
Teammates have tried. And this is where we are.
Yeah.
And so I think the organization itself,
I
think the organization itself has done a really good job. And like I said, I know plenty of things, and I don't ever want to single out a player. I don't ever want to point a finger at anybody. But I've been here for 10 years, and I've been treated with nothing but respect and love my entire career. I feel like I've done it the right way as long as I can.
Listen, man. I was on this team for 10 years here. And I watch a lot of guys. And I hear a lot of people's opinions of those guys. There are guys that they always did what they were supposed to do, and they were treated as adults with respect. There were guys that people loved that didn't do what they were supposed to do, and they had different rules than everybody else. Because you have certain people who you can trust, and you have people who you have to watch. You have people who you have to put it in their contract to make sure they be on their best behavior. So everybody's not the same people. But if you look at the people that are doing what they supposed to do, okay, those guys were treated with respect. And the people on the 49ers, based off of what I know from the history of their team, just be an adult. They're going to treat you like that. They will take care of you. There were people in this town that had like some skeletons and that had some issues, but they were still treated with respect. You know why? when they did everything right for football. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hell, we're gonna be honoring one of them during the season, right? But he was a wild man, but he took care of his damn business. But if you are a wild man and you don't take care of your business, what on earth make you think you're supposed to be treated like the guys that are doing everything they're supposed to do?
Well, and this is why it's so important when you're going through a draft or signing a free agent or something of that nature. Obviously, we know the football player, but this isn't playing a video game. This isn't something where I just picked this guy up. This is a real human being.
Yeah.
So you need to know when you bring this guy into your building, this is why it's so important, understanding that when they drafted him, they understood a little bit of the person, but you also signed him to the contract when you're the Niners.
Yeah.
And the negotiations clearly did not go to the favor of what Ayuk wanted, and it soured a relationship, but that's part of the business.
Yeah.
That's what you have to go through.
Once you sign the contract, you live up to it.
Exactly.
You can't sign it and say, well, because they were tough on me in the contract, I can act a fool. Listen, I got 4 kids. I love all 4 of them. But I don't think I treated all 4 of them the exact same way because they have different personalities. You know, I can influence or motivate one by doing one thing. If I do it with the other one, they wouldn't even touch. They didn't get moved by it.
Yeah.
And I think everybody out there with kids, they're from you. And listen, if they're from you and the same person, say it like that. If you got 2, 3, 4 kids, you and your wife, you and your mate, whatever, I guarantee all 4 of them are not the exact same people. So what on earth make everybody think because Brandon said, well, they don't take care of us, that they don't take care of everybody else? Maybe, just maybe, if you wouldn't be doing some of the things you're doing, they might treat you better. They might give you more respect. They wouldn't have to negotiate a contract to, like, they put in his contract, if he didn't show up, they get to void his money. Why you think they put that in his contract? Because they probably knew he wasn't going to show up. Now, he signed it, and he still didn't show up.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to feel totally sorry for someone when you are the culprit. You are the person that you signed something that they worried about with you, then you did exactly what they thought you would do. So he wants everybody to believe that although he didn't do what he was supposed to, they were supposed to treat him a different way. Man, please.
Yeah, 100%.
Lose me with that.
On Sunday, I thought this was interesting. Torrey Smith, obviously a former Raven, former Terp, he tweeted this out saying, Ayuk is frustrated, but he clearly doesn't want to play anymore. He is cutting up online. I thought it was interesting, he clearly doesn't want to play anymore, because we've heard throughout this entire saga, some Niners beat reporters and guys have thrown out, like, they were worried that how much this guy really cared and wanted to play. And you can't kind of dismiss some of that, but when he clearly needs to do one thing to get things rolling in the right direction if he wants to play for another team, and he's not willing to do that thing, kind of fits into that narrative of maybe he just wants to play victim and not play football.
See, I know this topic moves the needle. We want and we are required to discuss it. But in my world, it wouldn't be discussed until he go and file those papers.
Yeah.
Because we could talk till we're blue in the damn face. There's nothing Adam Peters and the Commanders can do. Nothing. Whether come out and say we don't want him or we're going to sign him. They can't do anything until he does the filing and the 49ers then are forced, because once he goes back on their cap, they have to let him go. You see what I'm saying? So if he doesn't do what he's supposed to do, us talking about it every day does absolutely nothing, because nothing can happen. So we do it. It's a requirement. It moves the needle. But I think we just as dumb as he is to discuss it all the damn time.
Yeah, I'm over it. And we're going to talk about the rookies reporting for training camp here in just a couple of moments. But I think you'll like this reply, B-Mitch. So Sleeper Commanders is the one that kind of tweeted some of this stuff out. The first reply under it goes, "Oh, wow, that's dope. Future season ticket holder for the Commanders." He ain't going to be playing for him, that's for sure. All right, let's talk about the Commanders rookies reporting for training camp. First practice going to be next Wednesday. Let's go through the draft class once again, just a little refresher as they report What are some of the expectations for these rookies as they step in to their first season in the National Football League wearing the burgundy and gold? We'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Cop Defense Properties. Commanders rookies report to training camp today. Vets get there on Tuesday, and Wednesday, the 29th, is the first scheduled practice. Fans around the league await answers to a number of questions as training camps are starting to kick off. From who's going to win the biggest quarterback battles, will it be Deshaun Watson or Shedeur Sanders, Kyler Murray or J.J. McCarthy, to which the league's new head coaches will find success in their new roles, and whether or not Patrick Mahomes is going to be ready for Week 1. For Washington, one of the biggest questions is going to be, will the coordinator changes pay off? The Commanders have both first-year coordinators on offense in David Blau and defense in Durante Jones. Are you a road technician that's tired of the outdoor service grind? Cop Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services. Competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP once again today. I want to remind you that Root is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Root Pro partner at Rude.com. If it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
We'll be joined by Ben Standig coming up at 11. Want to get his thoughts as training camp about to get underway. David Aldrich from The Athletic going to join us at noon. We'll talk a little Commanders. We'll talk a little Wizards with the legend DA. But right now we're talking about Commanders training camp. Rookies reporting today. I want to go through the rookie draft class and give some expectations for what we could see from each of the rookies. 800-636-1067 is the number if you'd like to hop in. So let's just start at the top of the draft class. We'll go through it and then maybe take a look at some of the undrafted guys. But top of the draft class, Sonny Styles, number 7 overall pick.
Starter.
I'm excited to see what he can do this year.
I'm excited, but I think starter, off the bat, play caller, and I'm expecting big things. You get drafted that high, you've shown the athleticism. I think they're going to – Sonny, normally they'll get a guy to learn something, then they teach him something else. I don't believe that he's going to be brought up like that. I think he's going to know stuff off the bat. And he's going to be able to do more than one thing so he can hit the ground running.
One of the big selling points when any of the Ohio State defenders were being talked about last year during the draft was they played in an NFL defense last year with Matt Patricia. That's a former NFL defensive coordinator, really good one at that. And for him to run the style of defense he did with Ohio State, for them to be as good as they were, you draft a guy coming out of there, whether it was Downs, whether it was Reese. In Washington's case, it's Sonny Styles. And especially with Sonny Styles, the guy who was a signal caller for that defense, I think you feel really good immediately that he's going to have a high football IQ, step in, be able to command the huddle defensively, and be able to do a really good job of getting everybody in the right spot. So, you add in the fact there's going to be some growing pains, as there is with any rookie playing significant minutes. But I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do because he, in my mind, if they didn't have him in this defense and say Mansour Delane would have been their pick if that's who they wanted and they would have taken him, that obviously would increase the position at the corner, which would be nice. But I think the way that they want to play defense this year, having a guy as athletic as Sonny Styles that can do a little bit of everything almost takes the defense to another level.
Yeah, I think you have to have someone at every level. I think Sonny is projected to be that guy at the second level. Owe is the guy at the first level that they're expecting this year. And then I would say, you're looking at the secondary, and I know people have their doubts, but I totally believe my man from last year who got hurt. I can't slip names.
Will Harris?
No. The corner.
Oh, Trey Amos.
Trey.
Yeah.
Trey is that's the guy they expect to be the conduit at the third level. But the ultimate thing is, they played a pro-style defense, which means the complicated type thing. They won't be amazed by that because sometimes in college, people line up. It's so vanilla, it's crazy. But they know but still, now they playing pro athletes at every position. In college, Ohio State, most teams they play, they got better athletes in. And when you're playing a pro-style defense, That complicated defense causes issues for that offense. And you're already better than them anyway. Well, now when you line up against a pro offense, you got 11 guys over there that are professionals. So it's going to find out his knowledge, his learning ability, how that's going to be, but it's going to separate him from some other people. Everybody in this league can play, whether we think somebody sucked or not.
So you think he wears the green dot right away?
I think so.
And so how do you think that linebacker rotation works? Because I do think that is something they're going to have to work through. If they're going to keep 3 on the field, then that's easy when you've got Styles, Chanel.
They may have
and
4 on the
Luvu.
field at sometimes.
How do you think they rotate through that? Because I do think that they're going to want to obviously use some of those guys they brought in. Oweh's going to be on the field. Chason, they're going to use in pass rushing downs.
Oweh is listed as a linebacker, but he's a pass rusher.
Yeah.
I think the way guys are listed is based off of what they have said their base is going to be. That's why they list him like that. Oweh is not going to be dropping or doing all that other stuff, but he's going to be rushing that damn passer consistently. And the way that they play it, look, I wouldn't be surprised if sometimes you be like, damn, why is Sonny outside? I think that because if it's anything like Flores' defense, hell, people come from everywhere.
Yeah. Well, and what I like too is when you look at specifically the 3 main linebackers, Sonny Styles, Leo Chanel, and Frankie Louvu.
Mm-hmm.
They're all
athletic.
They're all versatile. They're all athletic, and they all excel in one specific thing. But then they can do a little bit of everything. Like Frankie, really good getting downhill as a pass rusher. Not as great in coverage, but can do it if you need him to. Chanel, more of a run stuffer, struggles a little bit in pass coverage, but again, still can do a little bit of everything. And when you think of Sonny, we'll see what he does at the NFL level, but I would think he's going to be the best pass coverage of those 3 linebackers.
You would hope.
But he's also someone that's a very sure tackler. He missed, I think, 2 tackles the entire season last year, and you can use him in a variety of ways. I really think that Arvell Reese was someone that stood out a lot in the Ohio State defense last year, the way that he was able to rush off the edge. We'll see what he's able to do in New York this year. I truly think Sonny Styles could have done a lot of that stuff, but he was so natural as a linebacker, understood the feel of it, that they had no reason to take him out of the middle of the field.
Yeah.
And so if they want to, like you said, line him up off the edge and have him rush around the end, I think he can do that.
I say this, man. Listen, once you get to the league and you are secure in what your first job is, try to do some other stuff. Because if you can bring more to your game, you can affect the game differently. And then when you affect the game differently, guess what you do? You get paid.
Well, and I just think, too, like when you have a guy like Sonny Styles that has his speed and his agility at the linebacker position, think of the Brian Flores defense and what he likes to do. And sometimes having a bigger safety. When you have a linebacker that can move like him, you can use him in that sort of a role where they're going to have guys mugged up to the line of scrimmage. You're going to have 6, 7, sometimes 8 guys lined up right across the line of scrimmage. And I'm telling them, I'm dropping out. I need you to get back deep into his zone. Sonny can get to that, where other linebackers across the league cannot.
Yeah, well, you remember they said, I think you read this stats yesterday, where they led in pressures of 6 or more people, and they also led in rushing only 3.
Yeah.
When they rushed 3, I guarantee they didn't line up like they were rushing 3.
No.
They lined up like they were bringing a house. And the quarterback is now, and the center are pointing out stuff to say, pick up this, pick up this. So everybody get focused on, oh, they coming. And when they drop out, that quarterback throws that quick pass, guess what? Defense is in somebody's lane.
Yes.
I mentioned to you that they expect 3 linebackers, they can have 4. What if you have 4, you know that big nickel thing they used to play? What if you have 4 and your big nickel is actually Sonny?
Yeah.
Sonny now is your 4th linebacker playing right on the nose of that damn tight end.
Well,
Change up the ball game, don't it?
What I love, too, is if you're doing that, he ain't afraid to set an edge.
You know, so it's like the possibilities. When people ask, like I was asked yesterday, man, what you think the record's going to be? I say, listen, I can't tell you right now. I say a lot of people tell you now, they're guessing. I can't tell you. Once I start knowing, I don't know exactly what the record's going to be, but once I start to see them play and see how they're implementing people, I can begin to have a little idea of what I feel. I can't wait to see because there's so many things in my head I think they could do with him and some of these other guys. Because Chanel might be as athletic as anybody on the damn football team. You know?
Yeah.
So I'm waiting to see how they're going to utilize these guys their abilities, because some of them have individual ability that you want to run a team defense, but you also want a guy who individually can disrupt the hell out of something to be able to utilize that sometimes.
Yeah, he I think is going to be really, really fun to watch this year, and I think it's going to be noticeable right away for fans that aren't able to get out to training camp, but maybe you watch the preseason, but especially week one when you turn on the TV, the speed at linebacker from what you saw last year to this year, that's probably going to be the first thing that jumps off the screen.
Yeah, that will be different. That is different. It is different.
Yeah, it's no knock on what Bobby Wagner. Obviously, he's a Hall of Famer.
Bobby was unbelievable. Just that some situations he ended up in, the defense shouldn't have allowed it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So their second pick, as we're going through the rookie class and what we expect from them this season, you'd like to hop in 800-636-1067. They're reporting to Ashburn for the beginning of training camp today. Second pick came in the third round, pick number 71, Clemson wide receiver Antonio Williams. It's an interesting discussion hearing how people reacted to Antonio Williams being the draft pick there. I was excited. I was doing a live draft show when they drafted him, and he was one of the guys I was looking for them to target when they got to that pick, and I really like him because what they needed in this offense, in my opinion, when now we kind of know that there's probably not going to be a Brandon Ayuk brought in here. And at that point, there might have been, but you needed someone that could create separation. You know what Terry can do. You're pretty confident there, and you're pretty confident in what Chig's going to be able to do, run after the catch stuff. We'll see if he can do some of the extra stuff as he evolves. But you just needed someone that play out of the slot, out wide, whatever, that can create separation and be that guy that you can depend on. I think Antonio Williams can be that guy. The question is how quickly can he become that guy?
And the thing of it is, health is the thing for every one of these young guys. This is a little bit more intense than college. And your competition level, and like I said when they were draft, and I saw the schedule, my thing to JP was intensity has to pick up right now. And we saw them move a little quicker than they were last year.
Yeah.
The thing for me is you want guys that can win. Antonio Williams can win. If Antonio Williams is winning and Terry is winning and Chig is winning, that puts pressure on your defense. And then all of a sudden you're doing things from different areas because now they got to figure out how to stop it. You know what I mean? So I really believe this kid is going to help him out because of the mere fact he can win one-on-one battles.
Yeah, and I think they'll be able to utilize him inside and out. Is he going to always play outside? No. Does he have the prototypical size for outside? Probably not.
What is the prototypical size? Because Tyreek Hill was outside, wasn't he?
100%. And that's why I think it's a little bit...
Tanner was outside, wasn't he?
That's why I think it's a little bit over-talked about at times.
Yeah.
Like, if you can find a way... And JP's brought this up a bunch, and I think this is a good point. I want to see what he looks like when you throw the pads on and he has to face press coverage, because that's going to be something interesting to see with him. That's one of the knocks, but I think he's going to be a really good route runner. You already hear the way that the quarterbacks have talked about him when they were asked about him in OTAs, and he has a little bit of that savvy that you wouldn't expect out of a rookie. So
if you can get open running the slot, because, see, when you're in the middle of that football field, they normally put those cornerbacks in the slot are normally guys that they can go either direction. The outside corners are considered the best, but they have a sideline, they have a boundary to help them. Slot corners don't.
That's such a hard.
Those
job.
guys are normally better, I think, at the overall coverage aspect. So my question is, if you're a guy that can get open in the slot, shouldn't you be able to get open if you're outside?
Yeah, and I think he's going to be able to. So also, too, I mean, you're just assuming that they're going to line up people they're going to move people all around.
Listen, man,
Terry's going to move around.
Where they start is not where they should end up.
No.
And that would change up the offense that we had last year.
There's going to be shifts, there are going to be motions, all sorts of things. So I think with Antonio Williams, he's going to be a major factor in how good this offense can be. I'm excited to see what he can do. I really believe that he's going to have a really good rookie season. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. We got through the first two picks. We'll get through the rest of the draft class, take a look at some of the undrafted free agents. But what do you think are the realistic expectations for each one of these rookies as the Commanders rookies report to training camp today? Toby Altizer sitting in for JP on B. Mitch and Finley.
Oh, baby, you.
B. Mitch and Finley.
Got
106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Rookies reporting to training camp for the Washington Commanders. We're going through the draft class, giving some realistic expectations for what we could see from these guys in the rookie season. 800-636-1067. We'll quickly go through the rest of the draft class. We talked about Sonny Styles. We talked about Antonio Williams. Joshua Josephs in the 5th round, pick number 147. I thought it was interesting, B. Mitch. I was out there. I can't remember if it was rookie minicamp or one of the OTA sessions. And I took a video for our social media of Sonny Styles doing a coverage drill, picking a ball off, just something simple. But everybody was losing their minds about Joshua Josephs, who was lined up at edge, drop it. And so he showed some fluidity there. So it'll be interesting to see what he does this season.
He has that build and the possibilities of becoming something very special. Long arms, can come off the edge, can do different things. And I think the one thing about, I don't think Durante really says it, but you want versatile guys in this defense. You want guys that can line up and you think they're doing one thing and they're going to be doing something totally different. And at times when you think they're going to be doing something, they're going to do what they're doing, but they're going to beat you because they have that ability. He's like a wild card in my book.
Yeah.
He just, you see what he could possibly be. He hadn't just hit that yet.
Yeah. After him, 6th round pick. I think a lot of people are excited to see this guy. All-time leading rusher from Penn State, Katron Allen. Fat man. I'm interested to see. He's going to immediately take what we would think is the Chris Rodriguez role.
Yeah.
I think the question is how much of a share of the backfield carries is he going to get this season?
See, you look at him, the way he's built, and you hear the fat man and all that stuff, and you would think that this young man is just like a short yardage back. There's been some very good running backs at Penn State. He was sharing time with another running back. He's the all-time leader. He can grind out yards. He's more than just lowering his shoulders and getting it done. I think he has a very, very good ability to get his shoulder square and make it hard for you to tackle him. So, yes, he can fit that Chris Rodriguez move, but I think you can add to his arsenal out the backfield, things of that nature. Already, the league thinks he's a power back. Put him in the game, throw him a pass in the backfield. You think a cornerback on the edge want to tackle him?
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like finding ways to give yourself a distinct advantage.
Final 2, Matt Golban going to play as the backup center. We might, if anything happens to Nick Allegretti, you're going to be seeing Matt Golban, so important for him to get going early in camp. And then Athan Kaliakmanis is going to be fighting with Sam Hartman for that quarterback 3 job. I would think that he has the leg up on Hartman. We'll see what happens there, but Kaliakmanis is kind of fighting for that 3rd quarterback job. 800-636-1067. Rookies reporting to training camp today for the Washington Commanders. What are some expectations you have for some of these rookies? Let's get out to Ed in Towson. Ed, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you feeling?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
I'll tell you, I'm good. And Mitch, you like I said, I love when because somebody that's been there, done that. I think Sonny Styles, I see him because I'm from DC, but I'm up in Baltimore. I see him taking the same path like as Kyle Hamilton, meaning in the first couple of games, and I've heard guys that I've coached that went to the league talk about the speed of the game going from college. You talked about that, Mitch, going from college to pro is totally different, from what I've heard. And once Sonny Styles figures out the speed of that game, because he's a freak. I mean, he's played at the highest level and dominated. So, and he was on the secondary guy. Now they're going to have him closer to the ball. Once he figures out the speed of the game, I see him taking the same path as Kyle Hamilton. He's going to be a problem. Because like you said, Mitch, there are no set defenses now. There ain't no base defense. Jokers can morph into anything. And if you got a guy as big as Styles and he's sitting there at linebacker depth and all of a sudden he up on the line of scrimmage, and you're a running back, Mitch, your job is to mirror the backer because that's who you got to get a lick on. And if he's waiting 1,001, 1,002, and he's hopping from hole to hole, and all of a sudden he's screaming at you, that's a problem. And you can't get out to run a pattern because you got to worry about Styles. So he's going to screw up a lot of offensive schemes because he is a freak of nature. So once he figures out the speed, I don't know how long it's going to take him to get that done. He might do it right out the gate, but let you know that's a different game. Once he figures out the speed, he's going to be a problem. I see him like Kyle Hamilton, bro. I see him doing the same thing.
Appreciate it, Ed.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
He's right about the speed of the game, though. I remember I was I would hear people talking about it, and then when I got here, I'm like, damn. Because, like, you know, when you're in college, they will tell you, in essence, you got maybe 2 to 3, maybe 4 on some teams, NFL players on the field on a certain side of the ball at any time. Get to the league, all of them NFL players. And they all can do stuff at a fast pace. Even the guys that you think is slow, they get there a lot quicker than the guy that was 4.6 in college, you know? And once you figure that out, it's different because when you're playing and you don't understand it totally, you're hesitant. When you are no longer hesitant and you're reactionary, whole ball game changes.
Well, and everything I've heard about this kid is he's almost like a Jaden type prep on the defensive side of the ball.
And he has in his bloodline, his daddy played.
Yeah.
This has not been something that he hadn't heard about for a long time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It makes a difference too.
Jonesy's in Rhode Island. Jonesy, what's up?
What's going on, B. Mitch? What's happening, Coach?
The hell you doing in Rhode Island, man?
Hey, man, I'm going to a weekend luau, man. Since you ain't going to give me no gumbo, somebody else is. So I'm going to check it out. But check this out, fellas. You got to look, B. Mitch. It's sunny for me, too. I hear the sideline speed. I hear he can start the run. I want to see all this on display. And the word is, again, he can give it to you on demand. So I'm waiting, man. I'm itching. Because we had a horrible defense last year, man. Anything of goodness, greatness that he can give us, hey, man, it is welcome. Yeah, that is all I have to say, fellas. I love the show. Keep on doing what you're doing, B-Mitch. It's Leo season, baby.
All right, bro.
Appreciate the phone call. Yeah, excited to see what they're going to be able to do. Sonny Styles, obviously, the first-round pick number 7. Linebackers, they're not thought of as highly anymore. When you go number 7, you better be a special one.
Yeah,
so and I think he's going to be. I'm excited to see that. Let's talk about the Commanders with Ben Standig coming up next. Want to get his thoughts as rookies report. We'll talk to Ben Standig of the Last Man Standing Substack next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
Some college basketball news. The highly anticipated December 21st non-conference game between Duke and Michigan has been canceled, according to ESPN. The contest was originally scheduled to be played at Madison Square Garden, but a misinterpretation of broadcast rights forced the sides to try to move the game to Lone Depot Park, which is home of the Miami Marlins. However, the broadcast rights issues remained and all parties couldn't come to an agreement, ultimately forcing the game to be called off. Duke will now play Texas Tech on December 21st at Madison Square Garden. Moving over to some NFL news, the Giants are opening up their training camp with some good news for them. While the team did have to place 3 players on the physically unable to perform list, none of them were wide receiver Malik Nabers. Nabers is currently recovering after undergoing a second surgery during the offseason in the wake of last season's torn ACL. His status is among the biggest question marks going into the season, but the team does have some hope that he'll be ready to go for Week 1. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Want to remind you that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
We'll try
it
that
ain't
again.
right.
There we go. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Time to get out to the Rude guest hotline. Welcome in our guest from the Last Man Standing Substack, Ben Standing himself. Ben, what's going on today? How you doing?
Fellas, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. It's fun that we're finally going to be able to talk about actual football things, no more conjecture. I'll start with this. We started the show with this, and hopefully this is one of the last times we can mention it. Is the Ayuk stuff dead? Like, are we done with that?
He's not letting him die.
So I haven't checked social media this morning, but I saw yesterday, right, that he posted that he bought a house in Loudoun County.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, the person he's with is an actual realtor. So, I mean, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, this thing has already gotten kind of nuts, and well, it's been nuts. If he's buying a home in Loudoun County, if this is real, but he's not actually going to play for the team, that is even weirder than I would have imagined this thing would go. I mean, for me, even beyond, it feels like this has turned hard against Ayuk ever since he sort of called out Jaden. It felt like, and maybe even Jaden's mom a bit on social media, and then Jaden responded a little bit, we think. And I've never been a believer that this is like some sort of bit between them. So if that is real and it did sort of turn, I just don't see how the team is going to go down this route. I think in general, sort of independent of Ayuk, sure, I think we all agree that like the second receiver spot is a bit of a mystery right now, but I think they have options if you consider that they're going to play probably a fair amount of 2 tight ends, maybe even 3 tight ends, in which case you only need 2 receivers on the field, and they have guys that can do specific things, you know, a deep guy, a vertical guy, a route runner, a hands guy, whatever it is. So I just feel like they may be just comfortable enough with that group, or at least going into the first week of camp and go from there. But I don't see the Ayuk thing, but I haven't seen it for a long time.
But the whole thing about it, like, listen, if he got enough money to go buy a house, he could buy it where you want to buy it at. But
sure.
This football team can't do anything until you do what you're supposed to do. And I feel the whole thing is a non-story until he files for reinstatement.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? I mean, there have been people who have been accused or actually committed acts far more, I don't know, far worse from a societal perspective than what Brandon Ayuk has done, even though there are some things going on here, including, you know, speeding, and there's a arrest warrant, but, you know, relatively speaking, people have done other things. It's just that if we're just looking at this from like a professional standpoint, like what he's been doing has just made zero sense, going all the way back to, you know, when San Francisco, you know, decided to take to take away some of the guaranteed money from his deal because he, in their eyes, stopped showing up for his rehab work apparently, and he can sit there and say, well, it's not true or whatever, but it did happen. He didn't, and he or nor the NFLPA or an agent or anybody even like fought seemingly to prevent that from happening. So, and then of course the reinstatement aspect, he just had to show up, essentially at the 49ers at some point to get back in, and he has to deal with the NFL as well. These are just basic procedural things. Mm-hmm. This is not anything that this is not a criminal, the law is not holding him back. The NFLP wants to help him, and yet still here we are, he's acting like the world's conspiring against him. So I just don't know how you're looking at that in any way and thinking we want this element, this wild card aspect in our locker room, especially coming off a year that they just had, and so on and so on. So to me, it just makes no sense. But we'll see.
We've seen stranger things.
Yeah, for certain. Talking with Ben Standig of the Last Man Standing Substack. So let's get into the actual football as rookies report to training camp today. Vets on Tuesday, first full practice with the team next Wednesday. What are the storylines, the headlines that you're most interested in keeping an eye on early in camp?
Yeah, I wrote about a bunch of these on my Substack. Obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously. There's certainly little things like we're going to get to see Sonny Styles play, in something that's at least more akin to a real NFL practice scenario. And we kind of feel like he's going to be the green dot guy, but, we'll have to see that for sure. If they're going to play a true 3-4 defense, then really only two of those, three linebackers that we talked about are going to be on the field at any given point. We assume Styles is one of them, but let's just see what happens, and just also, what kind of a difference maker he can be, when the game is turn real here. Obviously, there's some offensive line battles. The left guard spot, is Nick Allegretti really locked in at center? I assume the answer is yes. And kind of go down the list. Is Bill Krosky-Merritt, is he showing enough as a pass protector or pass catcher that he can be a 3-down option, which I really think would unlock something for this offense. But ultimately, a lot of it is just going to come down to what are we seeing out of Jaden Daniels? Obviously, the injuries are not, knock on wood, are not going to be a factor here because he's not getting hit. But just how does he look in the new offense? I mean, I think everything's looked fine so far, but. When we talk about questions at receiver to some degree and the offensive line a little bit, and just in general, the lack of offensive playmakers beyond Terry McLaurin, Jaden Daniels is going to have to be Superman again. And he did it in 2024. It's not like it's not like we haven't seen it. So I think that, I think it's just going to come down to that. How does he look? How does the offense look under him, under Blau's direction? And, we won't see everything, of course, in camp because they're going to hide a lot until the season. But at the same point, we can see if it's not working or, if there's questions, because there were last year before the season started and ultimately led to kind of what happened.
Did you see anything in the minicamp OTAs that was distinctly different that you could see with this offense?
Oh, man, I've been to Vegas since minicamp. I don't remember what happened yesterday. Let me think. No, I mean, yeah, you can see a few things. I mean, again, mentioning the tight ends, that it looks like that's going to be more of a feature. Having multiple tight ends on the field is a big deal. Obviously, some of the real basic stuff, like under center, huddling to a degree, and I think some of the route combinations. I think a lot of those things are going to be different, and that's the thing. I mean, with Cliff, it was a pretty rigid situation. Terry McLaurin, the X receivers, always Terry McLaurin's always out to the left. The no huddle, the shotgun. These things were incredibly effective in 24, but kind of limiting over time. So I think there's just more variety at a basic level with what Blau looking to do, and I think the route combinations. I mean, I think this is the other thing is that we're typically saying there's uncertainty at receiver because we're not sure like which of these guys are going to consistently get open and make plays. But the thing is, like with Blau's system and Ben Johnson's system or what have you, is like it's the route combinations designed on the play call should help get these guys open, and that's where we just won't see it until the games actually probably happen. But you can see a little bit of that in practice, just in terms of the formation and the actual routes being run and things like that. You can see the differences coming up.
Talk with Ben Standig of the Last Man Standing Substack. Follow him on X at Ben Standig. Ben, one of the things that I think has kind of helped try to formulate how I felt about the receiver room is what the expectations for the season are? If you feel like taking a step forward from 5 wins and you get to 8 and you feel like that's acceptable and that's kind of where you're fine with, I can kind of understand where they're at. If you want them to try to replicate what they did in 24 and at least get close to 12 wins, at least get double digits and fight for a playoff spot, maybe they're coming up a little bit short. I'm curious what your thoughts before, we've really seen what the full defense is going to look like, before we've seen what the full offense is going to look like in training camp. What kind of expectations do you have for this team going into training camp?
I'm going to say, I have no expectations, which isn't to say that I think they'll be terrible, which isn't to say that I think they'll be good. It's to say they are just one of the many teams in the NFL where they're somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Look, 2024, 12 wins, an incredible season. We all were there. But you know how it is. I mean, if we go back, a couple things happened here. Look, they won the last, 5 games, including, 6 games on the last play from scrimmage, that's not normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their fourth down percentage that year was off the charts. Look, they had a game where they won with a Hail Mary, right? It was the play of the year. And, these are things that are just the bounces went their way in an extreme way. But, of course, they took advantage of it. And that's the key is every team, every game, there's always advantages for teams that are sitting there. And the bad ones don't take advantage of them and the good ones do. And that's kind of what this comes down to. So, I think the defense obviously looks like it's a lot better on paper. Does that mean they're a top half of the league defense? Well, that's the question. But even if they're just ordinary, right, just league average, that's a big step up from where things were last year and even, frankly, in 2024. So if that happens, then this thing could go a long way. If you tell me that Jaden Daniels is able to avoid, any real notable injuries over the course of the season, then, the floor is going to be pretty high up, all things being equal. But, tell me what the injuries are. Tell me how the new coordinators go when the games turn real. And, I'm not trying to be wishy-washy. I'm just being like, this is to me, what's realistic. 7 wins, 9 wins, sure. Pick where you want to go on that. But let's see what happens. And can they show us enough, I guess, this summer to think, okay, maybe there's more than just a flip of the coin as to where they're going to be, that they really have some strength, and that's going to be determined, over time here.
Ben, you had mentioned the defense, and we talk a lot about complementary football. And I know Jaden, we're dissecting in multiple ways the second receiver and what they can do offensively. JP asked me 2 weeks ago, what did I think would be best for Jaden to have a successful season? I said, the defense being better. Am I off base thinking that if they don't give up 30 points in games, that you take a lot of pressure off the offense and now you can get settled into doing stuff, which I think that they are very good. They were 2 years ago very good at time of possession. If the defense is better and they can do the things they did with time of possession, it changes the whole ball game.
Yeah, no doubt. I think we remember back in 2024 where they had that stretch of Tress Way was just kind of twiddling his thumbs because they just never punted, and it wasn't like it was just 60-yard plays. It was just a very time-consuming drives, one after another, and that ended with some type of points. And if they can be efficient like that again, that would be huge, and that of course helps the defense stay fresh. But then you're right, if the defense is able to buck up a bit here and there, create some actual turnovers. The ball is life mantra from the last couple of years. This was completely dead. Right, realistically, you got to get turnovers, and sometimes that's just even again just sort of the bounce of the ball. I think that they only had 1 recovered fumble last year. That's just not this law of averages. That's ridiculous. Yeah. If the defense can hold up, and again, I think this is where the Durante Jones system is very fascinating. On some odd level, I'm not discounting the system at all because obviously Brian Flores has been effective with it. Heavy blitzing, guys coming from different angles. It almost feels though like it's like a college coach coming up with saying, well, we don't necessarily have enough straight up talent, but we're going to scheme our way. We're going to create opportunities off snap to cause problems for you and to help us. And, that should raise the floor, I think. I don't, how effective it is again, we'll just have to see how it plays out. But they have enough bodies, I think, in the front seven to be super interesting. The cornerback, I still have some questions about. But, they are younger, they are faster, and at a basic level, that should help them overcome a lot of the issues they've had the last couple of years in terms of just, preventing bigger plays and, slowing down the opposing run game, things like that. They got to be better at tackling. They got to make some plays, in terms of turnovers.
Mm-hmm.
But, if the defense could just be ordinary, then that should help Jaden a ton for sure.
You mentioned the DBs. What is the status update, or what are we expecting for Trey Amos? Is he going to be good to go for training camp, and what are some of your expectations for him in year two?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to tell us anything official because it's not week one. There's no injury reports and things like that. So Dan Quinn was somewhat vague about Trey Amos and Dorrance Armstrong and some of these other guys, other than to say that they're progressing well, and it sounded like there was an optimism that these guys could be ready for camp, whether that's going to be on Wednesday when we're out there or somewhere here along the way, not sure. I mean, Trey Amos, he was only out in the field one time for stretching, not for actual practices, but at least that sort of suggested to me that, okay, he's not far off. They're just, kind of waiting it out, not trying to rush it in the off-season program. And so, it won't surprise me if he's out there Wednesday, but I don't want to set that expectation and largely because they haven't yet.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting, right? Because Trey Amos, obviously he showed a lot last year. Is he the number one cornerback on a team, or is he number one here by default? Because we don't really know what's going to happen at the other spot. And it's one thing to say that Trey Amos looks very promising here. It's another thing to say, hey, you get to be the guy that deals with CeeDee Lamb and Malik Neighbors and so on. And, that we'll have to see. I mean, that's the difference between being able to play and being able to be that level. And that's where I think we need to see where he's at health-wise and also just his development as a player.
Ben, when I saw the schedule at the beginning, as soon as they showed the schedule, I said they got to change intensity. Are you expecting more intensity in practice this year than it was last year?
Yeah, well, I mean, this is of course, a perfect question for someone like you who actually lived through this, and back in my day, kind of comment everybody would always say, "Oh, I'm watching these practices, and it's just not the same deal." I know, and I always forget if it was you that said this to me or Doc Walker, but something to the effect of, "You can't get better at playing football unless you play football."
That was me.
Okay, so yeah, and that's not just like going through the motions of okay, the coach says run this way, turn that way. Like it is how intense does it go? Do you raise the level of what the day-to-day expectation is that it becomes normal? I always think about the movie Miracle, obviously about the 1980 Olympic hockey team, and if you've seen the movie, there's a great scene where they are pretty nonchalant in some exhibition game, and then after the game, Herb Brooks, the coach, keeps them out on the ice for an inordinate amount of time, just running suicide drills up and back, up to one end and to back, and they are just dying. And
again.
Yeah, exactly. Now, obviously, that's the extreme, but the point was, as the way the movie played out was, he knew he needed to get them to this ultimate fitness and mental level that they would be able to play through anything when it came to being tired or whatever. And that, I think, is sort of what we're talking about here. Do they raise the level such that when they get to the season, they don't have to raise their level? The level is already there in terms of intensity and focus. Now, how easy that is, again, I leave that to the football player, but it does seem like they need to raise that level up from last year for sure. And I'm going to be curious to see how many guys, how many vet days do we have? The one drill I always love is when you have the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman go one-on-one. The guy is rushing and the tackle kicks out to cover it, to block him, whatever. We didn't get that nearly as much in last year as we have in years past. And I just think that's a good example of, it's not the Oklahoma drill, but it's a good example of these guys getting, a lot closer to a reality of what they're going to have to do. And it's an intensity that happens. And that's the type of thing, to me, seems to be, there should be more of. Again, I defer to the football player, but, I do agree they should hopefully be raising it because, like Beeman said, that schedule is not starting off easy at all.
Take the bubble wrap off, baby. Take 100%. The bubble wrap off.
One last one here, Ben. Talking with Ben Standig of the Last Man Standing Substack. We're talking about the rookies reporting before you came on, and I'm curious what you think for the rookie offensive players, specifically Antonio Williams, Katron Allen, how big of an impact do you think that they're going to have this season? Like, what do you think an Antonio Williams season looks like, and how much do you think Katron carries the ball this season?
One sign that things feel a bit different this year in terms of the roster is that obviously they didn't have a second and a fourth round pick, so that doesn't help what I'm about to say. But to me, it's kind of like Sonny Styles, Antonio Williams. Those are the guys you're looking for a real impact, and the opportunity is there. Both obviously Styles they've been a linebacker, but on the offensive side, Antonio Williams is like the best hope that somebody at receiver breaks out and becomes a legit starter. And because we haven't seen him play, he's the best hope. Right now as a route runner, he definitely looks promising. He's got some good speed. I think the real question is like, can a guy who was a mostly slot in college thrive on the outside? But again, maybe they don't need him to thrive the way we typically look at it. It's just when David Blau says do this, he's able to do it at a high level, and that flows with the offense. So to me, like, that's the one guy. Katron Allen, I presume he makes the team because pretty much all the draft picks always do, and he would give them sort of a different element as this backfield by committee with the sort of the bigger body, tough yard runner inside. Does that mean he's going to take enough touches away from Bill and Rachaad White to be impactful? I don't know. We'll see about that. Jeremy McNichols may have something to say about that. But if Allen kind of can hit this basic rookie upside this year of being a physical presence and somebody capable of picking up 3rd and 1, things like that, then I think he could squeeze his way into the rotation. I think it's the high end for him. But to me, it's Antonio Williams, and everything else would be gravy for them this year.
All right.
Well, Ben, you're no rookie, so you don't have to report to training camp today, but we'll see you next week, and enjoy a couple of days before we get into the grind.
This should get you out there, put you in some pads, Ben.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna fail every conditioning test, even if it's just the reporter test of getting up to walk over to get Chick-fil-A. I'm gonna fail every test right now.
Well,
get in shape.
Real quick, Ben, how's your arm? You think you can pitch out of the bullpen for the Nats tonight? We could use you.
I got a better chance of hitting a jumper for the Wizards than I do of pitching for the Nats. I'll leave it at that.
Well, Ben, appreciate the time. We'll see you out there next weekend.
Take care, man.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
That's Ben Standig. Make sure you check out the Last Man Standing Substack. All right, we'll talk more about training camp. What are some of the headlines we want to keep an eye on as training camp is getting underway? Rookies reporting for the Commanders today. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
The Oarsman Automotive Group in Virginia has been serving area car buyers for over 100 years. With that kind of track record, you know they got to be doing something right. They're conveniently located all across Northern Virginia. Oarsman dealerships offer many of America's favorite and best-selling brands, like Toyota, with 2 locations in Chantilly and Fairfax, plus Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram trucks, Chevy, Buick, and GMC. In addition to an unmatched selection, Oarsman offers incredible deals and financing rates. And let's not forget about Oarsman's tremendous selection of quality certified used vehicles to choose from. Maybe best of all, every vehicle sold is backed by the Oarsman's Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And there's more good news. Have a car to sell? Take it to Oarsman, and they will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. To beyond satisfied Oarsman customers, let's ride together.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Fully Mechanical. The Arizona Diamondbacks are red hot. They've won 9 of their last 11 games and improved their record to 54-49. They vaulted into the third NL wildcard spot and are just 2 spots behind the Phillies for that second wildcard position. Now they head to Nationals Park this weekend, taking on the Nats. Washington has hung around with the wildcard chase. They have a 52-51 record. They're just 2 games back of the D-backs. But the good news for Washington is that in their last head-to-head matchup, the Nats took 2 of 3 on the road in early June, outscoring Arizona 21-7 in the process. We've got first pitch 6:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. And if Washington wants to be buyers instead of sellers at the deadline, beating Arizona would do great things for them. When your HVAC strikes out, call Fully Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Fully Mechanical is proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
You know what that means. It's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Toby Altizer sitting in on B. Mitch and Finley for JP today. And training camp is getting underway. B. Mitch, we can throw away some of the off-season discussions and we can get into real football discussions as rookies report to training camp today. So 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What are some of the training camp headlines, some of the storylines that you're going to be keeping an eye on? I think you mentioned it. The number one there, B. Mitch, is the intensity, but we got some breaking news on the Fan, so let's get to that right now. How about this? So we officially know where LeBron is heading. He's going to Philadelphia. He's going to be joining the Sixers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option, according to Rich Paul from Shams Charania.
Better win.
And so he's going to be playing in Philadelphia with the 76ers. What does that mean for the Wizards? What does that mean for Anthony Davis? But I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on the Fan. So there you have it, B. Mitch. We've been waiting for this ball to drop. We finally got it.
This is a good place for him. Don't go there messing around.
Yeah.
They're going to check him.
Well, that's for certain.
Yeah.
I will say, so Shams posted this. If you'd like to react to the breaking news, 800-636-1067. LeBron's going to Philly. We'll get back into some training camp discussion a little bit later. But LeBron's going to Philly. Seeing the picture that he posted with a Photoshop of LeBron in a Sixers uniform, which looks like a throwback Sixers uni, that looks weird, man. It looks weird, and it'll be interesting to see what they're able to do. I mean, they've got some pieces.
They're not going to be able to do much if Embiid stays hurt.
Yeah.
Point blank.
Yeah. I mean, where did you end up? Where did you expect him to go versus did you expect him to end up in Philly?
I didn't have a clue. I didn't know, but I know Shams did this. I still believe he was trying to get Kyrie or Davis to go with him too.
Yeah, and
I believe that.
That's not likely to happen.
I just saw a report pop up that said he was definitely trying to get a reunification with Kyrie in Cleveland.
Yeah,
I believe he was trying that.
It sounds like it. I mean,
but when it came out, he shied away from it.
I'm kind of surprised we just got a random announcement from Shams. Didn't you think this would be played up a little more?
Nah, because Shams went to bat for him yesterday. Well, no, he's not trying to do that. And the whole time he was talking, I felt like this is a guy who's talking to get another story. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised that Shams is the one that has it. I thought LeBron would try to be.
I think this thing played its way after Miami had the little slip up, and then all the stuff popped out yesterday. I think what he wanted to do, he couldn't do anymore, and he said, let's just get this over with. Because they had already prolonged it.
So last year, the Sixers were 45-37, and they showed some real growth. They got some young guys that are going to be a lot of fun to watch for a while. Tyrese Maxey being one of their.
They got Jaylen Brown there now, right?
Yeah. You got VJ Edgecombe, Kelly Oubre. Like they're going to be a fun team to watch. But it's interesting to see LeBron go there because whenever LeBron shows up to a team, he is the sun, the moon, and the stars. Everything revolves around him.
I think he got some strong-willed guys there too. Embiid gonna want to do his thing, and Jaylen Brown is not backing down for nobody. He's not gonna be a second fiddle for nobody.
No, I mean this is gonna be a fun team to watch. Honestly, now how far will they be able to go in the East? That's another question. But I mean they've got to be one of the favorites to take the Eastern Conference now, right? Last year Detroit was the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference, and no one felt like they were that strong of a 1 seed. Boston was the 2 seed. The Knicks, obviously, the reigning champs, will be someone you have to get past. But even them, it's not like they intimidated a lot of people, even though they're a good basketball team. I think the Sixers with LeBron, Jaylen Brown, that dynamic duo, depending upon what Embiid does, you can have that trio if he's able to stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
That puts you right near the top of the Eastern Conference.
You think? You would think so, but we'll have to say that, let him play. Because you said if Embiid stays healthy, that's a big if.
Yeah, well, that's for certain. And I think the interesting part here is with him going to the Sixers and no other sort of moves being corroborated with it for the time being, sounds like Anthony Davis is sticking around here. Sounds like Kyrie ain't going anywhere. So if that's the case, maybe LeBron didn't get his wish and just finally said, screw it, I'm going to go to Philadelphia.
Yeah, that could be it.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. What do you make of LeBron going to Philadelphia, and what do you think this means for the Wizards and Anthony Davis? David Aldrich going to join the program coming up at noon. Already had him scheduled, but what a day to have DA on the show. Yeah. We'll talk about LeBron with him. But, I mean, you look at where their roster is, and this could be a fun little run for LeBron on his way out. When you look at the guys that he has on this team, he doesn't have to run the show. Now, he's going to because it's LeBron. But if he's willing to play a little deferential to guys like Jaylen Brown, like Tyrese Maxey, he doesn't have to shoulder the entire load. And then when
maybe that's why he chose that team.
Maybe. I mean, because we kind of expected him to sign a cheap contract, right? And he did. He signed a 2-year player option, $8 million deal. So that's nothing. That's basically the minimum for him. I think he's chasing a ring one more time. We'll see if the Sixers are able to get to that point. But LeBron can still play. Now, he doesn't play much defense at this point in his career, but he can still play.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he can. Another year older, though. We'll see.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, it's a 2-year with a player option. Do you think this is the last ride? So he's going to have...
I have no clue.
He's going to have a choice to play another year after this one if he wants. It's still cheap regardless. Mm-hmm. But he's someone... If you look at his stats from last season and what he was able to do, again, it's not like he gives much effort defensively at this point, but last year he averaged 21 points, 6 boards, 7 assists, shot 51.5% from the field.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he still is a really effective basketball player who can do a lot. He's going to go into, I believe this will be his age 42 season.
Yep. But, I mean, he can fill up a stat sheet. But the whole question is not filling up a stat sheet, is winning basketball games. Can he be that guy that, I know he's with a team with a lot better talent, but is he still a guy who can close out games for you? And you mentioned it. On the defensive side, he basically don't exist anymore.
What do you think his motivation is to continue playing? I mean, obviously, he wants to win a championship.
Bruh, as long as you still have the energy to do it and you think you're better than other people, you keep playing. And if people keep signing you, you keep getting checks.
I'm just kind of surprised that I figured he'd play this year for sure. So it's not shocking that he's back for another year. But
having 2 years, it makes it more, team friendly, how they can work stuff for them.
Yeah.
So
it's just, I don't know. I kind of assumed he was going to go back to one of his previous stops, whether that was going to be Cleveland or Miami. He ends up in Philadelphia with the Sixers, and that's going to be a really fun
We'll
team
see
to
how
watch.
it goes, baby.
You look at their starting lineup going into next year. Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, LeBron, Joel Embiid. Again, assuming health.
It looks good.
That is a really good lineup. I mean, I don't see how you don't think they're the best team in the East immediately with LeBron stepping in there. 800-636-1067. LeBron is going to Philadelphia. What do you make of that move, and what does it mean for Anthony Davis and the Wizards? We'll talk more about it next here on B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. About 15 minutes ago, we got some major news in the NBA. LeBron has announced he's going to be playing next season. He's going to be in Philadelphia. 2-year deal worth $8 million with a player option going for basically the minimum to Philadelphia to join the 76ers. I want to read you this is from LeBron's Twitter account. He wrote a couple tweets here about some of his thought process and going into this. So LeBron starts by saying, I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide, but I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at that last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love this game. I still truly love this game, and I have more to give. The last few weeks have really been special. I've never been able to have no clue what to do and take real time to just think. I've had an incredible few months with all the people I love trying to figure it all out. This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete to win and to have a chance at the feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team, and I'm excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love, and Northeast Ohio will always be home.
Cool.
It's wild that he's going to be going to Philadelphia, and you got to think that they're one of the favorites to win the Eastern
Conference. I ain't
Conference
going that
now.
far yet. You got a part that's always hurt Embiid.
I think he's almost kind of thought of as the afterthought here. Like,
yeah, but
he's their fourth guy.
I still think LeBron. I think LeBron can play still, but I don't think he can carry a team. I think Jaylen Brown and Maxey, DJ Edgecombe has shown he could be a damn good player. But we're going to see how this thing comes together first, because I can see some things going a little haywire with this one.
Well, it definitely could. I mean, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen on this one, so it'll be interesting to see exactly how this one works together, because you think that LeBron, when he's on the floor, is going to want the ball in his hands. Jaylen Brown, when he's on the floor, is going to want the ball in his hands. Tyrese Maxey is going to need the ball in his hands. And it'll be interesting to see how they coexist. And that's something that they'll have to decide. But on paper, this team immediately vaults to the top of the Eastern Conference, in my opinion. Ryan, you're a LeBron guy. You're going to be a Sixers fan now?
No. So I cannot root for Philly in any way, shape, or form. I love LeBron. That is my guy. I've followed him throughout everything. And when he left Cleveland originally to go to Miami, I hated the guy for 4 years. And I'm now back to hating him since he's in Philadelphia. And I was actually just looking at the betting odds.
Weird.
Philly's second behind the Knicks to win the East at plus 380. The Knicks are plus 340.
That's updated with this?
I believe so. As of right now, I'm checking FanDuel as we speak. And
I would assume, that's probably updated right away.
So they're second.
Second leading, and that's because of the fact that the Knicks obviously won the finals last year. They're proven.
Yeah.
But I think this team on paper is the best in the Eastern Conference. It's just whether they're going to be able to stay healthy and coexist. You got to work on that. Yeah, exactly.
On paper. You got to play the game. You got to play the game. Play to win the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you think this means for Anthony Davis? 800-636-1067. I kind of felt like the Wizards were not keen on moving Anthony Davis. I think that was pretty obvious the way they talked about him.
They control that.
Now that this is over with, essentially, with LeBron going to Philadelphia.
Is it over with yet?
I mean, there's still going to be talk.
Yeah. We'll see.
But I don't see any realistic way that if LeBron still wants Anthony Davis, I don't see any way that what are they going to give Washington? They're not giving him Tyrese Maxey.
No.
Joel Embiid, no thank you. And you can have Joel. We'll take Joel Embiid if you send over a bunch of first-round picks with him.
It's a lot of points there.
I mean, he'll help you out if he's on the floor for 10 games.
But he's on the floor all the time. I mean, he lays down more.
I'm talking about standing up.
He lays down more than the damn rug.
Yeah. No, it's interesting because I think the Wizards, they held all the cards here. The Wizards and the Mavericks with Kyrie, they held all the cards here that they didn't have to deal either one of their guys if they didn't want to. And clearly they did not want to. So LeBron ends up in Philadelphia. So I think that saga is kind of over with. I think Kyrie's staying home in Dallas. I think Anthony
I don't
Davis
think either
is
one
going
of
to
them
be playing
guys
here.
going to. They're not going to no damn Philly. Philly can't add nobody else.
Well,
to that
and that's
roster.
the thing. Anthony Davis still could get traded if someone comes along that wants Anthony Davis. But I think a lot of the speculation around this was that LeBron wanted him, and so that was probably going to get done because there was speculation as soon as the season ended that, all right, the Wizards might move Anthony Davis. And then that kind of cooled down after some of the discussions that Will Dawkins had. And then it kind of picked up again when some of these rumors with LeBron started to pick up. And then now that this has happened for LeBron to go to Philadelphia, unless there's some trade to come for the Sixers and the Wizards, I don't see Anthony Davis going anywhere, which I like. I'm excited to see him play, assuming he can be healthy. Maybe he's someone they'd still move at the trade deadline. But I want to see Sarr play with AD in the front court. I think that's going to be a fun defensive duo.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Preston is in Poolsville. Preston, what's up?
What's up, guys?
What's happening?
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller. How we doing today?
Doing well.
Love it. So we're talking about giving up Anthony Davis to let him go play with Bron. What are we going to get? We don't want Joel Embiid. He's never healthy. We don't want that. We want first-round picks, and they got every guard in the East over there. So how about they give us LeBaron Philon too?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd have to look at. They would have to match
They
salaries.
have to match the
so
salaries
it would
on
probably
that, yeah.
have to be one, an Embiid or something of that nature. And I don't know that you're going to want to give up a lot extra there. That's the issue. Is on paper, sure, like without the salary caps, in theory, I'll go ahead and trade you Anthony Davis if you give me one of your guards. And really, that would fit with what the Wizards kind of need. They have a lot of wings. They
got
don't
a lot
have
of wings, but they also consider our man
AJ
a guard.
Yeah. Well, and they just don't have as many guards, but they have a lot of in those wings. But they do have some of the guys like Keyshawn can play guard, Will
Trey.
Riley can play guard, AJ can play guard. Obviously, you've got Trae Young and Bob Carrington. Jameer Watkins fits into that bucket as well. So they have some, but I just don't see that he's now suddenly going to go somewhere. I think that ship has sailed where now you're going to see Anthony Davis play here. And now the question is for Wizards fans, and maybe this is something we can ask DA about. He's going to join us coming up in about 10 minutes or so, and then we'll get into this discussion afterwards. Are you keeping Anthony Davis around here long term? Like, are you getting an extension done with him? Which I don't know that that's in the Wizards' best interest. People were crushing the Wiz for the Trae Young deal. I can't imagine that it's going to go any better if they were to do some sort of Anthony Davis sort of deal. So that's going to be an interesting discussion to get into as well. What do the Wizards do long term with Anthony Davis?
We're gonna see.
Because you don't want him to be here long term. Like it doesn't seem like he wants to be here long term
Yeah,
necessarily.
but do they have to? Dave is coming on next. We find out. Would they have to do that before the season?
I'd have to
Or is
double
that
check.
something they
I
could do
think
later?
I think in August sometime is when that deadline pops up where they're able to get something done. But I think you've essentially gotten to a point now where AD's going to be playing here, Kyrie's going to be playing in Dallas, LeBron's going to be playing in Philly. No better person to talk about all things NBA with than David Aldrich of The Athletic. He's going to join us next. We'll ask DA about the breaking news that LeBron is going to Philly. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan.
This Sports Update is brought to you by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. By choosing the 76ers, James commits to a 4th NBA team in his career as he searches for a 5th NBA championship before he retires. He's hoping to break a 43-year championship drought for the 76ers, the same way he erased a 52-year streak without a title for the city of Cleveland when he won a championship with the Cavaliers back in 2016. This could very well be the final free agency decision James will ever make, as the 41-year-old is entering a record-breaking 24th season. The news here, LeBron James is going to the city of brotherly love. This month, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
To Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday on The Fan. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today on B. Mitch and Finley. And Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
And it's time to get out to the Rude Guest Hotline. No one better to talk about the NBA with, especially on a day with major breaking news, than the legend, David Aldrich of The Athletic. DA, what's going on?
What's up, fellas? How you doing?
Did you expect him to go to Philadelphia?
Yeah, no, I thought it was either Philly or Cleveland. Just made the most sense. It checked most of the boxes. None of these are a clean fit. The cleanest fit was Minnesota, and he wasn't going to go to Minnesota. So, just from a basketball standpoint, the cleanest fit was Minnesota. But I never really thought Miami was in play. There was just a lot of bad blood when he left. With Raleigh coming up and saying, stay if you got the guts and all that sort of thing. And some of the things behind the scenes that were going on. And I know that they said they smoothed it out, but I don't know. I'm not sure how much that was totally smoothed out. It might have been a one-way smoothing, we'll put it that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I always thought Philly or Cleveland. I thought it would be Cleveland, to be perfectly honest with you, just because, how could you not
want to go back
square
home?
the circle and end the story where you began? It just made too much sense. But Philly was always viable, and certainly once they got Jaylen Brown, they became very viable. It's not a perfect fit on the court, but you can make it work. It's just there's too much institutional memory and knowledge now with Jaylen Brown there for LeBron not to see that as a possible place that he could play. The talent also fits into it. He doesn't have to guard the other team's best front court player anymore. That Jaylen can do that, right? Jaylen's a better defensive player than LeBron is. He doesn't have to score as much. You've got Edgecombe. You've got Tyrese Maxey. You've got Jaylen. You've got Joel Embiid, by the way.
Yeah.
So what does he have to do? He has to just kind of fill in the blanks. Do they need if they need a secondary ball handler on a possession, he can do that. If they need somebody to get a rebound, he can do that. If they need somebody to make the right pass at the right time to the right guy, he will always do that. Right? And they need a guy that's just played in 7 billion playoff games and isn't going to get flustered if they're down 12 in Game 7 on the road somewhere in New York. He can do that, right? But what he can't do is do it for 40 minutes a game anymore.
Yeah.
He can do it for 19 minutes a game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's where it makes sense. You can use him in smaller doses in Philly, doing everything that he does to help you win basketball games. That makes sense. Lineups are going to be kind of wonky a little bit because they have shooting. They do have shooting.
Yeah.
But the defense piece is kind of it's possible. It looks good on paper.
Yeah.
Right? Edgeco's a good defender. Jaylen Brown's a good defender. So on paper, you go, okay. But I'm not sure if it's a fit when the game starts. But the bottom line is that's a ridiculous starting five.
It is.
Imagine this.
It's insane. Starting five that they're going to roll out every night now.
Is what LeBron can do more important than Embiid staying healthy?
Oh no, it's Embiid's got to stay healthy for this to work. That's always going to be the number. Now, with all of those guys now in, and they added Quentin Grimes and they added Dean Wade, like they've had a really productive summer. Mike Gansey has done a remarkable job in a very short period of time.
So
now you can load manage Joel Embiid during the regular season.
So DA,
you want to play? You need to play every other game. Fine. You need to play 50 games instead of 65. Fine. Just be ready in April. Just be healthy in April because they need him in April. They're going to need him in the playoffs. Just like the Olympic team in 24, they had all that talent, but they still had one game where they needed Joel Embiid, and that's when they played against Jokic.
Yeah.
And Joel was healthy, and he played great, and they won that game that they would not have won if he hadn't been on the floor. And there's going to be a game or a series in the playoffs where they need Joel Embiid. And the only thing that matters is be healthy when that series starts. Right? Be ready to go when that series starts. And if he's healthy, they can beat anybody in the league and they can win the championship.
So did you buy, and how real was some of the, he wanted Anthony Davis or he wanted Kyrie to try to get this done? Do you think it was something that they explored every avenue to try to get those things done with the respective teams that might have been willing to do that?
I think that was real. Yeah, no, I think he wanted to play with AD or Kyrie or Kyrie, right? Like those are known quantities. He won a championship with AD in LA. I get he won a championship in Cleveland with Kyrie, right? Like those are. So I mean, great players have a very short list of guys that they rock with, because they want guys that can win the whole thing with them. And once you've done that, once you've cleared that hurdle, then you're a part of the club always, right? And so, sure, they did. Now, of course, because people think the Wizards of 12 years ago, they just think, the Wizards will just roll over and give him AD because that's what he wants. No, they're not doing that. new ownership in town, new management in town that do things the right way and understand that they have all the leverage and AD doesn't have any leverage. So that was not going to happen unless somebody was going to offer them a ridiculous amount of first-round picks or all-star level young big man in return, right? Okay, so, I think he wanted that. They saw that wasn't going to happen, that you couldn't bluster your way into getting AD traded to Golden State for Jimmy Butler. Like, that's insane. Like, why would the Wizards do that?
Yeah.
It's a ridiculous trade for the Wizards. Like, it makes zero sense. No, that once they saw that was not going to happen, I think they said, okay, we got to decide. You got to pick one now. Like that's not going to happen. Dallas is not trading you Kyrie Irving for a bag of beans. So what do you do? What are we doing? So then you have to decide, and I think it was Philly or Cleveland.
What do you think where do you think they fit in now? I mean, in the Eastern Conference, the Knicks are obviously the reigning champs, so you figure they're at the head of the line. We're looking at some of the odds. I believe they're second now in the Eastern Conference behind New York and not that far behind them. Is that kind of how you see it?
I mean, I think it's pretty even, to be honest with you. Like, look, the Knicks had they got in a heater of all heaters. Like, they had a great postseason. But it's not like they were killing people in the regular season, right? They were good. They weren't like, wow, the Knicks, who can beat them? Like, it wasn't that. They got hot at the right time in the playoffs, and they rolled the whole thing, and credit to them for doing it. But we'll see if they can do it again. So I think the East I wouldn't say the East is open. I would say at the top, you can make an argument that the Knicks can repeat, but you can also make an argument now that Philly can beat them. Like, there's no reason that you would say, well, Philly can't beat that team. Yeah, they can beat that team if they're healthy. They can beat the Knicks.
Is it just those two, or is it Boston or anybody else still in there?
I want to put Boston off the line, but they always seem to conjure up a great team every year, no matter who's on the floor. Yeah. Like, so I can't write them off. And Tatum's presumably healthy again now, and he can spend the whole summer on basketball instead of rehabbing, right? And so now you think you're going to get. And look, Paul George is not without talent, right? Like he's old, but he's still a talented guy, right? So I can't write Boston off yet. I can't. With Detroit, sort of just depends on what happens with Duran. Like I assume it's going to get done. I assume he's going to be back, and if he's back, I think they did win 60 games last year. It's not like so they do have a good team. So they're in there somewhere. The top of the East is a lot harder now. A lot harder. But I would put those 4 teams ahead of everybody else. If Kawhi if that trade winds up going through and he goes to Toronto, I would say Toronto's kind of a wild card in that. But they, you can't ignore Kawhi Leonard. Like he won a championship in Toronto, right? So you can't ignore that, and and they have a pretty decent team around him, and so they're in there somewhere. They're in that mix somewhere as well.
Well, the odds just went from plus 6,000 to plus 900 in Vegas.
Yeah, it jumped quite a bit. I mean, it's incredible to see that starting lineup. We'll see how the chemistry and everything fits together, but it's tough not to look at that starting lineup and think that they're going to make some real noise.
It's a multiplier effect, right? Like, I mean, that's where LeBron. That's why it's very intriguing because the things that he does well are the things that the 76ers need. The things that he's good at are the things that fit their holes. So that's where you go, yeah, this could work. That could work. It still is about Embiid. I'm not ever going to walk away from that. Mm-hmm. He's got to be healthy for them to win a championship.
Yeah.
But you have a much better chance now of him being healthy when you get to the playoffs as opposed to the older days where it was his team and he was playing 37 minutes a game and heavy volume, heavy usage, heavy physicality, heavy contact. You can lighten a lot of those loads on him during the regular season now with the group that they have around him.
I mean, we've seen LeBron. This reminds me a little bit when we were having some of these discussions about Ovi, about if he was going to come back, and he took a little bit less money than expected, and then he's going to probably be a little deferential, I would think, in terms of his role. I don't know that you fully expect that out of LeBron. He still was incredible last season, but do you think it's something where he's just going to find that role and fit in versus, hey, build a team around me?
Oh, no, I don't think. Look, LeBron is a lot of things, but I do think he has some self-awareness. I think he understands.
Yeah.
He's 41 years old. He can't do the stuff that he did, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
He can't do it anymore. But he's still a really smart and good basketball player. And that's, again, what to me is intriguing is that the 76ers have glitched in the playoffs because of injuries, but they've also glitched because they haven't known what to do in rough situations. I go back to that series with the Knicks, ironically, 2 years ago. Like, the game's over. You just have to finish the game.
Yeah.
The game's over. You have the game won, and they totally blew a short circuit, and because nobody knew what to do when the Knicks put some pressure on him. And LeBron will know what to do, and it won't be fazed by it. He won't be fazed by going on into the Garden and playing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the things that have tripped Philly up have been physical, but they've also been mental. Now, you can't do anything about the physical part because that's Embiid, but the mental part, you have a pretty mentally strong guy coming in now that's not going to be shook by having to win a playoff game on the road. And so that to me is a big, big positive for the Sixers going forward.
Talking with DA, David Aldridge of The Athletic. So it feels like LeBron, obviously he's a lightning rod for so many people, whether you like him, whether you hate him. It feels like, a part of his legacy is kind of moving around, and it feels like he's kind of cemented himself in what his legacy is. Do you think, depending upon what he does here, if he does win a championship and it's another city that he brings a championship to, but regardless of that, do you think this affects anything, or is, this is LeBron? Like, this is kind of what you expect?
No, I mean, I think his legacy is pretty secure.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he's doing this. I don't think this is a legacy move. I think this is what's the most boxes I can check, right? Like, it became obvious he didn't want to stay in LA and wait for the ball to come to him. Like, that's not who he is, right? And in fairness to LeBron, he's earned that right. I think, you know what I mean? Like, he's earned that. Like, you know, he has been a really great player in this league for 20 years. And so I can't begrudge him that, saying, no, I've earned the right to have the ball and make the decisions at the end of a game. I've earned that right. Okay, you have. Right. So but I don't think going to Philly is a legacy. Cleveland would have been the legacy move, right?
Yeah.
Like, that would have been like the narrative story. This is a basketball story. Like, I give him credit. This is still about basketball for LeBron. It's not about the feel-good story. Nobody would have begrudged him going back to Cleveland for a third time. Everybody would have said, yeah, of course, go home, finish your career at home. And he didn't do it. He went for the harder thing. Because Philly's hard. It's hard to win in Philly.
Oh, yeah.
It's
hard to play in Philly.
It's hard to play in Philly. That's a hard town to play in. You got to bring it. You know,
That's what I said, man.
Yeah, so
they are going to test your metal.
Right, I give him props because he didn't duck the smoke. He was like, "No, let me go to the hard place and try to win it ironically, if he does win, if they did win, and that would be an ultimate legacy move as well. But I really think this is more about what's the best fit for me basketball wise. What checks the most boxes.
Yeah.
And I still think Minnesota's the best fit, but that's not, doesn't matter what I think. So, anyway.
So, for the Wizards side of things here, DA, Anthony Davis doesn't seem like he's going to be going anywhere.
They a lot of talk about it.
What do you make of then what the future is for AD here in D.C.?
Look, I've continued to say, despite all the noise on social media, that the only thing that makes any sense is for Anthony Davis to play great in Washington this coming season, and then he will regain the leverage that he currently does not possess. The reason why nobody wants to trade for AD is because nobody's seen him play in a year. You know what I mean? Like, and he's 33 years old. Like, at some point, I have to see you on the court, man. I have to see you. Are you still capable of being AD and dominating games defensively and making shots and protecting the rim and doing all the things that made you a great player when you were healthy? I need to see it on the court in NBA games. I have to see it. Once you show me you can do that, then we can have a discussion about what your future contract should be. But until you do that, what are we talking about? So I think that's what will happen. The Wizards are under no obligation to do an extension with him. I think they would talk about an extension, but it's not going to be a max extension. I don't know where half of the things that people say to me is happening come from. They just come out of whole cloth and people just inventing them.
Yeah, it's
amazing to me, guys, that I don't pat myself on the back too much. I don't call attention to myself too much. But I know I've been in the Wizards locker room a lot the last 3 years, and Josh Robbins has been in the Wizards locker room. Now you got all these experts all of a sudden. Well, I haven't seen any Wizards games in the last 3 years, and you guys all know what's going on with the team. With one of the most secretive front offices in the league, and you guys know everything.
Oh, they're secret as hell. But like that extension thing, if they were to do something, that's August, right?
It's starting. Yeah, that's right. Next week.
Yeah.
Really. End of next week, they can start talking to him about an extension.
I think 58.62 is enough.
That's when it's available. And I think, would they do a short extension, a year extension, a 2-year extension? Yeah, maybe. They're not doing a 5-year extension.
No.
That's not happening. I think they would be willing to talk about a short extension. I don't think at a max number, a max dollar amount. I don't think so. And so, again, he can opt out after next year. He's got a player option for 27, 28. If he wants to be a free agent and go play for the Nets, okay. Yeah, they'll have money. You can do that.
Well, and that's the thing I'd ask you, DA. You talk about trying to rebuild some of that value, and I thought all along the same lines you did. Like, he needs to play basketball here for the Wizards to get back the value they gave up. It's not like they gave up a ton, but you're also not just going to trade a guy that you got that never played and get less than you traded. So it always made sense for him to suit up at some point. Is it something to regain the value to hit the free agency like you're talking about next year, or is it something that regains some of the value and then flip him at the deadline?
Well, that's where the rubber meets the road. That's the decision point. That's the inflection point. You're exactly right. Let's say he plays at an all-star level, whether he's an all-star or not, but he plays at a high level the first 3 months of the season. Now you're at the trade deadline, and you have a decision to make. And this is when the Wizards will have to make a decision. Are we in the Anthony Davis business, or are we not in the Anthony Davis business?
Yes.
You know, and so that's the best case scenario, because now it's the trade deadline. There's pressure. Other teams are going to need a big man for the stretch run. They may be willing to give you more. That's the best case scenario for the Wizards, frankly, to me, is to have the opportunity to trade him at high value for assets that can help you short term and long term. Now, that's a very tough needle to thread, right? Like, it's not a given that scenario is going to present itself, but there's a chance that it does if he plays great, and I think that's what the Wizards are banking on. He's going to play well. Teams are going to ask us for more. Teams are going to be willing to give us more, and that's when we can move and we can maximize the return on the investment.
All right.
DA, appreciate you hopping on with us on a big day as LeBron's headed to Philadelphia.
Dave, I'll
Appreciate
call you
making
and
us-
ask you some stuff about this football thing that's people buying houses and haven't made the move to become free. I'll call you and talk to you about that.
Oh, my goodness. My God. Right. I look forward to that conversation.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time,
All right,
DA.
man.
All right, guys. Talk
Take
to you
care,
soon.
brother.
That's the great David Aldrich of The Athletic. DA joining us to talk about LeBron going to Philly and what the Wiz are going to do with AD. Let's keep the basketball discussion going for a little bit. We'll have Ask B. Mitch anything coming up 1 o'clock, maybe get back into the NFL in the 1 o'clock hour. But what do you want to see the Wiz do with Anthony Davis? You just heard there from DA that you got to rebuild some of that value. Do you want to see them flip him at the deadline? You want to see them extend Anthony Davis? What do you want to see them do now that it seems like the LeBron AD link up? That's not going to be happening in Philadelphia. What do you want to see the Wiz do with Anthony Davis? 800-636-1067. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP on B. Mitch and Finley.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. After 3+ weeks of free agency and tons of speculation, LeBron James is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers. James' decision comes after his 8-year run with the Lakers ended when he informed the team that he planned to pursue other options just before the start of the official free agency period. Now the 41-year-old will put on his 4th NBA uniform and attempts to end a 43-year championship drought in the city of brotherly love. James was also considering returns to the Cavaliers or the Heat in free agency, and the Warriors, Timberwolves, and Nuggets were in the hunt as well. In the end, James said on social media that he contemplated retirement, but he wants to chase one more championship. The 76ers haven't won an NBA title since 1983. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. About an hour ago, we got the news that LeBron James is going to Philadelphia to join the 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. That kind of shuts the book on Anthony Davis joining up with his former teammate to play. So what does that mean for the Wiz? 800-636-1067. What do you want to see him do with Anthony Davis? What do you want to see them do, B. Mitch?
Just what Dave said, let him play. And if he thinks he wants to get some more money, he's going to play great. At that point, you hold the cards. You can sign him to something if you want, or you can trade him and get more.
Well, and I always thought it made more sense because I didn't understand where this idea came that Anthony Davis somehow recouped value by sitting on the Wizards bench at the end of last year.
That's like Dave said, everybody's an expert now. People just like to talk.
So the only way that I saw him having real value was if some team wanted to bow down to LeBron and go get him so that they could get LeBron too.
Yeah. Well, LeBron tried that. It didn't work for him because, Rich Paul, that's his representative.
Yes.
Okay, so they were trying to maneuver away. They know now they got to play the game. And I like the fact that Dawkins and crew, sat there and say, hey, we hold the cards. We're not ready to do anything yet. You want something done? Show us you can play.
100%.
Because we will, if we decide to let you go, we're gonna get the best we can get.
Well, and that's what I want to see is when he gets back on the floor, if he looks like Anthony Davis, I think you could get something at the trade deadline if that's the way they want to go. And you can make a decision there because I do think that this Wizards team is going to be fun to watch. I think he'll frankly enjoy playing with this crew because, just think about if he's playing at his best and you have Trae Young playing at his best, that duo in the pick and roll of just those two guys. And I'm not even talking about the young core of what AJ can do when he's not going to have all the focus on him. So AJ working as a passer, and we saw what he could do in the summer league, getting into the paint with Keyshawn and Sarr. I think they could be a really fun team to watch. And if Anthony Davis has a spectacular first half of the season, then maybe you can cash in.
I just don't understand this whole basketball mindset of I got to go join somebody else. How about if I'm that damn good, I'm going to be great here. I'm going to bring people along where I'm at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That, to me, makes a world of difference more than I got to go find somebody to join. Let's see what you got, bro.
800-636-1067. Now that it seems like that door is shut of Anthony Davis joining forces with LeBron one final time, what do you want to see the Wizards do with Anthony Davis? Let's get out to Kenny in Warrenton. Kenny, what's going on?
Kenny?
Hey, guys, how you doing? I've used to listen to B. Mitch and Finley. I had cancer, so I was out for like a year. So, I just miss listening to y'all every day.
Appreciate you, brother.
I think they should take it slow with him because you don't want to rush him back. And maybe by All-Star break, if you could get him where he's averaging 20 and 10, if you get a good trade, you move him. If not, finish the season with him. And then based on his performance, I don't know if he can stay healthy would be my concern.
Yeah, I mean, that's the major question, Kenny.
That's the main
Appreciate
thing
the
right
phone
there.
call. That's
Glad you're better, Kenny.
Yeah, appreciate you calling in and glad you're better as well. That's the big question, B. Mitch, is when he's played, he's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Last year he only played 20 games, though, but in those 20 games, he averaged 20 and 11. When he played 51 total games between 42 in L.A. and 9 in Dallas after he was traded, he combined for 25 points and 11 and a half boards. So he's still that guy that can give you 20 and 10. Yeah. And I think if he plays, that's what he's going to give you. The question is, can you keep him healthy long enough? And this is some of the risks that you're going to play. If you want to trade him at the deadline, is he going to be healthy enough to continue playing and show that value that a team wants to add him?
But you got to roll those dice. Figure it out.
Yeah. And I think
I'm not going to do it right now.
No. And I think he's got a good crew around him with this young Wizards core that, it's not like he has to play the full complement of minutes. Last year, he played about 31 throughout his career. He's played about 34. If you have to cut those down to, let's say, 28 a night to try to keep him healthy, or maybe even a little less than that, more of a complementary role, I think you can do that. The Wizards, especially now that they acquired DeAndre Ayton, they have a guy right behind that can step in and give you quality play at the center position. So
Totally.
I think that's something that they could try. Shane's in Fairfax. Shane, what's going on?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
We good, man.
Happy Friday to y'all. Hey, look, I'm like everybody's saying, just see what he can do for us, right? And then if he's having a hot season, let's go ahead and move him. I don't think he's going to be here at the end of the season. I really don't. I think we end up moving. He don't want to be here either. That's what he's been saying. And is he still a 2010 guy? I mean, 20 games last year. Is that something to judge him on? I know, he is a 2010 guy, but can he do it now? I'm like David said, you guys show me now. I'm in the show me business at his age and the money he's demanding right now. And do we really need him right now? We're still rebuilding, right? So this is a rebuilding era, and the future looks so bright for the Wizards for the first time. And I'm excited to be a Wizards fan. But I'm moving. I'm not an AD fan. I'm a Tennessee ball fan. He's a Kentucky guy. Leave it at that.
When you gonna move him though? That's the question about it.
Hey, look,
not right now.
LeBron, Philly. Hey, he wants to play with LeBron. Send his ass to Philly.
What you gonna get from Philly?
Hey, I'll take a cheesesteak, and I'll take some onion rings, and I'll take a Diet Coke.
That's not how. But see, you got to build a team. So if you get rid of him, you got to get something for him.
Hey, make it an Angelo.
And a cheesesteak ain't enough.
Here's the thing: they got young talent over there, and the way they draft it, and the way the NBA does it, we can get a 20-30 first-round pick or a 20-40 first-round pick. Let's call it what it is.
Well, and that's the tough part. Shane, appreciate the phone call. The tough part is trying to make the salaries work, right? I mean, would you send him to Philly right now for a first-round pick? Maybe. I don't know exactly what they would value. The Wizards have kind of made it obvious throughout the entire offseason that they weren't all that keen on trading him, which I think is partially a leverage play to make sure, hey, this guy isn't being shopped around. You're not going to get him for pennies, right? You're going to have to pay his full value. But
and they want to see what they could get from him.
Well, and that's the thing. When you look back at the trade, it's not like they gave up a ridiculous amount. So this is the entire trade. They got back Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, Dante Exum, which, none of those guys really played for the Wizards much. They gave up Chris Middleton, who's now re-signed here.
Back here.
Marvin Bagley, who I believe was a free agent as well. A.J. Johnson, who was a young guard that they, you saw what you could get, but you weren't getting a whole lot out of him. A first-round pick in 2026, so this past draft with OKC, a protected first-round pick, and 3 second-round picks. They didn't give up a whole lot. They didn't. So even if it were something, and this is similar in a way to the way that we're talking about Foster Griffin right now, I think, if they just played a season and he opts out of his player option and he just leaves in free agency, but he plays a full season with the Wizards, that's not the worst thing either. It frees up money. You can go sign somebody, but it also takes a little bit off of the plate of Alex Sarr. It helps out with some of the young guys so that not as much is on their plate. And then in year 2 for AJ DeBonsa, throw a little more on his plate. Year 3 and 4 for some of these young guys, throw a little more on their plate. So that to me is why, even at the worst, he could be injured all season. That's the worst case scenario. But if he just plays all season here and they just ride it out and he leaves, that's also not that bad of an option.
No. You might want him to leave. He played the whole season and he don't do well.
And selfishly, I just want to see what he can do. Like with this team, I think this team is going to be a blast. I don't think that they're going to be competing with the Sixers to win the Eastern Conference, but I think they're realistically going to be competing for potentially a playoff spots, maybe even avoiding the play-in and being better than that. When you've got Trae Young, Anthony Davis, AJ DeBonsa, Keyshawn George, Alex Sarr,
Riley,
Trey Johnson, Will Riley, that's Bilal Coulibaly, Champagnie, that's a fun team to watch. And so at worst, similar to how this Nats team has been tough to watch, and now this year they're fun.
Yeah.
This Wizards team has been a tough watch for a little bit.
Very tough.
I tell you what, this year it's not going to be nearly as tough. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be one you want to sit down and watch. So I'm not even that mad if they just say, let's play this out and see what happens.
I'll be cool with that.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Let's take a quick look around the NFL, some of the training camp headlines around the National Football League. Ask B. Mitch anything coming up at 1 o'clock. Then we'll get back into a little bit of Commanders before we get out of here around 1:30 as well. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. It is the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday on B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP. We'll get back into some football discussion in just a little bit. Ask B. Mitch Anything coming up at 1 o'clock. 800-636 is the phone number, or 800-636-1067 is the phone number if you'd like to hop in. Continuing to react to LeBron James going to Philadelphia. Anthony Davis looking like he might stick around. Some more phone calls on what Wizards fans want to see done with Anthony Davis. Let's get out to Jay in Beltsville. Jay, what do you want to see him do with AD?
Hey, how y'all guys doing today?
Doing good.
So, I think they should try and sign Anthony Davis to a longer deal instead of just 1 year. I really want to see what that could become of that. Really, I know he wants to win a championship, but why not here? Well, I think we have the pieces in place, and we're willing to spend the money now as before. We were just in a rebuilding process, and I really would like to see if we could work that out with him. And
I mean, he has a 2-year deal right now, and like Dave was saying, if they do an extension, they probably give him 1. I don't see them giving him 5.
Yeah, and they're not going to give him the max, which has been floated around, so I don't think you have to worry about that. But I do think that is something that's interesting if you're one of the few I've heard that wants to keep him around long term.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think one of the best things about this, and one of the most interesting that I've heard about today, not so much about LeBron going to Philly, but who owns that franchise, the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah.
That's really interesting to people in D.C.,
Yeah. No, appreciate it, Jay. Josh Harris, obviously the principal owner of the Commanders, owner of the Philadelphia 76ers. We were joking in the break that maybe this indirectly helps the Commanders if they can sell a lot of LeBron jerseys and in turn helps them a little bit with RFK 2.0. So is that the long-term play here? You pay LeBron only $4 million a year, and he comes in, sells a lot of jerseys, maybe wins a championship. You get a parade in Philadelphia, but it still benefits us.
We'll see.
I'm all for it if it works out that way. One thing we were also talking about the break. Last year, I don't remember when this was, but Jaylen Brown was sitting courtside at a game. I don't remember if this was a WNBA game. I don't exactly remember where this was, but he was sitting courtside with a couple of people, and he was seen talking with different people, and he mouthed, "I don't think Bronny is a pro." At least that's what people say. He said, "I don't think Bronny is a pro." Well, he's now teammates with his dad. So we'll see what happens with Bronny James.
One thing I can tell you is that Jaylen Brown does not give a damn about what somebody else thinks.
He's a smart dude.
He's super smart, but
he gets
he's
the credit.
not backing down.
No.
If he believes something, he believes it. And that's just the thing about society today. People don't have the right to have an opinion anymore.
Yeah.
I don't like everything everybody else like, and I will tell you.
Well, heck, most of the teams in the NBA didn't think Bronny was a pro. He lasted so long in the draft, so I don't know. Mark's in Largo. Mark, what's going on?
Yeah, I actually would move on from him. And the reason why I say that is because if you can move him to Philly for Embiid, here's what you got to start thinking about. You got to sign Czar in the next few years. You got to sign Deshaun George in the next few years. Trey Johnson. I mean, these contracts are coming up. And it's one thing to have Trey Johnson under a contract. That's one thing. But then if you got 2 of them there, it's going to be a problem. Now, I know Embiid has a contract, but he has a player option in 28-29. So you could probably maybe move on from him and get a buyout from him if you can. But look, you got to start thinking about your future. And your future is the core of this team, which is Alex Czar, A.J. DeBonta, and Trey Johnson. Look, I know a lot of people love Keyshawn George and Bilal, but Trey Johnson, look, the kid gets he walks on the court, gets 10 points just shooting a 3-point shot. That's just what Trey Johnson is. So, in a sense, if you do that, you got to start thinking about your future. And I just don't think that giving AD an extension is a good idea. It's bad. I mean, and maybe because you've given so much of a big extension for Trey. Well, but giving AD an extension is it's going to hurt you down the road paying some of these young guys.
No,
that's why you give him a short extension if you were to.
That's why I would move on from him and just get Embiid. That way,
you only have him for 2 years. You going about your business.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the phone call, Mark. I don't think that they would make that trade with Embiid, but to his point about the contracts, I think part of the reason why you don't mind having a guy like Anthony Davis is realistically, even if they did sign him to an extension, I don't think it's any more than a year or two. And if that's the case, then that lines up perfectly with him coming off the books, and now I've got to pay Alex Sarr.
There you go.
Now I've got to pay some of these other guys. So I definitely understand that point, but it's not like they don't have to pay. So Alex Sarr is one of the guys that he mentioned there. Alex Sarr's got a team option for next year, and then he's a restricted free agent in 28, 29. They'll be able to get a deal done for that. So realistically,
Salary cap should have gone up by then too.
They'll have 2 more years to make this thing work, or they'll have a chance to sign him to a big-time rookie extension by the end of next season. So I'm not all that worried that they'll be able to keep their own guys. And I don't think one of the things that I really trust this front office with, Michael Winger, Will Dawkins, they understand what the main thing is. The main thing is they're building around Alex Sarr, AJ DeBonsa, take your pick of any one of the young guys. They're not going to mortgage their futures. Yeah. They're going to keep those guys around. They understand that. I think that's part of the reason why you don't mind having 2 older guys in Trae Young, who's really not that old. He's only in late 20s. So he can still play, for the entirety of his 4-year deal. And Anthony Davis.
I'm sure the front office people have thought about all this stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If they haven't, they probably wouldn't be sitting where they're sitting. Like if you can miss the basics of that, then you probably don't get the position you do. So I understand the point of all of it, but I think, like DA said, it just never made any sense for the Wizards to be able to acquire Anthony Davis at the trade deadline, him sit on the bench and never play in a Wizards uniform, and somehow reaccumulate value. That's not how it works.
You got to play to get that value.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So whether they decide to trade him at the deadline, whether they decide to get some sort of an extension done, which won't be a max, according to DA, and I think most people would agree on that. I saw a video from Brett Siegel saying the same thing. If that's the case, we'll see what happens, but I think one thing that you can say definitively about this Wizards front office that maybe you haven't been able to say in the past is
they know what the hell they're doing.
They know what they're doing, and I trust what they're going to do. I believe that they're taking this team in the right direction. All right, let's open those phone lines up once again. 800-636-1067. 1 o'clock on a Friday, you know what that means? It's time to ask a NFL legend any question you'd like. Ask B. Mitch anything comes
you got
up
a guest
next.
coming in?
You
see NFL?
His sports update is brought to you by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. LeBron James, after saying he seriously considered retirement, is signing with the Philadelphia 76ers for its final run at another NBA championship. He's signing a 2-year, $8 million contract with a player option. For reference, James made nearly $53 million with the Lakers last season. In a series of posts on X, James addressed his decision-making, saying that he initially thought he was done playing after this year before he took a long time to decide on his future. He said that he still loves the game and he has more to give, so he chose the 76ers, committing to a 4th NBA team as he searches for a 5th NBA championship before retirement. He's hoping to break a 43-year championship drought for the 76ers and said that this will be his final free agency choice as he enters a record-breaking 24th season. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to the Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage. It's all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop MedCap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Final hour of B. Mitch and Finley on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Want to remind you that Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool in your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. Remember, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
We'll also have a chance for you to win some Leonard Skinner tickets coming up at 1:45. But you know what it is. Friday, 1 o'clock. It's time for Ask B. Mitch Anything. So if you want to get your questions in to ask Brian Mitchell, call in 800-636-1067. Let's get things started with Carlos in Alexandria. Carlos, what's your question for B. Mitch?
Hey, good show today, guys. And B. Mitch, before I ask my question, I want to compliment you on all the charity work you do in the community. I think the definition of a great athlete today is what they give back to their community. So thank you for that.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you.
The question is, and I think this is really topical for today. And the question is, what's the difference between Philly fans and DC fans, and why is it tougher to play in Philly? I'll hang up.
I think Philly fans are more or less right here in your face. It's just their way, man. They don't have a problem asking questions and holding you to the fire. Like sometimes I notice here, guys are heroes before they ever start doing anything. It ain't happening in Philly. Philly is going you got to prove it to me first. And if you come in there and you come in there with an expectation and you don't reach it, you will hear about it. But if you live up to it, they will love you forever. In this town, we love people that don't even play yet. We love people that's not even gone from a team yet.
Who could you be talking about there?
I'm just saying, but listen, there's passion in both fan bases. It's just that if anybody has grown up in an inner city or wherever, they hold you to a certain standard. And I think Philly fans do it consistently.
Want to remind you, too, that Ask B. Mitch Anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where style meets all-day comfort. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in. Let's get to Jim from the chat. Jim, what's your question for B. Mitch?
B. Mitch, Toby, Aquarium Boys, how's everyone doing on this Friday?
What up, Jim? Chilling, man.
Before I get to my question for B. Mitch, I have a question for you, Tobo, and that's, why haven't you started your own podcast? I always talk about how you represent us young guys out here and you have the podcast voice, man. If you started one, I'd subscribe ASAP.
Well, maybe I could find some time, but I'm quite busy, honestly. But I appreciate the sentiment.
Make the time.
I had
Yes,
one
sir.
years
I say
ago.
make the time.
I had one years ago called Toby Continued, but I haven't had the time.
Stopped?
Yeah. I've been
Did
quite
Toby
busy.
Continue stop?
Yeah, there was no more to be continued.
Well, if it reboots, I'll be your first subscriber. Anyway,
I appreciate
B-Mitch,
that.
We've been talking, B-Mitch, we've been talking a lot about receivers this offseason, obviously, and obviously the team has made the decision not to bring Debo back. I mean, it's been a couple months and he's still on the market. I just thought he was so productive last year for us during Terry's absence, and I'm wondering why you think they're not bringing him back. You think it's more of a scheme thing?
I don't think it's a scheme. I think it's more about price, and I think the team can want you to come back, but you may not want to come back at a certain price. And I think what happened is a lot of veteran receivers and veteran players every year, you don't see them sign. Then when the season starts, somebody get hurt, they sign. And a lot of times it's for less than what they were going to get, but it's more than what they were getting. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when it comes to a need thing, I think people get signed.
Appreciate
All right. Well, we'll see what happens, obviously. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah, appreciate the phone call, Jim. Yeah, it's interesting because I do think that, you could find a way to utilize him in this offense, but for whatever reason, they've kind of decided to move on. Maybe part of it is they want to give some more opportunities to the guys they have in that room currently.
Because, I think when you look at him, he's not that typical every down receiver.
Yeah.
He's more of a guy that could do a lot of different things for you. And if they were to bring in another receiver at the price he's going to make, they wanted to be a typical receiver.
Let's get out to Sean in Southeast. Sean, what's going on?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Good, man. How you doing?
Before I get started, I'm an Uber driver. I just picked up 2 supermodels. They want to say hi to you.
Hello. How y'all doing?
All right, Brian. You just before you started playing quarterback in college, who's your favorite quarterback, and who did you love growing up watching in the NFL?
My favorite quarterback, Warren Moon. That's why I wore number 1.
Heck of a player.
Because look, Warren Moon went to Canada, came to the NFL, and he was a baller in the league. He had to go to Canada because the NFL wouldn't sign him at first. Went there, showed himself, then he came back, and then it ended up becoming friends with Warren, the coolest dude you're going to meet.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I came across something where a couple of baseball players are talking about this. I'll ask you the same question. What's the best chirp you ever got, whether it's from a fan or trash talk from a player? Stuff that's obviously safe for radio.
People said all kind of things, but I loved it. It didn't bother me because I live for stuff like that. Talk trash because my whole thing is it's motivation to me. A lot of people they get talk trash to, it kind of go into a shell. I didn't care what you say. You here watching me play. Why the hell I care about what you're saying?
Was there anyone that stood out if you can remember?
Well, we were in L.A. and this guy, he kept telling me to...
Yeah.
You should shoot this. And I'm like, okay, I got you. Yeah. Then I scored a touchdown on him. I came to the sideline, and I just hit the little... I say, when I get the microscope, I might find it because she been looking for it all the time he's been with her. And his wife fell out of her seat laughing. Hey, I look, I'm not letting you get by with it.
B-Mitch talking the talk, walking the walk. Deb from the chat is on the phone. Deb, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. What's happening?
I almost lost my nerve to ask this question, but the chat is all fired up today, so I was like, I might as well go for it.
Uh-oh.
So, I'm calling to ask you about your butt, Brian.
About my butt?
On the bike seat, how long did it take for your butt to get used to that? Because, man, I dropped in on a spin class, and it killed me.
Well, see, the difference is this. You go in the spin class, you sit on the bike that's not fitted or properly adjusted for you. My bike, I sat down for 3.5 hours pedaling, and this guy, Richardson Bike Fit, they had lasers and everything else, and the seat when I first sat, it was red everywhere. It showed up on the screen red. As they moved me around, they were all green, which means there's no pressure. They got me in the right fit. And that same day that when I went in, if I rode my bike, within 30 minutes, I'll be numb, be hurting. After I finished the fit, we went out and did a 26-mile ride. I didn't come off the seat one time. And now I've been riding based off of that fit for about 2.5 years now. Probably got to go back and get it readjusted. But still, I can ride 100 miles, have no problem.
Incredible.
So you got to be fitted for your bike if you want to ride. Like people buy these big cushion seats and all that stuff. If you're in the wrong position, all a big cushion seat is going to do is put more pressure on you.
800-636-1067 if you want to ask B. Mitch anything. Let's get out to Jupe in the DMWV. Jupe, what's going on?
What's happening, fellas? How y'all feeling?
What's up, Jupe?
Ain't much. Hey, listen, B. Mitch, my question is, so I'm going out to New Orleans this Wednesday. Going to be there for a week. With some spots, with some suggestions.
Some food spots?
And before you get going, all that food spots, activities. What you suggest I should hit up out there?
Well, if you want to like do some things that they do in Louisiana, you can go on some of the Gator tours or whatever like that. But like restaurants, go if you like oysters, go to Drago's for sure. Commander's Palace if you got your lady, which you want to do a nice dinner, go to Commander's Palace.
All right.
The Acme Oyster Bar is always good. Go to Cafe Du Monde, get you some coffee and stuff in the morning. But like when you start looking around and you see you might see like a hole in the wall type place, don't go, I want to go there. That's the best food in the world. I'm telling you. And go to Deanie's. If you want a seafood platter, and I promise you won't be able to eat it all by yourself. Santana had he didn't like the shrimp or something, so he got all catfish. He had about 12 catfish strips.
That sounds incredible.
So you go to Deanie's and get you a large seafood platter, and you call us and let us know if you finished it or not.
All right. When I do that, when I go down there, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna call you guys when you're on air.
All right, cool.
Appreciate it, Jupe.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, brother.
All right.
800-636-1067 if you'd like to hop in, ask B. Mitch anything. Any of you guys in the aquarium got a question for B. Mitch?
Actually, I do.
What do you got, Jeff?
Hey, yo, B. Mitch.
What?
So, like, when you was getting, like, adjusted to that seat, like, did it, like, bruise you down there?
Nope. Nope, it don't bruise you. Yeah. The thing about the seat, when you're sitting on that seat and you're not in the proper position, it's a lot of nerves down there, dog. And I'm telling you, everything go numb.
All right, and the part two of my question, if all four of us, with the exception of you, B, just me, Toby, WB, and Ryan, who do you think, if we was riding 20 miles, who would drop out first?
Who would drop out first?
Yes. And who would win it?
Well, that's the easy answer for me. Number one, me. Me.
I don't know. White Brian, you ever rode a bike? No, I'm saying the banana. You have the banana seat, the long seat. That's so stupid.
I don't know how to answer that question.
No, if y'all get y'all minds off the gutter, maybe we can have a real conversation.
Our minds are
young people minds are always, because every time you ask a question, the first thing they think about is some sexual innuendo, and they go, pause. Y'all got Toby doing pausing. Toby gonna back out first, then White Brian gonna back out, then Clary, and then Jeff.
So I'm glad to know I'm winning.
I know.
Well, at least you've been practicing, Jeff. But if you ride with me and my friends, you won't be nowhere close.
I think I could beat Mark.
No, you can't.
Yeah, tell him whenever y'all ready.
Mark, I hope you're listening.
I'm ready to serve some justice.
Mark, call in. You ready to serve some what?
800-636-1067. Kevin's in Sterling. Kevin, what's your question for B. Mitch?
What's up, boys? B. Mitch.
What's up, brother?
Fellow cyclist here.
Yes.
I just want to know, man, it's Tour de France season. We're almost at the end of the bike race, and I was wondering if you guys would ever consider doing a segment on it this year or next.
Is what season?
Tour de France season.
Oh, Tour de France. I've talked about Tour de France already when I come in, because I watch it a lot.
You watch it?
Oh, hell yeah. Tadej Pogacar, bro, that dude is a machine.
I've never heard of that guy.
The little kid yesterday from Ecuador, didn't he win the stage yesterday?
Don't ask me. I have no idea.
No. I thought y'all hung up on it. But I think it was stage 18, kid from Ecuador. He was just away from everybody.
What's your dream cycling destination? If you could go anywhere.
I would like to go ride on one of those stages of the Tour de France. But not one of them with the hills like they
I'll go down the hill. I ain't going up the hill.
Bruh, I don't. Yeah, but like that would be a great one. You know, but we talked about it. Me and JP mentioned it a lot because I do watch. Anytime I get a chance to check it out, I'll check it out. And I'm gonna tell you, bro, I am amazed. Like, so I watched the other day when Tadej Pogačar, when they got to the hill, he was right there with these pros. He stands up and he goes for it. When he got to the top of the hill, they never got closer. He started off like 2 seconds ahead. When he finally got to the finish line, they were about 8 miles away. He was over a minute away, over a minute ahead of them when they got to it. But the dude rode for like 4 or 5 miles at 31 plus.
That's ridiculous.
B. Mitch, you played for three of the 4 NFC East teams.
Yeah.
And you did not play for the Dallas Cowboys, but they approached you and they gave you, because I know you weren't a Cowboys guy, obviously Redskin, Eagle, Giant, but if the Cowboys approached you to come out of retirement right when you did retire, would you have joined the Dallas Cowboys?
If I was going to join them, Brian, I probably would have. But they did call me week 9 when I said if I'm not signed before week 9, I will retire. And they called me week 9, and I went on and retired.
Really?
Yeah.
And then second to that, did you ever have a discussion with Jerry Jones?
No.
Not once?
No.
Wow.
That's crazy.
No.
So you could have been a Cowboy, but you chose not to.
You know, you set your standards and you want to do something by a certain time, and no. But like, look, I'll be real with people. We can sit up here and play this crazy game all you want. When you're playing in the league, it's about green. It ain't about no color of the team. If the team decides to let you go, then you go where you are accepted. There's people all over here that work for Exxon and then they go to Chevron. People work for McDonald's and then they go to Burger King. People be at Chick-fil-A and they go over to Panini or Panera Bread or whatever. Yeah. Let's be real. We don't loyalty is to your family.
Yeah.
And if somebody gonna pay you, you go get that for them.
If you would have played for the Cowboys, we wouldn't have been
But
friends.
I kind of knew I was going to be staying here. That's why I never went to them.
Who was the team you grew up cheering for?
I actually cheered for the Cowboys growing up.
Oh, that just crushed my
Have I
soul.
never told y'all this before?
Nah.
Dude, I grew up in Louisiana. The Saints sucked. Then you had the Cowboys next. Then you had the baby blue Houston Oilers. You know, I liked them, but that's what I cheer for. And then as soon as I got drafted, I remember when they got rid of Tom Landry, it was over for me.
I always knew there was something about you I didn't like. I couldn't figure out what it was. There it is.
Well, I don't like you neither.
I just pretend like you didn't play for the Eagles or the Giants. I just
I
played the
always
Burgundy
take up for
Gold.
Toby. Y'all call him Rice Cube. I take up for him, and he gonna just hit me with he don't like something. What the hell, dude? Listen, when I became an adult and started making my own decisions, you know, everybody in my hometown are Cowboy fans. It's weird, dude. Either Cowboys or Saints, and I'm like, dude,
I don't care if they're Saints fans.
But after I started doing my thing, I despise them now.
Good. Keep it that
But
way.
when they got rid of, I'm serious, Tom Landry, when they got rid of my fedora wearing dude, I was like, I hate this damn team.
I'm curious as a former player because I think Ryan and I would be in a similar vein on this. For people our age, Redskins, Cowboys, we were told is the biggest rivalry. And so I think we still feel that way.
Yeah.
But in our lifetimes, the bigger rivalry has been with Philadelphia. Would you agree with that, Ryan? Like in terms of like our personal, like watching them play,
I've said
there's
that
a hatred for Philly.
Even playing here, when I was with Washington, I understood what the fans thought and this, that, and the other. But the Eagles and the Giants games were far more tougher, and they were so close, and then the fans were brutal. Dallas fans, just Southern country, nice people.
Yeah.
But
no, they're
here-
delusional.
Here,
They're delusional.
when I was here, and you go to Philly, you're like, what the hell is going on? It's like then when I got to Philly, they don't like nobody.
Let's go around the room on this one. If you had to rank the rivalries right now in the NFC East for the Commanders, where would you rank it? 1, 2, and 3.
Eagles first, Giants probably second, and then the Cowboys come up.
Really? Okay.
Because I say this, the Cowboys have the best of it. But when the game come along, nobody talking about it.
Yeah.
The Giants, to me, is a team that no matter how bad they are, they always give us a tough time.
Yeah, they do play.
And hell, the Eagles have been the talk of the damn league for the last 2 decades or so.
Yeah. Jeff, how about you?
It's still Cowboys, Eagles, Giants for me. Cowboys and Redskins fans, we will always beef. There will be no mending that relationship amongst fans. We will always beef. Like, no matter what, especially with families in this area, most families are split between Cowboys and the Redskins, Commanders. Eagles second because the Eagles just started winning. It used to be a running joke with me coming up through middle school and high school. Yeah, the Eagles, they haven't won a ring yet.
When were you in high school, Jeff?
Like 2012, 2009 to 2012.
I'll be honest with you, the Eagles been winning since 2000.
Yeah, but in the means of the division.
You were 6.
In the means of the division-wise, like everyone knew the Cowboys had the most rings. Everyone knew even though we didn't see them, that was an arguing point.
Yes.
And we will always belittle the Eagles fans by saying, y'all organization don't even have a Super Bowl yet. And the Giants is just the Giants.
Yeah, you make
it was a talking point, but that has changed.
Yeah. No, there were there were plenty of jokes about the Eagles not winning a championship, and now they have, right? So it's just the hatred between DC and Philadelphia is so much more. I think that adds into it because it's any Philadelphia team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it feels that way whenever the Phillies, Ryan and I will always argue about who the biggest rival for the Nats is, and obviously the Phillies are one of the top two, regardless of whether you think it's Braves or Phillies. So they kind of fit into there. Ryan, what's your ranking 1 through 3?
It's Eagles, Cowboys, Giants for me.
Okay.
Like, I think the Eagles are number one, clearly. Like, I just hate their fans. I hate everything about it. I think Bryce Harper kind of has something to do with that.
He definitely does.
Like, in my opinion. And then number 2, the Cowboys. It's an all-time rivalry. Like, I get it. And then number 3 is the Giants. Like, they're fine. It's whatever.
WB, as a Giants fan, curious?
It's Eagles by a million.
Oh, yeah.
I really don't consider the Redskins or the Commanders or the Cowboys rivals.
Like the Eagles, they despise the Giants.
Yeah.
When you go to the Giants, they don't like the Eagles.
Yeah.
You go to the Cowboy, they don't like the Eagles. Everybody don't like the Eagles.
Yeah. No, I think that fits.
And their fans are the reason.
I will say for me, it's still Cowboys. If that's like on a scale of 1 to 10, Cowboys are a 10. The Eagles are at 9.99999, like just behind, and then the Giants are somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah.
But I grew up in a household where my uncle told me if you ever touch Cowboys gear, you go wash your hands afterwards, and you try not to ever touch it. Like if you're shopping and you see some of that blue, I'm gonna reach around and grab the neck, move that shirt out the way.
Jerry calls Toby tomorrow. I'm gonna pay you $500,000 a year to come host this show.
Well, I'm gonna be sitting right here still, trashing the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
You lie.
What? Send me the offer, please. At least make me have to make a decision. I'll let you know after that.
Well,
Send the offer on
just
over.
take it from me. $500,000. Take your ass to Texas.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. You might gotta do that,
Jeff,
Toby. You can hate
we
him
will
undercover.
drive you there, dog.
I will say though, it was always wash your hands if you ever touch Cowboys gear. But I will say that there's a little bit of a fire that sparks up me when I see that stupid green, the Eagles. Like the Giants is whatever. Like I just don't like them. But
You know one thing? All three of them money spent the same.
yeah. Well, thank God you never wore that star on the side of your helmet.
I'm kind of happy about that too.
Let's talk about the Commanders as training camp is set to get underway. Rookies reporting today. What are some of the storylines? Didn't get a chance to get into that earlier with LeBron news, so we'll get into that next. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. LeBron James has reportedly agreed to join the 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal. In a message on X, LeBron James said that he felt that he was finished at the end of the season, but needed more time to figure out exactly if it was time to retire. But the desire to win another title led him to join the Philadelphia 76ers. If he can accomplish that goal, he'll make history. No player in the history of the NBA has won a championship with 4 different franchises. The 76ers had overhauled their roster this offseason. They traded Paul George and draft capital to the Celtics in a deal to acquire Jaylen Brown. It was one of the most shocking moves this summer until now. They'll add LeBron James to a core that also features Therese Maxey, former MVP center Joel Embiid, and rising star guard VJ Edgecombe. Wondering what the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley on a Friday. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Want to get into Commanders talk as the rookies are reporting for training camp. Real quick, couple more to add on to Ask B. Mitch Anything.
Ooh.
Number one, real quick.
Yeah.
We were talking about this in the break. Governor of Pennsylvania has declared today LeBron James Day.
I wonder how many people cursing.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
How many people in Philly are cursing him out today?
So the question I got is, how are you going to celebrate LeBron James Day today, B. Mitch?
I won't be. I guarantee you, it's people in Philadelphia today going off on that governor. I promise you that.
Yeah, you're not going to go up to Pennsylvania and have a parade for LeBron James Day.
Won't be happening.
Last one, Heather McDonough asked, what would be your advice for LeBron going to play in Philadelphia?
Have tough skin. Because they're all not going to kiss up to you. People will check you. And don't think just because you're from Cleveland, you're going to buck up on people. Don't judge books by their cover. It's a lot of interesting people. In that area where you play, South Philly, a lot of interesting people.
Be interesting to see how the season goes with LeBron.
Don't judge any book by its
Philadelphia,
cover. Respect
obviously.
it.
That's the big news of the day.
Yeah.
Getting back to the main thing, though, Commanders, rookies reporting for training camp today. We'll have the first official practice with all of the guys next Wednesday. Vets report on Tuesday. One of the storylines, we talked about this when the schedule came out, B. Mitch. We've talked about this throughout the offseason. I think one of the storylines that I want to keep an eye on, one of the things I'm just going to be watching overall for this training camp, intensity. It's got to be better. It's got to be a much more intense training camp to get ready for the season because you got to be ready to come firing out the gates. But what happened last year just wasn't acceptable, and I hope they learn their lesson.
Yep, I'm with you on that, Toby. And I think what people have to understand, when you talk about intensity, you're not talking about stupidity. Intensity don't mean going out there trying to hurt people. They have to be able to practice at a level to where you get ready for the season, to where it's not a shock when people are going fast, but you also have to be able to take care of each other. You know, I know every time we talk about, like, many guys talk about their day. And I like to talk about my day, too, when I played. But I also could tell you this. We were in full gear, but we weren't taking people to the ground. We did full speed butt up, hit you, wrap up, pick up, drop, okay? You could do that same thing today in those shells, because I did that in Philadelphia. That's how Andy Reid practice was. You practice fast, but after practice, you're like, Coach, we could put on pass. You don't mind? Because when we put on pass, I thought it was easier.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff I watched last year, but it was less than it was the year before. The year before, I thought they were intentional. They were doing stuff. Last year, it's like they backed off to make sure they take care of each other. Nah, man. The speed of the game does not change. It gets faster. So you got to get as close to it as you can to make sure when you get on that football field, it's not going to be a shock.
Which side of the ball are you more interested to see? Just with the new scheme that's going to be brought over, with the new coaching staff, which side of the ball?
I'm an offensive guy, but I am way more excited about watching how this defense is going to be deployed.
Yeah.
Because I look at the possibilities, and if you listen to me throughout the year, I'm always talking about a quarterback has to be sped up or make him hold the ball. If you get a quarterback out of rhythm, you have a chance. And blitzing and making him have to think and adjust, that's how you do it. And I think that's what this defense is going to do. So I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I think you're going to notice a difference in both of them immediately. But I do think defensively they're going to be fun to watch because there's this narrative that started to pass around football the last couple of years that when you played defense, you had to play passive. Like you just had to let. No. You can play aggressive.
You can dictate on defense.
And that's what this defense wants to do.
What I noticed this offseason, when I was out there for the OTA, when those guys walk out, the team looks bigger. Like, when you go places and, when you were Little League, you get off the bus and you look over and they get off the bus, you go, oh, boy. They look like a team that people are going to be going, oh, boy.
Yeah.
Because, taller, guys are sleek, more muscular, faster. So I'm expecting some big things.
Who is the guy or couple of guys that you're most excited to see once the pads come on?
Fat Man, because he already told you he liked that type of party when he put the pads on.
Yeah.
And I want to see Owe. I want to see the thing I'm looking for is a Owe Connerly, a Owe Tunsil one-on-one battle. Because people like to watch receivers, quarterbacks. Let me tell you one thing. You want to find out about some damn good ball? Go watch offensive linemen, defensive linemen doing one-on-one matchups. That's some of the best football out there, dog. You watch, and it's got just going around the edge, but you can see how athletic those big damn tackles are.
Yeah.
And then you watch how people talking about how bend and lean. You can watch how some of the better defensive ends, how they can be too.
I'll tell you this, from watching Owe just in OTAs and stuff, I was amazed how big that guy is. I knew he was a big defensive end, but the way I've described him to different people is the way Javon Kinlaw looks compared to the other defensive tackles is how Owe looks compared to the other defensive ends. He's not Kinlaw size.
And that's another one. Watching those big dudes inside with the guards.
Oh. Well, and that's another thing, talking about the defensive scheme that I'm interested in, is how does that increase the ability of these guys on the defensive line? I think it might have been Menahu was asked about the scheme during one of the OTAs, and he talked about it being defensive line friendly because of the uncertainty of where guys are going to be blitzing from or coming from or dropping out. You can get some one-on-one matchups that you wouldn't if you just lined up as four across. And so you're going to have an opportunity if you're Javon Kinlaw, Daron Payne, some of those interior guys to get after the passer as well.
You can get those one-on-one matchups, but what you get a lot is, I'm sitting here, you're my guy. But all of a sudden somebody flash. So I try to step to them, but you're coming. And if the other guy picks him in now, I may catch you on the side, catch you too late. So it's just a hesitance on people with all that movement going on that may give you an advantage on defense.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see Kinlaw, if he can have a better season as a pass rusher, because he was solid as a run defender last year, but didn't have as much production, especially with the sack numbers, didn't have any. Daron Payne in a contract year, excited to see him. And this is a big year for Johnny Newton. This is kind of, for these third-year guys, it's kind of time for put up or shut up. For some of the guys that haven't necessarily been as productive as you'd like in their first two seasons, I'm interested to see if he can find. We saw that game against Dallas, and he looked unstoppable at times. I need to see more of that guy.
Yeah. Have you ever seen this in your life? Have you ever seen that in your life?
A little bounce pass.
I've never seen
double play.
A bounce pass from that close.
Anthony Rendon did that a couple of times in the Nationals, but that was a third baseman. This was a shortstop to the second baseman.
But from the shortstop or the third base to first base, yes. Not to the second baseman.
So I think the reason that he made the play there, so it's the Angels' turn to double play, where the shortstop, it's a routine 6-4-3, but there was sun shining, and I think the reason that he bounces it was hard to see, but if you could bounce it, he could keep his eyes on it. Because if you look in the sun, sometimes it gets a little bit
That's
wild.
weird, man. But
Yeah.
that was sweet.
That's a great play.
That caught my attention. Sorry, but I was like, "What the hell is going on?"
No, I'm excited to see this training camp be
Yeah.
Mitch, because I think Dan Quinn learned some lessons from what happened last year and doesn't want to repeat that. And be ready to go in. Because if you need a reminder on how the schedule starts before the bye week in Week 7, at Philadelphia,
Bang,
at Dallas,
bang.
home against Seattle. You think maybe the easiest matchup so far, but that's in London against the Indianapolis Colts in Week 4, home against New York, and then on the road against San Francisco before you finally get a bye week. So you got to come out the gates ready to roll, and I'm excited to see what training camp has to hold. All right, we'll wrap up the show next. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP on B. Mitch and Finley on The Fan. Final couple minutes of B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for JP today. Got to get out to the phone line, bring in a distinguished guest. JP Finley. JP, what's up, dude?
What up, Tobes? How we doing?
Man, we're good. I need to know. 91 yesterday? What you shoot today?
90, B.
90?
One more putt. We're breaking 90.
Oh, man. God, I mean, is this course easy or something?
You know what? I finally swung hard. I made a couple putts. It was, I feel re-energized. You know, I've been pretty broken down with the golf game.
Yeah, because
I feel re-energized.
Let me tell you, Jay, this is the problem with amateur golfers. We watch all these pro golfers with these smooth swings, half swings, three-quarter swings, and we try to do that. We're not consistent to be able to do it. Swing the same speed on every shot, your game will be better.
Doug, you saw me when we played whatever last week, and I'm trying to like baby the driver to like place it. Like,
nah,
no, swing hard.
Yeah,
Let
swing,
it rip, baby.
Let that thing fly. Like me,
Yeah, man.
I am catfish hunter on every swing.
JP, you would have beat me the other day. I shot a 92, so we're kind of in the same boat right now.
Oh, yeah, man. Except I'm happy, and you sound upset.
Yeah, I'd say I'm trending down. You're trending up. That's good to hear, though.
I can report this with certainty from the Midwest. They don't have Scotties, but we are certainly celebrating a Scotties Vodka Red Bull Friday.
Let's go.
Do it up. Do
Let's
it up.
go.
So, are you happy about LeBron going to Philly?
I'm happy for Josh Harris. I think he's a dude that commits the resources to win. But, like, I mean, you know, my relationship with the city of Philadelphia, Brian, I'm not thrilled about how good they look on paper, at least.
Your relationship and with the Philly people, maybe LeBron's after a few.
You think it's going to go sideways? You were kind of saying that early on,
I
right?
just think that he's going to have to be on point. He's not going to get no benefit of the doubt with those people.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, what option is he there? You know what I mean? Like, I think LeBron's an all-time great player. Like, I don't try to
we all agree to
take
that.
away from the player he is, but I do think he's like an egomaniac and loves the attention.
Yeah.
But I do think his game can be a facilitator. Like, I think he's like, you kind of see it with the contract he took. Like, if he's the third or fourth option, and then some nights, I mean, Embiid's going to play 30 regular season games, so he can go off in some of those. Like, I just think if that team gets to the playoffs healthy.
Did we lose him? You there, JP?
Jay?
I was here. Yeah,
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, you say if
I'm in Michigan. Basically, my point is, if that team gets to the playoffs healthy, that's a tough out.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like the thing for me is this: you show up to Philly, you're LeBron James. They expect a certain thing. You came in, they're gonna expect you to be the guy. If they don't win, or if things go bad, you're gonna get blamed.
There's going to be high expectations.
And we just thought about this, Jay. Remember Jaylen Brown was trashing Bronny?
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
You don't remember that?
Or whatever?
Yeah, when he was talking about him in the stands about he's not a pro.
Yeah.
You know, so
that's phenomenal.
Yes.
Good luck navigating that.
We Toby and I, we up here looking for the what you call it, talk show host type stuff.
Every angle possible. We had to talk about some idiot buying a $10 million house
we're
out
just
here.
grinding out content till training camp starts.
Well, I'll ask you this, JP, because I was filling in with you when the Anthony Davis to Golden State, because LeBron's going to be going there.
Sure.
Stuff was getting passed around. Obviously, that didn't happen. And now it seems like AD's just going to be here. What do you want to see them do with AD? We were talking with DA earlier. He was talking about having to rebuild some of that trade value by playing for the Wiz this year. But what do you want to see them do?
Dude, I want to see them all play. And if they're good, play them. Like, I'm in no hurry to trade AD. If he's healthy and playing and they're winning games and we get to the All-Star break and they're whatever. I mean, it's funny. Like, the caddies were all asking me about the Vansa and stuff. Like, if they're good, let's just let them play. And if the contract stuff becomes an issue, like, the fast track for AD to get a new deal is to play well. And I don't think you have to move them if everybody, like, shout out to Uncle Ted. He's got the money. He'll pay him if it's worth it. Like,
I'm in no hurry for an AD contract extension, really, even for the conversation. But like, if they're good, let's just have some fun at the phone booth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Last thing before we let you go, JP. Training camp coming up next week. What are you excited to watch out there next week and beyond?
I mean, the answer to everything as it relates to the Skins is Jaden. I mean, when he's right, he's one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. So, but that's the obvious one. And maybe this one is too. I can't wait to see Sonny Styles. And we're probably 3-4 days away once they even start from seeing him in pads. But he has looked so good in 7-on-7 and 11-on-11. And I want to see him. I want to see the same speed and fluidity in pads. That's what I want.
All right, Jay.
Enjoy the rest of your trip, man. We'll see you for training camp
fun,
next week, man.
All right, boys. See you Monday.
Peace.
That's JP Finley joining us from the golf course. Seems like his game's trending a little upward, which is good.
Yeah.
I guess the scores are trending downward, which is good. But
I guess. I'm about to look at I got to go look at the difficulty of this course.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, he could be playing something like, ain't point.
We'll see how low. If he can get it below 90, then we'll maybe have a conversation.
Yeah.
All right, caller number 10 right now. You're going to win 2 tickets to Leonard Skinner and Foreigner Double Trouble Double Vision Tour on July 25th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. B-Mitch, it's been fun hanging with you the last couple of days, and football season is just around the corner, man.
Can't wait, bro. I'm ready for it. You know why I'm ready for it? We go to training camp. It's way closer to my house.
It's also going to be way hotter. It's also going to be really hot.
No, we got nice air conditioning in our tent.
Big series for the Nationals getting underway tonight against the Diamondbacks. Excited to get over to the ballpark to watch that one. Jason Derulo, postgame concert tonight, by the way.
You going?
Yeah, I'll be there.
Toby can't wait.
You going to take Ryan with you?
No.
I don't mind. I don't blame you.
Grant and Danny up next here on The Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? LeBron James is a member of the Philadelphia 76ers in a stunning final free agency twist. After the news broke, James took to social media to explain his decision, as well as reveal that he genuinely thought he was going to retire at the end of the season, but decided that he wants to chase one final championship. Now he'll join Jaylen Brown, Joel Embiid, VJ Edgecombe, and Tyrese Maxey to form a formidable starting lineup in a suddenly loaded Eastern Conference. And 6:45 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan, we've got first pitch as the Nationals host the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is a big game not only because the Nationals are still competing for that wild card spot that currently the D-backs hold, but if the Nationals continue to win, it may change them from sellers to buyers with the upcoming trade deadline. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in DC, visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Midcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny, July 24th, 2026. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We got a ton going on today. The Commanders rookie class is reporting to their facility to kick off training camp. The Nationals are set to embark on their biggest game of the season tonight, their biggest series, probably in 7 years since the 2019 World Series. And meanwhile, we start nationally, Danny, because finally, LeBron James has allowed the NBA to leave his basement where he had it tied up, no longer being held hostage. He is headed to Philadelphia to play for the 76ers.
I am pretty stunned by this. Not that it was one of the Final Four teams that we all thought it could be, Jeeps, but that when people say it's not about the money, you know what it's usually about, to a degree? The money.
Yeah.
This really wasn't. And I actually give LeBron a ton of credit here. It's not something I love doing. I mean, basketball-wise, I give him a ton of credit. He's incredible. But from the off-the-court type stuff, this really wasn't lip service. This was a, sort of a genuine, this is about happiness, it ain't about money kind of a thing. And, the proof is in the pudding there. He took a fraction. He left $50 million a year probably on the table to go to Philadelphia for a chance to win his 5th championship. It is a fascinating thing, but what an offseason for the 76ers, man. Can you believe it?
Absolutely amazing. From a Wizards standpoint, it's frustrating because as they ascend, the East is getting really, really good. And this does not help their quest to try to climb up the standings any, which we can get into in a minute. But, yeah, I think that I'm with you. First, I want to commend LeBron James because I think it's super admirable to play for, it's going to be funny to say this, at $8 million over a couple years, so little money. But he left a ton, to your point, on the table. And so when he says this isn't about money, proof's in the pudding, man. A lot of people have said this isn't about money, and then they've signed significant contracts, right? I think about Myles Garrett and others. Ovechkin did the same thing, by the way. He said this isn't about money, and then he took an actual discount. So he put his money where his mouth was, so to speak. LeBron did that. So admirable and impressive. I give him credit for that. I don't necessarily think he was ever actually going to step away or retire. I guess we'll take him at his word that he was thinking that he was going to for a few days, but he certainly enjoyed this process. I mean, he made it pretty clear in his statement that this was the first time he ever really had no real true feel on where he was going to go, and he liked that about the last few weeks, and that's one of the reasons that it dragged on, I guess. But, yeah, Philadelphia is absolutely loaded. You look at what the 76ers have now. Tyrese Maxey is a young superstar. VJ Edgecombe looks like one of the great young players in the association. Absolute stud. Jaylen Brown comes over from Boston this offseason in a deal. He was so angry about being the second fiddle in Boston that now he'll be the third or the fourth fiddle in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
You've got LeBron James, who I think the money he took or didn't take is an indicator of how his role might also play out. This is a little bit of an Ovi thing where by taking the lesser money, it's indicative maybe of him being willing to take a step back So I think there's some of that with LeBron. And then for now, I guess this could still change because I think he could be shopped. But they still have Joel Embiid. So how about that for a 5?
Yeah, and they got LeBaron Philon, who a lot of people thought was a top 10 pick, and it was a guy that was flying up boards at 22, maybe the steal of the draft. We didn't care. We didn't talk much about the draft other than A.J. DeBonce is here, please and thank you, and he and Peterson are going to make every headline. But you add that to Tyrese Maxey, an ascending star in this game, kind of to your point. VJ Edgecombe, an underrated player that is a terrific kind of two-way two-guard in this league, and this is a Philadelphia team that I would not want to play on any given night. They can beat you in a number of different ways. Now, how do you distribute the basketball? To your point about Brown, who was, I think, probably annoyed about being a second fiddle in Boston. I don't know what fiddle you are, to be honest with you. I don't know how often you're going to get the basketball, but if he buys in, that's a really, really formidable 5. Even if Embiid misses a bunch of time, you don't have that, that weapon in the middle who can stretch the floor and do so many good things per minute. But even without him, that's a team that would probably be a tough matchup most nights. They can run and gun a little bit. They can beat you a lot of different ways. The East just got better, man.
Yeah, LeBron is still really good, right?
Yes.
So that's obvious. He is not what he was 5 years ago or 10 years ago, and that's also obvious. Where do we slot them in with this addition and the gravity that he sucks up and takes? I mean, the oxygen in the room whenever he walks in just changes, right? And that's not even his fault. It's just, we talked about this back in the day here in D.C. with Bryce Harper.
Yep.
He couldn't just be one of the guys as much as he wanted to be.
It was the guys in Bryce Harper.
Exactly. It was always going to be that way, and that's what it's going to be for LeBron. Now, the difference is I think he wants it that way, and we'll make sure that it's always that way. He gets off on that, in my opinion. But having said that, I do wonder, where are they in the pecking order here? As I look at it just from afar, I think the Thunder and the Spurs out west are still the 2 best teams on paper and the most likely teams to win a championship going into the season. I don't think anything has necessarily changed there. By the way, sportsbooks agree. The Thunder right now at plus 260 and the Spurs at plus 270, far and away, considered the most likely teams to win a title at FanDuel. Then you look at the East, and they've got the Knicks, the Sixers, the Celtics, and the Raptors kind of in order as the next 4. There's not another team in the West breaking them up. And it's New York at 9-1, Philly at 10-1 now, so almost even with the Knicks as the best team in the East. Then Boston at 14-1, Toronto at 20-1. I think that makes sense to me, that I would drop Philly in probably as being certainly better than Toronto, better than Boston, but maybe not quite even with the Knicks, but close. I mean, are they the best team in the East right now, in your opinion?
Not for 82. So, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's a distinction. Think of that veteran group that Boston had with their big 3 and Ray Allen and Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett. You knew those guys had to limit their minutes. You knew some of those guys were going to miss some games. They'll be rest. I mean, LeBron's in his 40s. Embiid has his health history. So, Detroit's probably going to end up with one of the better records. I think Cleveland for the regular season might end up with a better record. But that's one of those, oh, crap, Philly's the 4 seed. Now if I'm the 1 seed, I win my first round matchup, I got them, and then you're in trouble.
But this is the way to look at it, though. You're right, over 82, like where they'll be seated, I agree with you. I also don't think that matters at all in the NBA.
Agreed.
Basically, look at the Lakers when they were at their peak a few years ago, or some of the other teams like Oklahoma City. You basically harvest your nuts for a few months, kick everybody's ass, you get where you want to in the standings, and then you position yourself like the LA Dodgers do in the NL West to line up your pitchers and get ready for October. And there's a lot of that goes on in basketball. So I'm with you. I don't think over the full regular season they'll be the top team. It might even be one of the clubs like Detroit or Cleveland that we're not talking about.
Right.
That could end up being a 1 seed that are scratching and clawing every single night. But I feel like when you get to the playoffs, maybe the better question to ask is, in a playoff series, who's the most dangerous? That's probably the way to word it.
And I think it's them on paper.
Over the Knicks.
Yeah, that is the team I would not want to see. I think the Knicks' run was incredible and deserves credit. What happened was remarkable. I don't know if you can go on that charmed run again. And maybe I'm underestimating. Maybe I'm probably writing them off too soon. I just think that's too hard to be that perfect, to trail in every one of those games, to win a combined what was 4 games by 12 points or whatever the heck it was, as they trailed in late in the second half in each one of those games. I just think that's hard to do. You saw Denver kind of work their magic a couple of seasons ago, or some of these other teams. I think everybody's too deep. It's all it takes is that one nagging sore knee for Brunson, or any of the million things that can happen that never did for the Knicks. And it just feels like, again, on paper, that Philadelphia team's a little bit more dangerous. But again, it's a matter of putting the recipe together. And maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm overrating the new thing and underrating the thing we just saw, always looking for the next lily pad. But again, it's not to write off the Knicks at all. They're still very capable and very dangerous. But I wonder how much they'll miss Mitchell Robinson, and I wonder how much, again, it's going to count on that group of 5 being healthy all the time, and that's just so hard to have happen luck-wise.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how you view the Knicks. Because I'm more inclined with you, where it feels like last year was an everything that needed to happen happened kind of run, and not like that's a repeat 2-time defending champion, does it again kind of team. It's really hard to do. But at the same time, they have been in the conference finals a couple years in a row, and they're battle-tested, and I think Brunson is the most disrespected, probably underappreciated
100%.
superstar in sports. I don't even think it's a basketball point anymore. I think that guy is constantly underappreciated and undervalued just from a big-picture sports standpoint. But the conference is now loaded. There is no doubt about that. Between New York coming off of a title, the Sixers adding Brown and LeBron, the Celtics are still kind of considered in that conversation. I'll be honest, I'm a little lower on Boston.
You're not buying it?
Not really. I mean, Tatum being back healthy, ideally for a full season, is huge, but the case for them is a lot harder to make. I'm more interested in some of the ascending younger teams that might put some things together, like the Pistons. Like, what if they find another gear? The Cleveland Cavaliers, I didn't love the fit for LeBron at all, but I do think they're going to be really good again. I think that's a top 3 seed maybe, and like a team that can win a playoff series or two. I say all this to say, if you're a Wizards fan, as fun as what is about to happen in Washington is going to be, this is all kind of annoying. The timing of this does provide a little bit of a fly in the ointment, and no one said this was ever going to be easy. Philadelphia executes their process. It took a lot of time, and it took until 2026 here that they're going to go into a season with people really believing they might win the championship. And by the way, I still think this is one of the tentacles from positioning themselves well from the process. I continue to think that they did the right thing, even though they're the butt of jokes. I think years later, they're still benefiting from good decision-making. But for the Wizards, I think that the road just continues to get more difficult, and bring it on. They're going to have to do this thing the right way and build this thing up, and can't wait to see A.J. Debonsa go toe-to-toe with LeBron and the rest of this conference.
Yeah, as you said, the conference is deeper. You maybe have the royalty out west where the roads still go through Oklahoma City and the Spurs, and Denver will probably be heard from again, and maybe a couple others will emerge. But yeah, the East is deeper. We haven't even talked about a young, fun team like Chicago that's on the way up, or a couple of others. Charlotte, what they've done to clear the deck, give themselves a chance. And Detroit was the number 1 seed this past year. They got dismissed in the playoffs because I don't think they were quite ready, but maybe they are ready next year with another year of experience for Cunningham and Thompson and company. So, yeah, the East got deeper, and it's one of those, you never know. When you stick your head up and go, I'm prepared to compete now, what's the landscape look like when you do that? And 2 years ago would have been great if that was the timetable. Right now, it doesn't look as promising, but maybe in 2 seasons, with how rapidly this game changes and how rapidly guys change teams, it might be a different landscape. But yeah, it is. It certainly got more complicated in the short-term future to be one of the playoff teams in the East. That's for sure.
Here's the other Wizards angle, I think, to what happened today. And if you're just joining us on 106.7 The Fan, Ron Grant and Danny, 22-time All-Star and 21-time All-NBA player.
Man,
that's just a funny thing to say. I just like saying that out loud. 4-time Finals MVP LeBron James has chosen Philadelphia to play for the 76ers. So we're starting the show there. We are going to get into rookies reporting for the Commanders in just a few minutes. Huge day out in Ashburn. And the Nationals are playing their biggest game of the season tonight to kick off their biggest series since they won a World Series in 2019, as they try to, at 4-2 since the break, continue to win to try to force the hand of the front office to bring in some reinforcements at the trade deadline, which is coming up on August 3rd. But as far as the Wizards go, this was just a thought I was having. I immediately saw some national people saying, oh, what about Anthony Davis now being traded to Philly for Joel Embiid, or other kind of ridiculous ideas. And I don't think any of that is likely. By the way, I would hate that, but I don't think it's happening. What I do think is starting to look like it's more and more a possibility, and our guy Strobes, who does his Locked On Wiz show, has talked a lot about this on his programming. Other folks covering the Wizards closely are talking more and more about this. It feels to me like we're headed toward an Anthony Davis extension for some reason. That's like what the winds are blowing right now. And I got to tell you, I've been very consistent about this, for what it's worth. Since the moment they traded for him, I'm going to hate that. Like, you can explain away the Trae Young one, and we did, and we talked about it, and the team had a great argument for why they did it. To me, there's no good explanation for doing that with Anthony Davis on August 6th, which is when he can get the eligible deal he's up for would be 4 years and $285 million. That's an extension for the Wizards as a guy who just doesn't play a lot of basketball. So I will despise that. But I don't know if you feel the same way. Now that LeBron's found a home, now that Anthony Davis wasn't traded before the start of the season, I'm kind of saying let's play this thing out. Let's make him earn it. Let's flip him at the deadline. But all of a sudden, the places that I get my basketball information, people are talking a lot about Anthony Davis getting $285 million from the Wizards.
Well, the alarm went off when Brian Windhorst did his, and I'm paraphrasing, the Wizards need to be careful to not, basically I'm paraphrasing, as I said, need to be careful to not piss off Rich Paul. When I heard that, I went, oh my God. That's what we're headed towards.
Such a bad reason to make a terrible decision.
Yeah, that's where we are. And I think that's coming to some degree. Now, the latest rumor is that it's not a max, but I don't know where that's coming from, or I don't know who's floating what or pushing back on what, or whose agenda or whose word is getting out.
But that's kind of what they said with Trae Young, was like they could have paid him $4 and $285 and they didn't. So now like the $260 or whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever it ends up being.
No, how about no to that? I'm not going to like it.
I know. I continue to try to beat this drum. Your points are correct. I am not refuting any of them. I also, though, the only thing I would add is a long, terrible contract is not the death sentence in basketball it is in other sports, right? Like these become, there's nothing fun at. Again, I always point to the original Anthony Davis contract with New Orleans, where he was like, yep, I'm a Pelican. I love it here. I cannot wait to bring this team a championship. 5 months later, trade me to LA, please. And that was the only thing he would accept. So there's still, it's not he's here, we're just waiting for him to be healthy from the latest thing. He's playing 27 games for you, and it never materializes, and you're pay him $1 trillion to produce 50 games over 4 years. I don't think it's the death sentence we think of it. That doesn't mean I'm going to be excited about it, though. You know what I mean? I think the truth is somewhere in the middle, but the truth is way closer to the, I'm going to call it the Grant school of things, where I'm just going, oh, please don't do that.
Well, I still hold out hope that there's no extension and he just plays basketball. And
what a novel concept, by the way.
Yeah, at some point, earn what I'm about to give you. Like, you have not taken the floor for a second. I'm not just going to hand you this contract that you want. You're going to earn your next contract by playing at a high level, at which point either I give it to you or somebody else does, but that's where I would prefer them to flip him at the deadline. Just to read LeBron James' statement today on social, because I actually found what he said pretty likable and decent here. He said, I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide, but I was pretty sure I played my last game. He went on to say, I still truly love the game, and I have more to give. The last few weeks have been really special. I've never been able to have no clue what to do and to take real time just to think. I've had an incredible few months with all the people I love trying to figure it all out. This is my last decision, which I thought was a good line. I'm not going for money. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I want to sacrifice. I want to work. I want to grind. I still want to compete to win and to have a chance at the feeling of winning. Now, am I super bummed that this is Philadelphia because they are just an exhausting bunch? Absolutely. Am I furious that the same fans that like the Phillies and the Eagles are getting LeBron James and the good that comes from that? I certainly am. But I think it's cool for basketball that it wasn't, the Lakers, I know he just came from there, or the Warriors with 2 Hall of Famers, or even the Heat. Something new, something fresh, another market. I actually think it's really, really good for the game in that way.
It's a smart point. Yeah, because it's not one of the royalty cities, right? Where it's basically, this is the thing I've objected to for so many years with the NBA, is that it's one of 3 places, as you said, New York, LA, or Boston. And then eventually Miami got cool because guys could, rent cabanas at, in Nikki Beach or whatever the hell, right? So every once in a while, a city becomes fairly cool. Jordan made Chicago cool. Oklahoma City's now cool somehow. Everybody's had brief flare-ups. Sacramento was cool with Chris Webber. But for the rest of the league, most of the time, you're just cannon fodder for one of the cool cities, and you can never really compete on the same playing field. So Philadelphia hasn't won a championship in decades. I can't remember exactly when it was. I think it was early 80s with kind of the end of Dr. J or Moses Malone and company. But it's not as if they're a traditional power. You know what I mean? Like, they've been good, of course, don't get me wrong, but they haven't been in the finals a whole bunch and, knocking on the door. So this is actually, for a basketball thing, kind of cool. And again, it annoys me to have to admit it, but I'm giving him a lot of credit today. It really wasn't about the money, and it was about doing something cool.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, live from Nationals Park today. I'll be out here grabbing some interviews and grabbing conversations throughout the show live during batting practice with some of the Nats staff and players ahead of their biggest game of the year. Danny is holding down the fort back in our Navy Yard Half Street studios. Next, I want to get into the rookies that are reporting for the Commanders and take a dive in to their rookie class. This is a major mile marker in kicking off training camp today, and at 3 o'clock we will get into the Nats and the D-backs. The massive game tonight, the biggest game of the series from Nationals Park. That's all coming up on The Fan.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Hey, Adam Silver, you can go ahead and make the NBA schedule already. It was about time. LeBron James made a decision where he will play basketball next year, and he'll now reside in Philadelphia. He agrees to a 2-year, $8 million deal to team up with Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid. LeBron turns 42 this season. LeBron also added this will be his final decision. In baseball, the Nationals have a massive series getting underway tonight at Nationals Park. They'll play host to the red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks. The Nats chase the Diamondbacks in the NL wildcard race, sitting just 2 games back. Carson Palmquist opens for the Nats tonight, and Zach Littell will follow for a long relief appearance. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:15, and first pitch to follow at 6:45. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge. With up to $1,500 in extras, as they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. I'm live at Nationals Park. Danny is in our studio down Half Street in the Navy Yard. We'll be with you until about 6:15 tonight. Nats baseball at 6:45. They've got a huge game with the Diamondbacks. They're 2 games back of Arizona in the wild card hunt. They've got a 3-game series with Arizona starting this evening. Danny, big weekend, I know, here on the show. You've got the radio broadcast. Charlie Slows on the call. You'll be doing color tomorrow on Nats Radio, which is amazing.
Yeah, man, I am so excited about it. I was on with our friend Chris Russell down the hall earlier, and we talked about it for almost a minute and a half because we did LeBron James for 15. It was the most Russell appearance ever, man. It was
That's
perfect.
pretty funny.
He's like, "Can I have you on to discuss what you're doing for the Nats tomorrow?" And we did 15 minutes on LeBron. I'm telling you, one of a kind, man.
LeBron did kind of preempt everybody's plans today.
Yeah, I know. He ruined my thing.
He ruined everybody's conversations all day long. But tomorrow I'm also doing something a little bit wacky.
What are you doing?
I think this is going to surprise you. So my brother has a birthday party tomorrow. He turns 41. We're calling it Sean 41, like some 41.
Like sub 41, yeah.
And there is a pop punk band that like plays covers. And it's somewhere like far away. It's like an hour plus drive or something. And at the end of their presentation, you end up getting to sing karaoke to a pop punk song while they perform as a band. And I have to do a song tomorrow.
Wait, I'm sorry. I got a little confused. Say that one more time for me. I'm trying to connect the dots here.
Was it all the honking that guy was doing?
Yeah,
next
so
to me that was bothering
you pick a song and you're singing it to the band?
Okay, so there's this pop punk cover band that plays like a normal band would like, throughout the night. And then the way I understand it, at some point during the night, they kick off like pop punk karaoke.
Okay.
And then the band keeps playing whatever song you want them to, and you sing as the lead frontman for your karaoke song. And I'm somehow, some way going to be doing this tomorrow.
Oh, my God.
Wacky, right?
So who else is in the band?
Well, I have no idea who the band is. It's
I
just
see.
some random band that's playing at a bar.
Oh, so, okay. So it's not, you're not doing like garage band or something where like someone's on the drums and someone's doing the other. Like the band is playing and you just have to sing.
Yeah. This
Okay.
isn't too complicated. You got this. Like,
I think I got it.
There's a band at a bar that's playing music, and then you sing karaoke while they perform. Okay?
Yeah.
So the question I've got for you is, what song do you think I'm singing? I had to pick my song.
All the small things, Blink-182.
It's a great choice, but no.
Ocean Avenue, Yellow Card.
It's also a great choice. I'm going to give you a hint. Think Marvel movies.
It's a pop punk song from Marvel movies. Immigrant Song by Led Zeppelin.
No. Think Tom Holland.
Okay, it's a Spider-Man film. I'm sure this is riveting for everybody because I can't think of
I'll just
what
help
the song
you.
might be.
Your boy has chosen Vindicated by Dashboard Confessionals.
I would not have gotten that. I would not
deep
have gotten
cut,
that.
right?
That's
what do you
that
think
is a
about me
bit.
performing that on karaoke late at night with a band playing?
I think that I would pay, not a lot, because when people go, I would pay so much money. I really wouldn't, to be honest with you.
Right.
But I would allow some cash to change hands for video.
That's like a $20 thing, probably.
Yeah, I think that's what I'd pay for full video, multiple angles, cutting back and forth, like making a music video.
Yeah.
I need everybody to have video, have their cameras rolling, post the video. I want multiple reactions to it. I need to see you belting it out. That's what I need.
It's an overnight. There's a hotel involved.
Oh, my God.
The wife will be there filming, so we'll see what we can get you for like a $20 Venmo or something.
Wow.
But that's the big plan for tomorrow.
Vindicated by Dashboard Confessional.
What would you sing? What would be your pop punk song of choice?
It would probably be it'd be a Blink-182 song. It would either be Miss You or, because I get everybody to sing along and like be able to do it with the crowd, like, don't waste your time. You know, everybody would be going, hello there. Like I'd do that one. Or it might be All the Small Things. It'd be one of those two.
I thought about My Own Worst Enemy by Lit.
Yeah.
Before going with
Mm-hmm.
Vindicated. Vindicated just one of those songs when it's on in my car or something, I have to scream it. I belt it. I just love that song. I don't know why. I always have.
Yeah.
Am I right in saying it was a Spider-Man song originally? Darius would know that.
Was it Darius? I don't
Tobey
remember.
Maguire Spider-Man, I feel like. But it was definitely in the movie. I don't know if it came out for that movie or not.
The Spider-Man 2?
Is that a nugget?
I think. I'm trying to look it up right now. It's I don't remember it specifically because there's so many Spider-Men.
I think Tobey Maguire was acting very poorly. Ryan liked it and very few other people. And that song was blaring, and I don't know why. It just hit me in the feels.
Right in the feels.
And all these years later, that's the one I'm choosing
I
to
love
sing.
that for you.
All right, rookie report date has finally come. So a lot of people have circled 24th on their calendar as the start of camp. That's not really how it works. The rookies show up. First media availability day that means anything is like Monday-ish. Then Tuesday is press conferences. Everyone else reports. Tuesday into Wednesday is when you start to have actual practices out at training camp. But it does feel like a big day to get the kids out there in this rookie class led by the number 7 overall pick, Sonny Styles from The Ohio State University. Our first gander at Antonio Williams, I'm sure, as the cameras will be rolling out at Ashburn today. The Clemson wide receiver who went in the 3rd round. Joshua Josephs, a lot is expected from him at the edge. That's a big-time competition area. Positionally, there's a lot of good edges on this team all of a sudden. Josephs trying to carve out a role, the 5th-round pick. Katron Allen, I heard Brian Mitchell on the fan right before we came on saying that's the guy he's actually most interested in seeing, excited to see from this class. The Penn State running back they call Fat Man. You've got Bill. Rashad White's going to catch passes. Chris Rodriguez is gone, so there's a role to be had there. Allen's going to try to take it. And I don't think Matt Golban, the center from Michigan State, who was also taken in the 6th round, is going to play a ton this season. But I definitely think there's a world where he's playing by the end of the year some, and maybe he's their starting center next year or the year after if he is as good as they want him to be, because that's an unimpeded path kind of with the moves that they've made at center. So Styles, Williams, Josephs, Allen, Golban. I'll leave Kali Akmanis, the Rutgers quarterback, out for a moment because he's destined for the practice squad,
Indeed.
ideally. But there's your rookie class, at least the draft class, headlining the rookies showing up at the facility.
So the way we view rookie classes, I think, in a lot of cases, especially for later round guys or mid round guys, is there's more intrigue when there's opportunity. In other words, if they had drafted a left tackle in the 6th round, nobody would care. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's nice. They got that guy. That's Larry Tunsil's gig. And if he goes down, it's probably Brandon Coleman. And if he goes down, it's probably Andrew Wiley. And if he goes down, then they'll go find somebody via free agency or something, someone that's walking around. They'll get Ray Brown out of the Comcast booth again or something like that, right? But there's opportunity for Antonio Williams. There's opportunity for Katron Allen. And there is eventual opportunity for Golban. I wouldn't have said that had they not moved on from Tyler Biadasz for nothing. But, who knows? You could see a path where these guys, if they are as advertised, and this is what happens, this is football. It's not 100%. That doesn't happen. Some certain draft classes hit, certain don't. Sometimes the 4th round is good. Sometimes it's Antonio Gandy-Gold. You never know. But there is opportunity for a lot of these guys to contribute either a little bit right away or a lot eventually. I think that's where the intrigue comes from, at least for me. Styles, you kind of know. There's not as much intrigue for me about Styles. And not because I don't like him. I kind of go, yep, I know what I'm getting. I got a Tasmanian devil in the middle of the field who's going to fly around and make some plays. Maybe miss something here or there. But
so much intrigue, so many questions because we don't know how they're going to use him. We haven't seen anything yet. I mean, at minicamp, they basically hit anything involving linebackers, and they got 3 guys for 2 spots. Chanel, in a recent interview, I don't remember what podcast he was on nationally, but he basically said he's going to be the Mike linebacker. Well, if that's the case, Styles is off the ball, so what happens with Frankie Louvu? And if he's off the ball, it kind of opens up the world to all kinds of different possibilities. Maybe he plays in the nickel occasionally. Maybe he's playing some safety. Maybe he's coming off the edge. Like, I can't wait to see how they use.
So let me rephrase
Sonny
that. Let me rephrase. I'm interested in that, but the variable of can he play and can he be a starter, I have no intrigue about.
Oh, you're saying?
Does that make sense?
You're writing him in pen as a good football player.
Yeah, I go.
already.
They got one. I love that guy. I'm all in on the pick. Good call. Thank you. He'll play and he'll contribute, and they'll figure out how he's best suited.
I guess that's fair, but there have been a lot of linebackers that have been taken in the first round and a lot of top 10 players that have not been as good as we thought they were.
And have taken longer or whatever. I understand that, but and if that happens, I'll act accordingly. I guess what I'm talking about is there's a lot expected of third-round pick Antonio Williams, right? Where there's an ample opportunity for that guy to be their second leading wide receiver. I think it'll be a Okonkwo, maybe Rashad White will have more catches. But the second receiver opposite Terry McLaurin might be Antonio Williams. That, to me, is so intriguing, and I am laser focused on that, who emerges from, frankly, just a kind of okay jobber room where they've got reclamation projects, dudes that don't have a lot of pelts on the wall, older veterans, guys with limited skill sets who don't have a lot of deposits in the bank, and there's an opportunity there for him. That's my intrigue. Can he do it or not? I feel like I've got it pretty comfortable that Styles is going to ball out in some capacity. That's
on the rookie
distinction.
class as we continue on Grant and Danny. Danny's in our normal studio. I'm out here at Nats Park ahead of their big game. We're going to be talking about the Nats and the Diamondbacks coming up at 3 o'clock in 20 minutes. Brandon Ayuk's offseason has been nothing but shenanigans, and in fact, we'd kind of put him on the back burner and said a week or two ago, we don't need to keep doing this every day. We're going to kind of take a break here. But he is up to some new tomfoolery that must be discussed. That's next on The Fan. back live on Grant and Danny. I'm at Nats Park. Danny is back in studio. You're listening to The Fan. So we've done an awesome job as a show. In fact, why don't we just give ourselves a little credit with a round of applause?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Ignoring Brandon Ayuk at all costs for the last week and a half or so.
Good job by you. Good job by Darius. Good job by Strober, right? I would say. Toby, not so much. He keeps bringing us the stories generally. And we're like, no, get out of here.
Toby, every day when we're in the show meeting, we're like, what should we talk about? We're coming up with good stuff. Toby's like, we got to be talking Ayuk, guys. This is a big deal.
Yeah.
This is what the people care about. This is what the people want us to discuss. But there is a new wrinkle here that I think we've got to discuss. Number one, he announced yesterday on social media, and I don't know what's real and what isn't. I never really know with him if he's like hiring actors at this point and just trying to perform some type of trick, like if this is skullduggery and chicanery or what this is. But he announced yesterday that he bought a home in Loudoun County for $10 million. He had the real estate agent, who's like a real person with a real social media account, in the picture with him, and he's like standing in his new home doing a like just sold thing that you've seen all your buddies do on Facebook, or like just bought, like new home, new owners, whatever. $10 million in Loudoun County. Seems like a terrible business decision because as of right now, it doesn't feel like the momentum is trending toward Washington wanting to sign him, and it's only been a couple of weeks since he tried to pick a social media fight with the team's quarterback, who is supposedly or was supposedly one of his best friends. So I guess it could still very well be that he's signing, and maybe this is an indicator of that. Maybe he knows more than we do, and they're still going to sign him as soon as he gets cut, and the Jaden Daniels social media fake beef was just a joke that they were both in on. I don't know. But he is telling people, announcing that he has bought a $10 million home in Loudoun County.
Usually a good investment, right? Property values and the like, and real estate, and there's only so much ground. So maybe that's what that is. They're breaching. I don't know, dude. Yeah, read the room. Respond to a cue every now and again. You know what I mean? I don't want to say the ship has sailed, but the ship is boarded. You know what I mean? The captain is letting everybody know to fasten the seatbelt signs. We're about to depart the dock. I don't know, dude.
Well, here's where I'm at on this now. I was thinking about this last night. I was actually talking with somebody else who covers the league, and they're like, is there a chance that he just does something completely wacky? And I was like, yes, there is.
Yes.
But their point was
hands on buzzers.
That like he shows up at the facility at training camp. He's like standing in the crowd with fans, like watching practice and screaming and like literally begging to be signed with like a sign that's like sign me. Or if he does the thing that like the guy who played D3 football does, where he like stands outside of Ashburn's like Commanders Park on Loudoun County Parkway with like his cleats around his neck, like give me a chance, I'm ready. Like I could totally see him doing something like that. I know it sounds ridiculous, but don't you think there's like a non-zero chance that he shows up at the facility during training camp or some other really weird thing like that happens?
Yeah. I'm not even doing a bit. Yes, I do think something like that is possible. Like, this is, again, we're not applying, like the mistake that we make, I'm not saying you and I, but everybody makes in general, is to apply our normal sensibilities of rationality and, well, that would be foolish, or that wouldn't make any sense. Applying those things to someone who's clearly demonstrated that they are irrational, right? So when you sort of use your moral compass or use your normal decision-making skills where you go, well, that's a terrible decision, that's downside, and then your crazy friend or the person that you know does the crazy thing again, despite you go, well, that didn't make any sense. It did to them. Like every one of his beats and every one of his steps, not just stupid social media videos, because that's easily dismissible and you can say what you want about him, but again, the path that led us here, so many decisions were all nonsensical. So a move like that would require like security or law enforcement to remove him because he's trespassing is totally within the realm of possibility. Honestly, it is.
I can't stop thinking about what that might look like because he is as actively as possible on social media and as frequently as possible, basically just acting out for attention. It's antics and hijinks, and it's just fun to him, right? And he loves the juice. Assuming the team isn't somehow in on this and hasn't already told him, yes, we're going to sign you as soon as we can. We just can't yet, so hold tight. I don't know. Why buy a house? I mean, one of two things has to be happening. Either he knows that they're signing him soon, and he bought a house because we're wrong, and he's going to be signed, and oh my God, if that happens. Or the other thing is, he did the craziest thing of all the stuff he's done yet. That's completely ridiculous and insane. And he just bought a house for part of the bit. It was a $10 million bit. And if he's willing to buy a house when he's not going to be signed, if they haven't told him that, for $10 million, you can't tell me he's not willing to come to the open practices or, stand outside the facility with a sign and talk to Channel 5 every day or, whatever. Chad Ricardo is going to be interviewing him about, where he wants to play in the offense or whatever. Like, anything's on the table at this point.
Yeah.
I want to play quick audio here. This is from George Kittle. Kittle, his longtime teammate, and at one point in time, very good buddy in San Francisco, talking about Brandon Ayuk. This was on NBC, and he's being interviewed, Pro Football Talk programming, by Chris Sims.
I feel like I know basically everything that's happened and what's gone on, and I can't share all of that because it's not my business to share or tell.
Yeah.
But I just want to let you know that I feel like the Niners have done a very good job throughout the entire process and have tried. Kyle has tried. John has tried.
Yes.
Teammates have tried. And this is where we are.
Yeah.
And so I think the organization itself, I think the organization itself has done a really good job. And like I said, I know plenty of things, and I don't ever want to single out a player. I don't ever want to point a finger at anybody. But I've been here for 10 years, and I've been treated with nothing but respect and love my entire career. I feel like I've done it the right way as long as I can. Contract negotiations are always hard for everybody.
Yeah.
And you just try your best to not be sensitive about it. If you get offended by something, you hold on to it. That's kind of on you because everybody goes through contract negotiations, and they're all difficult.
I mean, at the end there, he might have gotten into the most important part, which was a window into he got mad during the contract dispute, and he never let it go. But obviously George Kittle is an idiot, like we are, and he doesn't know what he's talking about, and the loud people on Twitter are right. And Brandon Ayuk is a victim in all of this. But that was the latest person who doesn't know anything from the San Francisco 49ers discussing Brandon Ayuk.
But yeah, I mean, the thing that I care about the most, and what everybody's doing who's still calling me names and calling you names and arguing for it or whatever, is you guys are just mad that he's acting up on social media, he's not committing any crimes or whatever. And I keep pointing back to, no, this is a manifestation of the thing. What happened was football happened. The business of the NFL happened. And by the way, it's not a crime to not like it. It's not a crime to not like the business of the NFL. Many people have walked away.
Yeah, it's not fair. It's dirty at times.
It is a mean and cutthroat business. The instant that they think they can do better than you, cheaper, this is like any business, but especially in the league, they will turn you away. They will get rid of your ass. And I understand being put out by that. I understand being aggrieved or annoyed, etc. But nothing remarkably bad happened to him, as far as we know. And again, all I've ever left open was the opportunity for him to say, what was the actual bad thing? Did someone said something so horrendous to you that you never got over it in negotiation or whatever? And even still, we could call balls and strikes on that. But my point is, all it's ever been were these weird half stories that guys were trying to be nice to him after a coach yelled at him in practice. That's the worst defense I can find, is that a football practice happened. That a coach who's probably a bit ornery and tough to be around, with a whole bunch of winning on his resume, by the way, was yelled at him in practice about something. The grievance that began this whole thing, to me, as what we know right now, is so insignificant and so mild that his reaction is so disproportionate and so over the top and so crazy and incendiary that it's disqualifying. That's what I care about far less than him putting money on the ground, an Instagram video, or who the little ass boy is, or whatever the other bullcrap is. I don't care about that anywhere near as much. It's the, why were you so upset? And again, the opposite is Terry McLaurin probably didn't have a great time during his contract negotiation. I'll wait for his version of this, right? You let me know when he buys a house in Cleveland because he's going to play for the Browns, though, because it's near Ohio State. I'm sure.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Coming up at the top of the hour, the Nats are playing a massive playoff caliber game tonight in the heat of July. Biggest series since 2019, probably. Will set the table for their matchup with the Diamondbacks here on the Fan. Welcome back. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Show's brought to you exclusively by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
We love those guys. They can help you with so much. You want an example? Fine, I'll give it to you. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
It is a huge day out here at Nationals Park. Danny's in our normal studio down the street. I'm out here at the park, be running around trying to get us some interviews ahead of a big game tonight. But the Nats are introducing their first-round pick, who they just signed to a deal, Chris Hakopian, who grew up a huge Nationals fan, played a couple years at the University of Maryland, is from Maryland, and ended up playing at A&M before being drafted in the top of the board in round 1, just outside of the top 10 by the Nats this year. So he's got a press conference. He'll take BP. He'll be on the field. He'll join us live today, which will be cool. But they're also getting ready for the biggest game of their year and the biggest series of not just this season, Danny, but of the 2020s. You go back to the 2019 World Series, and they're probably, I don't even think I need to say probably, there has not been a series this big. They are right now trying to stay above 500. On top of that, they have a chance to get on a heater going into the trade deadline and force the hand of the front office to add. They're within 2 games of the wild card, and they're entering a 3-game series against the team they're chasing. So they control their own destiny to effectively be in the wild card spot at the end of this series. What else needs to be said? This is a massive 3-game set.
There were moments in previous years where we'd say, hey, this is the first time they got a chance to be over 500 this late into the season. Or, any of these other kind of, I don't want to say made up, but sort of marginally important milestones where you go back to 2021. Hey, if they don't do well here, maybe they trade somebody or something like that. But this baseball team has a chance to do something, and the team that they're playing directly is here, and this is not April. You know what I mean? Like, this is the latest it's kind of been. They flirted with being on the periphery of a postseason berth. Now, again, there's a lot of bodies that climb over, so much baseball to be played, etc. But this is a good team that comes in winning 8 of their last 10 in Arizona. They're clubbing the ball all after the yard, and the Nats are 5-5 in their last 10, which kind of fits. This is a 500 ball club. But you're basically going, you got a chance here. You win 2 out of 3 against the Diamondbacks. It's game on. You know what I mean? Like, you got Eduardo Rodriguez tonight, who's their ace. It's one of those things where, it's a validating milestone where you're this late in the season, you're beating a team that's kicking everyone else's ass right now and catapulting themselves into that wild card spot. This is really cool.
So here's why tonight feels so big to me. You just mentioned that Eduardo Rodriguez is pitching for the Diamondbacks tonight. He's their best pitcher. He's their number 1.
He's good.
For the Nationals, you're countering with a Carson Palmquist open, who is a guy that's kind of one of the last players on the roster, lefty reliever, not ever used in any leverage situations, but occasionally used to open games for the softer tossing righties, Miles Mikolas or Zach Littell. And Littell's going to be the bulk guy that comes in after him tonight. But Eduardo Rodriguez has a 2.6 ERA in 20 starts, and in 116 innings has a whip a little over 1 and pitched at an all-star level to this point at 33 years old. The Nats have seen him a couple of times. In fact, we saw him pitch against the Nationals. Very different situation, but in West Palm Beach when he was pitching, if you remember, for Venezuela at that point. This is a huge game because if you can beat the Diamondbacks with the best of the 3 pitchers they're throwing at you, they're throwing lefties who are guys who spent more time in AAA this year than the major leagues the next 2 days. The Nationals are outstanding against left-handed pitching. If you can beat Rodriguez, who's also a lefty, they're throwing 3 southpaws at him in this series, with the Palmquist-Littell tandem going, and then you give the ball to Foster Griffin, you've got an outstanding chance to have won the series after 2 and be looking for a sweep. Now, obviously, it's very hard to win no matter what, and just having Foster Griffin pitch doesn't mean anything. But they're 17-4 when he is the starter for this team this year, Danny. So with him going tomorrow, that's the game you have the best chance to win in the series. So I kind of think you got to find a way to split the first 2 games, and then the third game is going to be a toss-up with Miles Mikolas on the hill because they don't have someone pitching who's got a whole lot of pelts on the wall. You don't have someone pitching you have a whole lot of confidence in. But their number 1 goes today. Your number 1 goes tomorrow. So if you can steal this one, you're in a pretty good spot.
100%. And again, this is one of those on-paper matchups, as you said, a guy that's having an unbelievable season, who we saw in spring training, and we're kind of like, he looks fine. Would go on to be a true honest-to-goodness ace for Arizona this year. He's been outstanding. as you said, pitching to a mid-twos in a really tough division. And here we are with, on paper, one of the worst chances to win of any team that's in the wild card contention, where you're opening up with Carson Palmquist and then it's a Zach Littell follow. You're going to go, all right, it's going to take 11, 12 runs to win this thing, and even still you might not. It doesn't look good on paper, but a lot of things for this team have not, certainly. Griffin goes tomorrow. That's your best bullet. That's your best chance against Mitch Bratt. But so now you find the way to win tonight or Sunday, and that's kind of what this team has done. It's usually you can't count on both Michaelis and or Littell to give you a legit start or bulk relief appearance, whatever you want to call it. So you find one of those two guys who throws okay, keeps you in a ball game, you win a 7-6 slugfest, and you're in business, man. You are now, chest puffed out, feeling pretty good about yourself.
I wonder how important this series really is for the Paul Taboni decision. As you and I sit here, we know how relevant this series is to the postseason push and to the wild card. You sweep the Diamondbacks, you're up a game, and you're probably in the wild card pending some other results from some other teams. If you lose the series, right, you lose 2 out of 3, now you're 3 games back. The momentum not only has been quelled with the ice water poured all over you, but a team that you're chasing and you're trying to stack up with and say you're as good as, just send a message saying, hey, we're actually the better of the two teams, right? So I get all that. But what I'm wondering is, if you sweep Arizona or the antithesis of that happens, I have a hard time believing that Paul Taboni is going to make that big of a decision based on 3 games, right? So there's still 3 more against Toronto after that. So even if you sweep the Diamondbacks, you can't fall on your face against Toronto. That's still before the deadline, obviously. As is the series after that. I think it's against Atlanta. But as huge as this is, I do believe this is the biggest series they played in 6 baseball seasons in the 2020s. I stop short of saying if you sweep the Diamondbacks, it means definitively that they're going to buy, or if you get swept, that they're now going to sell. There's just too many other games between now and the deadline, and also I don't think that's how front offices operate. It's certainly not how they should operate.
So what I've kind of gone with here in my mind, even though we're kind of acting like we're doing the hook thing where we're running to Rufio, then back to Pan, where we're like they're going to buy, they're going to sell with every win and every loss. I really believe they're kind of going, we know exactly who we are and what we're going to do. This is who they are. They're the 500 team, and a win here or there, whether the bullpen holds a 2-run lead or not, isn't going to change who they are and what they need. Does that make any sense? So you're right in the sense that this group, who has, and Taboni specifically, has been adamant, your timeline might be accelerated, but we are not going to panic react. We're not going to go, oh my God, we took 2 out of 3. We're now, bulk buyers. And not that was ever on the table, but you know what I'm trying to say. They've got the big enough sample to figure out who they are, and they're so damn smart, they know exactly what they need and what the shortcomings are, and they'll still move around the edges. I don't think losing 2 out of 3 to the Diamondbacks or beating the Diamondbacks 2 out of 3 is going to be okay, now we've decided we're changing our plans one way or the other. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The Nats lineup, by the way, I was just looking, is not in yet publicly. Might be posted in the clubhouse. Toby's down there, so I can fire off a text and see what they got. But specific to who the Diamondbacks are trotting out, their lineup's out, and here's why Palmquist is opening. So Arizona's lineup, Ketel Marte, their second baseman, who has been an all-star in the past and has had some huge seasons, he is a switch hitter. And Marte's a guy with 18 home runs this year and about a 260 average, not at the level he's been at recently. 770 OPS is the lowest we've seen from him since 2022. But you want to turn him around if you can, and they're going to do that and have him bat right-handed against Palmquist. Then you've got Corbin Carroll, who has torched the Nationals at this ballpark. One of the great players in baseball.
Freddie Freeman all-star there, yeah.
Small guy, but Corbin Carroll, bats second, is left-handed. So you're going left on left with Palmquist there. And then Geraldo Perdomo, who's become a really good shortstop. Last year really broke out and played great. Has not played anywhere near that level this season, if I'm being frank. He bats third in this lineup. He is also a switch hitter. So you'll turn him around to bat him right-handed. And so if there's ever a time, I feel like they've gotten into the habit of almost using the opener for Littell or Michaelis no matter what. But if you're choosy about it, you can kind of make up your mind. The Diamondbacks want to trot Marte, Carroll, Perdomo at you in the first inning. you might as well go left on left against Carroll and turn around Marte and Perdomo. That's what they're doing. Then they come at you with Gabriel Moreno, their catcher, who's right-handed, Nolan Arenado, their third baseman, who's right-handed. In this lineup, they're only going to have 3 true left-handed hitters because the Nats are opening with Palmquist.
I think it's a smart point. Yeah, so you're right. Out of habit, you kind of go, well, there's a couple righties up there, but we don't want to have, Michael start the game where we're trying to hide Littell or whatever. This one makes perfect sense to your point because they have some combination usually of Carroll, Perdomo, Marte at the top of their order in some capacity. And, there have been a number of guys that they've gotten who have been, kind of disappointing, like guys like Max Kepler, et cetera, who they were probably counting on for more that haven't delivered. But, yeah, that top of the order has kind of been the engine. This group, by the way, has been slugging the bejesus out of the ball here over the last couple of weeks. 10-run performance last night, a 15-run performance earlier in the week. So Nats have their work cut out here. You hope you can kind of limit the damage. That's my view when it's a non-Cavalli Griffin day is let me be within a big swing. And I'll take my chances because this lineup, more often than not, gives you that big swing.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. I'm at Nationals Park. Nats Diamondbacks, 6:45. The scheduled first pitch tonight, 6:15 pregame with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler. The other storyline here, and we talked about this on a new episode of Bustin' Loose Baseball that dropped today, me and Toby, is this is the first game of this magnitude that a lot of the really good young players on this team have played in. And if they do their part and they operate the way they should, Danny, they're not going to think any differently about tonight. You're James Wood. You're just going through the same pregame prep and motions that you typically would. You can't think this is the biggest game I played in, but it is. And in the same way that C.J. Abrams just carried them at Coors in Colorado in some huge games that are season definers and potential decision makers ahead of the trade deadline, James Wood, C.J. Abrams, Foster Griffin, when he makes his start, perhaps his last at Nationals Park, we don't know. But the other guys that mean a lot to this team, this is a chance to really cement yourself this season. You've been waiting to play in games like this in some cases for guys for several years. Foster Griffin's been waiting his whole life for a start like tomorrow. But in Wood's case, it's been parts of 3 seasons here with the Nationals and 2 full years going back to last year basically where you've been dreaming on this. This is a big game and hopefully a packed house against the team that you're chasing. What a great opportunity to see what we got here in terms of, I hate to use like clutch gene, but think about it. Juan Soto always rose to the occasion. It kind of started very early in his career. Heck, they won the World Series. He was 20 years old and turned 21 during the World Series. Yeah. He's going deep in Houston against Verlander and Garrett Cole. But like from the moment he came up, he kind of always rose in the big moments for that team, right? Bryce Harper, I know you hate him now, same exact thing. He had huge swings one time after another in October for this team in the playoffs at a very, very young age.
100%.
This is July. I'm not pretending like it's the playoffs, but this is the closest thing to the playoffs that a lot of these guys have ever played in, and I cannot wait to see how they respond and what it looks like.
It's your first taste, and that's so instructive. That's the key part of it, right, is you don't get to play those October games without the July games. You don't get to play the meaningful one where you're taking Hunter Strickland deep. It seems like every other at bat if you're Bryce Harper in 2014 without having some down the stretch games in August and September and winning divisional games or beating the team directly in a wild card. When they got their number 1, you got your number 16 organizationally going, numbers approximate. So yeah, that's the point here is I know it's not the same. And we tasted the thing before. We talked about this with the then Redskins for so many years. I understand it ain't the NFC Championship game that we won Dallas game in '83 when we're doing this regular season game in December is pretty important. If they win that, they're back in contention, for the wild card spot. It ain't the same. It scraps from the table. But when you've been starving for a while, this is as big as it's been. And there are bigger on the horizon, hopefully, if this group acts accordingly. But this is your first taste of that. I'm with you, man. It's okay to acknowledge this is not your average July baseball series.
No, and I like doing it. It's fun. I mean, it does feel very fun to be back out here. And I am really curious to see what the environment's like tonight. Because you and I and Nats Marks, the people that listen to Bustin' Loose Baseball or that are daily listeners to this station and season ticket holders, we know how big of a game, how long it's been, how fun tonight could be. But I do wonder for the casual DC sports fan if this reaches and meets that threshold of, all right, I'm going to take the kids out there because they're playing against the Diamondbacks in a big spot. I'm not really sure. Jason Derulo's performing after the game in a concert tonight. the concert games throughout the summer are always very well attended. You're going to get mid-30s, thousands of people out here. And it's a funny crowd because as the night goes on, it gets more and more packed. It's funny because, like in the 6th inning, people are still streaming in center field gate, and you're thinking, why in the heck are these people coming to the game this late? And it's just people that are coming for a meal. They'll sit there with the game in the background, and then they'll watch whatever the concert is. So I know by the end of the game it's going to be pretty raucous, and you hope the Nats have a lead and the bullpen can hold it, and that you're going to get the electricity and the vibes that you want out of this contest. But I'm just fascinated to see what the environment's like. It's gotten better all year.
Yep.
The Tarps Off section's been alive and takes up and spans a section or two, and it's very loud on the broadcast and gives some ambiance. The attendance has gone up. It's still one of the lower third of the league attended ballparks, but it's certainly better than it was in early April. So I think this is a nice little litmus test on where the fan base is right now. I mean, if it just feels like a normal July game from the last few years, like no one's getting the memo that this is important stuff, and people roll in for a Derulo concert, I mean, then how much do you really care about the fact that the fans re-engaged or are excited? You know what I mean? If nobody's coming anyway, then maybe it makes it a little bit easier to say, well, it's not like we're selling out and we're kicking those people after they came back to the ballpark. So I think the numbers are also an interesting part of this whole conversation on this homestand.
That's a sharp point, too. If you're not in the rhythm of it because you haven't done it in 7 years, 8 years, whatever the numbers, I guess 7, it may not be part of that thing, right? I mean, before it felt like it was your birthright that this game, whoever it was against, you're already 20-some over 500. You're looking at your watch going, could it be October yet? Let's fast forward. And they're going to win the division, or they're winning 90-some games. Well, that's not the case now. They're scratching and clawing and fighting for it, and they've got a couple of their massive deficiencies that are really hard to overcome, and there's a workmanlike effort to this sort of thing, and I think fans are kind of getting behind it. That's why you see so much passion whenever we bring up the possibilities of them trading anybody away. There's a level of upset that comes with that, where they're going, I wouldn't be able to stand it. I'd be so pissed. I'd throw this, I'd throw that. I'd be so mad. Well, this will be, again, kind of the proof in the pudding, where if they, as you said, if it's a $16,000 or 16,000 person
If
fan
it's a
base,
$16,000 seat, I wouldn't go either.
I probably wouldn't go either. Yeah, but if it's 16K people in the yard and it fills up at the end because Jason Derulo is going to sing the song that he sings, all right, we can all kind of act accordingly. But I think if people, to your point, kind of recognize going, hey, this is a nice little milestone series. This is a measuring stick. This ain't the A's coming to town. This is the team that you could, if it goes well, you could leapfrog.
Well, ownership's here, right? And I guess what I mean is, like, if the ballpark is packed and the vibes are pretty electric and people are standing on two strikes and it feels like a big baseball game, and that happens 3 straight nights and they win the series, and then that happens with Toronto and Scherzer comes back and pitches, and, like, everything is not only good on the field where they take 2 series, but it's pretty clear as an indication that the fan base is back. I don't think it's a 0, is all I'm saying. That shouldn't make Taponi's decision. It shouldn't even influence it. But I've been around long enough to know that you got to talk to the owners before you do anything. And they're here observing. So I wonder if at all it's part of the equation, so to speak. I'm headed down to field level. Batting practice is going to get underway in a little bit. Guys are starting to stretch. So we'll have some of the Nats on our show as we continue ahead of their big game, their huge series tonight. Beltway Blitz at 4. That is about 40 minutes out. That's when we'll be giving away tickets to Muse at Merriweather Post Pavilion. You better be listening to Grant and Danny at 4 if you want those tickets. This is The Fan.
Brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick, made from scratch, served from the heart. In baseball, the Nationals have a massive series getting underway tonight at Nationals Park. They'll play host to the red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks. The Nats chase the Diamondbacks in the National League wildcard race, sitting just 2 games back. Carson Palmquist opens for the Nats tonight, and Zach Littell will follow for a long relief appearance. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Pregame coverage begins at 6:15, and first pitch to follow at 6:45 p.m. Pretty shocking NFL news. CBS analyst Tony Romo was arrested for operating a vehicle while intoxicated in Milwaukee. According to reports, Romo was taken into custody after performing poorly on standard field sobriety tests. NBA news, LeBron James signs a 2-year deal to join the Philadelphia 76ers. Let Chicken Salad Chick cater your next event. Choose from dozens of varieties of made-from-scratch chicken salad, homemade sides, salads, soups, and desserts. From office meetings to bridal showers, our sandwich platters and specialty trays are the perfect fit for any occasion. For more information, visit chickensaladchick.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on the Fan.
It is Grant and Danny on the Fan. GP over at the ballpark. I'll be headed there this evening, afternoon, late afternoon, really, for a big tilt, getting ready, series started with the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's Fan Cash Friday. Fan Cash Fridays are powered by Fanatics Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller at 800-636-1067 for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here, so good luck to you. $100 in Fan Cash by being the 10th caller. We're going to have some minutes. GP will catch up with players on the field, probably. Be talking to Blake Butera, hopefully, at some point. We'll have plenty of Nats content as they get ready to welcome the Arizona Diamondbacks to town this evening. GP, did you make it down to the field okay?
I am on the field, yes, sir. It's pretty cool. I just got down here, and there's a member, clearly, of the Nationals Analytics Department, R&D in some capacity, talking to a member of the coaching staff, taking him through how they evaluate and what kind of things they do to try to measure the movement of a pitcher's body and how he contorts. And it's one of the things you're going to see a lot of this year, and we've seen a lot of. It's the R&D department and the coaching staff getting on the same page as this organization has gotten out of the dark ages and is now literally coaching each other up on how they evaluate.
Pretty incredible. As you said, there's nothing wrong with baseball guys teaching fundamentals, etc., but it's a different level of understanding of what makes somebody good and effective and kind of maximizing those matchups each and every time. And it's sometimes for us, schlubs on the outside, GP, it's almost, I hate this term, but it's to a fault where you're going, I understand the left-right matchup. I understand that this guy's data may say he's better on, sliders in the lower third of the zone, and that's what this guy specializes in pitching or whatever. But there's still, it feels like a couple of times where you're going, God, this dude's 3 for 4 with 4 tracers on the day. Could he just get one more at bat? But this is how they've done it. And for every one negative, what it reminds me of, now that I'm sort of having my brain meander, it's all those times where everyone was shifting, right? And then that one time out of 50, when the guy punches the ball through the hole that was vacated because of the shift, and then everyone goes, see, you shouldn't shift. Well, nobody credited them for the 15 ground balls that went right at the fielder because the percentages said that that's where you go. That's kind of what this is, right? It's the shifting version of playing matchups, and sometimes it doesn't work, but the process is there, and there's data behind it, and it's sound.
Well, not only that, I think there is something to the fact that I think people have to understand, number one, the idea of analytics isn't that it's always right. That's the misnomer. I think that's the misconception that I hear the most often. When you see this in football, when someone goes for a 4th down and they don't get it. See, I told you so. The point is never that you're going to get it every time. The numbers are there for you. You're going to get it, I'm making this up, I don't know what they might say, on that given 4th down, but let's say 39% of the time.
Well, if it's Washington, it's 91% of the time that year. 2 years ago, right?
The point is, if you do that every single time, you have a better chance to win than if you don't. And so where you get into a little bit of a sticky wicket in football is when you are selective about when you go. Because in theory, some of the times that you go for it and don't get it, some of the times that you go for it and do get it, you're starting to mix both piles, in other words. And if you're not going for it every single time, then the numbers that bear out that if you do, you have a better chance to win, you might not be taking advantage of the times where you would have gotten it, in other words. And I think baseball's not that different. The process has to be followed, essentially, because the numbers say if you do this all the time, it's better. But if you pick and choose and the times that you do it are the times it doesn't work, you're not getting the benefit of the times where it would have. So there's something to that. The other thing, though, is, and I think this is what the Nats are trying to figure out, in baseball, there's always still going to be the feel element of this game, right?
Has to be.
I think if they had Mason Miller in the bullpen, they would handle the ninth inning very differently. If you had Mason Miller in your bullpen, you're not making the same decisions in the ninth inning. Righty versus lefty, playing the matchups, pulling your closer to go get a left-on-left matchup with a guy who's been here for 6 days who was claimed off of waivers. They don't have Mason Miller in their bullpen. And so they've done it both ways. They've left Clayton Beeter in there, and they've gotten beat doing that. They've left whoever the hot hand was, Orlando Rebalta, for a few days, or some other reliever in there, and they've gotten beat doing that. I think what you're seeing this season, and everyone's making this how it's always going to be, some referendum on how they view things, is their vision on what's best with this group. And I think they're making it work with what they have. In a world where 2 years from now they've got an elite ninth-inning arm, my guess is they might manage a little bit differently.
I think that is the case. Super quick here, our Fanatics Fan Cash winner this week is Craig in Stafford. You're on the Fan. Craig, what's up?
Hey, how y'all doing? Thank you so much.
Oh, very well, my friend. Congratulations on winning. Are you a guy that wins stuff all the time, or is this your first time winning anything?
Well, it's not my first time winning anything, but it's been quite a long time since I have.
Well, congratulations, my friend. Appreciate you listening to the program, and enjoy your $100 in Fan Cash with Fanatics. That is how we do it. Every single Friday, GP, we give away $100 in Fan Cash. So I think there's something to, not something, there's a lot to what you're saying. This is one of those easy things where, as you said, if you had Mason Miller and nothing but, knockdown relievers, yeah, you can play your matchups or do whatever the hell you want. There's no wrong answer. The point is, there's no right answer when you call it the bullpen right now.
So here's my comp to this, by the way. This will make a lot more sense for Nats fans, and I think this is proof that this is how they'll eventually operate. How often are they bringing in a righty to replace James Wood against a lefty?
Never.
Hadn't happened once, right? Because you've got a guy. To an extent, I would say the same thing about C.J. Abrams. They've done the exact same thing with him. There have been a few days where he didn't play, where he wasn't feeling well or whatever against a lefty. But in games, there's not been a single time all year where they have pinch hit some right-handed bat off the bench to get a better matchup instead of having Abrams go left on left. I think that's the proof in the pudding that I'm talking about, right? You only have a few of those guys that are above reproach, if you will, or in the bucket that is exceedingly worth giving the opportunity to. And maybe the argument is, should they just do more of it with the players that aren't on that tier? And that's a conversation we can have. But my point is, as they get more talent, as they have more trust in some of their own players, that's how they're going to operate.
And I think rightfully so. Again, if you have dudes, then you just roll with the dudes. Like Philadelphia does. When they came to town, you could see the stark difference, right? Top of their order in some fashion is Bryce Harper, it's Trey Turner, it's Kyle Schwarber, all former Nats. But I'd hit them at the top of my order too, regardless of who the pitcher is. You know what I mean? Like the guy that's going to lead the league in homers and a couple All-Stars right there at the top of the order, no problem. I don't know that you have that luxury here. I mean, their third hitter has rotated like you and I change underpants. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's Jose Tena as they're scoring 12 runs, which is just unfathomable to old school folks like myself, or Andres Chaparro sitting third, or whatever it is. But there's a method to it, and that method has gotten them punching above their weight class. Again,
so that's the one part, too, Danny, that's been so surprising to me.
Yeah.
It's been a bunch of years since we were taking Dusty Baker to task over who he was hitting at the top of the order, right? And somebody brought up to me, they're like, oh, this has to drive you crazy how they do this with the top third of the order. And generally it's the matchup guy like Chaparro who's hitting 160 or whatever, who's hitting second or third. And it does, to an extent. You would think, just the history of baseball says, best hitters as high as possible, many opportunities as possible. But they're not really putting their lineup together for the first inning, or really even for the most at-bats possible. They're putting their lineup together for not allowing a team to strategize against them with lefties or righties. That's the whole point. So they're just breaking those guys up as routinely as possible so that there isn't the inning in the 7th where you go get your lefty and you're facing 2 or 3 lefties for the Nationals. That's their goal. Now, if a team doesn't have a lefty in their bullpen or only has one, let's say, and they're in town, they might put a different lineup together. But most teams anymore aren't like that, and they're not as extreme as the Nationals, who would prefer to have like half lefties, half righties, even if it means maybe, the lefties aren't as good as the available righties. Like, they go to the extreme in that regard. But I think that's another interesting way to look at it.
I think you're right on. I mean, it's also clear to me, by the way, that they don't view the third place hitter the way the old school baseball man views the third place hitter. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if that was the case, if you had a day, for example, where Curtis Mead is hitting second because it's a lefty, well, you could still go left, right with C.J. Abrams hitting third. But he has hit fourth every day. Or a couple times early on, I think he was fifth or sixth. But pretty much you could put in Sharpie, Wood 1, Abrams 4, and everything else is kind of filled in between. I think the analytic part of this thing is they don't view that 3-hole stick the way that every baseball lineup in the history of mankind has, right? Where the premium is on 1, the premium is on 4 as kind of the featured RBI spot. There is a different viewing of things, and it's based on something. It's based on data that I certainly don't have. It's their own proprietary bit of information, but there is no way that your lineup is best constructed according to the old school rules of baseball with a guy hitting 100, which Chaparro was before this road trip, hitting third. I don't care about left-right splits or otherwise when it comes to it. That is not your quote-unquote best hitter. The best hitter traditionally hits third. There's nothing traditional about this. This is a new way of thinking that's based on a bunch of info that kind of the regular rank and file doesn't have. You know what I mean? Like the little league manager filling out his lineup. Carter's hitting third because Carter hits third. He's the best. They ain't doing that, man. It's their own sort of animal.
Yeah, the matchups are the priority. Mm-hmm. And in the same way that you would say you would never want that guy hitting third, you would probably never replace the hot, really good hitter over the last month, say Luis Garcia in the 7th inning.
Ever.
With that same guy who's hitting 167. But they prefer it that way because what is true over the history of baseball is that generally speaking, righties fare better against lefties. And they have their numbers to bear out, not only right on left on right, left on left, those types of things, how their guys perform, but they have numbers against the certain pitches that guy's throwing as well. And so I don't think it's always just Luis Garcia is left-handed, this pitcher is left-handed. It's also, what type of pitcher are we talking about? Is it a lefty who throws 96 at the top of the zone?
Yeah, is this guy going to crossfire with a breaking ball that runs into the other batter's box? You can already see
turn
Garcia.
Around velocity.
Yeah, you can see him waving at it, or Guesson being out on his front foot. No,
the other thing we don't have information to is which of these guys want to do it, right?
Yeah.
I know for my own digging this year, there are players on this team that have gone to management before the season and said, hey, help protect me a little bit in this situation. I don't think I'm as confident, as good. I think it gets me out of doing really well against the other type of pitcher. And so if you have those conversations with the player, that's what managing is.
Yeah,
right? That's what we don't have that intel.
Totally right. I give guys a ton of credit too. The old Latin phrase "tem et nosce," know yourself. Right? It's on the wall of the Oracle's office or the kitchen when Neo goes to meet her. It's a huge deal to have that understanding. Like, I would never have thought, again, obviously I wasn't a big leaguer, but I would never have thought that about any pitcher. Even though there was a guy from Maryland who had a 12 ERA, but he threw submarine, I was over 14 against that guy. And if it was up to me, I would have never faced him ever again. But I would never admit that. I would never tell the coach, hey, coach, probably pinch hit me. I know I'm your 4-hole stick, but I can't deal with that guy if he comes into the game. You know what I mean? It's just totally foreign in terms of concept to, again, anybody that's kind of the slightest bit old school. But these guys know themselves so well. They've got access to the data, and they can say, hey, if this guy is I'm just picking on Garcia for a second. This left-hander that looks like Chris Sale, that's crossfire, that's got a breaking ball that's going to break into the outer opposite batter's box. I'm going to flail at it. It's going to get me out of my swing. You're probably better off with Andres Chaparro taking a couple pitches and unload a couple huge hacks. That's admirable.
Danny's in
my
studio,
view.
Down the street in the Navy Yard. I'm out at Nats Park on field level. We'll be catching up with members of the staff and the players who are about to play in the biggest game of their season, biggest series of the season here against the Arizona Diamondbacks. 2 games up on the Nats in the wild card hunt. Nationals with 3 coming up against the D-backs here in the nation's capital. Our double play is next. You're listening to The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers. That's win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, games, tickets, and so much more. If you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop. Tap in every Friday and see what the fuss is all about. I did it today. I won $5 in Fan Cash. It's that easy and awesome. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. I've been telling you all football season, now all baseball season, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Back live at Nationals Park, Grant and Danny on the Fan ahead of the Nats' biggest series of the season and the biggest series of the 2020s. They are playing relevant July baseball, 2 games back of the Diamondbacks with a 3-game series starting tonight against Arizona. Danny's back in our Navy Yard studio. Show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. We are going to give away tickets in about 15 minutes to Muse at Merriweather Post Pavilion, so you better be listening at that time. Danny is part of our double play, though. I know you're eating a good lunch over there. I'm very jealous.
You are missing out, my friend. Big Greek Cafe dropped off one of the great spreads we've ever had in the history of this program. I'm not going to lie to you. It is phenomenal. Whether you're grabbing lunch, feeding the fam, hosting everyone for Football Sunday, Big Greek Cafe has fresh, made-to-order Greek food that's built for sharing. And with a new location opening soon in Frederick, it's about to get even easier to get your Big Greek fix. They got locations all over the place. I met Joanna. Could not be nicer. Literally, brought us delicious food and was nice to us. It's like the greatest combo ever. Fries, gyros, that's like the awkward white guy way to say it. It's like hero, whatever. Wings, which you would love. Falafel, which you would love. This is a fantastic spread. Thank you to Big Greek Cafe. We are crushing food over here.
So, Danny, you're a pleasant guy in general, but I would say you turn it up to 17 when someone brings you food in studio.
Yeah.
It's just a different version of you than anyone will ever see ever.
Agree.
Where you're just alive in that moment. You really light up, and you have a million questions, and you do the thing where you actually square off towards someone, and you put your hand on your knuckles like you're taking a senior picture, and then you ask questions. It's a lot to deal with, frankly, if you know you. But for the people that come in, I'm sure they really enjoy it. But this is your happy place. The food at the radio station is kind of the best thing that happens.
Your call out on me and my behavior change is correct, and it's annoying, frankly, about how
you go
correct
from
it is.
sitting in the room with us, scrolling your phone, not saying anything, to really interested in everything that's happening.
Yep, and again, it's correct, and that's annoying that you are right about that. Everything you're saying is correct, and I have no rebuttal. Remember James Carville in Old School when he goes, "I had no response. That was perfect." That's me.
That's a good Carville.
I have no response. That is perfect. That's what happened. Thank you. But that is 100% correct. I'm. How many locations do you have? I'm just so grateful that someone's like, yes, these guys, they're worthwhile, and I'm included in those guys. And I'm going to eat something so delicious. This place rules.
So what's your plate look like right now?
Multiple wings. I've got a hero ready. I've got some fries going. I had a little bit of the Dennis Pita. Dennis Pita, you know what I'm talking about? I have 3 of those, which are on the crispy side, if I can say that. A little bit of the tzatziki sauce. And I'm rolling deep with some falafel as well that I'm just going to mainline. It's so perfect.
It's time for your boys' double play. Sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years, FH Fur has set the standard for premium comfort to celebrate. Get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase, plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical, absolutely the best. Danny, Jason Derulo, the performer tonight at Nationals Park. People seem very excited.
Yeah.
I had a couple of buddies reach out to me, and they're like, hey, do you have tickets? I said, absolutely not. And that was kind of the end of the exchange as far as getting the tickets went. But it was very weird because I'm like, you don't go to Nats games. What are we doing? And they wanted to go for Jason Derulo. I got nothing on Jason Derulo. I've heard the name. That is the extent of my knowledge. Where are you at on Derulo?
You know, so there are certain guys, like DJ Khaled, for example, in songs says DJ Khaled, right? And then he's got the other things, We the Best Music, and another one or whatever, but he'll say that. There's one song I know that Jason Derulo says Jason Derulo. I don't know which song it is, but I remember hearing it and I go, I wonder who this is. And he goes, Jason Derulo. And I go, oh, that's who that is, Jason Derulo. So that's what I know. I know very, very little. Again, I was about your age when this happened. I realized I looked up, and it still holds true today. I don't know who anyone is, and I don't know what anyone's talking about. And that
I'll do
holds
you
true.
one better.
Yeah.
Are you in on Noah Khan?
No.
Kahan Khan?
I know. I'm a Tommy Canley who's got C.J. Abrams tattoos.
No, this is not Tommy Canley. This is Khan, Kahan.
The Wrath
so
of
he
Khan.
was here performing and selling out Nats Park a few days ago. Final day of the getaway day for the Rocky series on Wednesday. So I'm walking down the street to my car after our show, and Navy Yard is a buzz.
Yeah.
It's electric. The people are fired up. And I finally go up to someone, and you could tell something's going on. It's concert-y, a lot of very attractive young people wearing very short shorts, that kind of thing.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm like, what is the deal here? Like, what is happening? And then someone said, oh, Noah Khan's playing. Never heard of this person. I proceed to ask a million questions to a lot of people about who this is. I got so intrigued and curious about how it is possible for me to have never heard of a name of a guy selling out Nats Park who's apparently one of the biggest touring acts in the world right now.
Yep.
That I went home and watched a documentary on him on Netflix. I did that on Wednesday night. I've never even heard a bar of his music. And I was like, I just have to see what this is about, what this is. It seems to me like, and I could be wrong, so if you're a Noah Khan mark, please forgive me. I think during COVID, he came of age because he was one of these guys that was posting a lot of music and stuff on TikTok and whatever else, and people were at home. And so that's where it all began. And then a couple of years ago, he really broke out. But he is now selling out stadiums, playing baseball ballparks, and even some football stadiums. Can you imagine?
No. And here's the only reason I have heard the name before. I follow a bunch of really in shape people for fitness reasons. Okay?
Right.
It's for workout
Generally
inspiration.
females.
Nope. No, hold on.
I've noticed you don't follow any male fitness people.
I have a bunch. I'll point them out to you next time I see you. There are some. And all my saved are different workout things. But for fitness inspiration, I have seen multiple times some of the fitness people, they happen to be the younger women that I follow, at this dude's concert, like in tears. These like 20-somethings with other 20-somethings, like hugging each other and crying because this dude is playing that song. And again, couldn't pick him out of the lineup. Don't know who he is. Don't know any of his songs. And the difference between you and I is you are Detective Paulson. You want to get to the bottom of it. When I don't know and it's so outside, I pop smoke and leave. I gotta go, okay, right. That's something I won't understand. I don't get that phenomenon. I'll go on to the next thing.
And I watched the Netflix documentary on the guy.
What's his
Very
name? Noah
curious
Khan?
person.
Noah Khan?
Noah Khan.
Yeah.
Here's what I gathered.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of Mumford & Sons, maybe a little Lumineers-y.
Yeah.
We're talking about like folk country.
Sure.
But it's kind of what I like. I don't know this guy. I don't know anything about this guy. I don't even listen to any music, so I don't even know what I like. But the idea of someone holding an acoustic guitar and just having singing talent, singing without a bunch of other stuff, I enjoy that.
Okay.
And I think that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I just think of John Mayer, and it's like, is it that or not that? You're either John Mayer or you're doing a John Mayer bit. It's just not for me. I'm not interested.
The Beltway Blitz is for you, and so is giving away tickets to Muse at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Danny is in our normal studio down Half Street. I'm at Nats Park. Nats are playing the D-backs tonight. We're also discussing LeBron James to Philadelphia. He's going to play for the 76ers. And for the Commanders, rookies showing up in Ashburn today for camp as we continue 2+ hours left with you on The Fan.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria. Let's ride together. We did it. We finally got a LeBron James decision. He signs a 2-year, $8 million deal to play for the Philadelphia 76ers. I guess Commissioner Adam Silver can finally make the schedule for the season. In the NFL, Commanders training camp is underway as rookies reported to Ashburn today. Pretty shocking NFL news. CBS analyst Tony Romo was arrested for operating a vehicle while intoxicated in Milwaukee. According to reports, Romo was taken into custody after performing poorly on standard field sobriety tests. In baseball, the Nationals have a massive series getting underway tonight at Nationals Park. Play host to the red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks. The Nash chase the Diamondbacks in the NL wildcard race, sitting just 2 games back. You can hear it right here on The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:15. Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
It's G&D here on The Fan. GP is over at Nats Park, trying to catch up with some players. Hopefully, manager Blake Butero will join the program here in a few moments. It's Beltway Blitz time, but before we do that, caller 10, 800-636-1067. You'll have won a pair of tickets to see Muse, the Wow Signal Tour with Block Party and the Temper Trap, Tuesday, July 28th at Merriweather Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contest. That's 800-636-1067. It's Beltway Blitz time. Let's talk about the association, please. Nobody better than our guy Chris Miles to do that. So anything in the news, Chris? Anything you're seeing on the old ticker tape? I kid, of course. LeBron to Philly. What are your thoughts?
It's crazy because, I go back to this interview we had in December for, these high school showcase games. Bruce Branch III, he classed up, and he goes, I was working out in the summer at 5 a.m. with Tyrese Maxey and LeBron James. It was always there in front of us that this was going to be the match, that Maxey and LeBron were so tight. But we focused on so many other relationships. It just seems like that was the pairing that had to happen.
I really like, their offseason, obviously, you add LeBron James and Jaylen Brown to your lineup, you're going to be better. But I like this group an awful lot as assembled. Of course, Embiid's health is sort of the variable there, as it always is. But where do you have them just, instant reaction in the Eastern Conference?
I think they lack toughness and defensive intensity, right? I think they need some more moves. I think around the edges kind of moves. And honestly, Embiid feels like the odd man out. I look at the roster and I go, I don't like them for a championship because they have high usage guys. Who's the defender? Who's the anchor back there? Who's bringing the toughness? The only guy I think of is, second-year player VJ Edgecombe. The rest of them are kind of guys who need to have the ball, who have to make plays. Things need to change now that this roster's taking shape.
Okay, so do you think something happens to Embiid then? Do you think he's on the move?
Look, logic and deductive reasoning say yes. Embiid, he's not available. He's making, $57 million next year. And he's an offensive superstar when he is healthy. Right. Well, guess what? You don't need offense anymore. You have all the offense you can get. So, his value, I look at other teams, they could use him more than the Philadelphia 76ers can now.
So what I was saying earlier, Chris, and would love your view on it, is they may not be an 82 games team. In other words, you saw Detroit, run away with the Eastern Conference in the 1 seed, but I think everybody kind of knew they weren't really ready to go all the way in terms of the postseason. Maybe they ascend this year, as a young team kind of ready to arrive. But they're the kind of team I would not want to play as a 4 or 5 seed, if that makes any sense, as they go on cruise control through 82 games. Is that how you view it? They'll be a tough out for somebody in the postseason, or you think, as it stands, it's fun, but that's it?
As it stands right now, you have multiple champions on that team, right? And LeBron James and Jaylen Brown. I think you put this group together thinking, all right, we got a 2-year window to go win a championship. Like, Jaylen Brown is not coming to be a second-round loser, right? Tyrese Maxey's at the point in his career, he's lost in the playoffs. LeBron James, he's choosing to play for, essentially taxes, right? Like, that's not a real salary for him, so why is he spending time to do this? I think it's championship or bust with this group, and that's why I look at it as, well, if that's the mentality, Joel Embiid, is great of a talent that he is, I don't know if he fits with that group.
How do you see the Eastern Conference? Again, so much will happen. Someone will slip on something or an injury, things we don't know about. A million things are unpredictable. But right now, as we sit in the middle of July, towards the end of July, how do you see the hierarchy in the Eastern Conference?
Man, I think it's so wide open, right? Because I look at Jason Tatum getting some size in that front court and seeing, Mitchell Robinson come along there. And I'm like, okay, how good is Tatum? Like, can Tatum lead the Celtics? And how healthy is he? Can he lead them to 60 wins and one-up Jaylen Brown? Because I'm like, all right, let me put the Celtics here as, like, my potential number one. What about the Cavs? Like, who are they? They're a team that's been really good for a couple of years. And, oh, yeah, the Knicks. Yes, they lost Mitchell Robinson. They added Andre Drummond. I think I start with those three teams, and I go, I need to see what happens with the Heat. Like, it feels like the offseason's almost over, but do they add DeMar DeRozan? Do they make another move and add someone who moves the needle? That's what I need to see. But I would say those teams. And then the Pacers. What does Tyrese Halliburton look like when he comes back? Because that's a team that, if he doesn't tear his Achilles, they probably win the champion, or they potentially win that championship against the Thunder. So, like, I got to see him on the court and see what they become. And then I almost left this out as we're talking. Kawhi Leonard to the Raptors. Hello, right? Like, I completely forgot about them. I mean, Kawhi's looked great when he's on the floor the last 2 or 3 seasons. So, man, I think we're going to need that first month or two to kind of figure out who those teams are with their new looks and their new players.
Let me sneak this one in here, Wizards related. It's all the cryptic messaging in and around Anthony Davis, right? I heard Brian Windhorst on TV saying, I'm paraphrasing, they better make sure they don't anger Rich Paul, right? So what do you think we're headed towards here with Davis and the Wizards?
Right, August 6th, Will Dawkins said we're going to pay him. Man, I mean, as the fireworks happen, I'm like, do the Wizards, do they accept an asset with Joel Embiid for Anthony Davis? Are they in that ball game, or are they all in on Anthony Davis, right? Because I look at it as Embiid has 3 years left on his contract. Do the Wizards look at themselves as being a championship team in those 3 years? I don't think so, right? I think it starts to move in that direction. But for me, if you're telling me I can get a draft pick and, say, LeBaron Philon, right, as part of a deal to move Anthony Davis up, I don't want to have him long-term. Sure, I'll take on Joel Embiid's 3-year contract. So that's something for me that's on the radar. I haven't seen, heard anything from the Wizards that they're willing to do that. But that's what I'm looking for in the next 6 or 7 days.
Chris, you're the best, buddy. Appreciate it as always.
Thanks for having me.
There he goes. That is Chris Smiles, and that's how we do that. It's time, if I can say this, Darius, for a Beltway Blitz debut. A special welcome, Martenzie Johnson covers the local 53. For notice, Martenzie, welcome to the program, man. Thanks for joining us.
Nice to meet you, Grant and Danny. How are you all?
We are very well, my friend. Thank you and welcome. So, training camp underway. Rookies are reporting. Kind of what is your biggest headline, biggest storyline here as training camp gets off really for real at the beginning of next week?
Yeah, I know people want to hear receiver, right? We all have questions about receiver, but the engine that makes all of this go is Jaden Daniels. I do want to see how he bounces back from missing 10 games last season, dealing with those injuries. Mentally, how he's going to perform, but then also in David Blough's new offense, turning his back to the defense a little bit more, trying to set up the play action, all these sorts of things. Yeah, it'd be great if he has 2 Pro Bowl level receivers to throw to. But beyond that, Jaden just has to perform. So I think that's really the most that I'm looking forward to seeing once training camp starts.
For first-round pick Sonny Styles, I think the intrigue now is almost elsewhere because other, the mid-round guys, the Antonio Williamses of the world, might have some opportunities to make a difference. It's almost like we forgot about this first round's number 7 overall, huge difference maker right in the middle of this defense. What do you expect from him maybe early on versus what we might see, by the time November rolls around?
Yeah, I think it's actually a pretty good thing that we're not hearing anything about him because I think we all know what's up here with Sonny Styles. Like, he's an athletic freak. and he's everything that the defense was missing last year. I don't think he's going to miss tackles. I don't think he's going to get burnt by tight ends. Like, he is going to be kind of central to what they do. It's kind of a bit much to put on a rookie, but like, I think we all know that Sonny has the opportunity to be that good. But I mean, I just want to see how he operates in this new defense that Durante Jones is going to throw out there. That's something through training camp you really didn't get a good idea because you just couldn't see much, and then obviously they're just in they're just in helmets and shorts. So what I expect from him is just to see how this versatile defense that Durante is talking about, like, he might have a 6-man front, he might have the safeties come up, he might have the safeties back. Like, I just want to see really the versatility of Sonny, and you know, he can be a linebacker, he can be an edge rusher, he can play safety if he wanted to. Like, he's just that versatile of a player that I think I want to see what he can do in the beginning, but I think by the end of this season, like, why can't he be a Pro Bowler? We've seen a lot of Pro Bowlers in their first season. I think he has the capability of being that.
So this has been my long-running take for 3 years, and none of this is your fault. You literally just got here, but
yeah,
I'm going to unload, and I want your response, okay? Here's my view. You have a quarterback on a rookie deal that's obviously demonstrated some pretty damn good things, right? With a bad injury sample this past year, but still turned in one of the great rookie seasons of all time. How could it be that you don't have a loaded offense and a bunch of salary cap space for 3 straight years? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. I'm the old man shouting at the ocean. It's the only thing I want to talk about, and we have to do a show for 4.5 hours every day, and my co-host Grant is sick of it, but it's the only thing on my mind, and I want to yell at everyone. So I just raised my voice at you, and I didn't mean to. But what's your reaction? What are your thoughts?
I guess my reaction to me is they always say, you know, championships are won through defense. So they threw, you know, over $100 million at the defense over the offseason. So I guess they think, you know, if we're going to get there, we have to start there. But I think you're right? You have Bill, who is a 7th rounder, who really didn't even play his last season of college football. You only have Terry, who had over like 350 yards receiving last year, who's on the roster. You would think that they would build around Jaden Moore, but maybe they just think so highly of him. Now, I'm not going to say he's Patrick Mahomes, but we've seen that with Patrick Mahomes where the Chiefs figure, we got him, why do we need to pay, you know, a receiver $50 million a year? Maybe they think Jaden is that good and he doesn't need that help. I would argue against that, and I think you all too, basically what you were saying, Danny. But, you would think that there would be some more money on that side because Jaden's not making, you know, $70 million a year.
And
but
that's it.
I guess we got to see how it plays out.
Yeah, and that's my point, is when he's making Pat Mahomes money, that's when you have to make those sacrifices. It's what Josh Allen has to do. It's what Mahomes has to do. It's what Lamar Jackson, to a degree, has to do. I get that. Rookie deal, man. Every spare dollar should be spent on maximizing and protecting, and they're kind of like, but we help the defense. Yes, and thank you for doing that. But you know what else you have is salary cap space. If it was one or the other, I would get it. But they weren't up against it. They're still not, and I won't let it go.
Rightfully so. Well, I guess then other people would argue, back to the receivers, there's somebody or some bodies out there that they could be giving that money to, in theory, but it hasn't happened yet, and training camp starts in less than a week, and that person or persons aren't here. So
who are you referring to, Mardenzi? Who are you hinting at? Is there somebody in mind?
I was listening to the show earlier. I like to do my research. I was listening to the show earlier, and from my understanding, we're not supposed to say this person's name because you all were on a hot streak of not mentioning him.
Look at this. Martenzi, you're the best, buddy. Really appreciate the time, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
You got it, dude. That is a hell of a debut. How do you feel about that? He listened to the show. That's awesome. Good for that guy. That's a kick-ass debut. We're going to get that guy on again and a bunch. Martenzi Johnson, everybody. Is the audience here today, Darius, for his debut? Is the audience around? What do they think of it? We don't know? The studio audience? Yeah. I am so easy to please. I got a big old cheese grin on my face. He goes, I listened to the show earlier. And I'm going, that's so fun. We're going to tracking down Spencer Nussbaum here, but I'm going to ask you, Darius, just to go ahead and hit the Nats button. Grant and I have been talking about it off and on, and GP is over at the ballpark right now, grabbing a couple interviews with some players down on the field, maybe manager, hitting coach, pitching coach. We'll see. We'll be able to play some good content for you and hopefully track down Spencer here in the next minute or so. But a big series against the Diamondbacks gets underway tonight. And this Diamondbacks team happens to be just nuclear hot right now. They are up at the top of the wildcard standings, or the third spot in the wildcard standings, having won 8 of their last 10, 54-49 overall. It's a group that's middle of the road in terms of some of their pitching stats, right? Where it's middle of the road starters, middle of the road bullpen, something the Nats are looking up to in both categories, I might add. Generally, their best pitcher, Eduardo Rodriguez, who has as much combined WAR as the rest of their starting staff combined, and then some, goes tonight. ERA in the mid-2s, an 8-3 overall record, and he has been sensational. 116 innings pitched, 15 fewer hits than innings pitched. He's been really, really good. A tough lefty necessarily. If you find a way to get a win tonight with the Carson Palmquist, Zach Littell combo platter, somehow, some way, beat up a really good player, really good pitcher, that would go a long way towards doing some damage, winning this series. And we do now welcome our guy Spencer Nussbaum with The Athletic, covering the Nats. Spencer, just talking about this series with the Diamondbacks, it's fun to be able to say this is a big series and it actually not be a joke.
Yeah, I know. It's whatever, July 20-something, right? And we are talking about the Nationals playing meaningful baseball. Candidly, it's something I kind of have to readjust myself to, but man, it makes this job so much more fun.
Indeed. So break down this weekend here. I was just talking about the pitching matchup tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez is bona fide good, a 2.6 ERA, 8-3 overall record. He's been their workhorse there in Arizona. After that, maybe you'd say some vulnerability, although, Mitch Brad on Saturday's got a good start to his career. But tonight feels like if you steal this one with the Palmquist-Littell combo, you are really riding high and in good shape maybe for the rest of the weekend.
Right. Basically, that's kind of how I've viewed almost every series this year, right? As if you steal the Littell or the Michaelis game, you are very happy with where you're at. And maybe that's, a tad unfair given that each of those guys had like a 3 or 4 week stretch where they were really good. But yeah, when you have Foster on the mound, you're really happy. When you have Cade on the mound, you're really happy. And when you have Alvarez out there, you're kind of 50-50, right? You have a shot given how good this offense has been. To me, honestly, though, it comes down more to the bullpen at home, given how bad it's been. Yeah. I look at this and say it becomes a ball game in the 8th inning usually around here, which they handle well on the road, or at least they did last week. We'll see if that kind of carries over here.
So I know what's being said publicly. I know it's even, not everything privately, certainly, and you cover far closer than anyone else does. But trade deadline. I refuse to believe, Spencer, and this is kind of the perspective I've been taking today. I don't think they're going to go, okay, we won 2 out of 3 for the Diamondbacks, therefore this is who we are now. I think they know who they are, and I think they know what their plan is. But yeah, maybe there's a fader turned up slightly if they go on an 8 or 9 game winning streak or a losing streak. But everything else, it's kind of, we got a pretty good sample. That's what this group is. Great offense, broken pitching staff with not many solutions in sight. I think that's really what this trade deadline is. Kind of give me your take there.
Yeah, that is frankly exactly how I've been putting it, so I'm glad you said it like that. To me, this team, I was looking earlier today, they've been between, I think, 4 games over 500 and 3 games under 500 for all but 1 or 2 games this year. To me, this team hovers around 500 because it is a around 500 team, right? Like, at this point, we know what the pitching is. We know what the hitting is. Defensively, they've gotten better, but it would have to be something extreme over these next 2 weeks. And frankly, this team hasn't showed that it's gone in any extreme direction yet, right? Like, I think the offense is too good for them to rip off an 8-game losing streak, and I think the pitching is what it is, where we're not going to see them rip off an 8-game winning streak either. And so I think, whatever, in terms of them solidifying their plans, I'm sure they're probably pretty close to having that idea of we want X or we want to trade away Y.
Indeed. What are the guys saying just internally as the trade deadline approaches? I mean, again, you're there in the clubhouse and you're talking to them. For a lot of these young guys, they haven't really dealt with something like this. They've dealt with seeing their buddies either get sent down or moved because it's a losing team. But this is their first chance potentially for reinforcements after turning in some pretty good results here for 100-plus games. What are the guys saying in the clubhouse?
Yeah, at least when I talk to them, the sense is kind of 2 things, right? It is the old cliche of take it day by day, and I think they do have to believe that because they don't have another choice. I also think they truly believe that they have a shot to kind of clarify the front office plans and to really force the issue, right, where regardless of whether or not that is the case, and that it's not me saying that it is or is not the case, they're playing this hard and they are doing this well in part because they believe if we are good enough, we can change the trajectory of this team and change the trajectory of what the front office does. And I think that's a healthy place to come from, where they love playing with each other. They love what they've accomplished this season, and they know, hey, if we buy, X number of players, we are potentially setting ourselves up really well to not just be a good story, but a real Cinderella. And so, yeah, I think they are cognizant of it and understand that the best way to go about this is just try to take it one day at a time.
Spencer, last one, and forgive this question. I hate these kinds of hacky radio questions, but here I am doing one. Percentage chance in your gut right now this minute that Foster Griffin is given a contract extension. That means he'd be under contract for more years, something the Nets haven't done very much of over the last half a decade or so. What percentage chance would you give it as of right now this minute?
Yeah, I don't feel entirely comfortable answering that just because that is not reported enough on my behalf.
Mm-hmm.
What I can feel more than comfortable saying is that it is less than a 50% chance. I think I candidly would have heard something by now if that was a couple hours out from happening. But, I'd say it's less than 90% and more than 0%. So we'll see.
All right. So it's a non. You're telling me there's a chance, Dumb and Dumber style. Spencer, I'll see you at the yard in a couple hours, buddy. Thank you.
Thank you.
See you, my friend. There he goes. That is Spencer Nussbaum. And that, folks, is how we Beltway Blitz. Plenty more to come on this radio program. GP will rejoin us at some point, and it's time for Position Group of the Day. Again, if you say Position Group a day, you're wrong. It's not. It's Position Group of the Day, and as we say, Position Group of the Day keeps the program director at bay. We'll talk about the Washington 53, who's involved with some training camp practices right now. I assume days off for everybody tomorrow because that's how Dan Quinn does it. I'm just kidding. Everyone relax. If you're angry about that, it's only mean because it's true. Position Group of the Day next on The Fan. Danny Rouillet here, $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. Circa Survivor, pick one winner each week, last one standing wins. And Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter Nevada, play from anywhere, $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Finally, we got a LeBron James decision. It was about time we got this. He signs a 2-year, $8 million deal to play for the Philadelphia 76ers. I guess Commissioner Adam Silver can finally make the schedule. Keep in mind, Commanders owner Josh Harris is the owner of the Philadelphia 76ers as well, if you want the connection there. In the NFL, Commanders training camp got underway today as the rookies reported to Ashburn for the first time. First opportunities for some of the newest Commanders, including Sonny Styles and Antonio Williams. In baseball, the Nationals have a massive series getting underway tonight at Nats Park. They'll play host to the red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks. The Nats chase the Diamondbacks in the National League wildcard race, sitting just 2 games back. Carson Palmquist opens for the Nats tonight, and Zach Littell will follow soon after. You can hear the game right here in the Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:15. First pitch, 6:45. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober, the Fan.
Welcome back from Nationals Park. Grant Paulson in our normal studios down the street. Danny Rouillet. It's G&D live on the Fan. The Nats are playing important late July baseball. 2 games back of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and it's Arizona in town for 3 starting tonight. And the team's first-round draft pick, Chris Hakopian, is stepping into the cage to take some batting practice. They got a deal in place with Hakopian, a Maryland Terrapin product of a couple of seasons, played 3 years collegiately. Hakopian's first swing with the Nationals in batting practice just went over the center field fence for a home run, Danny.
Oh, that's silly. How good is that? You step into the big league ballpark for the first time. How about some easy power for that ass? That's cool.
I got to say,
good for the kid.
There's got to be nerves because he's taking infield with everyone. Now he's taking BP. By the way, he just went oppo over the scoreboard for a home run as well.
That's kind of ridiculous. Again, I obviously was never a major leaguer, but those couple times you take batting practice on big league fields, I'm like, which hand do I hold the bat with? Like, which way is up? It's just different, man, being in the show. That's really cool. Good for the kid.
Yeah. It's a great day at Nationals Park between introducing Hakopian. A lot of the local TV cameras are all out here recording because he's a local guy. Great story, obviously, from Maryland. Grew up a diehard Nats fan. And then you've got the importance of this series as well. But just within, I'd say, 15 feet of me down on the field, it's not very common this happens. But a lot of the scouts and folks are back from their travel all year long after the draft. So I've seen the gentleman who runs the draft for the Nationals, their scouts. We just talked to members of the front office. Lavani Kalambi, the general manager, on the show in a little bit. Paul Taboni's in the dugout. So it's definitely got a big feel. It's almost like a pre-playoff game feel with the whole organization down here on the field. Another interesting thing I wanted to bring up, Danny, with Hakopian being a Nats fan, I heard the broadcast with Dave Jagler and Josh Wetzel was filling in for Charlie Slows this weekend. And there was a pitcher for the Rockies who was a diehard Nats fan growing up, who came to Nats Park and was a pregame interview with Jags, and I think he had ranked like his 5 favorite Nats Park memories ever. It dawned on me, I've never heard of players that were huge Nats fans growing up until the last year or so.
That's right.
It's an epiphany that I've had. We're now old enough.
For that
this
to happen.
team is 20, right? So this is like the first time ever, 22 seasons in, that you're getting people in the big leagues that grew up Nats fans. And Hakopian is the first guy they've drafted like this, in my opinion, where it's like a first-round pick. There's a bunch of pictures of him and his dad in the ballpark coming over from Gaithersburg. But isn't that crazy? Like, we as a city have now had baseball long enough that starting this year, you're starting to hear these stories.
It is a milestone, and I think that's such a smart point about it, right? Where it wouldn't have been possible for a kid in 2012 to have, quote, grown up a Nats fan. You could easily be one, but it's still such a small amount of time that they were here in the ballpark, and it's now to the point as fathers became grandfathers, and those guys became fathers, and these kids are now in their 16, 17, 20-year-old plus kind of age range, Yeah, they've been here now. It's kind of crossed a generation. That's what we always talk about with the then Redskins. That run in the 80s to 91, really through 92 when they were really good that year too, was just long enough that every kid my age grew up with it. So now all of a sudden you got like a 10-year window. Every guy that was in their 20s now is an adult locked in for life. The 40, 50, 60-year-olds that kind of lived through the bad times and then finally got that. It crossed so many generations that it hooked everybody in forever, and that was going to be it. This is now kind of some of the results of that 10-year run, right? Where they were the second best team in baseball behind the Dodgers. There's some, kind of mirror images there. There's some parallels.
Yeah, and if you're 21, 22 years old, then the prime of your baseball fandom, to your point, was the beginning of that era. But Hakopian is one of these guys that it's not just that you're a local kid and the Nats were around, so you went to some games. I mean, he rips through memories and favorite Nats and talks about Roger Bernardina as the Shark. I mean, he really is a diehard fan. So it's a very cool story. He's being introduced today as the first-round pick. Collegiate talent who's got a chance to move pretty quickly. And like most of the guys anymore, talk about bigger and faster and stronger in sports, he's got a big league body already. He looks absolutely ripped. I was talking to Charlie Slows. He's like, that guy plays middle infield. He's got huge arms, big shoulders. But he's in the cage right now.
Kind of that Dan Uggla style middle infielder. You know what I mean? Like that.
It's a different thing.
Yeah, it is a different animal.
The era's changed. I know you had teased ahead to the position group of the day for the Commanders. Their rookie class showing up today. Big day out in Ashburn. We wanted to dive into the D tackles today, I believe.
Yes, indeed, sir. So this is not the totally remade group. That's your pass rushers. That's your outside guys. That's basically saying the old way. That's adorable. We ain't doing that anymore. This group is now, there's some new faces or old faces in this case with Tim Settle, but it's kind of the same group, maybe restructured a little bit. Contract year Daron Payne, which hopefully is different than regular Daron Payne. Javon Kinlaw, holdover from last year. Johnny Newton, second-round pick of a couple seasons ago. That's kind of your main crew. Add in Tim Settle to that, and this is sort of your D-tackle group with the emphasis maybe being on the outside, GP, but there's some variance in here with how these guys may or may not perform.
So I've been thinking a lot about the Tim Settle edition. If you remember when they signed him, it was a little bit confusing to me because it was $8 million, clearly a priority. Felt like it spelled some doom for Johnny Newton, who you were just referencing. And as I've thought more about it, it actually is a really, really smart, brilliant move. And it's almost surprising that they didn't add one more tackle like him, maybe not at the same price point. Because what is the new philosophy? What do you see the really good defenses in this sport doing? Stop the run to have fun. Stop the run on first and second down or whenever you've got to take your medicine so that you can rush the quarterback in obvious passing downs. And 7 and more, and 8 and 9, 3rd and 11, whatever it is. Stop the run to have the fun. Well, we know they're going to have the fun in a Flores defense. That's why they brought in all the edges. That's where Odafe Owe comes in. That's why you paid Caleb on Chase on all the money. Charles Omenihu, we can go on and on with the edges. But if they don't stop the run, it doesn't matter. We're going to look back at the end of the year at their pass rushing numbers and the data, and we're going to say, why didn't they get to the quarterback more? Why couldn't they be more effective at bringing the quarterback to the ground if they don't stop the run and get into those obvious passing situations? If they don't get TFLs at the line of scrimmage, 1 yard loss, 2 yard loss, set up 2nd and 11, then 3rd and 9 or whatever it is. So that having been said, I think Settle Sneaky is a really, really important player. They obviously need Daron Payne to have a much better year than he did last year. You're paying him like he's a superstar. I need him to play as an impact performer where every single game he's felt. There are times where he'll take over a drive, first down batted ball, second down tackle at the line, third down hit the quarterback on a pressure on an incomplete or something, and it was the Payne stand, so to speak. You need him noticed like that once a game or so. That's how you're paying him, essentially. And then I think the depth there is really good. It's about using guys in roles like a bullpen. Newton shouldn't be on the field on obvious running downs. I don't know if DJ Davidson, the big fellow from the Giants, makes the team or not. I think you're going to kick some of the guys like Wise inside maybe to stuff things up as just big bodies. But I kind of like what they put together there, and I think Settle's a huge part of it.
I think there's a lot of truth to that, probably. I mean, I was bitterly disappointed with that defensive line last year. And again, when everybody always talks about the story of last year and they want to wave their hand, they go, up, injuries. Well, there are plenty of guys that weren't hurt and didn't do a whole heck of a lot. Javon Kinlaw was not an impact defender. Now, I don't know if he was supposed to be. You know what I mean? Like, you never know what guys are asked to do or not. I don't know if he was said, if they told him, okay, get upfield and wreak havoc, or if it's occupy 2 blockers and be a smart car. I don't know the answer to that. But I do know that guys around the league, like Jordan Davis in Philadelphia, for example, had 3 times the tackles for loss that Kinlaw did. you know what I mean, those sorts of metrics where you're going, you're paying a guy pretty decent money. I don't think it's just to make sure that the guard doesn't get to the second level on a run play. You know what I mean? Like, and Payne has been a disappointment in most of those years that are not contract years. Newton, I think we both feel the same, where there was high hopes and just hasn't materialized yet. But, who knows, maybe it's the wrong role, or maybe he'll be better suited. Think of what the Nationals do with their lineup. Maybe there's something happening now like that for Johnny Newton. But for Settle, he's not here to be dynamic. He's here to be boring. And I want to not notice him. I want to be able to see Sonny Styles and Chanel and all these guys flowing to the football. I want to see Chason upfield and Amenahu upfield and Oweh upfield. And I want boring, I think that's the great word, for Tim Settle, right? I don't want him exposed or knocked 7 yards into the secondary on some kind of run play. That's kind of, I think, where his role was probably going to be. Maybe take some pressure off those other couple of guys. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just something you talk about a lot. We went back and forth on during the season some, and I think the further we get away from it, the more what you said makes sense and is right, is Javon Kinlaw has to do something in the pass game, right? I mean, I get if he is so good against the run and so influential in changing the rules up front because he's so big and you got to chip him and double him and do all this stuff, then you could pay him $15 million. But that kind of money for a D tackle to be essentially like have a clean sheet as a pass rusher, God, that's hard for me. And maybe that's an antiquated way of thinking about it, and they would hear that and go, oh, that's foolish. You don't understand the value, I guess. But how many guys are paid like him that don't do something when it comes to
there's
TFLs,
nothing dynamic
pressures,
there,
sacks?
Grant. Yeah, and I get not having 10 sacks. I understand he's not Aaron Donald. Nobody is.
It's not Warren Sapp.
That's not what I'm asking. You don't have to be John Randall or any of these dynamic interior guys. 3 quarterback hits for a season? I mean, Dana Stubblefield would have 7 times that just by running by and touching somebody. You don't stumble into any more quarterback hits, tackles for loss, batted passes. Zero impact at all at the line of scrimmage. Quite literally, 0 passes defended, aka 0 knocked down. Okay, he's 11 feet tall, that guy. You don't make the play in the backfield because it's a quick pass. Fine, get your hands up. At least touch some football ever? Never once. I'm telling you, there's never been a less impactful defender in terms of some of those counting stats. Again, somebody who's really smart, Logan Paulson could probably do this, and a bunch of other guys could watch the film and show me the impact he had in kind of an unsexy way. I understand that. NFL players, if you're on the field, like you, me, Toby, Strober, Darius, if we're standing at tackle, we might end up with a counting stat at some point. And he never did. It's almost impossible to be on the field for as much as he was. All 17 games with that little impact. It boggles my mind, and it has to be better this year. It just does.
Position group a day on G and D. You might hear the noise in the background, the music playing. I'm out at Nats Park on field level watching BP. Batting practice is wrapping up here in the minutes ahead, so we'll grab a couple of the Nats as they come off the field. They're playing their biggest game of the season and their biggest series of the season against the Diamondbacks. We're talking about that on G&D. We're also giving you the latest on LeBron James to Philly, what it means for the Wizards, and the rookies have shown up in Ashburn. Camp starts this week, all as we continue on The Fan.
Hello there, Danny Rouillet here for my pals at Ted Britt Ford. This summer sales event, it's in full swing at Ted Britt Ford. It's in Fairfax and Chantilly. If you like hearing the word plus, you're going to love this. 0% APR for 36 months on a slew of new Fords. Is that it? Nope. Plus $1,000 towards your down payment. Is that it? Nope. Plus a 2-year maintenance plan, and that's how you do a summer sales event. And in case you didn't know it, your current ride, that old busted joint, it's worth more now than ever. And my crew over at Ted Britt Ford would like to show you just how much. Seriously, bring it in, get a top dollar offer, and put that value towards something brand spanking new. And if I may say, when you get something brand spanking new from Ted Britt Ford, you get Ted Britt for life. But even if you get something pre-owned, you get Ted Britt for life. Anything less than 100,000 miles, you get Ted Britt for life. That's lifetime vehicle coverage, people. Peace of mind for life, powertrain coverage, battery replacement, complimentary service loaners, VA state inspections, and so much more. I love my guys at Ted Britt Ford. You really like them too. Go see him in Fairfax and Chantilly and tell him Danny sent you. It is G&D here on The Fan. Welcome back. We'll catch up with Grant here in a moment. He's about to pull aside Nats first-round draft pick, Chris Hacopian. Winston Churchill High School's own Chris Hacopian, please and thank you. By the way, his high school stats are pretty ridiculous, as you might imagine. For a guy that was going to go on to be a first-round draft pick, he's one of those dudes where it's like, I'm better than this level, even as a junior. His numbers are better than mine in high school. Not a big deal. But he is a future stud in the show. Welcome back to the program. As I mentioned, one more big thank you, if I may, to our friends at Big Greek Cafe. I have not stopped eating. every commercial break since they showed up at 3. It's almost 2 hours in. I'm still annihilating this. Thank you. But that wasn't for me because I'm still eating. That was for Big Greek Cafe. Sorry, I misread that. Family-owned Greek restaurant serving Maryland and Virginia since 2009. Everything's made fresh to order. Heroes sliced right off the spit to grill skewers, fresh salads, house-made tzatziki. Just phenomenal. You know what was the smash hit? I mean, obviously the heroes were outstanding. And still are because I'm almost finished with mine. The wings. The wings were a smash hit around these parts. The folks from down there on the Deuce came rolling by, and they were like, what are these wings all about? And they are fantastical. Highly recommend for your sporting event, family gathering, reunion, whatever you guys are doing. Hit them up. They are really good at what they do. So the reason Grant's over at Nats Park today, it's pretty obvious to most of you guys, as you probably imagine. Big series with the Diamondbacks starts tonight. And we've been talking about it kind of off and on sort of throughout the day. But this is one of those nice little, again, if they get swept, they lose all 3 games. They win all 3 games. Doesn't define the season, doesn't tell you that anything's won or lost or over. It's part of 162. It happens. But every once in a while, you get a series that kind of feels bigger than just 3 games in July. This is one. This is the team they're directly chasing, a game and a half ahead of them in the wild card. And it is fun. It's a fun thing that's happening at Nats Park tonight, and I'm hoping fans act accordingly. Speaking of acting accordingly, we're going to throw it now live to our guy, Grant Paulson, who caught up with Nats' first-round pick, Chris Hacopian. GP, take it away.
Yes, I am here on the field with Chris Hacopian, the first-rounder for the Nationals and the pride of Potomac, Maryland. So we were talking a few minutes ago before I watched you hit a bunch of bombs in the cage. Had to be a good BP round, which we can get into. But you are from the area. You grew up an actual Nats fan. And sometimes guys get drafted, and they're like, yeah, I like that team growing up. You got the receipts, man. I've seen the pictures at Nats Park. You've been here a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool to be able to share this experience for myself, but with my family. I think that's the big thing about this whole thing, that to play here, it means my family can come to all this stuff. So, yeah, it's really cool.
What are your earliest memories as a Nats fan? And what are some of your fondest memories as a Nats fan?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up a fan, so that 2012 playoff run, 2019's obviously the fondest. I mean, that's me.
Were you at any of the playoff games?
No, I wasn't. Yeah, we were all at home just watching. But, yeah, I mean, my family was going nuts, so it was really cool.
When you found out they were drafting you, how does that conversation go down? Did you know going into draft day that they'd be the team calling, or that they liked you more than everybody else?
I had a good meeting with them a week prior, so I knew it was an option. It was something that could happen, but honestly, I didn't find out until pick 10. Yeah.
And for people that don't know, that was one pick before you were on the board, so they call you a couple minutes early and let you know. You said after the draft that Chris Hacopian, who the Nats just drafted in the first round, is with us, that they presented a plan to you and kind of details and information that exceeded maybe what you saw from other teams. Can you give a little more insight on that?
Yeah, I mean, when I met here, we all met in the conference room. A lot of people from player development and the front office.
Roughly how many Nats people were in there?
There's probably 15, I would say.
Wow, okay.
And they had a slideshow with a player development plan, and it goes into depth, but yeah, just a lot of it was what I do well and what I need to work on, and how we're going to attack that.
Your swing decisions and your exit velocities and how hard you hit the ball collegiately were fantastic. Home run totals in the first couple of years maybe didn't always match that, but then you were on a roll. Obviously weren't completely healthy in the final year. I just watched you take BP. You got a lot of power. And do you feel like there's more in the tank in terms of the home run total and something they can tap into?
100%. I think that was a big thing, is the bats to balls there. The approach is there, just need quality of contact in terms of like the angle the balls are coming off of. So yeah, that's gonna be a lot of swing stuff, and just try to fix kind of that launch angle. Yeah.
Chris Hacopian started at Maryland, was a Terp for a couple years. Your father's a former conference player of the year. Was it difficult to leave the area? It obviously worked out really well and was the right decision, but what was that like before going to A&M?
Yeah, it was tough. I met some of my best friends at the University of Maryland, and I played with my brother for 2 years.
You guys went back-to-back in a game in the first inning at one point.
Penn State, yeah, that was fun. So it was very tough to leave, but I had to do what I thought was best for my baseball career. But I love Maryland, and yeah.
Vibes around the ball club are really good right now. Big series tonight. 2 games out of the wild card. You were just on the field taking infield and in the cage with guys. It seems like they're very loose. What did you gather about this group and these players?
Yeah, they were having fun during infield. Notice that. Loud music. guys messing around a little bit, but overall, like, it was still professional, and they were still getting their work done. So it was a good combination of fun and let's get our work done too.
Do you have a feel yet for when you start playing, when that could be or where, or how do those meetings come about?
That's not up to me. It's going to be when they think I'm ready, but I'm healthy. I'm good to go. So whenever they tell me, I'm ready to go.
Chris, congratulations. Very, very cool that the ball club's old enough now that diehard Nats fans are getting drafted by the Nats.
How cool is that, man? Very much. It's a blessing. Yeah.
We look forward to seeing you here in just a couple of years. There's Chris Akopian, Danny, the first-round pick for the Nationals.
Very cool. I just can't get over the fact that he's going to high school right up the road, going to Nats games, and is now taking BP in that yard. Not as like some fun high school showcase thing, but nope, he's the future. That guy is going to be able to hit. He was born to hit baseballs and square them up, and I think he's going to be a really good addition to this club. It feels like a Nats player for this new group, right? This is sort of their design and their image. When they've got a chance to make a draft pick, that's what it's going to look like, I think. Somebody, as Grant pointed out, the great bat, the swing decisions, the bat to ball, the strength, the guy with power that's already there, but even more coachable in the tank. He could be an asset for this group going forward. Excited to see his career develop. Excited to have you guys hang out with us until Nats on Deck takes over these airwaves. And we're talking baseball here on 106.7 The Fan. And because it's baseball coverage, it's presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. We've been going in and out about this all day. We'll have Ani Kalami, the GM of the Nats, on in the 6 o'clock hour. Something to look forward to and mark in your little schedules, your binders there. You have a schedule binder? What's the word I'm looking for? Calendars. Your daily diary. Thank you very much. And next, though, how much will this series with the Diamondbacks who are in town help determine the Nationals' fate? We'll go into that. We'll do that next. 5 minutes away on The Fan.
Brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick, made from scratch, served from the heart. It almost feels like a playoff series at Nationals Park this weekend. The Nats sit 2 games back of the NL wild card, and they welcome the exact team that they're chasing, the Arizona Diamondbacks. Carson Palmquist opens for the Nats tonight, and Zach Littell will soon follow for a long relief appearance. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:15. First pitch at 6:45. Shocking NFL news, CBS analyst Tony Romo was arrested for operating a vehicle while intoxicated in Milwaukee. According to reports, Romo was taken into custody after performing poorly on standard field sobriety tests. NBA news, LeBron James signed a 2-year deal to join the Philadelphia 76ers. He called this one his final decision. Chicken Salad Chick makes food from scratch every day using fresh, quality ingredients. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, there's something for everyone. Enjoy Chicken Salad Chick as a scoop or sandwich, or grab a quick Chick for life on the go. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on The Fan.
G&D here on The Fan. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transaction, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. So during the break, I was just listening to Vindicated by Dashboard Confessional. No reason other than Grant, who's at Nats Park this afternoon. Butts around, just had Chris Akopian on. He's going to catch up in a few moments with Ani Kalambi and grab some other dignitaries down there on the field. He's singing that. It's not just karaoke. It's like a full experience, like where he's going to sing to the band. That's a tough song to sing, but we'll hear more about that. Catching up with now this is important. This feels like my wife and my current girlfriend meeting. My current broadcast partner is Grant Paulson. Tomorrow I'll be partnered with the great Charlie Slows. GP caught up with Charlie on the field. Take it away.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Danny. I'm here with your broadcast partner tomorrow, Charlie Slows. So Danny was just joking that he's looking forward to getting up in the booth with you. Are you ready? Did you bring your seatbelt? You better buckle up.
Hey, every time he comes on with us at the postgame show, he comes up with something we've never heard before. So I'm ready for a whole afternoon of some of those descriptions of little squibbers and however he wants to give names to these plays. And also, maybe he'll intersperse some Charles Barkley into describing too.
No pressure, Danny, but they're expecting something they've never heard before.
Oh, yeah, no big deal, right?
Couple of impressions might hit the spot. All right, Charlie, specific to the series and the Arizona Diamondbacks, 2 games back, 3 games against this team. Nobody saw this coming. How big of a 3-game series is this?
It's big because you're playing teams now that are in the wild card race. Arizona's in the 3rd wild card position, and maybe these games people don't realize are bigger than maybe playing the Braves next week on the road, because the idea of catching the Braves really that's not going to happen. But if you win the season series against Arizona, if you end up tied for the wild card spot, you're in based on the head-to-head matchup. The season series is the first tiebreaker with anyone you tie with for a wild card spot.
Yeah, I find this series fascinating, not only because of the ground you can gain, but I think that these games are so weighted because I really do get the sense the trade deadline could still go in either direction. And if you force the hand of Taboni in the front office to give you some reinforcements by going 5-1 on this homestand, everything changes. He said that. He's open, it seems like, to shifting philosophy based on how the team plays.
Well, of course, that happens. That'd be great. This team has not played its best baseball at home. The most difficult losses of the year, think of the Phillies series, the Yankees series, they've had a losing record at home all year, and they've had one of the best road records in Major League Baseball all year. It's really hard to explain. It doesn't make any sense. So really, a push with a great homestand would really be something for this club. And you're a game over 500. A great homestand puts you pretty far over 500.
What is your expectation for the ballpark? You and Dave are here for every game, all season long, every series, and you have been, in your case, since day one, in the infancy of this thing, 22 seasons in now. This, we've said, is the biggest series probably since 19. What do you think the ballpark will look like over the next 3 days?
Well, I hope, I see the numbers of what the advanced sales are, and, I hope there's walk-up, that people are realizing, hey, great weather weekend, team's playing well, let's go try and help them out and get behind them. I know with the post-game concert tonight, they're going to have a good crowd, decent crowd tomorrow, hopefully more than what I saw for the numbers on Sunday. Hey, if you wanted to see your team that's been struggling for several years, playing some big games that really matter, this is now. This is it.
You're a Jason Derulo guy, I know. You're going to be shaking your hips out there when Jason Derulo's playing, Charlie.
Hey, I'll be jumping out of the booth to get down here. I'll be parachuting down.
Well, don't hurt yourself, because you need to be there to comfort Danny tomorrow for his big debut.
True. Yep, looking forward to all of it. And, Danny, the one thing, we just get glimpses. The one thing I haven't done is yet, it's on my bucket list. I just came back from Switzerland, but I have not been to a Danny Rouhier stand-up comedy show. Can you? Do you have an in? Can you get me in?
Well, I will tell you this. Put this earpiece in, because Danny, Charlie can now hear you. So I will tell you that our old producer Ryan used to act like he would tell him all the time, like, "Oh, you're right by me," and Danny's like, "Yeah, it's right by your apartment," and Ryan would be like, he'd just kind of be nodding, like thinking a ticket invite was going to come. And it wouldn't always come. What about Charlie Slows, Danny? Can he get one?
They're very exclusive in the sense that there aren't many shows coming up, Charlie. So that's something that makes it a tough ticket to get. But if and when I've got something worth
you have to do a show for Charlie to perform. What if you just went to Charlie's house?
So that has happened before, by the way. I won't name any names, but I wanted to make sure it was on the up and up. A family hired me, and I was like, just for stand-up, right? I'm not doing anything else. They said, no, just for stand-up. It's our son's graduating and yada, yada. I said, okay, fine. I'll go do some jokes. But they really wanted me there so they could have their son do some impressions. And I was like, okay, you want me to approve of them, disapprove? Anyway, I made money, so it was fine. But the point is, if I have something worthwhile and good coming up, Charlie, I will comp you a ticket. Normally, it would be really expensive, almost $10, but I will give that to you for free. And that's my offer to you.
In lieu of that, I have an open spot on the pregame show tomorrow that I have to fill. We could do that then.
There's a transaction coming.
I suppose. Yeah, a little 1-for-1, little quid pro quo. I'm in, my friend.
There you go.
I will talk to you, Charlie, a little bit later tonight. Hopefully after a Nats win. It'll only be my 4th of the year if that happens with me doing post-game shows. It's unbelievable, by the way. Statistically almost impossible.
Did you guys consider that before you extended the offer? This team cannot win when Danny works. You know that, right?
I was not involved in this decision.
Oh, my God.
He says famously.
Oh, my God.
But if they win, it was your idea.
No, when they asked me, I said, it's great, but it wasn't my idea.
Yeah, I'll approve it, but I'm not coming up with it. That's someone else. I love it.
But if they win and they shut out the Diamondbacks, it was your idea.
That's right. I'll take full credit and bring Danny on tomorrow. Let's go.
Yeah, I got a Foster Griffin start, so I like it, GP. I'll take my chances, right?
Hey. What's the 16-5?
17-4 now, I think.
17-4 now when he starts. The odds are in your favor.
Listen, if anybody,
but this is like the what is it, Danny? The immovable object and
the unstoppable force.
What's unstoppable force? They can't win if Danny's here. They can't lose if Foster Griffin pitches. Both are happening at once. Which one? You know what I'm saying? Charlie, I know you got to run upstairs.
Tune in to find out tomorry.
Exactly. Thank you for the time. We're going to let Charlie run. Danny, as we're talking with him, he started checking his watch, so I had a feeling he might need to run upstairs.
Yeah, that. By the way, 100%. He definitely does. B, I get it. There's more important matters afoot than bantering with his pals. But I have seen that one before, where it's the only time Charlie moves fast. As Dave said, they don't call him Charlie Fast, but there's that couple moments where he's looking at his watch, going, "Yeah, it's time for me to not be right here."
I love it. He was having a good time, and then it just kind of pretty clearly was like, all right, this was fun, but I gave you what I was going to give.
Yeah, this is all for me. I got to go do real adult business. I got to do some real stuff. None of this. But yeah, he and I are doing it tomorrow, man. I'm excited. I'm a little nervous just because it's, in all sincerity, I mean, and you got to do this before on the TV side, by the way, which is still one of the cool and under-talked about things in the history of our show. Such an amazing thing that you got to do, and you were awesome at it. But, like, that broadcast is, like, pretty sacred. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so good that there's the chance that, yep, there's the guy that grounded to a halt that time. there's the guy that ruined the perfect game by letting a room service 2-hopper go between his legs. That's what I'm worried about, man. Charlie and Dave are perfect together. They're magic. They are synonymous with Nats baseball. Enormous shoes to fill, even if it's just for one afternoon for a big game. It's one of those, like, I obviously, I know what I'm talking about, and I hopefully will do a good job, but it's like I just don't want that low light, that embarrassment, that I cost the team the game type moment there in the broadcast booth,
Well, you don't have to worry about that, first of all. And, yeah, it's such a cool thing. I mean, I think single-digit people in the history of the team have probably been on the radio broadcast at any given moment, because Charlie's done pretty much every game since day one, and Dave came in the next season, right? And those guys don't miss a lot of time, so you've had the occasional fill-ins like our buddy, the tragically late Pete Medhurst, and now Josh Wetzel and some others. But, yeah, you're joining an exclusive group, so that's very, very cool,
yes,
first and foremost. But it's a big deal. I mean, it's the big leagues, man.
Yeah.
So you're going to do great. Who am I to give you advice? But I would say,
done it before. Yeah, I'll tell you that.
I suppose.
Yeah.
Economy of words, right? You're just don't try to do too much.
Yeah,
Deep
the
breaths.
thing I don't do well? That one.
A few words at a time, right? You're going to be great. And you've heard from Charlie. He only expects that you say something he's never heard before. So it's not like that's difficult to do, or there are tough expectations or anything. But yeah, it's the coolest thing in the world, man. I mean, that is, as you said, I got to do the games on TV years ago. And, I mean, to this day, that's the dream. It's like being in a booth during a game for football or baseball. It's the coolest thing in the world. So it's a great opportunity, and I'm pumped for you. It should be a blast.
Oh, for sure, dude. And it's the, when the Junks had me on to talk about it, EB asked me a question. I took a brief pause to answer it. And he was like, is this something you always dreamed of doing? And I said, no, I didn't. Because that's ridiculous. You see what I'm saying? Like, it was more reasonable to me. I go, oh, yeah. For a team that doesn't exist yet, this is how my brain was operating, however long ago. When I'm young Chris Akopian's age, 30 years ago or whatever, right? It was more reasonable to me to be a Major League Baseball player because there were more of those guys than the guys that actually called the games. Does that make sense? Like, in my lifetime, it's basically been, Joe B. and Locker. That's hockey to me, right? For 90% of my life, it was Steve Buckhantz, Phil Chenier. Maybe a little bit less than that. There was some Mel Proctor in there before that. But you know what I mean? It's like that one tandem that's perfect, that's synonymous with that sport, right? The Sonny, Sam, and Frank for so much of my lifetime for football. And, there were 53 roster guys. There were 3 of those broadcasters. You know what I mean? Like, it just was not for a math problem. And, of course, it was patently absurd that would ever happen. So, no, I didn't even dream of that because that was like, not only will I go to space, but I'll be the first person to go the furthest anyone's ever gone in space. It was beyond the pale for me. And it's something that's happening tomorrow, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, should be a blast. Make sure you're listening. Games at 4:05 right here on The Fan. The takeover of the Nationals booth. Going to be awesome. LeBron James is a Philadelphia 76er. I wanted to mention this. So I've been down here on the field. I'm over at Nationals Park. Danny's back in studio if you're just jumping in on Grant and Danny. Nats are playing their big game against the Diamondbacks tonight, their biggest series of the year, against the team they're 2 games back of in the wild card hunt, about a week and change away now from the trade deadline. So we came over here to get some access to the team. You'll hear from the general manager, Ani Kalambi, heard from some players already. We'll continue to work the field and grab you some interviews. But I bring this up to say that just being around the team today, the amount of LeBron talk I've heard from guys is unbelievable. And it's pretty, we know that's a transcendent story. Like, you see the NFL insiders, Schefter and Rap Sheet, and these guys are breaking and tweeting, different elements of it, and everyone's trying to, latch on, and I get it. But to just see major league players talking about this like anyone would at their water cooler tells you, I think, the impact he has across sports, and guys arguing about if the Sixers are the favorite now or if they're overrated. Like, that is the pregame conversation ahead of what is the big game for the Nationals of their season.
Incredible to think about, but you're right. I mean, as you said, certain figures are transcendent. Like, they wouldn't be doing this if, I don't know, Kelly Oubre changed teams. You know what I mean? They're doing it because that's the guy they all grew up watching. And by the way, they did all grow up watching that guy. He's been in the league for 23 years, going on 24 now, which is incredible to think about in its own right. But yeah, I mean, remember when I'm trying to remember, I think I've got the players right. When Chris Paul got traded to Houston and we ran into Anthony Rendon, it wasn't, hey, what'd you do with that 2-1 slider? It was can you believe that trade? Can you believe this? What's the backcourt going to look like? Is there enough touches for him and James Harden? How are they going to do it? Blah, blah, blah. Like, when it's that big across sports, these guys are just like us in that way. They're sports fans too that have an appreciation for it. So, but that's funny.
Who's second right now in sports to LeBron, would you say, in terms of whatever that Q rating impact importance is?
Worldwide,
internationally,
it's messy. But
soccer, I'm separating.
Yeah.
Because I would even say Messi and Ronaldo and those guys, after watching the World Cup and seeing, I don't remember the name of the goalie, but there was a goalie who went from like 2 million followers to like 600 million during the tournament. And he's blowing past and surpassing the numbers of guys like LeBron. And I'm like, okay, international, global, world level soccer is just different because of the number of people than even the sports here that have global significance. But in the States, LeBron would be one, obviously, 24 years in. Who's two right now? Shohei?
That's my first nominee, is Shohei.
Mahomes?
Mahomes is the other guy that comes to mind. I'm racking my brain through different sports. It may have been Trout if he had, stayed healthy and kind of had been more of a gregarious poster boy.
I don't know if he ever got in that range.
He never did, and that's not his fault. It's just not part of the personality. But I'm racking my brain because Luka doesn't have that kind of charisma. Great player. The league kind of felt like it was his. Jokic is like so unrelatable to people. You know what I mean? The 7-foot ogre that's like riding buffalo in whatever his home country is, then comes back and can't jump and is scoring 30 a game and averaging triple doubles. I'm trying to think of who else it might apply to. It's Shohei and Mahomes are probably the two guys that would jump to mind first.
Ohtani has the appeal internationally, which I think is important. Basketball obviously has plenty of that too as a global sport. But yeah, I think Shohei for me would be second. I mean, I'm also trying to think just as a way to kind of sort this, like money that guys get paid or what they're worth overall. That's where Mahomes at $500 million with his contract comes in. Soto is a $700 million guy like Shohei was, but I don't think he's in that convo in terms of even
that Q rating, whatever you want to call it.
Exactly. If you walked around a random mall in Minnesota with a picture of Juan Soto, like how many people know who that is, right? Fame, I guess, is the best way to describe it. But yeah, I would say Ohtani maybe is second to LeBron, which what an accomplishment for baseball, if that's the case.
Yeah. Because again, a star that, because there's an entire nation that still wakes up at 2 o'clock in the morning to watch every at bat, and the coverage that's built in, even like if the American press was like mildly bored for 24 hours or 48 hours of him, there's still that like gaggle of press that's following him in every move. Like, what did he eat for breakfast today? Who did he talk to on his cell phone? What movie is he quoting in the outfield when he plays catch? There's still that built-in mania around him that kind of doesn't let it die, if that makes any sense.
I wonder if you have to be a current player, because someone like a Tom Brady, who's now a broadcaster, who's everywhere and loves being everywhere apparently, as he's performing stunts now with Logan Paul trying to get into WWE is the latest report. But could Brady be second still, even though he's not active, or is the conversation about active players? Because Mahomes, to me, is right there, but I do think he's taken a step back. Chiefs weren't as good last year. A couple of years of more pedestrian numbers. It's funny to say, but this is just the recency of sports on a national level. It's been 3 years or so since they were winning the Super Bowl. So it feels like maybe the Q rating has cooled some. But I feel like Brady, who just had, he's got a Netflix roast where every star in the country showed up to make fun of him, and he's making $375 million on a contract from Fox, and now he's involved maybe in wrestling. There's nothing you can really watch or turn on, and Brady's not involved.
No, that's a decent point. I mean, if you'd asked me 7-8 years ago, we still would have been Tiger Woods, right? But that ship has, I think, long sailed. I think, outside of our very own Eric Bickle, I think most people are not terribly interested in the goings-on most days. I mean, it's still tabloid this and that if he gets another driving incident, but for the most part, it's like hasn't been relevant in the sporting world for some time. But it's hard to say with Brady. I mean, again, I understand the point completely, is that it's not as if he's vanished into the background. Like Manning is still doing, he does the roast of whatever every once in a while. I don't know if Brady did his roast, but it's the production stuff of Omaha Productions, and he's behind the scenes a little bit more, and he's involved in stuff. He's doing Manning Cast, but to your point about Brady, he is everywhere and he's out front everywhere, right? Like, when's the last time Peyton Manning is like, this YouTuber, I don't like the cut of his jib, I'm going to fight him. Or, I don't like the way these flag football guys are chirping me, I'm going to quarterback the flag football team. Like, just not what he's doing. You know what I mean? He's busy, but it's not out front, whereas Brady, to your point, is the front of a dozen different things.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, let's get some intel on how LeBron to Philadelphia came together, and are the 76ers going to be the favorites now in the Eastern Conference to represent the conference in the finals? We've got more coming from Nats Park, including General Manager Ronnie Colombi ahead of the big game and series against the Diamondbacks that kicks off tonight. This is the biggest series of the year for the Nats, who haven't played a series of this magnitude this late in the year since 2019 when they won the World Series. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria. Let's ride together. Adam Silver, you can go ahead and make the NBA schedule already. That's because LeBron James actually made a decision today. Can you believe that? It was about time. He decided he will now reside in Philadelphia. He agrees to a 2-year, $8 million deal to team up with Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid and the Philadelphia 76ers. LeBron turns 42 this season. LeBron did say this will be his final decision. In baseball, the Nationals have a huge series getting underway tonight at Nats Park. They play host to the red-hot Arizona Diamondbacks, who they chase in the National League wildcard race, sitting just 2 games back. Stay tuned here on Grant and Danny. General Manager of the Nationals, Ani Kalambi, set to join the program. Carson Palmquist opens for the Nats tonight, and Zach Littell will follow for a long relief appearance. You can hear the game right here in the Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:15. First pitch to follow at 6:45. Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chevy Buick GMC Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Ben Strober on the Fan.
It's Grant and Danny here on the Fan. GP is over at the ballpark. I'm here in the Half Street Studios. We're going to have Nats GM Ani Kalambi on the program at 6 p.m. ahead of a big series against the visiting Arizona Diamondbacks. But some basketball's been in the news. A gentleman named LeBron James, a newer player in the association, decided to play for the Philadelphia 76ers. We've been talking about it off and on all show long. And we welcome an expert to do that very thing. Nathan Grubel covers the NBA for No Ceilings. Kind enough to join us here. Nathan, good afternoon, man. Thanks for the time.
Absolutely. It's a massive day where I am, my neck of the woods. I'm not quite in the city of Philadelphia. I'm about an hour north of it, but trust me when I say that everyone I've talked to, from coworkers to friends to family, is incredibly excited for what's to come in Philadelphia this season. I couldn't be more excited myself.
So get into that, Nathan. What is the Philadelphia perspective on this? It's a banner offseason. You add Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. That's going to move the needle.
I think everyone is, in and around Philadelphia is as stunned as anyone covering the game nationally or fans across the country are. This was one of the most logical decisions that LeBron James could have made in terms of winning a championship or contending for a championship, as he outlined himself in his own social media post, and what we've already heard from media around the LeBron James camp and those covering the game nationally. But just because it makes sense on paper and just because you can rationalize the decision doesn't necessarily mean that it would outweigh the impact of the storylines of LeBron James going home for one more round in Cleveland, or LeBron being able to go to the Bay to play alongside Stephen Curry and Draymond Green, or even take another avenue. Like the fact that this happened to the city of Philadelphia, signings don't happen like this in Philadelphia. I was talking to someone earlier, and they specifically mentioned the last kind of signing that could come anywhere close to this type of magnitude was Bryce Harper for the Philadelphia Phillies. And this feels like, the Bryce Harper signing times 100. So just from where Philadelphia was before this signing to where they stand now, I think there was already optimism about the 76ers coming into the season because of the Jaylen Brown acquisition, because of having 3 legitimate creators from the perimeter who can all take pressure off Joel Embiid. Well, you have those 3 creators and you have Joel Embiid, but now you have the ultimate straw that stirs the drink in LeBron James. You have the player who can command possessions, who can specifically dictate where everyone else needs to operate on the floor. You can utilize him on the ball. You can utilize him off the ball. I think the optionality that this is going to give Nick Nurse in terms of lineup construction, in terms of offensive execution, that the possibilities are going to be endless for what the 76ers can do offensively. I still have some questions about how this is going to coalesce on the defensive end of the floor. Does this team have the quality depth that they truly need to contend for and ultimately win a championship? But there's no doubt in my mind that the ceiling for the 76ers, as anyone could presume from the signing, is much higher today than what it was even a few hours ago before the signing was announced.
Nathan Grubel, No Ceilings, joins us here on G&D. So what about Embiid? Where does he fit into this? Because it's a different team with him, and then if the inevitable injury or sort of thing happens, it seems to happen to Embiid, it's, as you said, a very perimeter-dominated team, whereas he's been so ball-dominant when he's been in the lineup. How does he fit in? That's kind of the interesting puzzle piece to me.
You're hitting the nail on the head. It's the most interesting puzzle piece to me as well when I'm trying to reflect back and really analyze what this trade is going to mean. I think there's certainly ways in which you can get Embiid all of the manufactured touches that he's grown accustomed to throughout his career in the post. But I think what we've seen from him, late in the season last year and into the playoffs was he's not a guy who wants to bang down low for extended periods of time, particularly on offense. He wants to be at the top of the floor. And there's a lot of various 5-out structures that you can utilize, especially with, a player like LeBron James, who's so great at mapping the court and getting the ball to everyone in their respective spots. Maxey is really good at moving off the ball. VJ Edgecombe essentially was an off-ball player for the 76ers already last year. But, Joel Embiid has grown accustomed to just getting as many touches as possible and manufacturing shots. He's going to have to share some of that sugar for sure. He's going to have to let some of these other guys eat. He's going to have to be a little bit more willing of a screener. We'll see how that plays out. We'll see if he, how they utilize him in the short roll, if he can roll more to the basket, how many different types of touches do they get. But there's no doubt that he's going to have to sacrifice a little bit on offense, as everyone's going to have to, right? Like Jaylen Brown is going to have to sacrifice a little bit more on offense. He was already going to have to before the LeBron signing, but I think in terms of asking other players to sacrifice when you bring in a player like LeBron James, I think they're going to be much more willing to do that because of the type of player that LeBron is. LeBron is obviously going to, want to command the basketball in certain areas, especially in late game situations, but you're putting the ball in his hands to make other players better. And I think when you sell it that way, when you sell it to, Maxey and Embiid and Brown, that they're still going to get all the scoring chances that they've grown accustomed to that are best for them without having to put too much on their plate from a decision-making and playmaking perspective, I think that's a much easier sell than throwing one more ball-dominant scorer in there and then asking all 5 of those guys to try and coalesce. So that to me is probably the biggest thing that everyone's going to talk about is how do you balance the different lineups? How do all of these guys share responsibilities? But we've seen over the last few years, though, that how you win a championship in today's NBA is getting as many players on the court as possible who can do a variety of things for you, who aren't just off-ball players, but who can also make decisions, dribble, pass, shoot, and operate with the ball in their hands as comfortably as they can without it. Now Philadelphia has 5 of those guys on the court that they can put on the floor at one time. It's going to be very interesting to see how they all kind of, share responsibilities, take back seats to one another, and how Nick Nurse organizes that offense. But either way, they now have the talent to go compete for a championship. It's just about how they want to fit around each other.
Where do they rank in the Eastern Conference for you, Nathan?
I think they have to be the favorite going in, so to speak, but I wouldn't necessarily rule out the New York Knicks in this puzzle either, because especially early on in the regular season, we know that when you add talent of this magnitude to a team, when you make these franchise-altering moves, not just one but 2 with both Jaylen Brown and LeBron James, it's going to take those guys time to figure out the chemistry, figure out, everyone's roles like we're talking about. The New York Knicks didn't necessarily make a lot of moves to add to the roster. They lost a piece in Mitchell Robinson, but the core pillars of that franchise remain intact from, obviously the franchise stars, Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Josh Hart. Those guys are all still there. The coaching staff is intact. The front office is still intact. That continuity will give the New York Knicks at least a fairly large edge at the beginning of the season. As the talent coalesces and comes together and shakes out, we'll see how quickly the 76ers are able to get up to speed, rattle off one of those famous LeBron James-style win streaks that he goes on at some point during one of these seasons, and we'll see how it shapes out in terms of who's the top seed at the end of the season. I think that will be the Philadelphia 76ers, but I would not rule out the New York Knicks in terms of who will actually come out of the East and go into the finals for a chance to win a championship.
How much do you know, Nathan, about how this all went down? I mean, we've heard so many rumors. Like for 5 minutes, it was, okay, we're going to trade, not we, but we're going to orchestrate a trade for Anthony Davis, orchestrate a trade for this guy and that guy, and it was required that this would happen. Everyone had to submit their proposals in triplicate and, offer their eldest born son or something. How did this all go down? They ended up in Philadelphia.
I don't have any real facts to report on how this all went down, but if you try and read the tea leaves and piece some of these things together, I think obviously winning was first and foremost on LeBron James's mind. What situation would give him the best chance to win? What kind of lineups could he fit himself into to where he could see himself maximizing everyone else around him and to contend for a championship? I think relationships obviously matter in this equation. You heard Rich Paul talk about, on the podcast of Max Kellerman that they've done several times that, those relationships, Tyrese Maxey, even remembering someone like a Mike Gansey, who's now, in charge of a lot of the front office operations for the Philadelphia 76ers, those relationships matter. And then I do think we've even heard Brian Windhorst say today that LeBron's had conversations with Jaylen Brown, with Joel Embiid, with Maxey, as recently as this week before he made this decision. I think assurances from those guys to where he feels comfortable about the situation he's stepping into. And then I think the last part of this equation that we've kind of heard Brian and other national media touch on, but we haven't heard too much about from behind the scenes is, what potential business impact that could have for LeBron James. He's been in Los Angeles for an extended period of time now. He has, really built a media enterprise out there, and he has a business platform on one end of the country. Now he gets to come to the East, back to the East Coast, but specifically, there's already reports that he may very well look to live in New York and establish himself in New York. It's not a far commute for him to be able to come to Philadelphia, to the practice facility, all those kinds of things. I think being able to have, business enterprises on both coasts of the country and two of the biggest cities in the United States in Los Angeles and New York, I think that also kind of has to be considered into his decision. And it wouldn't shock me if we start to hear more about that in the coming days and weeks after this decision has been announced.
Nathan, really appreciate it, man. Thanks for joining me here on a Friday.
Absolutely. Take care.
Thank you so much. There he goes. Nathan Grubel covers the NBA for No Ceilings. Grant covers the Nationals, kind of. I mean, we both do here. Anyway, he's over at Nats Park. He's going to catch up with Blake Butero. We will have that for you guys next. What's up, guys? G&D for our pals at Window Nation. Are you using some sort of chatbot to research home improvement projects like window replacement? Look no further than Window Nation. They are the real deal, Jim Neal. You get replacement windows and doors without the hassle. You better act now before those energy bills skyrocket. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new, energy-efficient windows at a great price. I should know they did it for my home. That's right. I lived in a condo years ago. They fit the persnickety HOA and all the different rules. They had no problem. They got it done. And when I bought my house in Fairfax, the whole new house outfitted with windows. They are the best at this. Right now, great time. 50% off all window styles. Is that it? Nope. You can get 0 down payment, no payments or interest for 2 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. Get the windows that were seen on HGTV's Designing Spaces. Installation crew leaders average over a decade of experience. You can trust Window Nation to install your windows right the first time. Don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation. G&D on the Fan, and without further ado, Grant is over at Nats Park. The reason he's doing that is for stuff like this. We're going on live on the field where he's catching up right now with Nats manager Blake Butera.
Nats manager Blake Butera joins us on field level. So it's very rare. We come out of the studio to come over here before a game. This is not a normal game. This is late July, 2 games out of the wild card, chasing the Diamondbacks, and they're in town. How are you feeling about this? The juices are flowing in town a little bit.
Yeah, it's great. Like I said earlier, I think to be playing meaningful games at this point, leading into the trade deadline, going into August, these guys have done an outstanding job of getting us to this point, and the work they put in, the level of commitment, that's what's gotten us here, and we're having fun with this.
I think for a lot of people there was this feeling as the year went on of, look, the offense is obviously good. We're not saying it isn't, but they're probably not going to finish first. They'll cool off. How about a 290 average and a 915 ops as a team in July so far? That's not a small sample. It seems like this is a machine that just keeps on chugging.
Yeah, these guys are so good. I mean, the work they put in every day, the level of preparedness is off the charts, in my opinion. These guys know exactly what to expect when they come into the game every single day, and that's a tip of the cap to our coaching staff who spend endless amounts of time watching film, understanding pitchers' tendencies and what our hitters are going to see that night. And these guys have a super high level of preparedness, like I said, when they're stepping in the box every night, and that allows them to just go out there and play.
We joked last time I talked to you, so often you're getting grilled with tough questions after a game. It's kind of nice around the trade deadline that you just get to throw everything on Paul's desk. Do you have conversations with him where you ask for things, or you say, hey, give me a reinforcement here, help me with this, or is that not how the relationship works? Like, I don't even know how it really works outside of movies.
No, I think maybe I should do more of that. I've just always looked at it. My job is to win as many games and get as most out of every single player that's in our clubhouse. And I'm not in charge of who's in our clubhouse. I'm in charge of what the players in our clubhouse are able to do. And that's the way I look at it. Like, it's up to him and our GM and the rest of our front office staff to put together the roster they think is going to help us win the most games. And our job as a coaching staff is to get the very most out of all 26 players in our roster and let the chips fall where they may.
Your honesty this season at different points has been pretty awesome, just refreshing as a sports fan, frankly, where you say, hey, I would have liked to have done that, or I'm learning on the fly kind of thing. As it pertains to when you said a couple weeks ago, like, you might have to rethink your late inning vision. You've tried both. Like, sometimes it's worked, a lot of times it hasn't. I mean, where are you at on what you philosophically believe in as far as matchups versus riding a guy when you can? And where are you right now on that?
Yeah, I think it's a mix of both. At the end of the day, I think when our bullpen's in a spot where we're at full strength and we're firing at all cylinders, we have some roles built out, and the fans can kind of expect to see a certain guy in the 7th in a tough spot, a certain guy in the 8th and the 9th. Right now, it's a little bit of one, who's available, 2, what's the best matchup depending on the pocket of hitters that's coming up in the opposing lineup, and then we're trying to put these guys in the best position possible to have success. And sometimes if we're going to see 2 or 3 left-handed hitters in a row, like, we're going to go to lefty there. And then sometimes if more balanced and we have everybody available, we'll go to some of our higher leverage relievers that we're used to seeing. But at the end of the day, we're still trying to figure out who those guys are.
Blake Butera, manager of the Nationals, live at Nats Park ahead of the biggest game of their season and the biggest series at Nats Park since 2019. No pressure or anything. People are very excited. I kid because I care. But Blake, as far as the where you guys are at and just the overall feel around the ball club and the energy maybe tonight and into this series, do you guys feel that? Like, when the fans are here and it feels a little bigger?
Yeah, we definitely do. These guys, they mention it every time it happens. I think there was a series earlier this year. Fans packed it out, and unfortunately had some tough losses during those. I want to say it was probably the Phillies series. But these guys talk about it every time they come in, like how badly they want to win.
Meaning the players notice it?
Yeah, they talk about how badly they want to win in front of this group. And I know those losses against Philadelphia crushed them, obviously, because they were losses, but also losing games like that in front of a full house. It hurts them even more. They want to play well in front of this group, and they feel it. The tarps off section when they're going off, in those games late in the game, and when our fans come, like I heard this weekend, should be some good crowds, and these guys are ready to go.
So I've been meaning to ask you this, and this might be the time to do it. So I looked up in your minor league career, you had 1 ejection ever, I think. 0 this year. Half of 1 ejection for this season as an over-under. Do we think you're going to go under? Like, I've been saying you'll get 1 at some point, but if you only got ejected once in the whole minor leagues in 4 years, it's just not what you do, right?
Toby's over here smirking at me right now. Yeah, I don't know. I think there are times too. I think it all depends on the situation, the moment. I don't really, plan on when to do it or if it's going to happen. I'm a pretty mild-mannered guy, as I'm sure you guys noticed already. But look, if there's a time and situation that calls for it, and I got to have the players back, I'm going to do so.
There really hasn't been a moment yet, I don't feel like, where it was like, come on, let's go, Blake, let's get run. Yeah. We need one of those.
Yeah, hey, I'm here for it. If it gets the people going, I'm here for it.
Appreciate you.
That's the reason to get run from a game, by the way. It's provocative, gets the people moving. But again, there's less room for objection, I would say, from managers now, because you've got your challenge system if you want to challenge it. Players have the ability to bark at balls and strikes. Now, you could get in the guy's face. I can't remember what the umpire was in that game in Colorado, where I think it was 4 straight pitches got challenged, then got overturned each time. You could chirp a guy for that, or, and guys still get run. It's not to say people don't get ejected, but there's just less chance. It's the Earl Weaver, you blew this call or whatever. There's only so many things that are up to interpretation right now that you can't adjudicate to somebody. Like, once you think a guy's safe, the review calls him out, there's no further recourse. There's nobody's mind that you're changing. Even if you still think you're right, there's kind of very little that you can do. You can get annoyed at somebody for making you use one of those challenges or the like, but it's just not the same as it's been before. So now you see stuff happens like Jose Caballero the other night is getting mad because people don't like his 8-second look down thing or whatever. And Aaron Boone can come out to defend him, or somebody gets run because somebody gets thrown at, but it's just a different animal altogether. Ani Kalami, the team GM, joins us at 6 p.m. That is next on The Fan.